10 Gods Chapter 1123 to Chapter 1177. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The killing light rolled like a mountain, as if it was going to destroy everything. It caused the space within a radius of several thousand feet to be completely frozen. The air stopped flowing, and the white clouds in the sky were all scattered. The terrifying fluctuation swept out a violent hurricane, and the endless killing light pressed down. Even Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine. However, he was not shocked because the little Taichu was lying on top of his head. Subconsciously, he felt that the little guy would be able to deal with such a situation. "Yeah." The little Taichu called out in a childish voice. It looked forward, and the wings on its back flapped gently. A circle of faint six-colored divine light rippled out like water ripples. It was mixed with wisps of divine fluctuation, and it met the killing light that was pressing down. Suddenly, the killing light that was pressing down from all directions was annihilated. Then, a series of cracking sounds were heard. It was as if porcelain had cracked. Cracks appeared on the 999 flags one after another. Then, all of them broke and turned into ashes at the same time. Bam! 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 The three middle-aged men were also sent flying. Each of them fell dozens of feet away, and they all coughed up blood. Suddenly, Ling Yun and Wuxing Crocodile's expressions changed. They could not help but open their mouths. Then, they laughed loudly. As expected of the little Taichu. Too powerful. This is not bad. Ling Yun laughed wildly. Previously, even though he knew that the little Taichu was very powerful, he was still very worried. It was because the aura of the 999 black flags was too strong. However, now, the little Taichu had actually broken the 9 Annihilation Slaughter formation, which could kill a third heaven emperor, with just a flap of its wings. It really made him shocked and excited. Wuxing Crocodile laughed loudly. Good, good, good. The marvelous mathematician had always been steady, but at this time, he could not help but be surprised. He stared at the little Taichu, a little dazed. Love go little say W, quoth the side, Xianxia could not help but open her mouth and widen her eyes. At this time, she was really shocked by little Taichu's tyrannical strength. She was almost stunned. Even further away, in the northern purple divine sect, the important figures of this branch were all staring at this place. At this moment, they were all shocked, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Just now, the 99 black flags formed a killing formation. Naturally, all the important figures in the sect could sense how terrifying it was. Looking at it from afar, they felt fear, as if their souls were about to split apart. But even so, such a terrifying killing formation was torn apart by the little Taichu above Lin Tian's head with a flap of its wings. What kind of terrifying strength was this? This little beast is at the very least, comparable to a 5th Heaven Emperor realm expert. Or perhaps, even stronger. An elder of this sect felt his heart palpitate. Meanwhile, on the side, a few ordinary disciples from this bloodline were even more terrified. They stared outside the mountain range, almost petrified on the spot. Everyone was shocked by little Taichu's strength. Outside the vast mountain range, 3 middle-aged quasi-emperors were sent flying. Blood gushed out of their mouths, and their bodies were covered in cracks. Their auras were so weak that they were like candles in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. All of them were seriously injured. Little guy, you're really powerful. Lin Tian said to little Taichu with a smile. Yeah. The little guy responded in a childish voice. Its big eyes curved into small crescents, as if it was a child who had been praised. Lin Tianyi smiled and looked up at the 3 middle-aged quasi-emperors opposite him. 3 golden sword rays appeared directly beside him. Then, outside his body, strands of great Tao laws intertwined and gathered in the 3 golden sword rays in the blink of an eye, causing the 3 sword rays to turn into great Tao killing swords. The intertwined aura instantly became more than 10 times stronger, and the sword power was fierce. In the distance, the 3 middle-aged quasi-emperors trembled, shocked and terrified. Go, run. One of them said in a trembling voice. The 3 middle-aged quasi-emperors did not expect the little Taichu beside Lin Tian to be so terrifying. The killing formation that they had brought with them was shattered so easily by little Taichu. At the same time, it caused them to suffer unimaginable injuries. Dense cracks had already appeared on their life origin and spirit bodies. This kind of strength had completely replaced their fear. At this time, Lin Tian summoned 3 more powerful killing swords. Given their current state of serious injuries, they all felt threatened and immediately fled into the distance. For a time, 3 whooshing sounds could be heard clearly as the 3 of them fled in 3 different directions. In your current state, even an ordinary early-stage nirvana stage cultivator can easily kill you. How dare you escape in front of me? Lin Tiantan said coldly. With a thought, the 3 golden sword rays that were intertwined with great Tao laws instantly flew out like 3 bolts of lightning. In the blink of an eye, they approached the 3 quasi-emperors and pierced through the back of their heads. Puff. 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 3 bursts of blood mist exploded. The 3 middle-aged quasi-emperors were simultaneously smashed into pieces, along with their spirit and life origin. After being severely injured by little Taichu, these 3 quasi-emperors were already on the brink of death. Now that they were slashed by Lin Tian's full-powered sword radiance, they naturally couldn't withstand it and died instantly, their bodies and souls destroyed. For a time, the place suddenly quieted down. "Ya!" Little Taichu called out to Lin Tian again. Lin Tian smiled, turned around, and walked back to the marvelous mathematician and the others. The marvelous mathematician had already recovered. He looked at the little Taichu and then at Lin Tian, seriously wanting to express his gratitude to Lin Tian. Lin Tian had saved him and Xianxia again. "Senior, you're too polite." Lin Tian smiled. "Let's go to the Northern Purple Divine Sect." Immediately, the group of people headed toward the Northern Purple Divine Sect in the mountains, ready to use the teleportation formation there. In the distance, the big shots and disciples of the Northern Purple Divine Sect were looking out of the mountains. At this time, they naturally saw Lin Tian and the others heading toward their sect. For a moment, they could not help but shudder. They're coming towards us? Why? What is he going to do? In the Northern Purple Divine Sect, the group of cultivators was inexplicably horrified when they saw Lin Tian and the others heading toward them. Let's go outside and have a look," a supreme elder of this sect said, looking very nervous, as if Lin Tian was going to destroy their sect. Immediately, the big shots of this sect all headed out of the sect. Lin Tian and the others were not slow. Soon, they were several hundred feet away from the Northern Purple Divine Sect. Then, they slowed down because this was the place where the sect was established. They should be given some respect. Whoosh! At this time, a group of people walked out of the Northern Purple Divine Sect. At the front was the Supreme Elder, the Sect Master, and other big shots, followed by a group of ordinary elders and deacons, all of whom looked very nervous. This scene caused Lin Tian and the rest to be involuntarily stunned. Young friend Lin, and all of you, what brings you to our sect?" An old man stepped forward and cupped his hands at Lin Tian. This was a supreme elder of the Northern Purple Divine Sect. His cultivation was at the quasi-emperor level and he was very powerful. However, at this time, he looked very cautious in front of Lin Tian, especially when his eyes fell on the little Taichu on Lin Tian's head. He could not help but tremble slightly. In fact, the strength that Lin Tian had shown just now was too terrifying. This old man was afraid that one of his disciples had offended Lin Tian, and now Lin Tian was here to cause trouble. Lin Tian's spiritual sense was extraordinary. When he saw the Supreme Elder's expression and thought of how the little Taichu had easily destroyed the 9 Annihilation Slaughter formation and defeated the 3 middle-aged quasi-emperors, he more or less understood that this scene must have been witnessed by the big shots of the Northern Purple Divine Sect who were very close to this place. That was why they were behaving this way. He took a step forward and cupped his hands at the Supreme Elder of the Northern Purple Divine Sect, saying, "Greetings, Senior. The reason we came here is mainly to borrow the teleportation formation of your sect to go to the southern region. We hope you can help us. Of course, we will not use the teleportation formation of your sect for free. We will give you a certain reward." Now, his strength was not weak, and the little Taichu beside him was incomparably terrifying. Judging from the scene outside the mountains just now, the little guy could definitely kill an ordinary emperor expert with ease. However, even so, he still appeared very polite to the Supreme Elder of the Northern Purple Divine Sect, and communicated with him with a respectful attitude. After all, he was here to ask for help, and the Supreme Elder's cultivation and age were higher than his, so it was reasonable for him to be polite. When the Supreme Elder of the Northern Purple Divine Sect heard Lin Tian's words, he could not help but inwardly heave a sigh of relief. His expression also relaxed, as if he felt that it was great that Lin Tian was not here to cause trouble for their sect. And behind him, the other big shots of this sect also breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge rock had been removed from their shoulders. Immediately, the Supreme Elder of the Northern Purple Divine Sect said, "Yes, no problem, this is a small matter." "Then, thank you, Senior." Lin Tianyi smiled and bowed to express his thanks. The Supreme Elder of the Northern Purple Divine Sect waved his hands. "It's a small matter. You're too polite, my young friend." Lin Tian naturally would not be arrogant. He bowed again to express his thanks. Then, they followed the big shots of the Northern Purple Divine Sect and quickly entered the sect. They came to a large hall in the northeast corner of this sect. There was a round golden stone platform inside, about 30 meters in diameter. It was engraved with dense formation runes, and there was a very dense chi of time intertwining. Clearly, this teleportation formation was very large and could transport many people at once. Moreover, it had existed for a very long time, at least 100,000 years. Otherwise, there would not be such a dense chi of time intertwining around it. A genius will remember love in a second? This is a wonderful novel for you to read. Looking at the teleportation platform in front of him, Lin Tian nodded secretly. As a second-level force in the ninth heaven, the Northern Purple Divine Sect is really extraordinary. Such a teleportation platform is absolutely impossible to be engraved by ordinary ninth-order array masters. Moreover, he vaguely felt a trace of Emperor force on the platform. Thinking about it, the Northern Purple Divine Sect must have produced an Emperor-level powerhouse. He should be the founder of the Northern Purple Divine Sect, or a hero of the later generations. This teleportation platform was created by an emperor. Buzz. An important figure of the Northern Purple Divine Sect gave an order. Soon, the teleportation platform emitted a dazzling light, and the runes engraved on it seemed to have come alive. They were all extremely bright, and a domain gate appeared on the teleportation platform, intertwining with soft light. "Little friend, this is the domain gate to the southern domain. Just step through it, and you will reach the southern domain in about 10 breaths. However, we can't determine the specific coordinates of the southern domain, so we hope little friend Lin will forgive us." The great elder of the Northern Purple Divine Sect was very polite to Lin Tiandao. Although his cultivation is far higher than Lin Tian's, his tone was very polite. "Many thanks, Senior." Lin Tian was naturally very polite, maintaining enough respect for the other party. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he took out 10,000 kilograms of ordinary lingjing from the stone ring. "This is 10,000 kilograms of lingjing, please accept it, Senior." The distance between the 4 great domains of the ninth heaven is very far. It takes a huge amount of energy to perform this kind of interdomain teleportation, but it's far less than 10,000 kilograms of lingjing. Even if it's calculated according to the number of people teleported, 10,000 kilograms of lingjing is more than enough. It can be considered a very generous reward. "You can't accept it, you can't accept it. This is just a small matter. Little friend is too polite, please accept it." The great elder of the Northern Purple Divine Sect waved his hand repeatedly. "That's right. This is just a small matter. Little friend, quickly put away the spirit crystal." The sect master of this branch also spoke. Now, Lin Tian's ferocious name was very famous, and he had such a terrifying little beast by his side. At this time, they really didn't dare to accept 10,000 spirit crystals as a reward after using the transmission array. If they accepted it, they would feel very guilty in the future. Lin Tian looked at the expressions of the big shots of the Northern Purple Divine Sect. He could more or less guess what they were thinking. He politely said, "Junior is here to ask for help. How can I let your sect waste resources to activate the teleportation array? This is unreasonable." He knew that Master God Diviner had misgivings, so he didn't say anything. Instead, he placed the 10,000 Lingjing into an ordinary stone ring, which he placed on a nearby jade table. Then, Master God Diviner and the others stepped onto the teleportation platform. "Thank you again," he called out to Wuxing Crocodile, Master God Diviner, and the others. Then, he stepped into the gate on the stone platform and disappeared. The big shots of the Northern Purple Divine Sect were stunned. They looked at the Lingjing left by Lin Tian and no one went to take it for a long time. The big shots were a little stunned. Then, some of them looked in the direction of the teleportation platform and couldn't help but frown slightly. One of them said worriedly, "Great Elder, Sect Master, that Lin Tian, the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty, the Shrine of Desolation and the other 6 superpowers all have a grudge against him. If we lend him the teleportation formation and help him to go to the southern region from here, if the experts of those superpowers know about it, Will, do you think you're the only one who can think of this problem? But, so what? Can we not lend it to him?" The Great Elder of this branch said with a sullen face. The person who spoke opened his mouth but didn't say anything. In fact, this person knew that the 6 superpowers had a grudge against Lin Tian. If the 6 superpowers knew that they had borrowed Lin Tian's teleportation formation, it might cause some trouble. However, if Lin Tian asked to lend them the teleportation formation, they wouldn't dare to refuse. After all, Lin Tian had such a terrifying little beast by his side. If they offended Lin Tian because of their refusal, it would be a disaster for their branch. Therefore, they had no choice in this matter. "Don't worry too much. As long as we don't tell anyone about borrowing the teleportation formation, the 6 superpowers won't know about it," another Great Elder said. Hearing this, some of the big shots heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, as long as they didn't tell anyone about borrowing Lin Tian's teleportation formation, the 6 superpowers wouldn't know about it. There was no need to worry too much. Speaking of which, this Lin Tian is very powerful and has such a terrifying little beast by his side. However, he doesn't have the slightest bit of arrogance or overbearing attitude. He's really a good person," the hierarch of this branch said. The group of big shots fell silent. Someone said, "To be fair, this is indeed very rare. However, he's very cruel to those superpowers." According to the rumors outside, those 6 superpowers all took the initiative to provoke him. Each of them had dark and despicable thoughts, so it wouldn't be too much to treat them however they wanted. Besides, which one of those 6 superpowers is a good person? It would be better if they were all wiped out and their inheritances destroyed. Don't talk nonsense. Suddenly, the great hall fell silent. Love Go Little Say Networku, Lin Tianyi and the others stepped through the gate. The space was dark, as if a pair of invisible hands had blocked their vision. However, the process didn't last long. After a few breaths, rays of light appeared in front of him. Then, with a few bangs, the group was shaken out of the void one after another. Beautiful mountains and rivers appeared in front of him. "We've arrived at the southern region," Wuxing Crocodile said. He could tell at a glance that the scenery around him belonged to the southern region. Lin Tian nodded and looked at the godly mathematician. "Senior, you should lead the way. Take out the mysterious heavenly mirror as soon as possible." The godly mathematician's expression was solemn and serious. After looking around, he felt a little lucky and said, "The place we're staying now is not far from the training ground. With our speed, we should be able to get there in half a day." "Alright, let's go." Lin Tian Dao. With Master God Diviner leading the way, the group soared into the air and headed east of the southern region. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. Southern region, Legendary Saber Pavilion, what? In a divine hall of the Legendary Saber Pavilion, angry roars rang out. Several important figures stood together, all of them shocked and furious. Just a moment ago, a disciple had reported that the soul lamps of the 3 quasi-emperors who had gone to suppress Lin Tianyi's group had all been extinguished. All 3 quasi-emperors were dead. Didn't they bring the 9 Annihilation Slaughter formation? It can even kill a 3rd-layer emperor. Why are they all in trouble? The 9 Annihilation Slaughter formation was one of the core treasures of the Legendary Saber Pavilion. It was extremely powerful and could kill a 3rd-layer emperor. Its value was immeasurable. If it weren't for the mysterious heavenly mirror and the heavenly venerate ancient scriptures that Lin Tian had, such a treasure would never have appeared. Even so, the 3 quasi-emperors who had brought such a peerless treasure were all killed. This infuriated the big shots in the hall. Regardless of whether it was the death of 3 quasi-emperors or the loss of the 9 Annihilation Slaughter Formation, it was an unbearable loss for their legendary saber pavilion. Damn it! Someone gritted his teeth. Humph! A cold snort was heard. Tian Suzy, who was standing at one side, said in a sinister tone, "I don't even need to think to know that it was done by that little beast. I underestimated that little beast." Because they had been thinking about the mysterious heavenly mirror, Tian Suzy and the important figures of the legendary saber pavilion had been waiting for news. They didn't expect that the second expert they had sent out would also fail. They still couldn't suppress Tian Suzy and his disciples and bring them back. "Master, what should we do now?" In the hall, the purple-robed middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. It was obvious that he was suppressing his anger. This time, the legendary saber pavilion had lost over a dozen Nirvana realm experts, 3 quasi-emperors, and a peerless treasure that could kill a third-layer emperor for the sake of Tian Suzy's mysterious heavenly mirror. This price was too great. It had far exceeded the benefits that Tian Suzy's mysterious heavenly divination Tao had brought them over the years. Tian Suzy looked at the purple-robed middle-aged man. Naturally, he could sense that the purple-robed middle-aged man was suppressing his anger. He said coldly, "Are you blaming me?" "Humph, I have benefited from seizing the mysterious heavenly mirror. In the future, your legendary saber pavilion will also benefit. Compared to capturing Lin Tian, you have gained more benefits. You will benefit more. Don't blame me all the time." The purple-robed middle-aged man's face turned ugly. Tian Suzy's words were very direct, but it was the truth. The legendary saber pavilion had indeed taken action because they could rely on Tian Suzy and the mysterious heavenly mirror to strengthen their legendary saber pavilion after seizing the mysterious heavenly mirror. Although it was also Tian Suzy who had proposed to capture Lin Tian, they were indeed tempted. The legendary saber pavilion would benefit more from this. This was indisputable. The purple-robed middle-aged man clenched his fists and suppressed the anger in his heart. He repeated his previous words and asked, "What should we do next?" Tian Suzy snorted coldly, "As long as we capture them and bring them back, we can obtain the mysterious heavenly mirror and several heavenly sovereign ancient scriptures. Then, the legendary saber pavilion will dominate the world. Therefore, we have to continue this matter and we have to hurry." He said, "Before that, I can calculate the specific cultivation of that little bastard so that I can make a foolproof plan this time. Of course, you can also ask the ancestors of the Saber Pavilion to bring out their trump cards and heavenly treasures. Or, you can ask the Supreme Ancestor of your faction to take action. If the Supreme Ancestor takes action, he will definitely be able to suppress them all. Dominating the world and becoming the true number one force in the 10 directions heaven was indeed very tempting. The eyes of the several important figures of the legendary Saber Pavilion in the Great Hall shone with a strange light. Then, the purple-robed middle-aged man said, "We can't casually bring out our trump cards and the Supreme Ancestor can't casually take action. As for the other ancestors, they might be able to take action. However, it would be best if we can determine the cultivation of that little bastard. Master, please deduce the cultivation of that little bastard first. Then, I will ask the other ancestors to make specific arrangements," the purple-robed middle-aged man said. He paused for a moment before he said, "Master, I would like to ask you one more question. Previously, when you deduced the half-step Nirvana Realm girl, one of our Nirvana Realm experts died. Now, this little bastard is undoubtedly at the Primal Chaos Emperor realm. What is the price to deduce this little bastard's cultivation?" The divination of the mysterious heavenly divination sect was very shocking. However, every time they made a divination, they would have to pay a price. The more important the divination, the stronger the cultivation of the living being, the greater the price to pay. Of course, the purple-robed middle-aged man asked this question not because he was concerned about Tian Swansea, but because he was concerned about his own faction. This was because Tian Swansea had cultivated a forbidden technique of the mysterious heavenly divination sect. He could transmit the price of the divination to others. It was equivalent to using others as a sacrifice for the divination. Over the years, every time he made a divination, the price would be borne by the disciples of the Saber Pavilion. Not long ago, when Xianxia was trying to deduce the half-step Nirvana realm immortal spiritual body, he had directly caused the divine soul of a Nirvana realm expert of the Saber Pavilion to shatter. This time, he was trying to deduce the cultivation of an Emperor realm expert. He wanted to know the price his disciples would have to pay this time. Of course, this was not because he cherished his disciples, but purely because he wanted to know more about this matter before it happened, so that he could have a plan in mind. Xianxia snorted. The reason why a Nirvana realm expert died in the divination last time was because she had an immortal spiritual body. She was blessed by the great Tao and was at the half-step Nirvana realm, so the Tao fruit was heavier. As for this time, although the little bastard is at the Emperor realm and its cultivation is far stronger than that immortal spiritual body girl, it isn't favored by the great Tao and isn't protected by the great Tao. Therefore, the price it will have to pay is about the same as that half-step Nirvana immortal spiritual body. At most, it will be the life of a Nirvana realm disciple, or even less. The purple-robed middle-aged man nodded. Alright, I will order people to prepare the person who will take over the Tao fruit on behalf of Master. Once everything is ready, I will immediately order people to invite Master over. With that, the purple-robed middle-aged man turned around and walked out of the hall. He soon disappeared into the distance. Xianxia snorted coldly. A dark light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the sky outside the hall. The mysterious heavenly divine mirror is mine. Southern region. Lin Tiany's group moved very quickly. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the group appeared in front of a steep valley. There were wisps of white mist floating inside. We're here. Xianxia opened his mouth. Wisps of light involuntarily appeared in his eyes. This was because the mysterious heavenly divine dojo of the mysterious heavenly divination sect was located here. There was an unfathomable mysterious heavenly divine mirror left behind by their sect's founder. Lin Tiany's eyes also flashed as he looked at the valley in front of him. The mysterious heavenly divine dojo is in this valley? P.S. The second update should be around 22 p.m. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Lin Tian's eyes flashed as he looked at the valley in front of him. He took out the dragon burial scripture to observe. After a while, he was surprised. This place looks very ordinary. With his current cultivation, he found that this place was very ordinary after taking out the dragon burial scripture. There was nothing noteworthy about this place. It doesn't seem to be anything special. Whooshing Crocodile said. Looking around from this place, there was nothing out of the ordinary except for the thick fog floating in the valley. Ling Yan looked at Master Clairvoyant and asked, Master Clairvoyant, are you sure this is the place? Did you remember the location wrongly? Yes, this is the place. Master Clairvoyant said seriously. To enter the valley, you need to carve a special rune at a specific location. Then, you need to use your immortal spiritual body's aura to open the entrance to the Tianji dojo. Then, you can enter to obtain the Tianji divine mirror. The entire process of opening the entrance will take roughly 3 days. 3 days? So long? Master Clairvoyant said. Whooshing Crocodile was concerned about another aspect. After carving a special rune, you need to use your immortal spiritual body's aura to open the door to the Tianji dojo? That means that even if your senior brother Xianxia knew the exact location of the Tianji dojo, he wouldn't be able to open it and obtain the Tianji divine mirror? Master Clairvoyant nodded. Yes. If that's the case, why didn't you just tell those people from the legendary Saber Pavilion about the location of this place? Anyway, Xianxia wouldn't be able to open it, and you wouldn't have to be seriously injured by those people. Whooshing Crocodile rolled its eyes. Lin Tian looked at it. Can't you think fast enough? Given the divine mathematician's temperament, he must have told the people of the legendary Saber Pavilion to kill the divine mathematician and Miss Xia as soon as they found out the location of the heavenly secret dojo. If they revealed the location, they would be killed by the people of the legendary Saber Pavilion. On the other hand, if they didn't reveal the location, they would have a chance to live. Moreover, since this was a place left behind by the primogenitor, even if the other party couldn't obtain anything, they couldn't let him act presumptuously here. This was loyalty and filial piety. Love go little say Natucci. The marvelous mathematician nodded. It is as you say. How smart. Xianxia giggled. Lin Tianyi smiled. Immediately, the group of people entered the mountain valley. There was a lot of white fog in the mountain valley, and the terrain was very open. The marvelous mathematician led the way. After about an hour, they found a crimson stone according to the ancestral teachings of the heavenly secret divination sect. This crimson stone was very rough, and it was already covered in sand and dust. There were stalks of grass growing around it, and they were all ordinary stalks of grass. Even in the mortal world, they could be seen. Occasionally, there would be a few drops of dew on a blade of grass. According to the ancestral teachings, this is the place. The marvelous mathematician pointed at the crimson stone. The surface of the crimson stone was about 7 square meters. Lin Tian observed it with the dragon burial scripture, but still couldn't see anything special. It was just an ordinary stone. This place is really a little unfathomable. He couldn't help but laugh. Then, he tilted his head to look at the marvelous mathematician and Xianxia. Then, Senior, Miss Xianxia, let's start now. The sooner we open the heavenly secret dojo and take out the divine mirror, the safer we will be. The marvelous mathematician nodded. Then, he told Xianxia all the runes and handprints recorded in the heavenly secret dojo. Remember, the process of inscribing runes can't be interrupted. It must be done in one go. In addition, during the process of forming the handprints, each handprint must be driven by the immortal spirit origin. Any mistake will lead to failure, and you will have to start all over again. I understand, Master. Xianxia said seriously. The marvelous mathematician nodded. He waved his hand to sweep away the dust on the crimson stone and let Xianxia get on it. Then, he retreated. Lin Tian chuckled and nodded at Xianxia. Then, he also retreated. Beside him, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun naturally retreated as well. At this time, Xianxia was about to start inscribing the runes to open the heavenly secret dojo. The process was strict and important. They couldn't be disturbed. If they got too close, they might affect the other party. Xianxia looked back at Lin Tian and the others. She chuckled. Divine light intertwined in her body, flickering. Buzz. Suddenly, rich light of the way appeared from all directions and surrounded them. This is truly the immortal spirit body. Just by using her divine power, she can cause the great Tao to shine and intertwine. This is really amazing. She really is the darling of the great Tao. Wuxing Crocodile sighed. Based on this situation, once this body is cultivated to the great Tao, it will be really amazing. It's almost as if every move of hers is the great Tao. Lin Tian was also a little surprised, but only for a moment. After all, he had the strongest king body. Buzz. In front of them, on the crimson stone, Xianxia concentrated. Her divine power moved, and the light of the great Tao surrounded her. It was like a ruoxian descending. After dozens of breaths, she began to move. She combined her divine power and the light of the way to inscribe mysterious runes on the crimson stone. Every stroke seemed very slow. After dozens of breaths, she finally finished inscribing the first rune. So slow? Ling Yan's eyes widened. Lin Tian stared at the runes that Xianxia had finished inscribing on the crimson stone. His eyes flashed. This rune is a little special. He tried to brew it in his sea of consciousness and found that he could inscribe this kind of rune very easily. He could inscribe it in his sea of consciousness just by raising his hand. However, when he compared the runes that he had inscribed in his sea of consciousness with the runes that Xianxia had inscribed, he found that the runes that he had inscribed were only the same in appearance as the runes that Xianxia had inscribed. In other aspects, they were much worse. The runes that he had inscribed were like a simple word, but the runes that Xianxia had inscribed carried a special kind of immortal essence. There was an obvious difference between the two. He paused and tilted his head to look at the marvelous mathematician. He asked, only the immortal spirit body can manifest the true meaning of this rune? Facing Lin Tian's tilted head, the marvelous mathematician nodded. Little brother, you're really not simple. You saw through it in an instant. That's right. This rune was deduced by the ancestor of the divination sect. It's called the Immortal Spirit Rune. It's only effective when inscribed by the immortal spirit body. However, it takes a lot of energy and is very slow. On the other hand, it's very easy for people who don't have the immortal spirit body to inscribe it. They can inscribe it in an instant. However, after inscribing it, it's just a symbol. It has no meaning or effect. As expected. Lin Tian nodded. It was just as he had guessed. Buzz. Dao light flashed in front of him. Xianxia began to inscribe the second immortal spirit rune. Her speed was very slow, and her expression was very focused. Time flew, and half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Half a day later, Xianxia had inscribed even more immortal spirit runes. The Dao light in the surrounding space surged like waves. The first step of the immortal spirit runes is almost half done. In another half a day, I should be able to start forming the seals to open the door of Dao. This is much faster than I expected. Perhaps it'll take at most 2 days to open the door of the Tianji dojo. Then, I'll step inside and take out the Tianji godly mirror left by the ancestor. Master Godly Mathematician looked at Xianxia in front of him and smiled. Previously, when he said she would need 3 days, it was based on Xianxia's current level of cultivation. But now, he said she would need at most 2 days. This was enough to show that Xianxia was much more outstanding than he had expected. As her master, he was naturally happy and proud. When Lin Tian saw the expression on Master God Diviner's face, he could naturally guess what Master God Diviner was thinking at this moment. He could not help but smile, but he did not say anything. He quietly stood by the side to prevent any unexpected changes from happening. Southern Region, Legendary Saber Pavilion. Spiritual Light. Intertwined in the legendary Saber Pavilion. Many important figures of this branch were gathered at a flat area in the northeast corner. This flat ground seemed to be very bright and clean, and it was densely inscribed with talisman markings that flickered with strands of light. They occupied an area of over 30 m in circumference, and they formed an enormous formation. This formation had a strange aura. There were 2 circles formed by runes inside. At this moment, there was a figure standing in each circle. One of them was a middle-aged man in green. His face was expressionless and gave off the feeling of a mold. He was so numb that he looked like a puppet. In the other circle stood a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe with sinister eyes. It was Master Godly Mathematician. Master, can we begin the calculation? Outside the formation, a middle-aged man in purple robes spoke. Not long ago, the middle-aged man in purple robes had left the Hall of Legacy and began to prepare. He chose the middle-aged man in green as the sacrifice to replace Master Godly Mathematician. His cultivation was at the 2nd level of Nirvana realm and his self-awareness had been erased. According to Master Godly Mathematician, the price of calculating the specific cultivation of the little beast around Lin Tian was at most the life of an ordinary Nirvana realm cultivator, or even less. Therefore, a 2nd-level Nirvana realm middle-aged man in green was enough. Their legendary Saber Pavilion, as one of the top forces in the 9th heaven, has many Nirvana realm cultivators. Losing one isn't a big deal. The most important thing is that all of this is for their legendary Saber Pavilion to dominate the 10 heavens in the future. Of course. Inside the formation, Master Godly Mathematician smiled sinisterly. He directly raised his hand, formed a seal in front of his chest, and began to perform the divination. Immediately, the runes under his feet became brighter, and the circle where he and the middle-aged man in green were standing also emitted light. This formation is a forbidden technique of the divine divination lineage. The 2 circles are connected by special runes. After that, the price he suffers during the calculation process will be transmitted to the middle-aged man in green through this formation. Buzz. Master Godly Mathematician formed a seal, and strands of runes intertwined around him. He used his divine sense to transform the phantom of the little Taichu into the little Taichu, making the phantom of the little Taichu look like a real entity. Immediately after, he shook forcefully and sent the phantom of little Taichu that he created with his divine sense and infused with the heavenly secret Tao pattern into the sky, disappearing into the void. Suddenly, dense mysterious Tao patterns appeared, condensing into a mysterious array diagram in the sky. It was very magical. Master Godly Mathematician sneered. His hand slowly formed a seal, and he chanted in the foreign language. 3,000 great Daos as my guide, myriad sex manifest mirror clear heart, chaos open, boom. Suddenly, the sky trembled, and a sudden clap of thunder resounded through the ninth heaven, directly interrupting Master Godly Mathematician's chant. An incomparably oppressive aura emerged in an instant, as if it came from an eternal unknown place. It descended majestically and instantly shrouded the entire legendary saber pavilion. Genius 1 second remember love divided by go divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The oppressive aura descended as if the universe was about to fall. The entire legendary saber pavilion trembled as if there was a huge earthquake. The pavilions shook as if they were about to collapse at any moment. Love go little say W, chew with a buzzing sound, the legendary saber pavilion's defensive arrays lit up and activated on their own, exuding a shocking emperor's aura. Even so, the runes of the grand defensive formations were trembling. The purple-robed middle-aged man and the others were shocked. What's going on? What's happening? The other big shots in this faction were also shocked. At this moment, the Emperor Guardian formation of their faction lit up on its own. It was trembling non-stop, as if it was going to shatter at any moment. This is? Tian Swansea trembled as he stared at the sky. His eyes were filled with shock as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Boom! Thunder rumbled as if a peerless heavenly tribulation was about to descend. The bright sky became dull as thunderclouds surged. In an instant, the sky became pitch black, covering all directions. Boom! Thunder rumbled as lightning intertwined in the sky. Darkness spread in all directions like a fog. In the blink of an eye, the entire southern region turned pitch black as countless living beings trembled in fear. What's going on? Why did the sky turn dark? This oppressive aura, what is it? The territory of the southern region was boundless, and no one knew how vast it was. At this moment, all the cultivators in this land were shocked and frightened. They all looked at the sky that suddenly turned pitch black. They all looked at the rolling thunder and felt as if the end of the world had arrived. Even the powerful half-step monarchs were trembling at this moment. Inside the immortal spirit mountain valley, Lin Tian and the others were guarding Xianxia as she engraved the immortal spirit runes. At this moment, they were all shocked. Even someone as powerful as Lin Tian's expression changed at this moment. The heavens suddenly became pitch black, and that mighty aura was too oppressive. This is really, very similar to the scene of Lin Brat's heavenly tribulation. However, it's even more terrifying. It's simply... Whooshing crocodile glared at him. Motherf asterisk cur, this aura, even Lord Ling feels like he can't breathe. Ling Yin swallowed his saliva. Even the usually calm Master God Diviner was shocked. This scene was truly frightening. Lin Tian looked at the sky and then at Xianxia who was in front of him, and found that her body was trembling slightly. Obviously, she was affected. Immediately, he took a step forward and instantly appeared about 10 feet away from the crimson stone. Golden divine light rushed out of his body and formed a golden light screen of divine power. With the crimson stone as the center, it completely covered the space of 10 feet around it, protecting Xianxia. At the same time, it interweaved with strands of ceiling formation patterns, completely isolating the aura of the outside world. Suddenly, Xianxia's body slowed down and she was obviously much more relaxed. It was as if a huge rock had been lifted from her shoulders. She looked up at Lin Tian and blinked her eyes. Thank you. Lin Tian chuckled and shook his head. Then, he looked up at the heavens again. At this moment, the originally bright sky suddenly turned dark. Strands of lightning could be seen interweaving in the sky. Indeed, as Whooshing Crocodile had said, it was very similar to his heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the aura was many times more terrifying than any of the heavenly tribulations he had experienced. However, he also knew that this was not a heavenly tribulation because it did not have the unique aura of a heavenly tribulation. Southern Region, Legendary Saber Pavilion. Boom! Thunder rumbled. At this moment, the sky above the legendary Saber Pavilion was densely covered by lightning. It was as if a sea of lightning had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Its range covered the entire legendary saber pavilion, and its aura was terrifying. The purple-robed middle-aged man and the others were quasi-emperors, but they were all shocked by this scene. Tian Suizi was even more terrified. How can this be? What is it? At this moment, the sinister look in Tian Suizi's eyes disappeared. His entire body was covered by fear, and he could not help but tremble. He staggered backward, knowing that this scene had something to do with the little beast that he had divined. The great Tao was enraged. Boom! The heavens shook, and thunder rumbled violently. In an instant, the protective emperor rays of the legendary saber pavilion lit up on their own. In the next moment, dense lightning fell like rain. It was as if a heavenly tribulation had descended, and lightning struck all things. In an instant, the halls and divine pavilions in the legacy saber pavilion collapsed one after another. Ah! Screams rang out in every corner of the legendary saber pavilion. Many disciples of the legendary saber pavilion covered their heads and fled in panic. At the same time, where Tian Suizi and the others were, the lightning was the densest, and the destructive power was the most terrifying. With a puff, the middle-aged man in green, who had borne the price for Tian Suizi, exploded. Not even a mist of blood was left behind. The surrounding space shattered one after another. Damn it! What's going on? In this place, the other dozen or so important figures of this lineage each used their powerful divine power to block and dodge the chaotic lightning that fell. They were all battered and exhausted. Ah! Screams rang out. A quasi-emperor was struck by dozens of destructive lightning. His physical body exploded, and his spirit shattered. Blood splattered in all directions. Tian Suizi trembled. He propped up a peak sacred weapon-level black cauldron to protect himself as he frantically dodged the lightning. The purple-robed middle-aged man looked at Tian Suizi and growled, "Tian Suizi, what's going on? Didn't you say that divining that little beast would only cost a nirvana cultivator at most? What's going on now? Why is this happening?" Evidently, the purple-robed middle-aged man knew that this scene was caused by Tian Suizi's divining of the little beast beside Lin Tian. He was so angry that he no longer addressed Tian Suizi as master, but as Tian Suizi. "No. I don't know. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be." What is it?" Tian Suizi trembled. Although he was only at the nirvana stage, his mastery of the way of divination had already reached a very profound level. According to his estimation, the price of divining the emperor-level little alpha primordium beside Lin Tian would at most result in the death of a nirvana stage cultivator. However, he had never imagined that he would attract such a disaster as soon as the little alpha primordium's figure disappeared into nothingness and divined. The purple-robed middle-aged man was furious. Bolts of lightning struck their legendary saber pavilion, shrouding all directions and shattering their protective emperor runes. It was as though an emperor was wielding divine lightning in the firmament to attack. In this short period of time, a large number of buildings in their legendary saber pavilion had been destroyed. Countless disciples had died, and even a quasi-emperor had been struck to death in this place. The price to pay was simply too great. This was simply a natural disaster. All of this was caused by Tian Suizi's divination of the little beast beside Lin Tian. You deserve to die." The purple-robed middle-aged man was enraged to the extreme. Boom! Lightning rumbled, surging across the firmament and striking down continuously. The sky was pitch black, and the void was crumbling inch by inch. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. The massive legendary saber pavilion had sunk into a sea of destruction at this moment. Boom! An emperor's aura surged from the legendary saber pavilion as a golden-robed elder stepped out. In the blink of an eye, he appeared where the purple-robed middle-aged man, Tian Suizi, and the others were. His tyrannical emperor's aura swept up a huge gust of wind and repelled all the bolts of lightning that were falling on the legendary saber pavilion. Emperor Qi interweaved and protected the entire legendary saber pavilion. "Ancestor." The purple-robed middle-aged man revealed a joyful expression and hurriedly bowed. This was an ancestor of their lineage at the third heaven of the emperor realm. Beside him, Tian Suizi also bowed towards the golden-robed elder. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief, and the fear in his eyes lessened. At this moment, the Emperor Realm ancestor of the legendary Saber Pavilion had stepped out. He felt that the other party should be able to resolve this disaster. The golden-robed elder stood in the sky and looked at the pitch-black firmament. His expression changed slightly. He then swept his gaze across the legendary Saber Pavilion and finally looked at Xianxia and the purple-robed middle-aged man. He asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" He was in seclusion when he suddenly felt that his lineage's protective array had shattered. Under the pressure of a destructive force, he stepped out. He did not expect to see such a scene. The sky was pitch black, and many of the legendary Saber Pavilion's buildings were destroyed. Many disciples had also died. He even felt that a quasi-emperor expert had fallen in this place. When the purple-robed middle-aged man heard this, anger surfaced in his eyes. He looked at Xianxia and said, "He was making a divination and caused all of this." The purple-robed middle-aged man was truly furious. During this period of time, the legendary Saber Pavilion had suffered great losses because of Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was ugly. I didn't want, boom. At that moment, the firmament roared again. The thunder was even more intense, and the sky became even darker. In the next moment, the pitch-black sky split open. The shadow of a true dragon rushed out, the immortal phoenix let out a long cry, the black tortoise shook the 9 seas, and the vermilion bird flapped its wings. 4 legendary immortal spirits appeared, and a mighty divine power descended. Then, in the next moment, in the dark sky, in the middle of the 4 celestial spirits, a hazy figure appeared. The 4 celestial spirits surrounded him like a guardian. The 3,000 great Tao appeared at the same time at this moment, trembling together as if they were worshipping this figure. In an instant, only this hazy figure was left in the world. All things lost their voices, and the world fell silent. In the immortal spirit valley, Lin Tian and the others looked at the sky. Because they were too far away, they could not see the 4 immortal spirits and the hazy figure above the legendary Saber Pavilion. However, they could feel an incomparably terrifying aura. This, even someone as powerful as Lin Tian was shocked. His eyes could not help but flicker. This aura was too terrifying. He felt that the great Tao seemed to be submitting to this aura. Yeah. Above his head, the little Taichu raised its head and looked in the direction of the legendary Saber Pavilion. A trace of confusion appeared in its big watery eyes. It was like a child sleep-talking. So familiar. Lin Tian looked at the sky, but he also noticed the little Taichu's strange behavior. He asked, "What's wrong, little guy?" "Yeah." The little guy looked into the distance and was a little confused. "I don't know. I just feel a sense of familiarity." "A sense of familiarity?" Lin Tianwei was puzzled. The little guy nodded and looked in the direction of the legendary Saber Pavilion with its big watery eyes. It muttered, "It's very familiar." Lin Tian followed the little guy's gaze and was slightly moved. He frowned. "That's the legendary Saber Pavilion?" Since the matter between the godly mathematician and Xianxia involved the legendary Saber Pavilion, he had learned about the legendary Saber Pavilion from the whooshing crocodile. Therefore, he naturally knew where the legendary Saber Pavilion was located. Boom, the sky above the legendary Saber Pavilion rumbled. The true dragon circled, the immortal phoenix let out a long cry, the black tortoise swam in the sea, and the vermilion bird flapped its wings. All kinds of great Tao light surged and surrounded a hazy figure. It made the figure look like an ancient emperor. The 3,000 great Tao trembled and buzzed. This scene was a bit frightening. For a moment, the cultivators of the Era Legacy Saber Pavilion felt their hearts palpitate. Even the old man in golden robes who walked out from the depths of the Era Legacy Saber Pavilion felt waves of fear and involuntarily trembled. This is, the golden-robed elder's heart trembled. The purple-robed middle-aged man and the other important figures of the legendary Saber Pavilion trembled. At this moment, they looked at the hazy figure in the sky. They could not see the figure's appearance clearly, but they could feel the terrifying fluctuation. They felt like they were ants before the figure. This. How can this be? What is its origin? Xianxia was terrified. He had never thought that divining the little beast would lead to such a terrifying scene. With a rumbling sound, the sky became even darker. densely packed lightning interweaved. The 4 great celestial spirits circled around the hazy figure. 3,000 great Tao surrendered around it as if they were worshipping an immortal emperor. Because of this, the world was trembling. This hazy figure's appearance could not be seen clearly. His eyes were also blurry as he looked down at Xianxia from the sky. Xianxia immediately trembled violently. His eyes were completely filled with fear as he stepped back. At the same time, he looked at the Emperor Realm Golden-Robed Elder and said, "Senior, save me." At this time, he regretted that he didn't calculate that little beast. No matter what, he didn't expect that calculating that little beast would have such a terrible price. At this moment, he clearly felt the threat of death. Being looked down at by that hazy figure, he felt as if there was a big hand strangling his throat. The golden-robed elder was just like the purple-robed middle-aged man. He was both shocked and angry. He stared at Xianxia and roared, "You have already done it." Boom, the sky trembled and thunder rumbled, interrupting the golden-robed elder's words. In the sky, the 4 legendary divine beasts and immortal spirits of the primitive era roared together and pressed down on Xianxia. At the same time, the dense lightning bolts in the pitch-black sky struck down with the 4 divine beasts and immortal essences. For a time, a surging aura of destruction descended, suppressing all directions. They were so fast that the golden-robed elder couldn't react in time. He was directly pressed down by the 4 spiritual thunderbolts. Boom, the legendary saber pavilion trembled. The place where the golden-robed elder and Xianxia were was drowned in endless divine light in the blink of an eye. No! A terrified cry came from the divine light. Then, it disappeared in an instant. One could vaguely see that there was a blood-red light exploding in the endless divine light. Then, the divine light dissipated, and smoke and dust covered the surroundings. Lightning arcs intertwined in the void, crackling. When the smoke and dust dispersed, a bottomless black hole appeared where Xianxia and the others were. Everyone, including the golden-robed elder, had disappeared without a trace. In the sky, the hazy figure didn't move at all. The 3,000 great Daos around him submitted and then slowly dissipated. Suddenly, the oppressive aura disappeared. The darkness that shrouded the southern region dissipated, and light reappeared in this large region. Our sect, what happened? In the legendary Saber Pavilion, a group of disciples trembled in fear. At this moment, half of the legendary Saber Pavilion had collapsed, and the entire place where the sect was established was torn apart. It was almost half destroyed. Immortal Spirit Valley, it's restored. Lin Tian looked at the sky that had regained its light and whispered to himself, "What happened just now?" At this moment, as the darkness dissipated, the sky regained its light, and the oppressive aura from before disappeared without a trace. The whole process, from the beginning to now, did not last long, which made him somewhat puzzled. "Yeah." The little Taichu lay on top of his head and looked in the direction of the legendary Saber Pavilion. It said dreamily, "I don't feel anything." What kind of familiar feeling is it? Lin Tian was a little concerned about the little fellow's feelings. The little Taichu thought for a moment. "It's a familiar feeling." Lin Tian blushed with shame. He didn't seem to understand it. "Yeah." The little fellow shook its little head. It was confused for a moment, then shook its little head again. "Ignore it." Lin Tian, At this moment, the Tao light on the crimson stone in front of them became even more turbulent, circling around Xianxia. Dense immortal spirit runes had been engraved on the crimson stone, and each immortal spirit rune had an immortal rhythm. More than half of the runes have been engraved. Soon, the immortal spirit seal will be formed and the entrance to the heavenly secret dojo will be opened. The clairvoyant master said. At this moment, the sky brightened, and the oppressive aura disappeared. He had calmed down. Lin Tian nodded. Since the sky had returned to normal, it would not interfere or affect Xianxia's engraving of immortal spirit runes. Therefore, he retracted the golden divine light that shrouded the crimson stone and retreated at this moment. Beside him, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun had also calmed down from the sudden darkening of the sky. They did not think too much about it. After all, they had only seen the sky darken and felt the oppressive aura. There was nothing else. At this moment, the man and crocodile both looked at Xianxia in front of them. Ling Yin said, the Tao light has become thicker. It should have something to do with those immortal spirit runes. The more runes are engraved, the more turbulent the surrounding Tao energy will be. Lin Tian said. The group of people quietly watched Xianxia engrave the immortal spirit runes. They had completely forgotten about the strange phenomenon from before. Then, in the blink of an eye, 10 hours had passed. At this moment, the Tao light on the crimson stone had become even thicker. 3 full rings of immortal spirit runes had been engraved on it. Each immortal spirit rune was intertwined with a strange Tao aura and emitted strands of milky white light. The first step is done. Now, we can begin to form the seal to open the heavenly secret dojo's entrance. The clairvoyant said to Xianxia, remember, you must form the seal with your immortal spirit origin energy. Otherwise, you will have to start all over again. Xianxia looked over and said, yes, I understand, master. As she spoke, she could not help but look at Lin Tian beside her. Lin Tian chuckled and did not say anything. He gave Xianxia a thumbs up. Xianxia blinked and gathered her thoughts. Her aura became very ethereal in the blink of an eye. She immediately released her immortal spirit origin energy. Buzz. She raised her hand and began to form seals. Every single seal was extremely complicated. With every seal she formed, the 3 rings of immortal spirit runes on the crimson stone would emit waves of dazzling light. As she formed more and more seals, the light emitted by the immortal spirit runes on the crimson stone became even more dazzling, and the Tao energy intertwined with each other became even denser. Senior, how long will this process take? Lin Tian asked the clairvoyant softly. The clairvoyant said, because there are many immortal spirit seals needed to open the dojo, and each seal needs to be condensed with immortal spirit energy, the process will not end so quickly. Before this, I estimated that it would take roughly 10 hours to complete the step. But now, it seems that Yer is more outstanding than I thought. 6 hours should be enough. Lin Tian nodded and did not say anything else. He quietly looked ahead. Xianxia continued to form the seal. The immortal spirit energy outside her body became stronger and stronger. The immortal spirit runes on the crimson stone became brighter and brighter. Just like that, 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. 6 hours. This time it was exactly as Master Godly Mathematician had predicted. At this moment, Xianxia finished forming the hand seals. The immortal spirit runes on the crimson stone suddenly shone brightly. Then, they turned into an immortal spirit Tao pattern diagram and floated up. This Tao pattern was intertwined with a dense immortal spirit light. As it floated up, it reached a height of more than 1,000 feet in the sky. Open! Xianxia maintained her final hand gesture and softly spat out this word. Instantly, the immortal spirit Tao pattern trembled slightly. It directly swept out waves of immortal spirit hurricanes. The surrounding space trembled. A void door that looked like a vortex appeared. Billowing Tao energy gushed out in an instant. It was like a monstrous wave on a vast ocean. However, the intertwined aura was incomparably gentle, giving people a feeling of a gentle breeze and warm sun. The clairvoyant looked at the void door that Xianxia had opened. His eyes lit up. His pupils could not help but flicker. He was a little excited. After all, behind this void door was the heavenly secret dojo left behind by the ancestor of the heavenly secret dojo. It could be said that it was the holy land of the heavenly secret dojo. Moreover, it was the first time that the heavenly secret dojo had been opened. As the successor of the heavenly secret dojo, how could he not be excited? Lin Tian looked at the vortex-like void door that had appeared in the sky. He felt the surrounding aura and was slightly moved. This is a very strong sealing power. He looked at the sky. The vortex-like void door was slowly expanding. He could clearly feel the dense sealing power of the divine Tao energy. The density of the divine Tao energy shocked him. Hearing Wuxing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian nodded. Indeed, an ordinary ninth heaven emperor wouldn't be able to create such a dense seal. Judging from this situation, the progenitor of the divination lineage wasn't simple at all. In the sky above, the light of the immortal spirit pattern became even brighter, causing the vortex-shaped portal in the void to gradually become larger. The power of the seal around it shattered bit by bit, and the power of the great path surged out even more, filling the sky with light of the way. Then, in the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed, and the whirlpool-like void door stabilized. It was about 10 feet wide, and from the outside to the inside, they could already see the scenery inside. Mountains, rivers, grass, trees, rivers, the sky, everything one could think of was there. It was like a real small world. After reaching the primal chaos realm, one can combine their divine power and life origin to create a small world that is relatively real. Is this so-called Heaven's Secret Dojo a small world created by the progenitor of Heaven's Secret? Lin Tian was slightly moved. He wasn't unfamiliar with this small world. Back then, he saw an old drunkard use it, so he naturally recognized it. In the sky, the void door stabilized completely, and specks of light shone. It's done. Xianxia looked at the oracle, Lin Tianyi, and the others. The oracle's eyes shone brightly, and his excitement was beyond words. After taking a deep breath, he calmed down. Let's go in. Although the divination lineage's teachings said that only immortal spirit bodies could enter the divination dojo to retrieve the divination divine mirror, it wasn't a violation of the divination lineage's teachings if they went with immortal spirit bodies, so there was no problem. Then, the group stepped forward and entered the whirlpool-like void door in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the group of people appeared in the small world that they had seen earlier. At this moment, looking as far as the eye could see, this small world was very vast. The sky was blue, the grass was green, and the rivers were gentle. Everything seemed real, and there was a kind of softness. Moreover, when they truly entered this small world, the group felt a very shocking immortal rhythm. There was a bit of condensed spiritual energy floating in the air. Not simple at all. Such a space is almost no different from a real big world. Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. Even someone as powerful as Lin Tian was moved. This space was truly too extraordinary. Being in this space, he felt that it was no different from being in the outside world. In fact, it felt even better. This caused him to be involuntarily astonished, and he even slightly doubted whether a primal chaos emperor could really produce such a small world. At the side, Ling Yan was also surprised. Then, he discovered something else and said, "The void door we used to enter has disappeared." Lin Tian looked back. The whirlpool-like portal that they had just entered through was really gone. It seems like this space sealed the door on its own. Then, it seems like I can easily open it from the inside. Xianxia said at this moment. Using the immortal spiritual runes and immortal spiritual seals to open this Tianji dojo, she understood some basic things about this small world in the process. At this moment, she used her immortal spiritual energy to form a simple seal. Instantly, a whirlpool-like void door appeared in front of the group. They could clearly see the immortal spiritual valley outside. Lin Tian looked at the void door and couldn't help but smile. Leaving from here is really much easier than entering. Oh, almost. Xianxia giggled. In this small world, the light and Tao energy were very dense, and the spirit energy was also very strong. However, it was very gentle, and as the group stood in this small world, they all felt very comfortable, as if they were soaking in a spiritual hot spring. Then, where is the Tianji godly mirror? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian looked around before looking into the distance. A white pagoda appeared before his eyes. It should be over there. Not far away, behind a dozen or so mountain ranges, there was an immortal pagoda over 1,000 feet tall. It stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens, and no matter how one looked at it, it was a little special. You're right. According to the ancestral teachings, the Tianji godly mirror is indeed within that immortal spirit tower. Master Godly Diviner said. Lin Tianyi turned to Xianxia with a smile. Then, let's go. Xianxia nodded before turning to Master Godly Diviner. Then, the group rose into the air and flew toward the white pagoda. The white pagoda was situated behind a dozen or so mountain ranges, so it was a little far from here. However, none of them were weak, so this distance was not a problem for them. After just a few dozen breaths, they had all arrived in front of the white pagoda. The white pagoda was constructed from some unknown material, and there was a faint light revolving around it. Creak! All of a sudden, a crisp creak sounded. Light and mist revolved around the white pagoda, and the stone door up ahead opened on its own. Lin Tian and the others faltered slightly upon seeing this. The stone door of the white pagoda had opened on its own. Even Master Godly Diviner was slightly surprised, but he quickly came to his senses and nodded to Xianxia. Let's go. Lin Tian spoke. Xianxia nodded before leading the way into the white pagoda. Lin Tian and the others followed behind her and also entered the pagoda. In the blink of an eye, everyone had entered the pagoda. The interior of the white pagoda was extremely spacious, and wisps of immortal spiritual light revolved around it. There were no levels, and the top of the pagoda was a vast expanse of silver and black with a series of illusory stars twinkling around it. It was quite a peculiar sight to behold. Lin Tian and the others were slightly surprised. The top of the pagoda really was quite extraordinary. It was as if they were looking at a starry night sky. Whooshing Crocodile looked around. The Tianji godly mirror is, whoosh, in the white pagoda, wisps of immortal spiritual light rippled like water ripples and gathered towards the center of the pagoda. After a few breaths of time, as the immortal spiritual light intertwined, an illusory figure appeared and gradually evolved into a beautiful woman. Most importantly, this woman had an indescribable temperament. As she appeared, the interior of the white pagoda seemed to have turned into a sea of Tao, with endless Tao light surging. For a moment, everyone's expression changed. This is the ancestor of the Tianji lineage? Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yan's expressions changed. Even Lin Tian couldn't help but be surprised. This woman in front of him was not only beautiful, but her temperament was also extraordinary. Just by standing there, she gave him the feeling that she was the great Tao. He couldn't help but tremble. Primo. Ancestor? The divine mathematician's expression changed at this time. His eyes flashed with excitement, which then turned into respect. He bowed to the woman seriously. Disciple greets the ancestor. He was the orthodox descendant of the Tianji lineage. Naturally, he had seen the portrait of the ancestor of the Tianji lineage in the history books of his lineage. It was exactly the same as the woman in front of him. Seeing this, Xianxia also bowed slightly to the woman. It's really the ancestor of the Tianji lineage? She actually appeared in this place, did she leave a divine soul mark? Whooshing Crocodile stared at the woman in front of him. As far as it knows, although the Tianji lineage isn't a super force, it has existed for a very long time, even longer than the top forces in the ninth heaven. As the founder of the Tianji lineage, it was really surprising that the ancestor of the Tianji lineage would appear here. Ling Yan looked straight at the woman and murmured. So beautiful. Listening to this exclamation, Lin Tian was really speechless. He looked at the woman. At this time, he could see that the other party wasn't a physical entity. It was just a wisp of divine soul mark left here. At the moment when Xianxia, who has the immortal spiritual body, came here, she revealed her former figure. He didn't greet her and just stood there quietly. After all, even though this woman was extraordinary and was the primogenitor of the Heaven's legacy bloodline, an expert from countless years ago, she had nothing to do with him, so there was no need for him to greet her. Welcome. A soft voice floated in the air, giving people a feeling of a spring breeze. Inside the tower, the ancestor of the Tianji lineage spoke. Her eyes were incomparably gentle, as if made of water, falling on Lin Tian's body. It's been too long. Lin Tian couldn't help but be moved. Whooshing Crocodile was moved. Ling Yan was moved. Even the divine mathematician and Xianxia were moved. This, Whooshing Crocodile opened his mouth, a strange expression on his face. The woman in the white tower, the ancestor of the Tianji lineage, the mark left behind by the ancestor of the Tianji lineage countless years ago condensed here. At this time, the first thing she looked at was not the successor of her lineage, but Lin Tian. This was really strange. Senior, Lin Tian frowned slightly. The other party's current state was very similar to that of the Bai clan's ancestor in the Supreme Divine Zone. Did she see through his reincarnation body? The woman's figure was illusory. At a glance, one could see that she wasn't a physical entity. She didn't have a physical body, but was purely formed by the immortal spiritual light. She looked at Lin Tian and smiled. Her gaze was very gentle, but she didn't say anything. Then, she looked away and looked at the divine mathematician and Xianxia. No need to be so polite. She seemed very calm. Then, her gaze fell on Xianxia. Her right hand tapped lightly, and a circle of immortal spiritual light immediately enveloped Xianxia. Then, she was pulled to her side. "Yer, the immortal spiritual body has finally arrived," the woman said softly, and smiled at Xianxia. This made Lin Tian and the others slightly moved. They secretly thought that she was indeed the founder of the Divine Mystery Branch. She had only left a spiritual imprint here, but now, when she saw Xianxia, she didn't do anything and directly said Xianxia's name. One should know that although this wasn't a big deal, it was very unusual. After all, ordinary emperors couldn't know a person's name just by seeing them. "Ancestor." Xianxia was pulled to the woman's side by the light of the great path. She said softly, and then bowed to the woman. The woman smiled and shook her head. She personally lifted Xianxia up with a gentle path power. Then, she waved her right hand, and all the immortal spiritual light in the white tower suddenly surged. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a simple silver mirror. It was covered with immortal spiritual light, as if it was born from the 3,000 great paths. It gave off an unfathomable feeling. For a moment, everyone here was shocked. "This is the divine mirror of divination?" Lin Tian was moved. The ancient silver mirror wasn't big, and it was made of an unknown material. The surface of the mirror was smooth, and it was covered with mysterious runes. It seemed to be able to reflect everything in the world. It was like a bottomless abyss of the Great Tao. As soon as the ancient mirror appeared, the Great Tao and the white pagoda started to move, intertwining with boundless Tao energy. "That's right. This should be the Tianji Divine Mirror," Ling Yin said. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. "That's it." Master God Diviner stood off to the side with an excited expression. After all, the mirror was left behind by their progenitor. Throughout history, no one other than their progenitor had ever seen it. Now, after such a long time, as one of the successors of this sect, he was finally lucky enough to see it. Holy light danced and surged in the pagoda. The divine mirror floated up and down, ancient and vast. Xianxia was also shocked. She couldn't help but ask the lady, "Founder, is this the Tianji Divine Mirror?" The lady nodded gently, with a sense of gentleness and elegance. In an instant, the divine light emitted by the divine mirror became more intense. It was colorful, and it turned into butterflies that danced in the air. "Yeah, it's so beautiful." Little Taichu lay on top of Lin Tian's head, blinking its big watery eyes as it stared at the butterflies. Lin Tian stared at the Tianji Divine Mirror, which was covered with mysterious runes. He was naturally shocked, but more than that, he frowned slightly. That was because when he looked at the Tianji Divine Mirror, he felt that there was life energy flowing in it, which made him feel very strange. One had to know that regardless of what kind of magical treasure it was, it shouldn't have life energy. Even the chaotic Yuan heavenly treasure wouldn't have life energy flowing in it. He narrowed his eyes, and the dragon light surged. He opened his eye of delusion and looked at the Tianji Divine Mirror again. Suddenly, his expression changed. "This is?" Presently, his cultivation had attained the 3rd level of the rebirth realm, and his control of the divine eye of delusion had become a few times stronger, causing it to be far from something it could be compared to before. At this moment, he opened his divine eyes and actually saw a small portion of the celestial spiritual origin in the divine mirror of divination. Moreover, the essence of the mirror seemed to be forged from skulls, and it also carried the celestial spiritual aura. "This is forged from a combination of a small part of the immortal spirit King Physique's origin and the King Physique's skull?" His heart trembled, and he could not help but shift his gaze to the woman who had summoned the divine mirror. This woman, this immortal spirit King Physique from countless years ago, the founder of the divination school, had actually used less than half of her essence and her King Physique to forge this divination divine mirror? Was this necessary? As if she had sensed Lin Tian's gaze and knew that Lin Tian had seen through something, the woman also looked at Lin Tian. Just like before, there was a faint smile on her face. At the same time, there was a deep and ancient look in her eyes. In the next moment, there was a buzzing sound, and the silver Tianji divine mirror shone with divine light. All the Tao inscriptions on it lit up, and the surrounding celestial spiritual aura also intertwined, instantly enveloping the woman and Xianxia. Buzz. The void inside the pagoda buzzed, and a light circle about 10 feet in diameter formed. The divine light was hazy, and Tao energy surrounded it. Nothing inside could be seen, and even Lin Tian couldn't see through it with his divine eye of delusion. He couldn't even hear anything. You've summoned the divine mirror, and now you want to help the little girl integrate it? Wuxing Crocodile stared ahead, and then his eyes shone again. However, that divine mirror is not simple. Lord Crocodile has seen a flawless heavenly treasure before. Even if a heavenly treasure was placed in front of Lord Crocodile could recognize it immediately. However, Lord Crocodile can't sense the grade of this divine mirror at all. The only feeling I have is unfathomable. Amazing. Ling Yun nodded. The marvelous mathematician's eyes shone with light and relief. His disciple, Xianxia, was now in control of the divine mirror left behind by the divination primogenitor. As her master, he was naturally happy and relieved. Lin Tian stared ahead. At this time, he had already closed his divine eye of delusion. However, he frowned slightly. That divine mirror was forged by the divination primogenitor with less than half of his life essence and his king physique. It really surprised him. Buzz. In the White Tower, the celestial spiritual light and endless Tao radiance circled around, forming a divine halo that emitted bursts of halos. In the divine halo, the woman and Xianxia stood face to face. The divination divine mirror floated between them, bobbing up and down. Xianxia looked at the divine halo outside, then looked at the woman opposite her. Primogenitor, what are we? As you can see, I will help you integrate the divine mirror. The process won't take too long. Of course, it won't be difficult. After all, you and I have the same body constitution. The woman's eyes were gentle. She paused and said, after this, I have something to ask of you. Xianxia was stunned. The primogenitor of her bloodline had something to ask of her? Buzz. The divination divine mirror shone and enveloped Xianxia. In the next moment, it disappeared into her body. In an instant, Xianxia's body emitted a shocking halo, and the divine mirror slowly slid into her sea of consciousness. Then, not long after, the divine mirror arrived in her sea of consciousness. It intertwined with strands of light chains that flew in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it merged with her sea of consciousness, causing her sea of consciousness to tremble involuntarily and shine brightly. Suddenly, Xianxia's body trembled violently. She could clearly feel the essence of the divine mirror in her sea of consciousness. Primogenitor, what is this? She looked at the woman opposite her with a rare look of surprise. Because they were both celestial spiritual bodies, and the divination divine mirror had begun to integrate with her, she could feel that this divine mirror was forged by the primogenitor in front of her with her own king body skull and a small part of her life origin. She was shocked. Calm your mind and focus. The woman's eyes were gentle. As soon as she finished speaking, dense Tao radiance came from all around and drowned Xianxia, causing the divination divine mirror that had entered her sea of consciousness to integrate with Xianxia even faster. Then, at the same time, the aura of the divination divine mirror overflowed and flowed into Xianxia's body, causing her spiritual energy to rise rapidly. Buzz. The celestial spiritual light intertwined, and the Tao radiance was extremely dense. In just a moment, Xianxia's cultivation level approached the nirvana realm. Inside the White Tower, outside the divine light circle, Lin Tian was still frowning at this moment, thinking about the divination divine mirror. That divine mirror was forged by the divination primogenitor with a small part of her life origin and her king body skull. This was a little too much. Logically speaking, even if one's life was about to end, normally no one would do such a thing, right? Moreover, the divination primogenitor was a woman. Usually, women cherished their own bodies, didn't they? Using such a method to forge the divine mirror was clearly harming her own body. Kid, what are you thinking about? Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but ask when he saw his strange expression. Lin Tian shook his head. Nothing. Although he said so, his brows were still slightly furrowed. Upon hearing Wuxing Crocodile's words, Ling Yun and the marvelous mathematician turned to look at Lin Tian as well. They found it strange. After all, the woman was the mark left behind by the ancestor of the divination sect. However, she didn't look at the marvelous mathematician or Xianxia at first glance. Instead, she looked at Lin Tian as if she was looking at someone familiar. You're overthinking. Lin Tian shook his head. Someone familiar? He hadn't even seen her portrait before. How could he be familiar with her? He could only think of one reason why she looked at him at that time. It had something to do with his body constitution. I think you're overthinking. However, it's still quite strange. Whooshing Crocodile said. It thought about it. The ancestor of the divination sect was from the past, while Lin Tian was from this era. There was no way the two of them would have any connection. Ling Yin shrugged and said, anyway, this kid is very heaven-defying and has a lot of secrets. Maybe the founder of the way of divination saw through something. Whooshing Crocodile said, that's the only explanation. Lin Tian glanced at the man and the crocodile but didn't say anything. He paused and didn't want to think about the divination divine mirror anymore. After all, what the divination divine mirror was made of and how it was made had nothing to do with him. Buzz. Divine light intertwined and there was a buzzing sound in front of him. Outside the divine light circle, there were immortal lights and Tao radiance jumping around like fairies. Within the divine light circle, the divination divine mirror entered Xianxia sea of consciousness. The Tao radiance became thicker and all kinds of immortal lights surged. They merged with Xianxia sea of consciousness at a very fast speed. Xianxia's essence, qi, and spirit became stronger and stronger. The woman stood opposite her. Her eyes were gentle and Tao radiance surrounded her body. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, a majestic force rushed out of Xianxia's body and entered the Nirvana realm from the half-step to the Nirvana realm. It was also at this time that the divination divine mirror stabilized in her sea of consciousness and merged with her perfectly. Primogenitor, this, Xianxia looked at her ancestor and sensed that she had reached the first sky of Nirvana realm. She also sensed that the Tianji divine mirror had completely merged with her and was floating in her sea of consciousness. She could use it freely now, but at this moment, she was more concerned about the Tianji divine mirror. This divine mirror was actually forged with half of her bloodline's origin and the king body's skull. She was a bit shocked. The woman obviously knew what Xianxia was thinking. She shook her head gently, indicating that Xianxia didn't need to thank her. Yeah, I'll leave the Tianji divine mirror to you. Looking at Xianxia, the woman's gaze was very gentle. She said, after this, you will follow the person who escorted you here. You were with the person who escorted me here? Xianxia's expression changed. Lin Tian? Consider it my request. The woman said. Xianxia was shocked again. The primogenitor of the Tianji bloodline had actually said the word request to her, a descendant of the Tianji bloodline. And it seemed that it was for Lin Tian. This made her both surprised and confused. Why did this person from so many years ago seem to care so much about Lin Tian? He was so strange. The woman looked at Xianxia's confused and shocked eyes. Don't think too much. Xianxia opened her mouth and said, oh. She paused and asked again, follow him, does that mean I have to follow him all the time? It seems like. Putting aside the surprise that the primogenitor of the Tianji bloodline asked her to follow Lin Tian, if she really followed Lin Tian all the time, it might cause trouble for Lin Tian. After all, she was a woman and Lin Tian was a man. After all, men and women were different. If they didn't have that special relationship, how could she follow Lin Tian all the time? You don't have to follow him all the time. When he needs help, use your way of divination and the Tianji divine mirror to help him. The woman said. No problem, primogenitor. Even if you didn't say so, I would do so. Xianxia nodded seriously, but her eyes were full of surprise. After hesitating for a while, she couldn't help but ask, but, primogenitor, why would you? She didn't have many friends. To her, Lin Tian was the most important person except for her master, the marvelous mathematician. As long as Lin Tian asked, she would do her best to help him. However, she couldn't understand why the primogenitor of the Tianji bloodline, who had never met Lin Tian, asked her to help Lin Tian with her way of divination and the Tianji divine mirror no matter what Lin Tian needed help. It felt as if the way of divination and the Tianji divine mirror were both created for Lin Tian. This was simply too bizarre. Buzz, with a light buzz, the way of light vibrated. The ancestor of divination's figure suddenly twisted, and his body became blurry. Xianxia was moved. Primogenitor, it's just a trace left behind. It won't last long. It's going to disappear soon. The woman looked at Xianxia. Use the Tianji divine mirror well. I believe that you will be perfect in the future. You will do your best to help him. I don't have much time left. Go out and. She looked outside the divine light circle and said, invite him in. Xianxia was stunned. She suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and bowed to the woman seriously. Primogenitor, I will remember your words. The ancestor of divination was a trace left behind countless years ago. She knew that she wouldn't be able to see this primogenitor in the future. She slowly stepped back and quickly retreated out of the divine light circle. The divine light circle shook slightly, but it was still there. For a moment, everyone in the White Tower turned to look at her. You're finally out. Ling Yin said. Wuxing Crocodile looked at Xianxia and was surprised. Your aura is different. Oh, it's closer to the Great Tao. Lin Tian looked at Xianxia. Naturally, he had also noticed this point. However, he did not say anything. How is it? Master Godly Mathematician asked. Yes, the primogenitor has merged the divine mirror into my consciousness. I've reached the nirvana realm. Xianxia explained briefly. Then she looked at Lin Tian with a strange expression. The primogenitor wants to invite you in. Huh? Lin Tianwei was stunned. She looked at the divine light circle in front of her. Me? Go in? Wuxing Crocodile, Ling Yun, and Master Godly Mathematician were shocked. The ancestor of divination had invited Lin Tian into the divine light circle at this time. Obviously, he wanted to talk to Lin Tian alone. This was really strange. Why? The primogenitor is only a manifestation of the primogenitor's divine soul imprint. There's not much time left. Go in quickly. Xianxia looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was a little strange. Did the ancestor of divination want to talk to him alone to ask about his physique? He paused. Although it was a little strange, he still nodded. He asked the little Taichu to stay outside for the time being. Then, he walked into the divine light circle alone. In the blink of an eye, he stepped into the divine light circle and disappeared from everyone's sight. Wuxing Crocodile and the others looked at each other in surprise. This? Grandpa Crocodile feels strange again. That ancestor of divination seems to be special to Lin Tian. Wuxing Crocodile said and looked at Xianxia. Little girl, what did your primogenitor say just now? Yes, what did that beautiful primogenitor say? Ling Yin said and added, about Lin Tian. Even the marvelous mathematician couldn't help but look at Xianxia. He was really curious about ancestor of divination's attitude toward Lin Tian. Nothing. She just asked me to invite him in. Xianxia shook her head and didn't say anything more about this matter. At this time, Lin Tian stepped into the divine light circle and saw ancestor of divination again. Senior. He opened his mouth and was about to bow. After all, he was now talking to the other party alone. He had to be polite. However, at this time, the surrounding Tao light surged and supported his body, making him unable to bow. This made him slightly suspicious. Senior, what are you doing? The woman opposite him, the primogenitor of the divination lineage, was stopping him from bowing. Ancestor of divination had lived for countless years. It was unknown how long her history was, but she looked to be 27 or 28 years old. Although she didn't have a real physical body, she was still intertwined with endless Tao light. She looked at Lin Tian. Her eyes were still gentle, but there was a kind of unfathomable light in the depths of her eyes. Her body became fainter and fainter. She looked at Lin Tian quietly. After a dozen breaths, she said, the sleepless place has what you need. Then, under Lin Tian's surprised gaze, she bowed slightly to Lin Tianwei. Senior, Lin Tian was shocked. This woman, the primogenitor of the divination lineage, a powerful cultivator from countless years ago, was bowing to him? Buzz. The Tao light trembled. At this time, the woman's figure became even fainter and fainter, and cracks appeared on it. Following which, with a light hiss, the illusory figure directly collapsed and turned into strands of celestial spiritual light that directly dissipated. Lin Tian stood where he was, his face filled with shock and astonishment. The primogenitor of the divination lineage's attitude was too strange. At this time, light flickered around them. The divine light circle cracked and shattered, turning into wisps of Tao light that scattered in all directions. Wuxing Crocodile, Ling Yun, the divination master, Xianxia, and the others were in the white pagoda. Although they couldn't see or hear what was happening inside the divine light circle, they were looking at it. At this time, as the divine light circle shattered and disappeared, the group's eyes naturally fell on Lin Tian. "You're the only one left?" Wuxing Crocodile stared at Lin Tian. "The mark left by the primogenitor of divination has disappeared?" "Yes, it's gone." Lin Tian Dao. Saying this, he was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but frown. He couldn't understand the primogenitor of divination's attitude. Lin Tian was perplexed. The founder of the divination sect, an expert from countless years ago, bowed to him. What was this? This attitude was so strange that he couldn't understand it. "What's wrong, kid? What did the divination ancestor say to you? Why are you in such a daze?" Wuxing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian and asked curiously. Xianxia looked at Lin Tian with the strangest expression. She couldn't help but ask, "What did the ancestor say to you?" She was very concerned about what the divination ancestor had said to her. Now that she saw Lin Tian in a daze and frown after coming out, she was even more concerned. The marvelous mathematician and Ling Yun couldn't help but look at him. They were also very curious about why he was in such a daze. "Nothing. We just had a casual chat." Lin Tian shook his head. He couldn't tell them that he was in a daze because the founder of the divination sect bowed to him. "Is it really nothing?" Wuxing Crocodile asked suspiciously. "No," Lin Tian said. As he spoke, he frowned from time to time. "It's obvious that there's something that you don't want to tell us." Ling Yun rolled his eyes. Lin Tian glanced at Ling Yun. "It's really nothing." He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He turned to Master God Diviner and Xianxia and said, "Seniors, Miss Xia, can we leave now?" Now that Xianxia had obtained the celestial mystery divine mirror, it was time to leave this space. "Yes." Xianxia nodded to Lin Tian. She looked at the marvelous mathematician and said, "Master, let's go out." "Yeah, go ahead. I won't be leaving for the time being," the marvelous mathematician said. Xianxia was stunned. Lin Tian was also slightly surprised. The marvelous mathematician was not leaving for the time being? "Why, Master?" Xianxia asked. Master Godly Mathematician smiled and said, "You're not inferior to me in terms of divination. Now that you've obtained the divine mirror of divination and reached the nirvana realm, you're far superior to me in every aspect. You can take charge of everything on your own. I can rest assured about you. Even if something bad happens in the future, you should be able to deal with it with your current ability." Master God Diviner smiled. Master was just thinking about it. This Heaven's Secret Dojo is very good, and so is this pagoda. Master decided to cultivate here for the time being. "Cultivate here?" Xianxia was taken aback. "But Master, if you stay here alone, don't be like this. All these years, Master has always kept you by his side. Now that you've grown to such a height, it's time for you to go out and explore the world." "It's decided." Master God Diviner had a kind expression on his face as he looked at Lin Tian and bowed slightly. "Little brother, this old man and his disciple owe you a lot. However, if Yer encounters any difficulties in the future, please take care of her. After all, she is still young and inexperienced. Of course, if there's anything you need, or if there's anything she can help with, don't hesitate to ask. Yer will definitely do her best." "Senior, you're too polite. Didn't I say that Miss Yer and I are friends? It's natural for me to help a friend." Lin Tian Dao. Xianxia and Master God Diviner bid farewell in the white pagoda. Lin Tian bid farewell to Master God Diviner, and Wuxing Crocodile bid farewell to Ling Yun. After that, they walked out of the white pagoda. Buzz. Xianxia formed a seal and opened a vortex portal in front of the white pagoda. Through the portal, they could see the valley outside. Master, Yer will come back to see you regularly. Xianxia waved to Master God Diviner one last time. Then, she stepped into the vortex portal with Lin Tian and the others and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, the vortex portal disappeared as well. Master God Diviner chuckled and walked back into the white pagoda. He was the successor of the heavenly divination sect. Today, he had brought his disciple to complete the task entrusted to him by his master. He had completed the ancestral teachings and brought his disciple to the heavenly secret dojo to obtain the heavenly secret divine mirror. His disciple, Xianxia, had obtained the heavenly secret divine mirror. Her heavenly secret divine arts had improved tremendously. In the future, she would be able to perfect it. Her cultivation had also entered the nirvana realm. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt more relaxed than ever. Within the immortal spirit mountain valley, the void hummed as a vortex-shaped portal opened, emitting a faint light. With a few swishing sounds, Lin Tian, Xianxia, and the others stepped out of the void door one after another. Oh, we're out again. Ling Yan stretched lazily. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he watched the vortex portal disappear. He looked out of the valley and said, "Let's go." "Let's go." Whooshing Crocodile said. Xianxia took one last look at the direction where the vortex door had disappeared. It was as if she was looking at her master in the Tianji dojo through that transparent space. Then, she turned around and left with Lin Tian and the others. Then, the group left. Soon, they were very far away. They were almost at the exit of the valley. Lin Tian's steps were very slow. Suddenly, he turned and asked Whooshing Crocodile, "Do you know where the sleepless ground is?" Previously, in the White Tower, the heavenly secret ancestor's attitude towards him had made him very puzzled. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure it out. Regarding this, he didn't think too much about it. Because even if he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure it out. At this time, he thought of the matter that the heavenly secret ancestor had mentioned to him. The sleepless ground had something he needed. He didn't know what the heavenly secret ancestor was talking about, but since the heavenly secret ancestor had said so, he had reason to believe that it should be very important to him. As for the sleepless ground, he didn't know, so naturally, he could only ask Whooshing Crocodile. He felt that Whooshing Crocodile, who was familiar with the 10 Directions sky domain, should know. The sleepless ground? Of course I know. It's located in the extreme west of the eastern domain of the 9th heaven. It occupies a very large area, and there are many ancient ruins and ancient temples. However, there is no sign of life. Moreover, from time to time, there are waves of death storms that can annihilate quasi-emperors. Therefore, it's also known as the Dead Zone. It's one of the most famous forbidden areas in this domain. It's very dangerous, and basically, not many people are willing to set foot in it. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Whooshing Crocodile indeed knew. Next, let's go to the sleepless ground. He said. What? Whooshing Crocodile stared at him. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Why do you always like to jump into forbidden areas? Is it fun? Lin Tian glanced at it. I'm going to look for something inside. What are you looking for? I don't know yet. Lin Tian told the truth. Whooshing Crocodile was speechless, but in the end, it was too lazy to say anything because it knew Lin Tian too well. Once he decided on something, no one could pull him back. Of course, the most important thing was that now that little Taichu was by its side, it felt that it was not a big deal to venture into the dangerous forbidden area of the sleepless ground. Perhaps it could even obtain some incredible immortal fate. After all, it was rumored that there were many divine treasures and immortal treasures of astonishing value in there. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at Xianxia. What about you, Monsieur? What do you plan to do after this? Xianxia looked at Lin Tian. Oh, don't call me Monsieur. It's too polite. Just call me like master. Then, she blinked and said, well, I want to follow you for the time being. Is that okay? Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Lin Tianwei was stunned. Follow me? After all, Xianxia was a girl. He was slightly surprised that she would follow him at this time. Yes. Xianxia looked at Lin Tian. Can I? Previously at the Tianji dojo, the Tianji primogenitor had mentioned that she should follow Lin Tian in the future. In addition, her master, who had brought her up, was now cultivating in the Tianji dojo, leaving her alone. At this time, she could combine the two and follow Lin Tian as the Tianji primogenitor had said. "Io, little Lin, you're quite charming." A beautiful celestial spiritual body actually took the initiative to ask to follow you. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue. That's what I hate about him. Ling Yan's face was full of envy. Lin Tian glanced at the crocodile and Ling Yan, then looked at Xianxia and said, "As long as you don't mind, there's no problem. I welcome you. However, to be honest, I have many enemies now. If you follow me, you might be in danger. For me and my master, you offended the legendary Saber Pavilion. Why would I be afraid to follow you just because you have many enemies? Moreover, didn't you say that we're friends? Since we're friends, then your enemies are my enemies. We should face them together." Xianxia blinked and said, "Well, how should I put it? My combat strength may be far inferior to yours, but I probably won't be a burden to you. Who knows, I might even be able to help you." As she spoke, she stretched out a slender finger and pointed at Lin Tian's neck. "Behind. Look behind my neck." Lin Tianwei was stunned. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan were very curious. They could not help but look behind Lin Tian's neck. Immediately, the crocodile and Ling Yan's expressions changed. At this time, they saw that a small ancient rune mark had appeared behind Lin Tian's neck. It was even smaller than an ant. "What's this?" Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. Lin Tian scanned the area with his divine thought and naturally discovered the ancient rune that had suddenly appeared. His face immediately turned solemn. "Someone is chasing after you with a special artifact and your aura. Across a long distance, this person has silently left a mark on your body that is difficult to detect. With this mark, no matter where you go, you will be discovered," Xianxia said. This made Lin Tian's expression freeze again. He had not sensed this mark on his body at all. If it had not been for Xianxia's reminder, he probably would not have noticed it. Someone had actually done such a thing across the void, leaving a mark on him with a secret treasure, and then used it to track his whereabouts. This clearly showed that there was no goodwill. Leaving a mark on someone's body to track them across a long distance? Speaking of which, Uncle Crocodile remembers that Heavenly Demon Divine Sect seems to have a similar secret treasure. It seems to be called the Demonic Tracking Talisman. As long as you know a person's aura or appearance, you can integrate it into the Demonic Tracking Talisman. Then, you can pursue this person endlessly. Rumor has it that the ancestor of this lineage sacrificially refined it in his spare time, Wuxing Crocodile said. In addition, this thing seems to only be useful for people below the emperor level. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Heavenly Demon Divine Sect. As he spoke, golden divine light rushed out of his body, mixed with invisible Tao power, and rushed toward the ancient mark to shatter it. However, in the next moment, he was shocked again. With his current cultivation, he could not shatter the mark. Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, Desolation Divine Palace, Yinyang Holy Sect, and Immortal Sword Island each have a Chaos Realm Emperor. With the help of the Demonic Tracking Talisman, no one below the Chaos Emperor level can erase this mark. Let the little guy beside you do it. Strands of immortal spirit light intertwined between Xianxia's eyebrows. Apparently, she was doing some calculations. Hurry up. They are catching up. Although it's a little blurry, there is a seventh heaven emperor among them. Hearing this, Lin Tian and the others were shocked. Lin Tian quickly spoke and said to little Taichu above his head, "Little guy, erase it." A seventh heaven emperor realm expert was extremely terrifying. Moreover, there were 3 other emperors with him. Such a terrifying killing force could definitely sweep across the 8 desolations and suppress everything. Even little Taichu might not be able to block it. After all, although the little guy was extraordinary and had shocking strength, he had just been born not long ago. "Yeah!" Little Taichu shouted and sprinkled down a 6-colored divine light. It shrouded the small mark behind Lin Tian's neck and shattered it. In an unknown place, on a towering mountain, 4 figures walked together. Their bodies were covered in a hazy light screen. One of them was intertwined with demonic light, one was surrounded by sword light, and one was surging with yin and yang. All of them were surrounded by Emperor aura. The 4 figures were very fast, crossing a few hundred miles in one step. However, in the next moment, they suddenly stopped. The aura has disappeared. One of them said in a deep voice. "Aunt." The other 3's eyes were cold. The 4 figures were an emperor old ancestor of heavenly demon divine sect, desolation divine palace, Yin saint sect, and immortal sword island. The young sovereigns of these 4 top forces were killed by Xianxia, causing the masters of these forces to be enraged. However, because Lin Tian had the emperor rank little Taichu beside him, the masters of these forces could only alert the emperor old ancestors of their respective factions. Then, the 4 great sects sent out their emperor rank experts. Of course, when people like them came out, it wasn't as simple as taking revenge for the prodigies of their descendants. It was because they knew that Lin Tian had the pure yang flames, the eternal killing formation, the Sun Heart Sutra, and the High Heaven Sword Manual. The pure yang flames could perfect the heavenly devil divine sect's heavenly devil art. The eternal killing formation had great significance to the desolate divine palace of the Array Dao lineage. The Sun Heart Sutra was a divine treasure to the Yin-Yang divine sect that cultivated the Yin and Yang force. The High Heaven Sword Manual was also very useful to the immortal Sword Island. The 4 emperor old ancestors of the 4 great sects walked out and gathered together. They used the demonic trace talisman of heavenly demon divine sect to carve a mark on Lin Tian's body. They wanted to take down Lin Tian in one fell swoop and take their respective treasures. However, to their surprise, right after the imprint was engraved, right when they were planning to chase after it, the imprint disappeared. It shouldn't be. Even if the little beast beside him was at the emperor rank and could forcefully erase the imprint, before it could erase it, it had to first detect its existence. Normally speaking, the imprint that the 4 of us used the devil trace talisman together was on his body. That emperor rank little beast shouldn't have been able to detect it. As for him, the man and the crocodile beside him, it was even more impossible for them to detect it. What exactly went wrong? The emperor of heavenly demon divine sect said in a deep voice. Dark demonic light intertwined in his eyes. In the 9th heaven, the mountains and rivers were majestic, and the sky was blue. Lin Tianyi and the others had already left the range of the immortal valley. Monsieur, I really have to thank you this time. Otherwise, the ending wouldn't be so good. Lin Tian said to Xianxia. He didn't expect that the emperors of heavenly demon divine sect and the other 3 great forces had already come out to deal with him. Moreover, they used secret treasures like the demonic trace talisman to silently engrave a mark on his body, locking his whereabouts and hunting him down. This was a very dangerous thing to do. It can be said that if it weren't for Xianxia's reminder, they would have to face the joint attack of 4 emperors in the blink of an eye. Among them, there is a 7th heavenly layer emperor. If that really happened, even with the help of the little Taichu, the ending wouldn't be very optimistic. Well, didn't we agree that you can just call me Er? Monsieur, it sounds very polite. Xianxia said. She said, blinking her eyes lightly. Her aura was ethereal and filled with youthful vitality, which made her look very charming. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. I didn't change it for a while. Xianxia also smiled and said, then, can I follow you? You see, I'm still very useful, right? Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Xianxia to say such a witty thing like, I'm still very useful, right? As long as you don't mind. He smiled and said. Xianxia nodded, okay, then I'll take it that you agree. She had a light smile on her face. Her face was rosy, and her face was beautiful. Together with her ethereal aura, she was very attractive. Wuxing Crocodile looked at Xianxia and couldn't help but say, little girl, you sensed that Lin Tian was engraved with a demonic trace imprint from a distance, and then performed a reverse calculation. It involved 4 emperors, and one of them was a 7th heavenly layer emperor. Why do I feel that you weren't affected at all? Don't you have to pay a certain price for every calculation of your way of divine divination? Even if you have an immortal spiritual body and are protected by the great Tao, you should be slightly affected, right? but now, I feel that you didn't even use a bit of qi and blood. Master Ling was also thinking about this problem just now. Ling Yin said. Lin Tian looked at Xianxia. Indeed, he didn't feel that Xianxia was affected by the calculation of the four emperors. He paused and said, it should have something to do with the divine mirror. Yes, that's right. Xianxia nodded and said, with my current cultivation, even if I have an immortal spiritual body, I have to pay a small price to calculate four emperors at the same time. However, with the protection of the divine mirror left behind by our ancestor, I won't be affected. As she spoke, she continued, previously, when I sensed the ancient rune mark behind Lin Tian's neck, it was also because of the warning from the Tianji divine mirror in my sea of consciousness. Therefore, I was able to know immediately. At that time, the emperors of the four major forces happened to leave that mark. Wuxing Crocodile nodded, I see. It really is because of the divine mirror. This divine mirror is really extraordinary. Yes, because its essence is, Xianxia opened her mouth, but immediately realized that she had misspoken. She quickly stopped herself and didn't continue. Its essence? Ling Yan asked. What's its essence? Wuxing Crocodile also looked at her curiously. He heard Xianxia mention the essence of the divine mirror, but she didn't finish her sentence. Xianxia shook her head and smiled, nothing. She really didn't want to casually talk about the essence of the divine mirror. Next to her, Lin Tian looked at Xianxia. He thought that Xianxia must have realized that the Tianji divine mirror was made from the Tianji primogenitor's original essence and a king-type skull. Otherwise, her expression wouldn't be like that. However, thinking about it, Xianxia and the divine ancestor were both immortal spiritual bodies. It was normal for her to know the essence of the divine mirror after merging with it. The divine mirror of heavenly mystery was made by the ancestor of the heavenly mystery sect with half of her origin and the skull of the king body. There was nothing to hide about this. However, because the ancestor of the heavenly mystery sect was a woman, he felt that it was better to keep it a secret. Let's go. We'll find a big sect with a teleportation formation and use it to go directly to the east region. Lin Tian said. Five Elemental Crocodile nodded and glanced around. The closest major power to here seems to be the Thunder Sealing Immortal sect. Like the Northern Purple Divine sect, it's a second-level major power in this heaven realm. It has teleportation formations to the other three major domains. With our speed, we can reach there in about 2 days by flying. Then, we can use the sect's teleportation array to head to the eastern domain. Then let's go. Lin Tiandao said. Let's go. Ling Yin said. Wuxing Crocodile flew up and led the way to the Thunder Sealing Immortal sect. Well, wait. Xianxia suddenly spoke, actually, I was thinking about something just now. As she spoke, she pointed at little Tai Chu on top of Lin Tian's head and said, this cute little guy is definitely in the Emperor realm. If that's the case, it seems like it can directly tear open space and bring us to the eastern region, right? Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yan were speechless. The two people and the crocodile opened their mouths and were stunned for a moment. That's right. Little Taichu could easily kill quasi-emperors, so it was definitely at the Emperor realm. It could definitely tear open space and teleport between the four domains. Why did they need to use someone else's teleportation formation? Why did they go to the Northern Purple sect to borrow a teleportation formation when they came from the West region to the South region? I completely forgot about this. Lin Tiandao wanted to laugh bitterly. I forgot about it too. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan were both embarrassed. I just thought about it too. Xianxia said, well, last time, it must have been because we were being chased. For a moment, the three people and the crocodile looked embarrassed, and then they looked at little Taichu. Yeah? Facing the gazes of the group of people, the little fellow blinked. Lin Tian coughed dryly. He took the coordinates of the sleepless land from Wuxing Crocodile and said to little Taichu, little guy, tear open a space portal. Let's go to this place. He told little Taichu the coordinates of the sleepless land. The little fellow cried out in a childish voice. The wings on its back shook, and the six-colored divine light intertwined. Instantly, a huge crack was torn open in the void. This fissure was about 10 feet wide. Looking through the fissure, one could vaguely see a reddish-yellow land. It was vast and boundless, and it was difficult to see the end. From time to time, black tornadoes would sweep across it. Is that the sleepless land? Lin Tian's expression turned cold. At this moment, he could feel an extremely cold aura just by looking through the huge crack in the void. He could not help but be shocked. One should know that he was now at the third sky of Nirvana realm. He was almost invincible under the half-step emperor realm. Even so, when he looked at the reddish-yellow land, he still felt cold. Wuxing Crocodile nodded and said, "Yes, many quasi-emperors have died in there. It is truly a dead zone. It is indeed a little scary." Xianxia looked at the opposite side and said. Lin Tian looked at the opposite side, calmed down, and said, "It is not a big deal. It is just a forbidden area." As he spoke, he took a step forward and walked into the huge crack in the void. Then, Xianxia and the others followed closely behind and also entered the crack in the void. After that, in just an instant, the scene around them changed greatly. They directly crossed from the southern region to the sleepless land in the eastern region. Whoosh, in front of them, wisps of black wind swept past, bringing up yellow sand. The sleepless land. Lin Tian whispered. At this moment, when they were close to the sleepless land, the cold feeling from before became even clearer. It made him feel as if he was in an icy abyss. His powerful body could not help but tremble slightly. After a pause, he looked inside and said, "Let's go." As he spoke, he directly stepped forward and entered the sleepless land. The ancestor of the divination sect said that there was something in the sleepless land that he needed. He believed that the ancestor would not lie to him. Moreover, he believed that the thing must be very important to him. Xianxia followed behind him and also stepped into the sleepless land. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun naturally did not hesitate and also followed them. In the blink of an eye, the group entered the sleepless land. They felt that the air was even colder. Moreover, the black wind in the sleepless land also became more violent, blowing through the void and making buzzing sounds. Damn, it is indeed an evil land. It is so creepy. Ling Yan shrunk his neck. Lin Tian glanced at him and said, "In any case, you are a Nirvana realm cultivator. Can you be more mature? Master Ling says what he feels. This is called being realistic. Do you understand?" Ling Yan rolled his eyes. "Understand your sister," Lin Tian said casually and continued to walk forward. The space in the sleepless land was a little gloomy. A faint black fog floated in the air. As the group walked deeper and deeper, the coldness in the air became heavier and heavier. The air itself felt as if it was about to be frozen. "Boy, I asked you before. What are you looking for here? Don't tell me you really don't know?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. "I don't know." Lin Tian told the truth. Then he continued, "However, it doesn't matter. The specific range has been fixed in this sleepless land. That is enough. When I get close to it, it should have a special reaction." Wuxing Crocodile, walking in this sleepless land, Lin Tian walked at the front. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. In this half an hour, the group walked for a long time. Gradually, dilapidated buildings and temples appeared in their field of vision. There were many withered yellow bones and weapons scattered on the ground. Some of them even sank into the yellow sand, looking very desolate. Not to mention the bones and weapons on the ground, these dilapidated buildings seemed to have a very long history, at least more than 100,000 years. Ling Yin said. Of course, the history of each of the forbidden areas in the ninth heaven is a mystery. It is difficult to say exactly how long they have been here, but what is certain is that they are definitely at least 100,000 years old. Wuxing Crocodile said. These dilapidated buildings fell in this sleepless land from the beginning. Naturally, they are more than 100,000 years old. Lin Tian glanced at the dilapidated buildings and the skeletons on the ground in front of him, but he didn't care. He released his divine sense to sense the surroundings and walked deeper into the sleepless land. However, in the next moment, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Xianxia asked. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin also looked over, curious about why Lin Tian suddenly stopped. "Jie. It was also at this moment that a soft sound came out, like the sound of bones twisting. Not far away, a skeleton shook and slowly stood up. Then, more skeletons moved and stood up one after another. In the blink of an eye, there was a dense mass of skeletons. Some were missing hands, some were broken legs, and some didn't even have skulls. However, they all exuded a chilling aura. It was like an army of dead skeletons, surrounding the group in the middle. This? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. These skeletons that were originally scattered on the ground actually stood up at this moment. A metallic sound appeared. A gray-colored skeleton covered in cracks bent its body and picked up a rusty broken blade from the yellow sand. Its bones emitted a cracking sound as it pounced towards Lin Tian. In an instant, it had crossed a distance of 100 feet. Damn, it's just a skeleton, how can it move so fast? Ling Yan cursed. Lin Tian looked at the skeleton charging at him calmly. With a slight movement of his mind, a heaven-piercing sword radiance appeared around his body. It let out a sonorous sword cry and slashed at the skeleton. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the skeleton. Ding! A crisp sound resounded. The golden sword light seemed to have struck an extremely hard divine metal, and strands of sparks sprayed out before shattering. It actually didn't injure the skeleton that pounced over in the slightest. This? Whooshing Crocodile and the others were shocked. They were very clear about Lin Tian's current cultivation. He was at the third sky of Nirvana realm, and his fighting strength was extremely strong. There weren't many people under the half-step Emperor realm that could be his opponent. However, Lin Tian's heaven-piercing sword radiance was blocked by a skeleton that looked like it would shatter with a gust of wind. It actually didn't shatter. Even Lin Tian himself was shocked. Although that heaven-piercing sword radiance was casually slashed out by him, its power wasn't small. Even if a divine weapon was hit by it, it would definitely shatter into pieces. However, it wasn't able to destroy this gray skeleton that was already covered in cracks. It wasn't even able to leave a mark on the skeleton's body. Whoosh! The sound of air braking rang out. The gray skeleton wielded the broken sword, rushed in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye, and slashed down. In an instant, with a cracking sound, the space in front of Lin Tian was split open. The strength of the sword was shocking. Lin Tian leaned to the side and dodged the sword. Then, he raised his right hand and used his elbow to fiercely press down on the skeleton's skull. This attack wasn't light. With a bang, the gray skeleton collapsed to the ground. Then, Lin Tian raised his leg and stomped down. Because the heaven-piercing sword radiance didn't even leave a mark on the skeleton's body, he directly used 90% of his physical strength. With a cracking sound, the gray skeleton was shattered into pieces. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again. The gray skeleton that he had stepped on twisted around his feet, and the shattered bones actually gathered together in the blink of an eye. It reformed into a skeleton body, and with a flip of its body, it slashed at him with a saber. This, can reassemble? Ling Yan opened his eyes wide. Lin Tian frowned. He clenched his right hand into a fist and met the gray skeleton that had reformed. This attack carried a trace of the power of the Chaos Emperor's fist. The gray skeleton was smashed into pieces. Bone ashes scattered all over the sky. The broken sword rolled down and stabbed into the yellow sand not far away. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again. The bone ashes that filled the sky actually reversed themselves and condensed into a gray skeleton in front of him, just like before. This time, even the whooshing crocodile was shocked. It's still not dead? With a clang, the gray skeleton pulled out the broken sword from the yellow sand. The bones of the skeleton cracked, and with a whoosh, it pounced on Lin Tian again. There was a large number of skeletal soldiers, and they were densely packed. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the front of the group, bringing with them a cold and penetrating aura. It was like an army of the dead from hell. As they moved, yellow sand filled the sky. Lin Tian formed a sword with his right hand and turned it. In an instant, a sky full of golden sword aura was summoned. It was like a rain of swords falling in all directions. This time, the sword light was very powerful. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the gray skeleton that was pouncing on him with the broken sword. Then, the other skeletons that were rushing over from all directions also suffered. The skeleton army that was rushing at the front was all split into pieces. Ga. 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 The sound of bones twisting was heard. Around them, the skeletons that were shattered by Lin Tian began to reassemble. Soon, they appeared again. They can't be killed? Ling Yan was surprised. Let Grandpa Crocodile try. Whooshing Crocodile said. It directly opened up the Great Five Elements technique and turned into a Five Elements tornado, crushing many skeletons on the spot. However, in the next moment, the shattered skeletons reassembled and quickly stood up again. They charged towards the group of people. They really can't be killed? Whooshing Crocodile stared. The Great Five Elements technique was its strongest technique now. The skeletons were densely packed, and all of them were intertwined with a cold aura. As if they had rushed out from hell, they surrounded the surroundings and attacked the group of people at the same time. The way they attacked was very simple. They waved their skeletal arms and legs like ordinary warriors. However, the killing power was very terrifying. Every attack made the void tremble and buzz. Lin Tian made his move. A sword aura hurricane was created, and all the skeletons that rushed in front of them were blown away. One by one, they were shattered. However, this still did not have any substantial effect. In the next moment, the shattered skeletons reassembled as if they could never be killed. They rushed over again, which made him frown. The law of the undead is entangled in this place, and it is this law of the undead that is affecting them. As long as the great path of the undead remains, these bone armies will never die, Xianxia said as celestial spirit light intertwined around her body. She said to Lin Tiandao, use sealing techniques to erase them. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. He raised his right hand and summoned the four-symbol seal, enveloping another bone army that was charging towards him. Immediately, the bones of the bone army trembled violently, as if they were struggling. Then, all of them collapsed. Their originally hard bones were like tofu, shattering into pieces after falling to the ground. They were unable to reform for a while. Effective. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun were both moved. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly calmed down. He formed a seal with both hands and summoned the four-symbol seal with an even stronger divine power. He summoned a huge Tao diagram of the four symbols, which covered all the bone army in this place. For a time, the sound of cracking could be heard continuously. In the blink of an eye, the group of bone soldiers were all shattered into pieces. Instantly, the place became quiet. Impressive. He looked at Xianxia and smiled. Earlier, he had attacked them several times in a row, but to no avail. Xianxia, on the other hand, had found the bone army's weakness in the blink of an eye. As expected of the immortal spirit body who was proficient in divination. Whooshing Crocodile said. Xianxia chuckled and said modestly, it's nothing, boom. The ground suddenly shook, interrupting Xianxia's words. Gusts of strong wind suddenly appeared and swept in all directions. As far as the eye could see, the path that the group of people had come from was filled with an astonishing storm of gray fog. Wherever it passed, the surrounding rocks and dust were all swept up. The void was instantly annihilated, and an extremely terrifying aura was mixed in the surroundings. A storm of death. Even a quasi-emperor won't be able to survive if they're swept up in it. Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. Let's go. Lin Tian said. This gray storm made even his heart palpitate. It was indescribably oppressive. Immediately, the group of people took a step forward decisively. They were all very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were thousands of feet away. Behind them, the gray storm seemed to be moving very slowly, but in fact, it was moving very fast. Moreover, it carried a destructive force. After a few ruined buildings were submerged, they were directly crushed into dust. Then, the gray storm surged behind the group of people in the blink of an eye. It was like a torrent of death that rushed out of hell. Lin Tian waved his hand, and a large number of sword rays slashed out. They turned into a golden sword rain and attacked the back, stopping the storm from approaching. However, the gray storm was too terrifying. The sword rays that he slashed out were directly crushed. It was useless. Rumble, the void roared, and the gray storm swept past. In the blink of an eye, the group of people was covered in it. Suddenly, the group of people felt their bodies tremble. The gray fog seemed to be pervasive and directly entered their bodies, causing them to feel a piercing pain. Their flesh seemed to be corroding. No. We can't stop it. Whooshing Crocodile gritted his teeth. On the other side, Lin Tian propped up the great Dao Law and King's territory, but it was useless. They could not stop the gray storm of death. Little guy. In the end, he could only open his mouth and let little Taichu take action. Little Taichu called out in his childish voice. The six-colored divine light flashed, and directly propped up a six-colored light screen, enveloping Lin Tian. At the same time, it also protected Xianxia, Whooshing Crocodile, and Ling Yun, directly isolating them from the gray fog of death. For a moment, the group of people heaved a sigh of relief. How terrifying. Xianxia could not help but say. When this gray storm of death swept over, her divine divination Dao was completely useless. This storm of death was really too terrifying. No one below the emperor level could stop it. Lin Tian was secretly shocked when he saw this deathly fog. He finally understood just how frightening this sleepless place was. If it were not for little Alpha Primordium, they would have likely met with misfortune after being swept into this deathly storm. Whoosh, a black wind swept over, and a gray fog covered the area. At this time, the group was completely shrouded in the storm of death. Gradually, they could not see their surroundings clearly, and their divine senses were completely suppressed. This is troublesome. Once the storm of death appears, it is said that it will last for at least 3 months. During this process, our divine senses are suppressed, and it is difficult to see clearly. It is almost impossible to move. We can only stay in place. Whooshing. Crocodile said helplessly. Don't worry, and don't stay in place. Just follow me. Lin Tian Dao. Little Alpha Primordium lay on his head, conjuring 6 divine lights to protect them all within. At that moment, Yi Futian opened his divine eye of delusion breaker. For a moment, faint draconic light appeared, condensing into rings of draconic patterns on his pupils. Suddenly, his blurred vision became clear, and everything around him could be seen clearly. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Oh right, I forgot that you still have this pair of divine eyes that can see through many illusions. Let's go. Lin Tian Dao. Little Taichu protected them with the 6-colored divine light. He led the way, and his divine eyes of delusion breaker could see through everything as they walked into the depths. In this sleepless land, there was reddish-yellow sand everywhere. The group walked into the depths, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Rumble, on this day, the sleepless land shook violently. Sand and dust swept up and covered the sky. Even though little Taichu held up the 6-colored divine light to protect them, they still could not help but feel a chill and suppression at this time. This storm of death has become even more terrifying. Xianxia said. That's right. Lin Tian nodded. After opening his divine eyes of delusion breaker, not only could he see through a lot of things, but his spiritual perception had also increased a lot. At this time, he could clearly feel that the gray storm of death had become more terrifying. It was more than twice as terrifying as 3 days ago. Little guy, do you feel any pressure? He asked little Taichu. Yeah. The little guy called out in a childish voice, lying on his head lazily. Obviously, he did not feel any pressure at all. Lin Tianyi smiled, and thought that he was worried for nothing. After all, the little guy was at least comparable to a 3rd Sky Emperor. Although this storm of death was terrifying, it was still impossible for the little guy to feel any pressure. He shook his head and then continued to walk into the depths of the sleepless land. Woo! In the sleepless land, the dark wind blew even louder. The gray mist became thicker and thicker, and the space was being corroded inch by inch. Lin Tian and the others were protected by little Taichu's 6-colored divine light, so they were not threatened. They continued to walk into the depths of the space. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On this day, an ancient temple suddenly appeared in front of him. It was about 3 zhang tall, and it looked very shabby. The yellow temple door was full of holes, as if it could be broken by a gust of wind. Suddenly, the group was moved. When the storm of death swept past, anything that came into contact with it would be annihilated immediately. However, at this time, this shabby ancient temple in front of them was preserved without any damage. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Tiandao's eyes shone brightly. To be able to survive such a storm of death without any damage, it was enough to show that this ancient temple was not ordinary. Let's go. There might be some divine treasures inside. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes shone brightly. Then, under the protection of little Taichu's six-colored divine light, the group quickly entered the ancient temple. As soon as they entered the temple, the group suddenly felt relaxed. The oppressive feeling they had when they were outside had disappeared without a trace. Little guy, put away the divine light for now. Lin Tian said to little Taichu. At this time, when they entered the ancient temple, the oppressive feeling from before had disappeared, and there was no trace of the gray mist around. Even without the little guy's six-colored divine light protecting them, they did not need to worry about anything. The little guy responded and slowly put away the six-colored divine light. It was not until this time that the group really began to look at the ancient temple. They found that the space in the temple was not big. It was only about 100 square meters, but it seemed very empty. There were 9 strange statues standing there. Some of them had a human head and a beast body, some had a beast head and a human body, and some had a beast body. Although they were all made of mud, they gave people a very real feeling. These statues look. Why do they feel like the totems worshipped by people in the prehistoric era? Wuxing Crocodile muttered. A genius remembers love in 1 second divided by small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Listening to Wuxing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian was slightly moved. He was naturally no stranger to the word totem. It was rumored that in the most ancient times, it was a powerful creature that was respected by the people of that time because it helped to resist all kinds of natural disasters. People gradually worshipped the statues of these powerful creatures. Finally, they were honored as totems and worshipped for generations. Are you sure that this is a totem statue? He was a little surprised. In fact, since ancient times, after such a long time, no one worshipped the totems of that time. Even now, no one mentioned those ancient totems. At this time, these statues in the ancient temple in front of him were somewhat surprising to him that Wuxing Crocodile said that they might be totem statues from the ancient times. Xianxia and Lingyan obviously also knew about the existence of totems. They were very curious and looked at Wuxing Crocodile together. It should be right. Grandpa Crocodile once saw records of 2 or 3 of these statues in an unofficial history book. I have a slight impression of them. The 5 elements crocodile looked around and continued, moreover, there's nothing special about this ancient temple other than these 9 statues. However, it was able to withstand the terrifying storm of death outside. It's enough to show that it's related to these 9 statues. They're definitely the totem statues that were worshipped by the people of the ancient times. Ling Yin was puzzled and said, but, you also said that this is just a statue. In essence, it is just stone and soil. It is not a totem itself. It should not be able to withstand the attack of the death storm outside, right? Wuxing Crocodile was speechless. For a moment, he did not know what to say. It seemed that what Ling Yin said was not wrong. There's a saying. Lin Tian looked at the 9 statues and said, when something is worshipped by people for a long period of time, it will gradually produce a special kind of energy called the power of will. It's a kind of miraculous energy that is different from divine power, demonic power, and true yuan. It has many miraculous effects. When he was living on that blue star, he had studied some Buddhist scriptures. The word willpower was a kind of Buddhist scripture in the Buddhist scriptures. Power of will? Xianxia, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yan all showed strange expressions. This was the first time they had heard the words power of will. Wuxing Crocodile looked at the 9 statues. You're saying that within these 9 totem statues, there is a mysterious power of wish that has been condensed. It is this power of wish that has protected this ancient temple and withstood the storm of death that could annihilate even quasi-emperors? I'm just guessing. Lin Tiandao. Buzz. All of a sudden, the 7-colored divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness trembled slightly. 7-colored light overflowed, floating in his sea of consciousness like water ripples. The direction of the ripples was actually the 9 totem statues in front of him. This caused his expression to change. The 7-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness actually reacted at this time and pointed at the 9 totem statues, which surprised him a little. At the same time, this scene also shocked him. This was because once the divine sword reacted and pointed at something, the thing that was pointed at would definitely be extraordinary. He was already familiar with this. "What's wrong?" Xianxia asked. She saw his strange expression. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun naturally also noticed this. They tilted their heads and looked at him curiously. Lin Tian shook his head and did not say anything for the time being. He looked at the 9 statues and slowly walked closer. The surface of the 9 statues was already covered in dust. There were even strands of cobwebs in some places. As he approached them, the 7-colored light from the divine sword in his sea of consciousness became even more intense. This caused his expression to change again. The 9 statues in front of him were definitely extraordinary. Looking at the 9 statues, he stretched out his right hand and placed it on one of the statues. He wanted to first wipe off the dust on it and then examine it carefully. However, the moment his right hand landed on the statue, the sword mark in the center of his right hand suddenly lit up. Then, the statue trembled, and a circle of pure white light surged out from it. Suddenly, Lin Tian was shocked. Xianxia and the others also changed their expressions. Buzz. The pure white light surged out from the totem statue that his right hand had touched, bringing with it a kind of holy aura. Then, in the next moment, the other 8 totem statues trembled, and rays of light surged out from inside them. Love Go Little say could these rays of light were all pure white and had a holy aura. Once they appeared, they all surged towards Lin Tian as if they were attracted by something. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian was completely enveloped in it. Could this be the power of will that brat Lin was talking about? Ling Yan's eyes widened. This kind of power really exists? Beside him, Wuxing Crocodile and Xianxia were also shocked. Buzz. The pure white light surged and let out a buzzing sound. It continuously surged out from the 9 statues, almost filling up the entire ancient temple. Lin Tian was enveloped in it, and he felt all the pores on his body open up. His internal organs started to beat faster, and the nameless Great Tao's precepts started to boil. His body started to absorb the pure white light involuntarily. Then, his essence, energy, and spirit started to become stronger rapidly. His cultivation also started to rise at an alarming speed. He looked at the 9 statues and saw the strands of pure white light surging out. He couldn't help but be shocked. He had seen the words power of will in the Buddhist scriptures. Even though he said that the 9 statues might have gathered this kind of power, it was only a guess. After all, even though the Buddhist scriptures had recorded the words power of will, it was still somewhat illusory. But now, as the pure white light continued to surge out from the 9 statues, he was truly shocked. His strong intuition told him that this seemed to be the power of will. The 9 statues shook, and more white light surged out. It was incomparably pure. It was countless times purer than the spiritual energy of the divine meridian level. It didn't contain any impurities at all. It was like the source of holy light at the beginning of the world. The holy aura was extremely strong. Lin Tian was immersed in this kind of light. His internal organs started to beat faster, and his essence, energy, and cultivation increased even more rapidly. The divine sword suddenly reacted because of this kind of power of will. He was moved. He looked at the white light around him and was shocked. He was in a daze. It wasn't until 8 breaths later that he came to his senses. Then, he took a deep breath and quickly calmed himself down. Then, he looked at Xianxia and the others. "You guys come too," he said. As he said so, a gentle golden divine light rushed out of his body and pulled Xianxia and the others to his side. Suddenly, Xianxia, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yun were all enveloped by the white light. They couldn't help but tremble. What pure energy! This? Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but exclaim. After being pulled into the range of the white light by Lin Tian, it felt that every pore on its body opened up in an instant. Its meridians and internal organs started to beat faster, and its essence, energy, and spirit became stronger rapidly. At the same time, Xianxia and Ling Yun naturally had the same feeling. The shock in their eyes became more intense. Refine them and cultivate. Lin Tiandao. The energy contained in the white light was too dense and pure. It was many times more shocking than the divine pulse. As he said so, he said to little Taichu, "Little guy, help protect us." The little guy was definitely in the Emperor realm. Moreover, it had surpassed the third heaven of the Emperor realm. At this height, the white light here shouldn't be of much use to the little guy. After all, there wasn't much of it. "Yeah." Hearing this, little Taichu called out in its childish voice. It left Lin Tian's head and flew to the side, waiting quietly. Lin Tian was relieved. With little Taichu protecting him, he didn't need to worry about anything in the following cultivation. Immediately, he nodded at Xianxia and the others. Then, he closed his eyes and sat down on the ground. He circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun, causing the white light to flow into his body faster. Under his control, it flowed to every part of his body. The light was extremely pure. After it entered his body, the refining process was much simpler than the spiritual qi. It could be absorbed by his blood, flesh, and meridians in the blink of an eye. For a moment, the golden divine light outside his body gradually became denser. His essence, qi, and cultivation increased even more rapidly. At the same time, in other directions, the auras outside Xianxia and the others also surged at an extremely fast speed. Little Taichu floated to the side of the temple and looked at them quietly. Then, its eyes fell on Lin Tian. Its big, watery eyes blinked from time to time. Outside Lin Tian's body, the golden divine light became stronger and stronger. It quickly absorbed the white light from the 9 statues to cultivate. Just like that, a month passed in the blink of an eye. 1 month later. On this day, his aura started to weaken. His powerful body was slowly petrified. Since he entered the Nirvana realm, he started his third metamorphosis. He was moving toward the 4th heaven of the Nirvana realm. On the other hand, he was naturally able to sense such a thing, and he immediately made himself carefully concentrate while his Tao heart became extremely calm. Gradually, his aura became weaker and weaker. More and more parts of his body started to petrify. From his legs to his waist, from his waist to his chest, from his chest to his hands, then to his neck, and then to his head. Finally, his entire body turned into gray stone. At this time, his aura had almost completely disappeared. It was as if he had been annihilated. However, at the center of his stony eyebrows, a bright light could be seen. It was like an inextinguishable saint source, steadily protecting his life. Soon, he maintained this stone body. Another month passed. Ka. On this day, as a crisp sound was heard, cracks began to appear on his stone body. In the blink of an eye, it was completely shattered. A new body sat cross-legged in it. Its skin was crystal clear, as if it was made of glass. It was flowing with a faint light. 4th heaven of the Nirvana realm. He opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light flashed through his eyes. During the 3rd nirvana in the Nirvana realm, the old body would be shed and a new body would be born. At this moment, Lin Tian clearly felt that he had become stronger. His flesh, blood, bones, meridians, sea of consciousness, and spirit had all undergone a qualitative leap. Buzz. Inside the ancient temple, the white light was still surging out from the 9 totem statues, but the speed had slowed down. Obviously, at this time, there was not much pure energy left in the 9 totem statues. Lin Tian shifted his gaze to Xianxia and the others. At this time, they had all reached the 2nd level of nirvana from the early stage of nirvana. They had already completed the 1st nirvana transformation and were charging towards the 3rd level of nirvana. He then looked at the little Taichu beside him. The little guy squeaked at him, which made him smile. Because the white light was still overflowing from the 9 totem statues, he did not immediately stand up. Instead, he took a deep breath and calmed his heart. He once again absorbed the pure energy and circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun to refine and cultivate. Buzz. Suddenly, golden divine light intertwined around his body again. His essence, energy, and spirit continued to rise, and his cultivation shot up again. As such, he calmed his heart and focused, seriously absorbing the pure white light here to refine. As the golden divine light surrounded him, he looked somewhat dignified, as if a supreme god was sitting there. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. On this day, the aura outside Lin Tian's body became extremely strong, but then it quickly declined to the bottom. His sturdy body slowly began to petrify again. After the last time, it was the 4th nirvana. This time around, the nirvana process lasted for a long time. It lasted for a full year before a crack appeared on the stone body. Soon after, the crack spread in all directions like a spider web, and the stone body began to slowly shatter. Soon, dozens of breaths passed. The stone body on the outside was completely shattered, revealing his new body inside. It was also at this time that Lin Tian opened his eyes. A hurricane formed on its own, with him as the center, spreading out in all directions. The 5th level of nirvana. He muttered to himself. He clenched his fists and felt an even more turbulent power surging through his body. His body had become even more solid, his soul had become even more powerful, and his sea of consciousness had become even vaster. His overall combat strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. He's finally awake. Whooshing Crocodile's voice sounded. This nirvana metamorphosis really took a long time. Even Uncle Ling thought that you couldn't make it. Ling Yin said. The 5th level of the nirvana realm. How powerful. Xianxia looked at Lin Tian and spoke. Her eyes were filled with a strange light. The light in this ancient temple was extremely dim. 2 people and 1 alligator had already stopped cultivating half a year ago. All of them had reached the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm and their cultivation had improved tremendously. When they woke up, Lin Tian had maintained the stone body he had when he was undergoing Nirvana. Only now did the stone body shatter, revealing the new body within. Lin Tian looked at the group of people and smiled faintly. He stood up from the ground. Following his movement, the space in this ancient temple was distorted, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. Whooshing Crocodile and the others were moved. This point alone was enough to show how strong Lin Tian's current body was. At the sight of the ancient temple, little Taichu cried out in a childish voice. It flapped its wings and landed on Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian smiled and looked around. The white light overflowing from the 9 totem statues had disappeared. The death storm outside had also disappeared. The space was very quiet. Therefore, he couldn't help but look at the 9 statues again. I really didn't expect that the 9 totem statues would contain such a shocking amount of energy. I don't know how many times stronger than the Holy Range. We have really made a big profit this time. Ling Yin bared his teeth. With the help of the white light that gushed out from the 9 statues, he, Whooshing Crocodile, and Xianxia had each advanced from the early stage of Nirvana realm to the 3rd stage of Nirvana realm. Lin Tian had advanced from the 3rd stage of Nirvana realm to the 5th stage of Nirvana realm. Kid, is this really the power of will that you mentioned? Whooshing Crocodile tilted its head and looked at Lin Tian. The pure white light gushing out from the 9 totem statues had greatly improved their cultivation. Even now, it was still a little surprised. Lin Tian looked at the 9 statues and said, it should be the power of will. He was actually very shocked by the power that surged out from the 9 totem statues. However, combined with some of the records he had read in the Buddhist scriptures and his intuition, he believed that this extremely pure white light was the pure power of will that was generated from the worship of these totems in the past. It was condensed in these totem statues. He looked at the 9 statues. At this time, the dust on their surface had disappeared. However, there were more cracks on the statues. They were like spider webs that covered the surface of the statues. It seemed like they could break at any time. He knew that this was probably because the power of will that existed in the 9 statues had been absorbed by them. He bowed to the 9 statues. Regardless of whether it was because they had absorbed the boundless power of will from the 9 statues, causing cracks to appear on them, or because they were the statues of totems that had protected the people in the past, they were all worthy of his bow. Kid Lin, is this the power of will that you are looking for? Ling Yin asked. Lin Tian shook his head and said, no. He didn't know what the Tianji primogenitor said that there was something he needed here, but he knew that it must be very important to him. But this kind of wish energy was obviously not important to him, and he could do without it. Okay, the death storm has disappeared. Let's go. He called out to the two people and the crocodile and immediately walked out of the ancient temple. Xianxia and the others naturally didn't hesitate and followed him out. Crack. At this time, a crisp sound was heard. It was very abrupt. The group of people were all shocked. They all looked behind them and saw that a huge crack had suddenly appeared at the bottom of the ancient temple. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that an extremely cold aura was spreading out from the crack. It was as if a peerless ferocious beast was about to awaken from its slumber. Is there a ferocious beast under this ancient temple? The group changed their expressions. Boom. The ancient temple shook. More cracks appeared and spread rapidly in all directions. The bottom of the temple cracked and shattered. Then, an even colder aura rushed out. It was as if the door of hell had been opened. The aura of death was pressing. Let's retreat first, Lin Tian said in a low voice. In an instant, the three people and the crocodile stepped forward and left the ancient temple. Almost as soon as they left the ancient temple, the entire ancient temple collapsed, splashing yellow sand all over the sky. Then, with another loud bang, the entire ancient temple collapsed. Large cracks spread in all directions, revealing a huge black hole. A shocking aura of death spread out from below. Clang! 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 The sound of armor colliding rang out from the black hole. Soon, more than a dozen humanoid figures stepped out from the black hole. All of them were covered in black armor, and their bodies were surrounded by wisps of darking qi. They looked like real soldiers from hell. This is? Lin Tian's expression changed immediately, and Wuxing Crocodile also showed a look of shock. They were too familiar with this kind of armor. When they were in the fifth heaven, the Supreme Temple appeared and absorbed them. At that time, in the heavenly palace of death of the Supreme Temple, they encountered the same kind of armor. This, one person and one crocodile did not expect to see the same kind of armored soldiers in the heavenly palace of death in this place. Moreover, these armored soldiers were obviously much stronger than those in the heavenly palace of death. You know this kind of thing? Next to them, Ling Yan saw the expression on Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile's faces and asked curiously. At the same time, Xianxia tilted her head and looked over. I've seen it before. Lin Tian nodded and briefly told them about entering the heavenly palace of death of the Supreme Temple. For a moment, Ling Yan and Xianxia were both shocked. Supreme Temple? That is one of the most ancient and terrifying life-forbidden zones in the legends. Since ancient times, who knows how many strong people have been sucked in. It is said that even many Chaos Emperors have died in there. You, actually walked out of there alive? Ling Yan stared at them. We were just lucky. Lin Tian. He was not being modest, but was speaking the truth. At that time, in the heavenly palace of death, even the book of life and death had jumped out. It could be said that it was a dead end. If not for the mysterious stone coffin suddenly breaking through the space and creating a huge hole in the heavenly palace of death that led to the outside world, he and Wuxing Crocodile would definitely have died in there. Clang! The sound of weapons rang out. Over a dozen figures were completely covered in armor. They held rusty battle spears in their hands. They discovered Lin Tian's group the moment they stepped out. Like killing puppets, they directly waved their battle spears and charged towards the group. Instantly, with a crack, the space in this place was shattered by the dozen armored soldiers' battle spears. Their murderous intent was terrifying. They are comparable to Nirvana realm fighters. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Lin Tian also saw the power of the dozen armored soldiers, but he did not care. After all, he was in the Nirvana realm and had just reached the fifth heaven of Nirvana realm. Immediately, he raised his right hand and punched forward. Dong! The void rumbled, as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in this space. The power of the punch was terrifying. In an instant, cracking sounds could be heard as the armor of the dozen or so armored soldiers shattered. Inside were extremely pale human males. Their eyes were numb, their faces as white as paper, and they exuded a thick aura of death. Immediately, as they were exposed to the air, the human men in the armor were instantly turned into ashes. Just like the armored soldiers in the heavenly palace of death, they are all human men. Once the armor is broken, the humans inside will be turned into ashes instantly. The demonic light in the five elements crocodile's eyes was extremely dense. He was both shocked and suspicious. It seems like they were suppressed under this ancient temple by a strong practitioner in the past using the totem statues in this ancient temple. However, why would this ancient temple suppress such armored soldiers? Could it be that the armored soldiers in the heavenly palace of death once walked out of the heavenly palace and killed thousands of creatures on their own? This has never been recorded in the history books. From what he knew, the Extreme Temple was the most ancient forbidden zone for life. Every time it appeared, it would forcefully suck in a large number of cultivators. The cultivators that were sucked in had a hard time escaping. However, there were no records of evil spirits coming out of the Extreme Temple to kill all living things in the world. However, the scene in front of him clearly showed that these armored soldiers had walked out of the heavenly palace of death in the Extreme Temple to cause trouble. Then, they were suppressed here by a powerful fighter in the past. This really shocked him. Lin Tian was also a little confused about this, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, this had nothing much to do with him. Boom! In front of him, under the black hole, an even thicker aura of death rushed up. More armored soldiers stepped out, densely packed together. At least a few hundred, there are so many of them. Ling Yin was shocked. Then, he frowned. This ancient temple should have existed for a very long time. It should have at least a few 100,000 years of history. In other words, these armored soldiers have been suppressed for at least a few 100,000 years. How can they still be alive? Even the most powerful emperor wouldn't be able to survive for so long, right? Which eye of yours saw that they were still alive? Lin Tianandao. Ling Yin was stunned. Then, he became a little embarrassed. Cough, this seems like they are all dead objects. Lin Tian glanced at him. With a slight thought, a dense golden sword light appeared. Together with his fifth sky of Nirvana realm cultivation, every sword light seemed to be able to break the heavens and shatter the earth. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In an instant, the armored soldiers exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, they turned into black dust. Roar! Suddenly, a fierce roar came from the black hole under the ancient temple. The aura of death was extremely terrifying. It shook the sky as if it was going to collapse in the next moment. A violent roar came out from the black hole under the ancient temple. For a moment, the entire space was shaking. The pitch-black aura of death was like a volcano erupting from hell. It soared up to a height of several 100 feet and dyed the sky black. With a rumbling sound, a knight stepped out. His entire body was enveloped in pitch-black armor, and even his head was no exception. He rode on the back of a strange beast covered in scales, and he held a copper halberd in his hand. He swept up the mist of death that filled the sky as he arrived. Kung! The bronze halberd in his hand moved and the entire space shattered. The halberd's tip was covered in rust, but it gave people a terrifying feeling. At the same time, the beast below him roared. It was filled with a ruthless death aura and a rolling mist swept in all directions. The roar just now came from this beast? It's comparable to a 7th level Nirvana expert. Whooshing Crocodile's expression was slightly cold. He looked at the armored knight. As for it, it's definitely not weaker than a normal half-step emperor. Pretty much. Lin Tiandao. His expression didn't change. He took a step forward and clenched his right hand slightly. Immediately after, he threw a punch forward. In an instant, the void shook violently. It was as if a sacred drum had been struck, and the world in all directions instantly collapsed. Ao! Ong! The true dragon and phoenix appeared at the same time. They were mighty and shocking. One pounced at the armored knight while the other pounced at the beast below the armored knight. In an instant, with a loud rumble, a hurricane blew. The beast below the armored knight was directly blasted into pieces and black blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, with a ping sound, the armored knight was violently shaken. The bronze halberd almost slipped out of his hand and he was forced to retreat. Lin Tiandao's expression was calm. He took another step forward and immediately appeared above the armored knight's head. Dong! He swung his fist again, and the space in all directions was destroyed at the same time. It landed firmly on the armored knight's head, smashing it into pieces and causing the headless body to fall back into the black hole. Moreover, under this punch, the hundreds of armored soldiers in the surroundings were all affected. They were affected by the tyrannical power of this punch and exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, the armored knights and ordinary armored soldiers that had rushed out from the black hole were completely destroyed. So strong? Ling Yan glared at him. Damn pervert. Whooshing crocodile bared its teeth. Even Xianxia, who was standing at the side, had her mouth agape. Coupled with the shocked expression on her face, she appeared rather alluring. An armored knight that wasn't weaker than a normal half-step emperor, a mutated death beast that was comparable to a 7th-stage Nirvana realm expert, and several hundred other powerful armored soldiers were actually completely obliterated in just 2 punches. What kind of terrifying strength was this? You're really going to defy the heavens? Whooshing crocodile rolled its eyes. Lin Tianyi smiled. After all, I've reached the 5th stage of Nirvana realm. After 2 consecutive Nirvana body metamorphoses, my strength has increased by a lot. Moreover, I've already used my full strength just now. Borrowing the wish power from the 9 totem statues, he had reached the 5th stage from the 3rd stage of Nirvana realm. After 2 consecutive Nirvana body metamorphoses, his strength was much stronger than when he was at the 3rd stage of Nirvana realm. His physique was no weaker than a half-step emperor. Adding on the fact that he was using the primal Chaos Emperor fist with his full strength, his offensive strength was naturally unparalleled. It wasn't difficult for him to wipe out the armored knights, mutated death beasts, and ordinary armored soldiers with just 2 punches. Moreover, these armored knights and armored soldiers all had fatal weaknesses. Once they were shattered once, they would be destroyed. As such, it was even easier for him to destroy them now. After speaking, he looked at the black hole on the ground. The aura of death inside was tumbling, but there were no more armored soldiers that rushed out. Those just now should be all that is sealed in this place, he said. Whooshing crocodile nodded. Looking at the black hole, his eyes were filled with shock. It seems that in the most ancient era, the armored soldiers in the Death Heavenly Palace really came out and wreaked havoc in the world. Back then, which expert took action? Was it those totems? To be able to deal with such a disaster, truly not simple. Lin Tiandao. His voice was calm, but his heart was very shocked. Back then, when he and Whooshing Crocodile entered the depths of the Death Heavenly Palace, they saw the densely packed armored soldiers and demonic death beasts. There were at least 1 million of them, and each of them emitted an extremely terrifying aura. The aura of death overflowed the sky. If they really came out, they could definitely overturn the world. Now that they saw these armored soldiers sealed in this place, it was enough to prove that the armored soldiers in the Death Heavenly Palace had come out. Once they came out, it was naturally impossible for only a part of them to come out. They must have come out in full force. Such a torrent of death that could overturn the world was actually stopped by someone. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the person who did it back then was. After a pause, he shook his head. Forget it. Let's not care about it. It has nothing to do with us. Don't worry too much, Buzz. Suddenly, in his sea of consciousness, the divine sword trembled slightly and buzzed at the bottom of his sea of consciousness. Strands of 7-colored divine light rippled out, pointing directly to the depths of this sleepless place. This is? Lin Tianyi was shocked and immediately moved. At this moment, the buzzing of the 7-colored divine sword was all too familiar to him. It was because it had sensed the sword's soul fragment. This made his eyes shine brightly. When the heavenly mystery progenitor said that there was something he needed here, it must be the sword's soul fragment. Kid, what happened all of a sudden? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Beside him, Xianxia and Ling Yan also looked at Lin Tian. They both sensed that Lin Tian's expression was strange at this moment. I sensed what I was looking for. Lin Tian looked into the depths of the sleepless place and said. You sensed it? Ling Yan was moved. They had traveled thousands of miles from the southern region to the sleepless place in the eastern region because Lin Tian was looking for something important. Then let's hurry up and run over there. Lin Tian nodded, let's go. The seven-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness reacted, allowing him to sense the approximate location of the sword's soul fragment. At this moment, he led the way and rushed directly into the depths of the sleepless place. After more than a year, their cultivation had improved a lot. Naturally, their speed was much faster. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed a long distance. Boom! At this moment, the sky shook violently. Bolts of black lightning struck down. The space in all directions collapsed immediately. The bottom also collapsed as if a heavenly tribulation had descended. It's not as scary as the death storm, but it's scary enough. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes turned cold. Ling Yun nodded, it's very scary. If an ordinary half-step emperor were to come in contact with it, he would probably be very unlucky. Lin Tian naturally sensed the power of the black lightning. At the same time, he also sensed that there was a dense great Tao of lightning in this place. It was as if once a living creature approached, it would trigger destructive lightning to strike down. He felt pressured by the black lightning that fell from the sky, but he didn't feel the threat of death. Then, with a buzz, a divine map rushed out from behind him and propped up Wang Yu. Then, the nameless great Tao laws surged up and merged with the reincarnation map. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a great Tao reincarnation map, intertwining with a divine and sacred aura. Let's go. He enveloped the group with the great Tao reincarnation map and moved forward. With a rumble, the black lightning landed on the great Tao reincarnation map, causing it to tremble violently. Soon, dense cracks appeared on it. However, with Lin Tian's current cultivation at the 5th level of the rebirth realm, the reincarnation diagram he created was sufficiently powerful. In the end, he was able to resist all the lightning, allowing them to safely pass through the area of destructive lightning. So powerful. Xianxia looked at Lin Tian Dao. The black lightning just now was enough to threaten an ordinary half-step emperor, but Lin Tian used a divine map to bring the group through safely. This really surprised her. It's all right. Lin Tianyi smiled. He sensed the direction of the sword's soul fragment and called for the group to follow behind him. They continued to walk into the depths of the sleepless land. Just like that, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 7 days, as they went deeper, they encountered danger a few times, but they all passed through safely. Kid, are we there yet? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tiandao said, not yet, but we're not far from here. He continued to walk at the front and continued to walk deeper. During this process, his speed was very fast, but he was also very cautious. His divine sense was always entwined around his body, forming a huge invisible protective net. As long as there was a trace of abnormality, he would be able to sense it at the first moment. Just like that, another 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, specks of immortal light suddenly appeared in front of them, and a dozen or so immortal plants appeared in their field of vision. Although they were all only around 3 inches tall, they were all intertwined with specks of sparkling luster, and there was even a dense Tao light lingering around them. Immediately, the group was moved. Yuan returning yang grass, soul-nourishing flower, immortal rare plant. Whooshing Crocodile stared. They are all incredible immortal herbs. Pluck them. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. The group walked forward, each taking action, all of them obtaining a few stalks of immortal medicines. Some had the ability to extend one's life, at least 2,000 years, some could strengthen one's foundation, producing a transformation, some could nourish one's soul, at least double in strength. It could be said that together, this was a shocking treasure trove. Even a boundary emperor expert would be envious of it. Who would have thought that there would be so many precious immortal medicines in this dead zone that is said to be devoid of life? Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Lin Tian was also a little surprised, but he wasn't too surprised. In the blink of an eye, he calmed down again. 7 colored rays of light shot out from the depths like innate holy light, illuminating the area tens of thousands of feet away. However, there was also a trace of haziness amidst the brightness. It was as if a legendary supreme treasure of the immortal realm had appeared in the world, and its immortal splendor was dazzling. Found it. A glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. Let's go. He didn't have time to think too much. He directly called Xianxia and the others and rushed forward. Xianxia and the others followed behind, their speed also very fast. Just like that, they crossed hundreds of thousands of feet in the blink of an eye. With Lin Tian in the lead, the group appeared behind a small dark mountain. Between the cracks of a few black rocks, a fist-sized ball of rainbow light floated quietly. It was crystalline. Lin Tian stared at the seven-colored light source, and the light in his eyes suddenly became stronger. At the same time, Wuxing Crocodile, Ling Yun, and Xianxia were all shocked. Kid, are you looking for this seven-colored light source again? What is it? How many are there? Wuxing Crocodile was surprised because this was not the first time Lin Tian found this seven-colored light source. Another piece of this thing? This is not the only one? Have you been looking for the same thing? Ling Yun stared at him. Previously, in the eighth heaven, such a seven-colored light source appeared in the West Nether continent, attracting many powerhouses to fight for it. Even the legendary Nether demonic dragon was attracted to it. In the end, that light source fell into Lin Tian's hands, but he didn't expect to see another one here. Lin Tian has been looking for this thing all this time? Xianxia was also shocked. She stared straight at the seven-colored light source, her eyes full of shock. What a powerful energy. The surrounding great Daos are all suppressed, it seems. She had an immortal spiritual body, so her perception of the great Daos was the most sensitive. At this time, she clearly noticed that the great Daos around the seven-colored light source were all trembling. Not only were they suppressed by the aura emitted by the seven-colored light source, but they also seemed to be subdued and frightened. Even little Tai Chu, who was on top of Lin Tian's head, opened his eyes wide as he stared at the seven-colored light source. It was as if he had seen something very interesting, making him look very cute. Buzz. In front of them, the fist-sized seven-colored light source trembled on its own, emitting a buzzing sound, and an even stronger divine light overflowed. For a moment, the space became even brighter. The seven-colored light surrounded the surroundings, dyeing the large rocks and the ground in seven colors. Lin Tian stared at the seven-colored light source, and his heart was unprecedentedly excited. According to his estimation, this seven-colored light source was the sword's soul fragment of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, and he estimated that the sword's soul fragment had been broken into 9 pieces. From the first heaven until now, he had found a total of 8 fragments of this sword's soul fragment to fuse with the seven-colored divine sword. In front of him was the last one. As long as he could fuse with this sword's soul fragment and make the divine sword complete, he might be able to control the seven-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness. And as long as he could control the divine sword, he could even kill an emperor now. He took a deep breath, and asked the little Tai Chu to leave his side temporarily to protect him, and then he took a step forward. Buzz. As he leaned forward, the fist-sized seven-colored light source jumped on its own, rose up, and came to his chest. At the same time, in his sea of consciousness, the seven-colored divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness shook even more violently. He took another deep breath, and with a sharp light in his eyes, he stretched out his right hand, and the sword mark in his palm emitted a faint light. Suddenly, the seven-colored light source floating in front of his chest shook slightly, and directly sank into the sword mark, then moved along his flesh and blood, and appeared in his sea of consciousness in the blink of an eye, next to the divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness. The divine sword trembled slightly, and the fist-sized seven-colored light source disappeared into the divine sword in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the divine sword produced an even stronger seven-colored light, and a seven-colored hurricane swept out in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. After this seven-colored hurricane swept out, it immediately turned into an incomparably pure energy, and just like before, it went straight to Lin Tian's body, quickly pouring into every corner of his body from his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, his body trembled involuntarily, and his essence, qi, spirit, and cultivation began to rise rapidly. Lin Tian could clearly feel all of this. After all, this was a change in his own body. Immediately, he focused his mind, and then activated the Sun Heart Sutra, and began to refine this energy. Buzz. As he activated the Sun Heart Sutra to refine the rich energy overflowing from the divine sword, a golden divine light rushed out of his body, like the blazing sun, and dyed the space with a layer of golden dust. Immediately, the aura he emitted increased even faster, and his essence, qi, and spirit doubled in the blink of an eye. This, not far away, Xianxia, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yun were shocked. Lin Tian's aura was increasing too quickly. Is he going to level up again? Ling Yun stared. Lin Tian had just reached the 5th level of Nirvana realm not long ago, and there were signs of leveling up again. Yeah. Little Taichu floated to the side and looked at Lin Tian, blinking its big watery eyes from time to time, and said in a childish voice. At this time, Lin Tian had already sat down cross-legged on the ground. The Sun Heart Sutra was activated even faster, and he was wholeheartedly refining the energy overflowing from the Rainbow Divine Sword. Suddenly, the golden divine light outside his body became thicker, and the nameless aura of the law of the Great Path also boiled. Buzz. The golden light was dazzling and dazzling. Gradually, this golden divine light became thicker, and his entire body was drowned in this golden light. At the same time, the aura he emitted naturally continued to rise. Just like this, a month passed in the blink of an eye. In a month's time, he had completely refined the rich energy that surged from the Rainbow Divine Sword, and his essence, qi, and spirit had expanded to an extremely high point, like boiling water. However, in the next moment, this powerful aura that had expanded to an extremely high point began to fall back at an alarming speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had weakened to the lowest point. It was also at this time that his body began to petrify, and his legs, which were sitting cross-legged, turned into dim stone in an instant. This is Nirvana Stage 6? Not far away, a group of people were shocked. His advancement is so fast. Xianxia opened her small mouth, and coupled with the shock on her face, it was very cute. Little Taichu floated to the side, looking at Lin Tian like a child, and the wings on its back trembled slightly from time to time. There was no light outside Lin Tian's body, and his body continued to petrify, from his legs to his head. In the blink of an eye, his entire body had turned into stone, and the aura he emitted was so low that it was undetectable, as if his body and soul had been destroyed. It's starting the 5th Nirvana, this. I don't know how long it will take this time. Ling Yin said with his eyes wide open. Just wait quietly. Wuxing Crocodile said. In the process of Nirvana, the old body petrified and shed, and a new body was born from within. It was a true transformation. Lin Tian was going through the 5th Nirvana, and his old body turned into stone, while his new body began to condense and gradually become stronger. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. This time, Lin Tian's Nirvana didn't take long. After 3 months, a crack appeared on his petrified old body, and then the crack quickly spread to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire body of stone, and the stone body slowly shattered. Crack! 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 Pieces of stone fell off, and very soon, a new body appeared behind the shattered stone body. A faint, crystalline light flowed through the body, and a powerful aura involuntarily spread out, causing the space there to involuntarily tremble. Nirvana Stage 6. Success! Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but exclaim, and his eyes were filled with a bright demonic light. The cracking sounds continued, and the petrified old body continued to shatter. Finally, Lin Tian's new body was completely revealed. At this time, he closed his eyes lightly and did not move at all. Only a faint brilliance flowed on the surface of his body. Only a turbulent aura involuntarily intertwined from his body and surged around his new body. Powerful. Boom boom. Why isn't he awake? Ling Yin was curious. Xianxia looked at Lin Tian, thought for a while, and said, he should be feeling something. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by a faint light, and he looked like a god. At this time, he didn't open his eyes, and all his thoughts were gathered in his consciousness. His soul took a step forward, and went directly to the Rainbow Divine Sword at the bottom of his consciousness. By now, the estimated 9 fragments of the sword's soul had been completely found and integrated into the Divine Sword. He felt that the sword's soul should be complete, and the Divine Sword should be complete as well. He felt that he should be able to control the Divine Sword on his own. His soul came close to the Divine Sword, and he was a little excited. His tyrannical divine consciousness surrounded the Rainbow Divine Sword. Then, in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. He used his tyrannical divine consciousness to communicate with this divine sword, but the result was the same as before, and he didn't receive any response. At the same time, he saw that the mysterious patterns on the surface of the divine sword had covered the entire body of the sword. These mysterious patterns covered the entire body of the sword, and one part of the sword was bright, while the other part was dark. This is still incomplete? He was a little lost. Suddenly, the rainbow divine sword vibrated slightly, and many pictures intertwined around the divine sword, as if they were engravings of the divine consciousness. He saw a divine sword with intertwining rainbow-colored lights rushing out of the eternal unknown darkness. It streaked across the godly universe, the deity ground, and the starry sky. It broke through layer after layer of barriers, and finally, it fell under a dark cliff. Throughout this process, pieces of 7 colored lights fell from the divine sword from time to time, landing in every corner of the world. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? Xianxia provides you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian already knew that there were other macro worlds outside the 10 Directions Heaven territory. After all, the blue planet he used to live in was outside the 10 Directions Heaven territory. However, he didn't expect that the divine sword and his sea of consciousness would come from outside the 10 Directions Heaven territory. Part of the divine sword's soul was scattered in other corners of the macro world. Even with his current mental state of a 6th-layer Nirvana stage expert, he was completely stunned when he saw this scene. This sword seems to be far beyond my imagination. What's its origin? He murmured. The images in the divine sword collapsed one after another, intertwining with the colorful light, which made him a little absent-minded. After that, it was only after dozens of breaths that he became slightly more clear-headed. Forget it, it's no big deal. The more mysterious it is, the more powerful it is. I'm looking forward to the day when I can gather it and complete it. His eyes lit up. He stared at the divine sword for the last time. His divine soul stepped forward and returned to the sea of consciousness. In the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes. You're awake, Ling Yin said. Xianxia and Wuxing Crocodile also looked over. Kid, what are you comprehending? Wuxing Crocodile asked. This time, Lin Tian's Nirvana transformation took more than half an hour after Old Stone's body was shattered before he finally opened his eyes. This made Lin Tian curious. Well, almost. Lin Tian smiled and stood up from the ground. Yeah. Little Taichu cried and flew back to Lin Tian's head. Lin Tianyi smiled and looked at Xianxia and the others again. It's about time. Let's go. He could guess that there was something in the sleepless land that Ancestor Tianji mentioned. It was the Sword Soul Fragment. At this time, he had already gotten the Sword Soul Fragment. Naturally, he felt that there was no need to stay in this forbidden area. Let's go, Wuxing Crocodile said. Immediately, the group walked out of the sleepless place. In this sleepless land, the space was always dusky, regardless of whether it was day or night. From time to time, a dark and cold wind would blow past, as though it was blowing from hell, giving people a frightening feeling. The cultivations of this group of people were extremely formidable, and the weakest was at the 3rd level of Rebirth Realm, so they naturally didn't care about this sort of aura. They followed the path they came from, and soon, they were very far away. Boom, in front of them, the ground shattered as a wave of cold evil chi rushed up, causing the surrounding void to tremble and distort. A gigantic ferocious beast emerged from the ground. It had 4 claws and was about 3 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in scales, and its aura was ferocious. Roar. It was shaped like a lizard and let out a roar. Its eyes were scarlet red as it stared straight at Lin Tianyi and the others. Evidently, it was treating them as prey. He is not weaker than an expert of the Nirvana realm, Wuxing Crocodile said. It was also at this time that the lizard-like ferocious beast rushed over. Its 4 claws pressed against the ground, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the group of people. It opened its bloody mouth filled with a foul stench and directly swallowed the group of people. Yeah, so smelly. On top of Lin Tian's head, the little Taichu was somewhat dissatisfied. Its voice was childish, like that of a child, but it caused the ferocious beast to suddenly tremble violently. Dense fear immediately appeared in its scarlet eyes, like an ordinary person seeing a ferocious ghost from hell. Then, let's kill it. Lin Tianyi smiled. His right hand moved slightly, and two dazzling sword auras condensed in the blink of an eye. One after the other, they flew forward and slashed forward. Suddenly, with a poof, the ferocious beast that rushed over met the first sword aura and was directly cut into pieces. Only a demon soul escaped in a sorry state. However, almost at the same time, Lin Tian's second sword aura appeared right in front of the demon soul. Like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, it slashed straight up. With a swoosh, the demon soul was smashed into pieces and dissipated like starlight. Its body and soul were destroyed. This, Xianxia and the others could not help but be shocked. An eighth Sky Nirvana realm ferocious beast was actually killed so easily. However, the group of people soon calmed down from their shock. After all, Lin Tian himself was monstrous enough. Now that he had reached the sixth sky of Nirvana realm, it was not difficult for him to kill an eighth Sky Nirvana realm ferocious beast with his cultivation. Let's go, let's get out of here as soon as possible. The air in these forbidden lands is really terrible. Wuxing Crocodile said. I feel the same. Ling Yin said. It had to be said that the air in the sleepless place was indeed very turbid. It was almost filled with evil qi, and it was very uncomfortable to breathe in. Lin Tian nodded. He seemed very calm as he walked out of the sleepless place. However, at this moment, a faint light suddenly flashed from the dark ground where the ferocious beast had broken out of the ground. It fell into his field of vision. This made him a little curious. He activated his divine power and waved his right hand, directly grabbing the thing that gave off the faint light in his hand. He lowered his head to look at the thing that he had grabbed from the ground in his right hand. He discovered that it was a small purple wooden tablet, less than half an inch in length and width. It was engraved with all kinds of strange runes. They were densely packed like little tadpoles. What is this? He frowned slightly. He could feel that this small wooden tablet was very unusual because the runes on it were very profound. Moreover, there seemed to be a very shocking intertwining of Taoist principles inside it. However, he did not know what it was exactly. What's wrong? Wuxing Crocodile asked when he saw the strange expression on his face. At the same time, Xianxia and Ling Yin also looked over. Lin Tian stretched out his hand and spread out the small wooden tablet in the palm of his hand. It appeared in the vision of the two people and the crocodile. I picked it up from the ground where the ferocious beast had rushed out. It seems very unusual, but I can't tell what it is. He said. Lord Crocodile, take a look. Wuxing Crocodile looked at the small wooden tablet in the palm of Lin Tian's hand. It paused, and its eyes gradually revealed a look of surprise. This seems to be an escape talisman. It stared at the small purple wooden tablet in Lin Tian's hand with its eyes wide open. Lin Tianwei was puzzled. Escape talisman? What's the use of it? Ling Yan was also puzzled. Xianxia also looked at Wuxing Crocodile. Obviously, she did not know what the escape talisman that Wuxing Crocodile was talking about was. Wuxing Crocodile took a deep breath, and its eyes shone again. It stared at the small wooden tablet and said, the escape talisman, as the name suggests, allows life to escape. It is said that it was forged by an extremely talented empress in ancient times. It can replace the holder to die once. In other words, as long as you carry this escape talisman, it is equivalent to having 2 lives. What? Hearing this, Lin Tian, Xianxia and Ling Yin were all shocked. Holding this escape talisman was equivalent to having 2 lives? This was really too shocking. Are you sure? Lin Tian asked Wuxing Crocodile. Nonsense. When have I ever lied to you? Wuxing Crocodile said. Hearing Wuxing Crocodile's confident tone, Lin Tian's eyes could not help but light up. He really did not expect to find such a rare treasure by chance when he was about to leave the sleepless land. Holding this thing was equivalent to having an extra life. Kid, you can find such a rare treasure just by looking at it. Isn't your luck a bit too good? Wuxing Crocodile could not help but grit its teeth. It can't be helped. With good luck comes good luck. Lin Tian smiled and put the small wooden tablet in his hand into his mind. Whooshing crocodile gritted its teeth and stared straight at the ground where the fierce beast had rushed out. It lit up the underground space with its demon light. Wait, Master Crocodile, let's see if there are any more treasures down there. Maybe there is one more. Let me have a look too. Ling Yun joined in. For a time, the crocodile and the man released their demon light and divine light, searching inch by inch for the underground space where the fierce lizard beast had rushed out. Lin Tian was speechless. It's gone. Kid Lan has stepped on all the dog sh*t. After dozens of breaths, the crocodile and the man searched the underground space where the fierce lizard beast had rushed out, but they found nothing. Lin Tian was speechless. He was too lazy to care about these two guys. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Let's go, Ya." Okay. Xianxia covered her mouth and snickered. She followed Lin Tian out. Whooshing crocodile and Ling Yun curled their lips and followed. Woo woo. In the sleepless land, the dark wind almost never stopped. From time to time, there would be a gust of wind mixed with wisps of yellow sand. Occasionally, there would be the remains of some beasts and human bones rolled in it. It looked a bit horrifying. Their group moved from the inner area to the outer area, and they encountered danger on numerous occasions. However, it wasn't a big deal because Lin Tian dealt with all of them by himself. After spending a few days of time, they finally arrived at the edge of the sleepless grounds and directly strode out. Phew! Ling Yan let out a long breath. The air outside is better. It's more comfortable to breathe. One is the normal environment, and the other is the forbidden zone. Of course, the normal environment is more comfortable. Lin Tian Ondao. The five elements crocodile looked at the sleepless land from the outside. Come to think of it, we've spent about 2 years entering this forbidden area this time. As it spoke, it clicked its tongue and said, however, these 2 years were very worth it. The harvest is very good. Yes, that's true. Ling Yun nodded. In 2 years, he, Whooshing Crocodile, and Xianxia had completed 2 Nirvana molts. From the early stage of Nirvana realm to the 3rd stage of Nirvana realm, Lin Tian had completed 3 Nirvana molts. From the 3rd stage of Nirvana realm to the 6th stage of Nirvana realm, he had also obtained a rare treasure like the escape talisman. The harvest was really amazing. Okay, stop sighing. Let's go. Lin Tian spoke at this time. He looked back at the sleepless land. Without saying anything more, he called out to the group and walked further away. Xianxia followed beside him. She was very ethereal. Go, go, go. Whooshing Crocodile said and followed Ling Yun. Then, in the blink of an eye, the group was very far away from the sleepless land. They walked for dozens of miles. What are we going to do next? Ling Yan asked Lin Tian Ondao. Genius 1 second remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels too. Read. What should he do next? Lin Tian thought for a while and said, let's just walk around and relax. After staying in the sleepless ground for 2 years, he was busy with cultivation. Now, he felt that it was better to take a break. Whooshing Crocodile guessed what Lin Tian was thinking and said, oh, that's not bad. You can't always be busy with cultivation. It's good to relax once in a while. Xianxia also said. Lin Tian chuckled and walked forward slowly. Then, the group walked along the mountain forest and looked around casually. A few days passed in a flash. Speaking of which, why do I feel that the spirit chi in the eastern region is much stronger than the western and southern regions? The terrain is also more shocking than the western and southern regions. Walking in a large forest, Lin Tian said. His cultivation was extraordinary now. After walking for a few days, he found that the spirit chi in the eastern region was stronger than the western and southern regions. That's true. The 5 elements crocodile said, among the 4 domains in this heaven realm, the south, west, and north domains have almost the same spiritual energy fluctuations and topographic veins. However, the east domain is much stronger than the other 3 domains, and its topographic veins are even more extraordinary. The reason for this is, according to the rumors, it seems that the ancestral dragon vein of this world has condensed a dragon essence, and it just so happens to reside in the East Domain. Therefore, the East Domain's spiritual energy and topographic veins are more astonishing than the other three domains. When Lin Tian heard this, he immediately revealed a shocked expression. The ancestral dragon vein of this world has condensed dragon essence? He controlled the dragon burial scripture and naturally knew about the dragon essence. It was condensed by the ancestral dragon vein and was equivalent to the fruit of the ancestral dragon vein. It had unimaginable value. Cultivating with it, it could be compared to countless divine veins. At the same time, it was a natural life-extending medicine. It could at least extend the life of 9 emperors by 100,000 years. There is such a saying, but I'm not sure about the specifics. Throughout history, countless experts have searched the East region, including many ninth heaven emperors. Unfortunately, they were all fruitless. Wuxing crocodile shook its head, and then it paused for a moment before its eyes suddenly revealed a bright light as it looked at Lin Tiandao. Kid, you possess the dragon burial scripture and have attained the 6th level of the rebirth realm, so it ought to be 1,000 times easier for you to find the dragon essence than others. Why don't you try looking for it? As it spoke, its eyes lit up even more. If this eastern region really has such a level of dragon essence, then once we find it, we'll really hit the jackpot. If we can find such a heaven-defying item and cultivate it, we might be able to directly enter the half-step emperor realm. As for you, who has the highest cultivation, you might be able to directly enter the emperor realm. At the side, Ling Yan's eyes lit up as he listened. He looked at Lin Tian and raised his hand. Agreed. Agreed my ass. In ancient history, so many emperors came to look for it, but none of them could find it. Now, we can almost question whether this saying is true or not. Love go little say, Chu Lin Tian glanced at Ling Yan and Wuxing crocodile, and said, even if this saying is true, even if I find it, I don't have the ability to touch it. This kind of dragon essence condensed from the ancestral dragon vein requires at least 7 emperors to work together to touch it. Otherwise, whoever touches it will die. The ancestral dragon vein is the foundation of a great world. It's almost equivalent to the great world itself. How can ordinary people touch the fruit condensed from such a thing at will? So terrifying? Wuxing crocodile stared at Ling Yun. What do you think? Lin Tiandao asked. As he said that, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. He remembered the 9 dragons playing with a pearl terrain in the 4th heaven. In that terrifying terrain, there is a dragon pearl. The energy contained in that dragon pearl is terrifyingly strong, and it can't be touched by anyone below the emperor realm. He thought in his heart. With his current 6th heaven of nirvana layer cultivation, he should be able to take away the dragon pearl with the help of the dragon burial scripture. That dragon pearl was also a heaven-shaking divine treasure. Thinking so, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of light. After taking a deep breath, he calmed down again. Then, as he slowly walked forward, the intertwining aura around his body gradually became as light as a breeze. Their group walked casually through the mountains and soon appeared on a main road. There were many cultivators coming and going on the road. That is? Lin Tian? On this main road, many cultivators saw Lin Tianyi and his group. When they saw Lin Tian, they couldn't help but tremble. More than 2 years ago, Lin Tian plotted to kill 9 half-step emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty in the 9th heaven. Then, the little Taichu next to him killed the divine sons and quasi-emperors of the Yinyang sect and other top forces. His fierce reputation was unparalleled. At this time, when these cultivators saw Lin Tian appear here, how could they not be afraid? For a time, on this main road, all the cultivators couldn't help but stop. Everyone retreated to the sides and took the initiative to make way. One by one, their eyes fell on Lin Tian's body, all with horror. Lin Tian had long been accustomed to this kind of thing. He didn't care about it and calmly walked forward. Yeah? The little Taichu laid on his head and noticed the gazes of many cultivators. Its big eyes were full of curiosity. It raised its small head and looked at the group of cultivators on the main road. For a time, facing the gaze of the little guy, many cultivators trembled fiercely. Many people stepped back, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. What a joke! 2 years ago, the little guy could easily obliterate a quasi-emperor with a wave of his claws. This news has already spread throughout the 9th heaven. How could these cultivators not be afraid when facing the little guy's eyes at this time? Yeah? Seeing the reaction of these cultivators, the little Taichu was even more curious. It called out to the crowd in confusion. Immediately, the cultivators in the area it was looking at became even more fearful. Some of the weak-willed cultivators even fell on their butts and sat on the ground. Yeah? The little Taichu tilted its small head, the suspicion in its eyes was even stronger. It stared at the group of cultivators like a curious baby. Immediately, another group of cultivators fell to the ground, trembling. Cold sweat flowed down their foreheads uncontrollably. Lin Tian, Xianxia, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yun, little guy, don't stare at these people anymore. Lin Tian said to the little guy. Yeah? The little guy lowered its small head and looked at Lin Tian curiously. Seeing the little guy like this, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. Well, it's not good to stare at strangers. In this place, the cultivators were obviously afraid of the little Taichu. However, he naturally couldn't tell the little guy the truth. The little guy blinked. Although it still didn't understand, it didn't stare at the other cultivators anymore. It lay down quietly on Lin Tian's head. So cute. Xianxia smiled. Lin Tian also smiled. The group didn't pay attention to the cultivators on the road. Soon, they were far away and disappeared into a mountain in the distance. Only then did the cultivators on the road let out a long sigh of relief. Many of them reached out to wipe the cold sweat. Back then, after the battle in the Taichu Immortal Ridge, Lin Tian and his companions disappeared. I didn't expect that after 2 years, they would appear again. Moreover, they came to the East region. Someone swallowed. For the past 2 years, the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, the Saint Yin Sect, the Shrine of Desolation, and the Immortal Sword Island have been looking for him. It's said that even the Emperor-level patriarchs of the major sects have come out and joined forces to find him. However, they still couldn't find him. Now, he actually appeared and came here from the West region. Those 4 top forces will probably come to find him soon, right? The strongholds of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty from the 1st heaven to the 8th heaven were all destroyed. 9 emperors were killed, and even the humanoid weapon they cultivated thousands of years ago was destroyed. In the past 2 years, although they didn't do anything on the surface, I'm afraid that they have been secretly searching for his whereabouts. Now that he's showing up without hiding. Obviously, this terrifying assassin Divine Dynasty will also come for him. This time, I'm afraid, this heaven will be lively again. These cultivators murmured. Many of them couldn't help but tremble. At this time, Lin Tianyi and the others had already gone far away from this place. They were still leisurely strolling through the mountains. Walking around leisurely like this, not thinking about anything, not doing anything, it's really quite comfortable. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue. You can hibernate. Lie down and don't move. It's more comfortable to sleep for 100 years. Lin Tian said casually. Wuxing Crocodile, get lost. I told you, your grandpa crocodile doesn't need to hibernate. The group walked through the mountains and forests, enjoying the greenery. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, they walked out of a big mountain. The round sun was high in the sky. The sunlight shone down, making it seem a little gentle. After walking like this for more than 10 days, I feel like my state of mind has improved a lot. Ling Yin said. Lin Tian nodded. Relax appropriately and return to nature. It's a kind of cultivation of the state of mind. The benefits are, clang, at this moment, a dazzling killing sword appeared in the distant sky, directly interrupting his next sentence. This killing sword was mixed with terrifying bloodlight and destructive Emperor's aura. It seemed to be suppressing all directions. For a time, the surrounding void collapsed. The silver space turbulence had just flowed out and was directly swept away. This sword pierced straight through Lin Tian, the space buzzed. Above Lin Tian's head, the little Taichu moved on its own. This time, Lin Tian didn't have to say anything. It directly propped up a 6-colored light curtain and blocked the sword. Then, it shattered outside the 6-colored light curtain. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the place where the blood-red killing sword came from. A figure surrounded by blood light stood in the sky. Only his deep eyes could be seen. He was cold and indifferent, and there was a surging emperor's aura intertwined around him. "Emperor, great extinguishing godly dynasty," he said coldly. "Genius 1 second remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read." The blood-red figure was surrounded by blood-red radiance. Only his cold eyes were exposed. His emperor's aura was rolling like waves. This kind of emperor aura was a bit terrifying. It was far from what half-step emperors or half-emperors could compare to. It was extremely vast, causing the 5 elements crocodile and the others' bodies to tremble slightly. They immediately felt an extremely cold aura. A Shadi. Whooshing crocodile gritted his teeth. The great extinguishing god dynasty took killing as their Tao. Once the people of this lineage reached the emperor realm, they would be extremely terrifying. Lin Tian naturally sensed the terror of the newcomer. The murderous intent of the newcomer seemed to be able to shatter a big world. He was like a real god of death from hell. Even so, his expression did not change at all. He was as cold as the Shadi of the great extinguishing god dynasty. Clang, the sword chimed. In the distant sky, the Shadi of the great extinguishing god dynasty moved. He swung the killing sword at Lin Tian with his bare hands. With a cracking sound, the space in all directions silently collapsed. A blood-red crack appeared and spread in all directions. It was the emperor-level blood-red sword aura. Third heaven of the emperor realm. Ling Yan's expression was solemn. Lin Tian looked at the sword coming at him and did not move. His eyes were cold. He beckoned the little Taichu to attack. Instantly, the 6-colored divine radiance spread. The little Taichu moved. It shook the wings on its back and shattered the blood-red sword. Squeak, the little guy squeaked and flew up from Lin Tian's head. It waved its claws. In an instant, a large patch of 6-colored divine radiance appeared silently. It pressed down from all directions and trapped the Shadi of the great extinguishing god dynasty. It sealed every inch of space. The Shadi of the great extinguishing god dynasty looked indifferent. He raised his hand and the blood-red radiance filled the sky. The blood-red radiance was not a simple killing light. It contained the great Tao Law. There was more than one kind of great Tao Law. 3 kinds of great Tao Law merged together to form a brand new Tao force. It was a force that killed for the sake of killing. Boom, when the 6-colored divine light collided with the blood-red light, divine radiance instantly filled the sky, causing the surrounding void to collapse. "Ya!" Little Taichu screamed and flapped its wings. The 6-colored divine light became thicker and pressed down on the Shadi from the divine dynasty again. For a moment, the entire space was shrouded in holy light. The slayer of the great extinguishing god dynasty moved like a phantom. He created many Tao chains, each of which contained extremely strong killing power. They collided with the little Taichu's 6-colored divine light. Chi! 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 As they collided again and again, the surrounding space was annihilated inch by inch. Even the turbulent flow of space could not flow out. Using killing as the Tao and reaching the 3rd heaven of primal chaos realm, he is indeed terrifying. He has completely blocked that little fellow. Whooshing crocodile frowned. However, he merely managed to block it. He did not gain the upper hand. Instead, he was evenly matched. Ling Yan said. Xianxia shook her head and said, "No, that's not right. That little fellow is obviously stronger. However, he is not as experienced as the slayer of the great extinguishing god dynasty. That's why he is able to block it now." Lin Tian nodded. "Ya is right. In terms of pure strength, that little fellow is much stronger. However, clang." Suddenly, the ear-piercing sound of the sword rang out again. Not far away, in another location in the sky, a shocking long rainbow appeared out of nowhere. It was more than 7 feet long and was intertwined with a strong and cold-killing aura. It approached the spot between Lin Tian's eyebrows. At the same time, it shrouded Xianxia and the others. This sword was obviously much weaker than the blood-red sword that the Shadi who fought with the little Taichu in the distant sky. However, it was still terrifying enough and seemed to be able to easily pierce through a half-step emperor. "Nirvana killing saint sword," Lin Tian said coldly. A gentle golden divine power rushed out of his body and enveloped Xianxia, Wuxing Crocodile, and the others. Using the yin-yang steps, he moved dozens of feet away at extreme speed and dodged the sword. With a swoosh, the blood-red sword flew across the sky and landed on a small mountain in the distance, causing it to collapse. His terrifying power was evident from this. Not only the Shadi, but there are also other powerful killers following him. Wuxing Crocodile gritted his teeth. Love go little say W. Chulin Tian raised his head and looked at the place where the Nirvana-killing saint sword came from. A man in black stepped out of the void with a blood-stained holy sword in his hand. Like a ghost, he was surrounded by a faint emperor's aura. Half-step emperor. Ling Yan's eyes narrowed. Half-step emperor-level killers were also terrifying. Moreover, the man in front of him did not look like an old antique. This was enough to show that he was much stronger than ordinary half-step emperors. Because, at the same level, the younger one was, the more terrifying his combat strength would be. The man in black stepped into the void. With every step he took, the space around him would be distorted. Your head will be the cornerstone for me to become the killer lord. The man was expressionless. As soon as he finished speaking, the killing aura outside his body surged as if it was going to turn the surrounding space into a killing zone. Become the killer lord? He is, the divine son of the great extinguishing god dynasty? Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. The Killer Lord was the title of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty's divine son. Only the divine son of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty was qualified to become the Killer Lord. He looked at the man in black and then glanced at the Shadi and little Taichu fighting not far away. He cursed, using a Shadi to restrain little Taichu and then letting his half-step emperor-level divine son take Lin Tian's head. He is well prepared. He stared at the man in black with a serious expression. After all, to be able to become the divine son of a ruthless assassin organization like the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty and be at the half-step emperor level, there was no need to doubt his strength. He was definitely much stronger than normal half-step emperors. At this moment, little Taichu was being restrained. Even if Lin Tian was at the Nirvana Realm Stage 6, he would still be in danger when facing this man. After all, in the Nirvana realm, the difference in combat strength between each small stage was unimaginable. Kung. The sound of the sword was ear-piercing as the blood sword flew across the sky. The divine son of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty made his move. With a shake of the killing sword, a cold blood light instantly arrived. It went straight for Lin Tian's forehead. The terrifying killing sword made Wuxing Crocodile, Ling Yun, and the others feel a chill down their spines as their hearts palpitated. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He took a step forward and a saint sword appeared in his hand. He brandished the sword light and slashed towards the incoming attack. Kung. The sword light was reddish-gold in color. The sword aura was terrifying and oppressive. In the blink of an eye, the two swords collided and exploded into a divine light that filled the sky. It was unknown how much space was torn apart. With a whoosh, the divine son of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty disappeared like a ghost and reappeared behind Lin Tian like a ghost. The bloodstained saint sword in his hand was swung downwards, sealing off all directions. He slashed towards Lin Tian's neck at an extremely tricky angle. There was no way to defend against it. Not far away, Ling Yan's expression changed. This sword, it's a simple killing sword, but it contains many great forces. It's almost as if the Tao of killing has been cultivated to the point of returning to its original state. It's difficult to dodge or defend against it. Wuxing Crocodile was moved. This sword was domineering. Swift and fierce. Stunning. It was also extremely fast. In an instant, it had slashed through Lin Tian's neck. However, there was no trace of blood in the void. Lin Tian's figure slowly became distorted. That's an afterimage. Ling Yin stared. Even Xianxia was shocked. So fast. When did he move and leave behind an afterimage? The divine son of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty's eyes flickered. Then, there was the sound of something breaking through the air beside him. A cold sword edge slashed out from the void, heading straight for his forehead. The divine son of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty flipped the saint sword in his hand. Mixed with the power of the great extinguishing god dynasty, he met the cold sword edge with a hair's breadth. Clang! The two swords collided with each other, letting out a piercing metallic sound. Immediately, a large area of the void around them was shattered. Lin Tian's figure stepped out of the void. His expression was still indifferent. The divine son of the great extinguishing god dynasty stared at Lin Tian. The divine concealment technique. How did you know it? I knew it when I thought about it. Lin Tian held the saint sword and stepped towards the divine son of the great extinguishing god dynasty. Do you think a slayer and a half-step emperor can kill me? He stepped on the void towards the divine son of the great extinguishing god dynasty. His sword was sharp and powerful. It's enough. The divine son of the great extinguishing god dynasty's face did not show any emotion. Holding the blood-stained saint sword, he faced Lin Tian head-on. Third ancestor, hold that little beast back. I alone am enough to wipe out all of you. You have no chance of surviving. Clang! As his words fell, another piercing sword sound reverberated. The saint sword glowed and slashed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian snorted. Without any emotion, he activated the tyrannical sword scripture to the limit. A golden sword ray shot up into the sky. You're just a half-step emperor. Don't be too full of yourself. His voice was indifferent. The golden sword ray rushed past and collided with the saint-slaying sword. Then, he stepped on the duality steps. Each step left behind afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the divine son of the great extinguishing god dynasty. Clang! The saint sword in his hand emitted an immortal golden light. It pressed down on the divine son of the great extinguishing god dynasty. At the same time, he waved his left hand. There was a burst of dragon roars and phoenix cries. The power of his fist was overwhelming. The divine son of the great extinguishing god dynasty used the blood-stained killing sword to meet the saint sword slashing down from Lin Tian's right hand. At the same time, he swung his fist to meet Lin Tian's left fist. Clang! The two swords collided again. The crisp sound of metal almost shattered one's eardrums. The powerful sword aura was equally matched. At the same time, the two fists collided. Dong! A huge roar sounded on the spot. It was as if a saint drum had been beaten. It was also as if thunder had exploded. Then, with a bang, the divine son of the great extinguishing god dynasty flew out as if he was struck by lightning. His left arm was torn apart. In an instant, blood splattered in the void. This kid's physical body is indeed too abnormal. Even the half-step emperor divine son of the great extinguishing god dynasty can't withstand it. The whooshing crocodile stared. The divine son of the great extinguishing god dynasty was sent flying. One of his arms was shattered. His body was also covered in cracks. Blood was gushing out of his mouth. Lin Tian looked at the divine son of the great extinguishing god dynasty who was sent flying. With a flash of his feet, he disappeared from where he was. Then, as if in an instant, he appeared behind the divine son of the great extinguishing god dynasty. The saint sword in his right hand emitted a murderous light as he slashed at the divine son of the great extinguishing god dynasty's head. However, at this moment, the blood flowing out of the divine son of the great extinguishing god dynasty's shattered arm suddenly emitted a demonic bloody light. In an instant, it condensed into strands of dark blood patterns. Half of them wrapped around the saint sword in Lin Tian's hand. The other half was intertwined with murderous light. Like ferocious beasts from hell, they pierced towards Lin Tian's head. At the same time, the divine son of the great extinguishing god dynasty turned his body slightly. He swung his sword expressionlessly. The intertwined murderous light pierced towards the abdomen where Lin Tian's life force origin was located. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. A portion of the strange blood pattern wrapped around Lin Tian's sacred sword, while another portion pierced through Lin Tian's head. At the same time, Wanmi Shenxi's killing sword was also heading straight for Lin Tian's origin, causing the situation to change drastically. Everyone was shocked. Using essence blood to form killing patterns, that's Wanmi Shenxi's soul lock technique. Once entangled, it's almost certain death. Whooshing crocodile's expression changed. Clang, the soul-lock killing pattern pierced through Lin Tian's head, while the blood-stained sacred sword pierced towards Lin Tian's origin. The space in all directions was sealed. Lin Tian immediately felt a huge threat, but the expression on his face did not change at all. With a rumble, the golden pure yang flame was pushed to the limit by him, enveloping his entire body. At the same time, a dazzling lotus flower sword rushed out from between his eyebrows. With the power of the consciousness phenomenon, it faced Wanmi Shenxi head-on. Boom, a shocking rumble resounded through the 9 heavens as a gust of wind swept in all directions. With a bang, Lin Tian's figure flew out. His clothes were undamaged, but there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Spirit Lock Technique. This killing technique consumes a lot of the user's essence blood. It is very terrifying. Adding on the fact that the half-step Emperor rank Divine Child Wanmi is attacking with his Saint Sword, it is almost impossible to escape. If it were any other half-step Emperor, their body and soul would have been destroyed. Under such a terrifying attack, this kid only suffered light injuries. Really? Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. With a clang, the sound of swords reverberated and intertwined in the void. Not bad. Wanmi Shenxi held the blood-stained sacred sword and walked towards Lin Tian step by step. His severed left arm was repaired in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He reached out to wipe the blood at the corner of his mouth without saying a word. He held the sacred sword and spun it. Immediately, a large amount of sword radiance spread out. Whoosh, 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 the sword radiance pierced through the air and swept through the surroundings, all aiming at Wanmi Shenxi. Love go little say W, Chu at the same time, he took a step forward and closed in on his opponent. With each step, an afterimage appeared. With each step, an illusion appeared. With each step, a swift and fierce sword aura soared into the sky. The Wanmi Shenxi was expressionless like a puppet. He swung the blood-stained sword in his hand, shattering all of the towering sword auras. Buzz. The blood-stained killing sword in his hand vibrated without any rules. It transformed into tens of thousands of saint swords, completely enveloping the surrounding space. Sizzle. 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 The void was shattered. In the blink of an eye, numerous cracks appeared and were torn apart by the murderous sword momentum. Then, a gigantic, seemingly real holy sword condensed in the sky and slashed toward Lin Tian with the power to slay immortals. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. Not only did the space here collapse, but the ground also exploded, sending rubble flying everywhere. What a tyrannical sword! Lin Tian faced this sword head-on without fear. He directly propped up the great deity king's divine shadow, which erupted with a sky full of divine light. It condensed into an equally huge light sword, which he swung towards the sky. With a whoosh, it shattered the huge sacred sword that deity Wanmi had slashed down. At the same time, he formed a seal with the great deity king's divine shadow. A huge Taoist diagram of the 4 divisions appeared and pressed toward his opponent. The Taoist diagram of the 4 divisions was silver in color, and it was covered with runic Tao marks. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a fluctuation that was enough to seal all things. It caused the flowing air to hum involuntarily, as if it was about to be pulled into the Taoist diagram of the 4 divisions to be sealed. The Wanmi Shenxi's eyes moved slightly, apparently feeling threatened. The holy sword in his right hand turned into a perfect circle, while the fingers of his left hand interweaved a strange seal. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red killing diagram was formed. There were blood-red skull patterns mixed within, and it rushed into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two collided, rubbing against each other. They did not give way to each other, and they intertwined with arcs of electricity. In the end, with a loud bang, the two exploded at the same time, sputtering light mist all over the sky, directly covering all directions. Lin Tian and the Wanmi Shenxi, the two of them looked at each other from dozens of feet away. One looked indifferent, the other expressionless. Then, in the next moment, 2 sounds of the air being torn apart rang out at the same time. The 2 figures disappeared at the same time and rushed toward each other. Clang, an ear-piercing metallic sound immediately rang out in the light mist all over the sky, as if it was going to shatter one's eardrums. Clang, 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 the metallic sound continued to ring out, and streaks of sharp sword wind swept out, shattering the light mist all over the sky in the blink of an eye. As far as the eye could see, the two of them kept colliding with each other at an extremely fast speed. The holy swords in their hands kept colliding with each other, and every time they collided, there would be a terrifying sword wind. Every time the sword wind spread out, it would destroy a piece of the void. The momentum was terrifying. This kid, after reaching the sixth sky of Nirvana realm, his combat strength has actually become so strong? He actually completely blocked the Wanmi Shensi, who is a half-step emperor whose path is killing. Ling Yun was a little surprised. I was a little worried just now, but now it seems that this worry is completely unnecessary. Wuxing Crocodile said. A person who killed as his Dao was extremely terrifying. To be able to suppress others in the ruthless Wanmi divine dynasty and become the deity of this bloodline and reach the half-step emperor realm, it was enough to show how terrifying the deity of Wanmi was. Previously, it was still slightly worried that Lin Tian might not be a match for the deity of Wanmi, but now, it had completely dispelled this worry. Clang, 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 the ear-piercing metallic sound of the sword continued to ring out. The space shattered, reorganized, and shattered. The scene was exceptionally terrifying. As the sound of the sword rang out, hurricanes continuously swept out in this space, causing the ground to crack. Pieces of soil and large rocks flew into the sky before shattering with a chi-chi-chi sound. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Swoosh, an air-piercing sound rang out, and Lin Tian used the duality steps. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Wanmi Shensi and slashed down with his sword. This slash was fast. Accurate. Ruthless. In the blink of an eye, it landed on Wanmi Shensi's chest and cut his physical body into two. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere, filling the sky. However, it was also at this time that the splattered blood suddenly trembled and turned into blood-red killing swords. With a sonorous sound, it was like a rain of blood-red swords, shattering the void and piercing straight towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly, and the great deity king's divine shadow of the Bai clan rose again. It was as tall as 100 feet, firmly protecting him within. However, the killing swords that Wanmi Shensi condensed with his blood were a little terrifying. Although most of them were blocked, a small portion still pierced through his body, causing his powerful battle body to shake violently. Very well, he said coldly. His body was pierced through by Wanmi Shensi's blood swords, and blood flowed, but he did not care at all. He did not even look at it. He took a step forward and directly pressed in front of Wanmi Shensi, and the Chaos Emperor's fist bombarded mercilessly. Dong, the powerful punch caused the entire space to tremble. With a poof, Wanmi Shensi's body that was cut in two was shattered by this punch, turning into a bloody mist. So powerful. In the distance, Xianxia eyes were full of splendor. Boom, in the sky, on the battlefield, Wanmi Shensi's shattered flesh and blood trembled violently. A blood-red light swept out, and his flesh and broken bones quickly rushed together and began to reassemble. Lin Tian snorted, not giving his opponent a chance to do so at all. He displayed the Dao diagram of the four symbols again and pressed down on his opponent's shattered flesh and blood. The Dao diagram of the four symbols was hazy and intertwined with a sacred silver light, completely enveloping Wanmi Shensi's shattered flesh and blood, not giving him any chance to reassemble his body. At the same time, Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He summoned the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness, condensing it into the yin-yang lotus diagram, and pressed down together. Suddenly, Wanmi Shensi's attempt to reassemble his body was completely interrupted. His flesh and blood became even more fragmented, and even the spirit within began to tremble. Good. Let's finish him off in one go. Wuxing Crocodile shouted. Ling Yin followed suit as he stared at the sky. His eyes were filled with excitement as he said, "Crush it." In the sky, Lin Tian's expression was cold. He used the seal of the four symbols and the yin-yang lotus diagram to envelop Wanmi Shensi's shattered body, crushing it over and over again, causing his opponent's flesh and bones to continuously shatter. His aura also began to weaken bit by bit. He held the sacred sword in his right hand, and his left hand formed a few hand seals. Suddenly, even more turbulent divine power surged out, causing the Dao diagram of the four symbols and the yin-yang lotus diagram to become even more powerful. They began to press inward, wanting to completely end Wanmi Shensi. Wanmi Shensi's flesh and blood continued to shatter, and soon completely shattered into a bloody mist. It looked like even his spirit was about to shatter. However, it was also at this moment that an extremely formidable Tao energy directly charged out from his shattered flesh and blood. It was like a volcano had erupted, and it carried an unparalleled offensive force as it forcefully blasted apart the four symbols Tao diagram and Yin-Yang lotus diagram. At the same time, with a bang, Lin Tian was blasted away by this powerful force of Tao. He felt a pain in his chest, as if his internal organs were about to shatter. Blood flowed out of his mouth involuntarily. Boom, an astonishing force of Tao spread out, shaking the entire space. Wanmi Shenxi reformed his body in the blink of an eye. He was still expressionless, and strands of Tao light intertwined around his body. It was hazy and strange, as if it could crush and block everything. Facing this hazy fluctuation of Tao light, Lin Tian's eyes suddenly focused, and two rays of light flashed across his eyes. At the same time, not far away, Wuxing Crocodile and the others' expressions changed. This fluctuation of Tao law, this is. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes flickered violently as he stared at the battlefield. The Great Tao ranked third among the 3,000 Great Taos, the Great Tao of Creation. It's that kind of Great Tao. Xianxia nodded, frowning her beautiful brows. He has mastered the Great Tao of Creation? Ling Yin was shocked. The Great Tao of Creation was ranked third among the 3,000 Great Taos. It was known to be unparalleled in terms of offense and defense. It was many times more terrifying than the Great Tao of Chaos, and could almost crush everything. Wanmi Shenxi stood in the sky, surrounded by the Great Tao light of creation, as if the immortal king of creation had descended. At this moment, he looked a little scary, and his aura was extremely oppressive. He held the blood-stained sacred sword, still expressionless, and swung it toward Lin Tian. This sword seemed to be very slow, but in fact, it was extremely fast. It was mixed with the oppressive Great Tao light of creation, and even the air was annihilated. In the blink of an eye, it appeared above Lin Tian's head and slashed down mightily. Genius 1 second remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The terrifying sword arrived in the blink of an eye, and it was imbued with the power of the great path of creation. It sealed off the surroundings, and the entire space was trembling. Lin Tian was moved, and the four symbols Tao diagram was propped up immediately, meeting the terrifying sword head-on. The four symbols Tao diagram rotated, and as soon as it appeared, it bloomed with a bright silver light, and flew up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Then, with a poof, the four symbols Tao diagram shattered in the blink of an eye, and Wanmi Shenxi's sword of creation fell, penetrating Lin Tian's protective light curtain and piercing through his chest with a poof, causing blood to splatter all over the sky. It was a shocking sight. This is the Great Tao of Creation. It actually shattered that silver ceiling Tao diagram so easily. Not far away, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin both turned pale. In the sky, Lin Tian's chest and mouth were bleeding. This terrifying sword had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. To be able to force me to use the Great Path, this is beyond my imagination. Wanmi Shenxi's body was surrounded by the light of the Great Path as he stepped towards Lin Tian. He raised the sacred sword in his hand again, and slashed down again. Just like the previous sword, it looked very simple, as if it was just a casual slash, but in reality, it was not. This was a terrifying killing sword that contained the Great Path of Creation, and it could be said to be a terrifying superpower that could wipe out a sect. Clang, the sword hummed, and with the power of the Great Path of Creation, it once again closed in, and came to Lin Tian's side in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian did not underestimate it, and immediately propped up the Great Deity King Arcane technique, condensing a Deity King divine shadow that was about 10 feet tall. He gathered all of his defensive power, forming an immortal armor of divine light. At the same time, he once again brought out the four-symbol sealing divine diagram. The two combined, and this time, they blocked Wanmi Shenxi's sword of creation, shattering it directly outside his body. At the same time, he stepped forward. The divine shadow of the great celestial king spread out, and all the divine light gathered, interweaving into a celestial king greatsword, which slashed down at Wanmi Shenxi. Then, he didn't stop there. He cast the divining divine technique. The Sea of Clover, the desolate mountain, the divine weapon bell, heavenly venerable Doran's enlightenment stone platform, and other divine images floated out one by one. These heavenly divine elephants rumbled as they descended together with the celestial king sword. In the blink of an eye, they drowned Wanmi Shensi. Boom! For a time, heaven-shaking explosions resounded. The space in the surroundings collapsed, and waves of destructive waves swept out in all directions. Smoke and dust billowed before dispersing. Divine Child of Wanmi was still standing in his original spot with a faint Tao glow surrounding his body. He was completely unharmed, and even the corners of his clothes were not damaged in the slightest. The great Tao of creation is said to be unparalleled in both offensive and defensive power. This is indeed the truth. With Brat Lin's tyrannical joint attack, it did not cause the slightest damage. It is more terrifying than I thought. Wuxing Crocodile's expression was solemn. Beside him, Ling Yun and Xianxia looked at the battlefield with solemn expressions. In the sky, Divine Child of Wanmi was surrounded by the great Tao glow of creation. Like the immortal king of creation, he carried the blood-stained killing sword and once again stepped towards Lin Tian. Against creation, you are powerless. Without the help of that little beast, only death awaits you. Don't be too confident. Lin Tian stood in the sky, looking at the Tao glow around Divine Child of Wanmi's body. He felt the powerful divine power, but at this time, he didn't care at all. His expression was very calm. He shook the sacred sword in his hand, and golden divine light rushed up. The towering heaven sword momentum reappeared, becoming several times more terrifying than before. Clang, he took a step forward, and a total of 9 killing swords appeared beside him. All of them were extremely sharp. He used these 9 killing swords to slash at Divine Child of Wanmi. Then, his right hand moved slightly, and the nameless great Tao precepts appeared, intertwining with the sacred sword from his right hand. He waved the sword calmly and slashed the 10th sword at Divine Child of Wanmi. It's futile. Divine Child of Wanmi was expressionless, as if everything was under his control. He waved his sword casually and easily shattered the first 9 towering heaven-killing swords. Then, he slashed at Lin Tian's 10th sword gleam. Psst, suddenly, a strange ear-piercing sound was heard. The great Tao glow of creation on Divine Child of Wanmi's sword was like a weak flame meeting a majestic wave. In the blink of an eye, it was annihilated, and wisps of green smoke were produced. Then, with a bang, Divine Child of Wanmi was directly sent flying. Drops of blood dripped from the hand that held the sword. At that time everyone was shocked. That kid's nameless great Tao Law. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up, and there was a thick demonic light intertwining in his pupils. It's really powerful. It actually annihilated the great Tao of creation so easily. Ling Yan's eyes widened. The great Tao of creation, which was ranked 3rd among the 3,000 great Taos, was actually annihilated so easily. Xianxia was even more shocked and confused. This is? She was an immortal spiritual body, a favorite of the great Tao. She was extremely sensitive to the path of Tao. However, at that moment, when she felt the Tao power that Lin Tian used, she could not tell what kind of great Tao it was. In the sky, Divine Child of Wanmi's hand that was holding the sword dripped with blood. For the first time, his expression changed. There was a trace of coldness on his expressionless face as he stared straight at Lin Tian. This is impossible. Previously, he did not have any emotional fluctuations. He had always been very calm, mainly because he controlled the great Tao of creation. He was confident that this great Tao could definitely kill Lin Tian. This was because in the cruel Wanmi God dynasty, he had relied on this great Tao of creation to obtain all kinds of resources and treasures from the Wanmi God dynasty. He had become the divine child of the Wanmi God dynasty and became a half-step emperor. It could be said that the great Tao of creation was his strongest reliance. However, now, Lin Tian had actually destroyed his protective great Tao glow and injured him. He could not believe it. Impossible. He stared at Lin Tian, no longer calm. His eyes were cold. Then, with a boom, the great Tao glow outside his body suddenly expanded. The great Tao of creation was more than 10 times stronger in an instant. It was like a great Tao volcano had erupted, causing the entire sky to tremble. Die. Staring at Lin Tian, he let out a low roar. The turbulent half-step emperor's might and the great Tao of creation merged and slashed at Lin Tian. In an instant, the void collapsed. The destructive power was like a monstrous wave that drowned Lin Tian. In the face of such a murderous power, Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. His emotions did not change. "I also know the great Tao of creation," he said coldly. As his words fell, there was a boom, and the nameless great path in his body boiled. The hazy light of the great path surged up and surrounded him. It made him seem as if he had descended from the heavens and was filled with supreme might of the great path. Clang, he shook the sacred sword in his hand, urging the great Tao sword glow to meet the oncoming Wanmi Shensi. The sword slashed at the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Sword against sword, great Tao against great Tao, shaking the sky and filling it with divine brilliance. For a moment, the void in this place shook. The ground collapsed. Destructive sword light and great Tao power filled every corner. "Back off." Whooshing Crocodile was moved. He hurriedly called for Xianxia and Lingyun to back off. In the blink of an eye, they were thousands of feet away from this place. The battle between Lin Tian and Wanmi Shensi was simply too terrifying. Boom, in the sky, Lin Tian and Wanmi Shensi continued to collide. Divine light surged, and killing light spread, shaking the great void. With a bang, Lin Tian once again broke through the great Tao glow outside Wanmi Shensi's body. His fist landed on his opponent's body, directly shattering half of Wanmi Shensi's body. Blood splattered in the void. Die. Wanmi Shensi swung his sword with half of his body, directly piercing Lin Tian's chest. The great Tao precepts then surged up, drowning Lin Tian's entire body and crushing him. Lin Tian was expressionless. The great Tao precepts in his body vibrated, directly shaking off Wanmi Shensi's great Tao glow. Then, holding the sacred sword in his right hand, the nameless great Tao glow intertwined, and slashed down again. With a poof, Wanmi Shensi's head was split into two. Blood and brain matter splattered together. It was a shocking sight. "Great!" In the distance, Lingyun could not help but call out. In another direction, the slayer of Wanmi Shensi and little Taichu were fighting. Looking in this direction, his eyes narrowed, with obvious surprise. However, this surprise dissipated in an instant, and he returned to his cold and indifferent state. "Yeah." Little Taichu's voice was childish. It waved its little paw, and the six-colored divine light became stronger than before, pressing down on the slayer. The slayer of Wanmi Shensi was at the third heaven of the Emperor realm. He was very experienced in killing, and his divine concealment technique was superb. He dodged the six-colored divine light, slashed the bloodlust sword, and completely blocked the little Taichu. He was not at a disadvantage at all. "Ah!" Wanmi Shensi roared. His head was split open by Lin Tian, and the blood condensed into a sword again, gathering the great Tao glow of creation. It turned into an indestructible killing blade, breaking Lin Tian's defensive light screen, and directly piercing into Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly, and blood flowed out. However, his eyes were still cold, and he slashed down with the sacred sword in his hand again. "Lin Tian!" Wanmi Shensi roared, and the great Tao of creation surged. In the blink of an eye, his body was reformed, and it became stronger than before. It rushed toward Lin Tian wildly. "Do you think you're so great just because you've mastered the great Tao of creation? Where did your composure go? Why are you barking like a dog?" Lin Tian's voice was indifferent. With a rumble, he activated the nameless great Tao and pressed it toward Wanmi Shensi's great Tao of creation. Then, he shook his right hand, and the golden pure yang flame surged out, like a golden sea of fire. Pest, his nameless great Tao law collided with Wanmi Shensi's great Tao of creation. After a few breaths of time, it directly annihilated the great Tao of creation and continued to envelop Wanmi Shensi, covering him. At the same time, the golden sea of fire followed closely behind, burning the void until it collapsed. It drowned Wanmi Shensi along with the nameless great Tao law. "Ah!" For a moment, roars and screams were heard. Wanmi Shensi struggled in the golden sea of fire, looking extremely pathetic. "Damn it!" Wanmi Shensi roared, and the half-step imperial aura surged. The great Tao of creation appeared again, and he rushed out in a sorry state. He stared at Lin Tian, and a few streaks of blood appeared in his eyes. He revealed a ruthless look and roared, "With my origin blood as a sacrifice, turn into a blood waterfall and shatter thousands of souls." With a rumble, a shocking blood waterfall rushed out from behind him, and a terrifying chill swept out. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with exciting novels to read. The blood waterfall was tens of thousands of feet tall, and as soon as it appeared, it exuded a monstrous chilliness. It was as if the netherworld blood river had rushed out of hell and was about to annihilate all living beings in the world. The terrifying fluctuations made Wuxing Crocodile and the others in the distance feel shocked. Love go little say, Chu Dai. Wanmi Shensi roared furiously, no longer as calm as he was at the beginning. He had truly transformed into a peerless god of death. With a loud bang, the blood waterfall fell from the sky, and the air was instantly annihilated. The sky was stained with a layer of blood. It was a shocking killing technique. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent. He could clearly feel the horror of the blood-colored waterfall, but he was not afraid at all. With a buzz, he used his mind and the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory rushed straight up, immediately emitting a domineering and peerless aura. He strode over and pushed the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory towards the blood-colored waterfall that Wanmi Shensi had summoned. In an instant, the two collided and the sky was filled with the light of destruction. Ka! 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 The space collapsed in patches and couldn't be restored for a long time. The spatial turbulence flowed out uncontrollably. Die! Wanmi Shensi roared and activated the blood-colored waterfall, making it stronger. Lin Tian's gaze was cold, and the golden blood energy was boiling. The reincarnation diagram shone brightly and became stronger at this moment. All of a sudden, the two collided violently, and shocking electric arcs intertwined with crackling sounds. Soon, dozens of breaths passed, and with a loud bang, the blood-colored waterfall that Wanmi Shensi summoned exploded. Lin Tian pushed the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory upwards and pressed down on Wanmi Shensi with an indifferent gaze. Boom, the sky trembled and thunder rumbled. The power of the reincarnation diagram cut off all directions and landed on Wanmi Shensi in the blink of an eye. Love go little say, Chu immediately, with a loud shattering sound, Wanmi Shensi was crushed into pieces and blood splattered all over the sky. He has the absolute upper hand. This brat is now unimaginably powerful. With such combat strength, he can probably fight against quasi-emperors. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun looked at the battlefield with bright eyes. So powerful. Xianxia's eyes shone with a strange light. On the other side, the little Taichu was fighting the Chaos Killer Emperor from the all-extinguishing God dynasty. It waved its little paws, and the six-colored divine light fell, suppressing the Chaos Killer Emperor from all directions. At the same time, the little guy tilted its little head from time to time to observe Lin Tian's battlefield. Seeing that Lin Tian had the absolute upper hand and was firmly suppressing Wanmi Shensi, its big eyes could not help but curve into small crescents. It squeaked softly and was not worried at all. It continued to wave its little paws, summoning more six-colored divine light, suppressing every inch of space around the Chaos Killer Emperor. The Chaos Killer Emperor was surrounded by a blood-red glow, and only his eyes could be seen. Like the little Taichu, he scanned the battlefield between Lin Tian and Wanmi Shensi. Seeing that Wanmi Shensi was being suppressed, there were traces of dark light intertwining in his eyes, like a ghost from hell. However, there was still a bone-chilling coldness in his eyes. Boom, in the sky, in the battlefield between Lin Tian and Wanmi Shensi, the latter's blood-red glow sputtered and dyed the great void red. On the opposite side, the reincarnation divine painting roared. Lin Tian was like a war god descending to the world, his powerful divine might shaking the sky and suppressing all directions. Impossible. Wanmi Shensi roared. I won't lose. Boom, the creation great path surged. Wanmi Shensi did not even condense his physical body, but attacked Lin Tian with the great path again. Lin Tian looked indifferent. He took a step forward, and the nameless great path surged out. In the blink of an eye, it merged with the reincarnation divine painting of the monarch region, forming the strongest reincarnation divine painting of the great path. With a whoosh, it crushed Wanmi Shensi's creation great path. Goodbye. His voice was cold. Holding the reincarnation divine painting of the Great Path, he mercilessly shrouded Wanmi Shenxi's shattered physical body. The killing light of the Great Path merged with the killing light of the Monarch region, covering everything. We won completely. Kill him. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan spoke one after another. The light in their eyes became thicker, and they both laughed. Lin Tian looked indifferent. The reincarnation divine painting of the Great Path instantly became stronger, and all directions were completely suppressed at this moment. Clang! At this moment, the shocking sound of a sword resounded through the world. A glaring blood sword appeared from the void in the distant sky. It was mixed with the terrifying Emperor's aura. At the moment when Lin Tian used the reincarnation divine painting of the Great Path to suppress Wanmi Shenxi, its speed was extremely fast. Vaguely, the blood sword swept across the sky like a ferocious demonic beast of death, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Lin Tian's internal organs turned cold in an instant. He could clearly feel the terror of this sword, and he tried his best to dodge it. However, this sword was too fast and too powerful. It completely grasped the most critical moment when he was attacking Wanmi Shenxi. It grasped the moment when the little Taichu and the Slayer were completely engaged in battle. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Poof, the blood was glaring. Lin Tian's body exploded in the blink of an eye, dyeing the void red. Terrifying. Emperors intertwined, and the Great Path law surged. His life aura disappeared without a trace in an instant. Lin Tian. In the distance, the expressions of Wuxing Crocodile and the others changed drastically. Lin Tian was cut into pieces by a sword. All his life aura disappeared. This was death. On the other side of the battlefield, little Taichu looked in this direction and was stunned. His little paw stopped abruptly. Lin, the little guy, was stunned. In the distance, in the void, a figure surrounded by black light appeared. Only a pair of eyes could be seen. They were cold, deep, and intertwined with a powerful Emperor's aura. He was at the fourth heaven of the Emperor realm and had the unique aura of Wanmi Shenxi. The second Slayer. He's dead. With a cold laugh, Wanmi Shenxi reassembled his body. He stared at Lin Tian's blood mist floating in the air. At this moment, he couldn't detect a trace of Lin Tian's life aura. I told you earlier. Today, there's no way you can survive. With cold light in his eyes and a cold smile on his face, he wasn't surprised by the appearance of the figure surrounded by black light. On the other side of the sky, the Slayer from Wanmi Shenxi's eyes were cold and emotionless. Obviously, he already knew that the figure surrounded by black light was here. Wuxing Crocodile was furious. Bastard! Ling Yan's eyes turned red. At this moment, they didn't need to think to know that this was a trap. Wanmi Shenxi, a half-step emperor, had sent out 2 Slayer Emperors and Wanmi Shenxi, a half-step emperor. They didn't send one Slayer Emperor to pin down little Taichu while the other Slayer Emperor attacked Lin Tian immediately. At that time, they might guess whether there were other Slayer Emperors hiding in this place. At that time, if the second Slayer Emperor attacked Lin Tian immediately, the success rate would be infinitely close to 100%. However, there might be some mistakes, and the little Taichu, who was at the Emperor level, might come back to help. Therefore, after sending one Slayer Emperor to pin down little Taichu, the 3 people from Wanmi Shenxi, a half-step emperor, to fight against Lin Tian. They wanted to numb their minds and make them think that there was only one Slayer Emperor and a half-step emperor, Wanmi Shenxi, here. Then, the other strongest Slayer Emperor hid in the void and looked for the best opportunity to kill Lin Tian. Damn it! Wuxing Crocodile's body was covered in violent demonic light. At this moment, Lin Tian's life force could not be felt at all. Mission accomplished, Wanmi Shenxi snorted and looked at Wuxing Crocodile and the others with cold eyes. It's your turn now. He held the blood-stained Slayer sword and approached Wuxing Crocodile and the others. The other 2 Slayer Emperors, one with bloody light and the other with black light, stared at little Taichu emotionlessly. Buzz! Suddenly, the bloody mist intertwined in the void and a small purple wooden tablet appeared. It was covered with dense runes and seals. At this moment, it shone brightly and shattered with a crack. Then, the next moment, a majestic life force rushed out like the waves in the sea. The bloody mist floating in the surroundings gathered in the center in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, the expressions of everyone in the area changed. This is the escape talisman. Ling Yun was shocked and then delighted. Could it be? Buzz. In the void, the dense blood mist gathered as one, rolling and surging. Then, in the blink of an eye, Lin Tian's physical body was reformed. The life force spread and was still strong. He didn't die. The five elements crocodile revealed a joyful expression. He looked at the fragments of the small purple wooden tablet on the ground and knew the reason. That's right, this guy still has an escape talisman on him. The escape talisman saved his life. That scared me to death. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. She was really frightened just now. Lin Tian saved his life with the help of the escape talisman. Now that his physical body was reformed, he could not help but gasp for breath. Although the life escape talisman had perfectly saved his life, he had truly experienced the feeling of death. Even someone as strong as him, after tasting the true feeling of death, it was still extremely unbearable. He looked up at Xianxia and the second slayer, who was surrounded by black light, and clenched his fists tightly. How dare you? Xianxia stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. Their combined sure-kill attack, the attack of Sha Di of the fourth heaven of chaos, still couldn't kill Lin Tian. Lin Tian was still alive, even the two slayers' eyes darkened. They glanced at the broken pieces of the escape talisman on the ground and their eyes turned colder. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the sword was heard again. The fourth heaven slayer, who was surrounded by black light, attacked again. The violent emperor's aura shook the surroundings. He used the Nirvana killer sword of Xianxia and slashed at Lin Tian quickly. In an instant, the space around them was destroyed. A space tunnel was cut open and went straight between Lin Tian's eyebrows. It was extremely fast and completely blocked Lin Tian's escape route, not giving Lin Tian any chance to dodge. Damn it! Ling Yun and the others were shocked again. The escape talisman saved Lin Tian's life, but now, the sword was going to kill him. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering and terrifying aura shot up into the sky. The six-colored divine light filled the sky and almost suppressed the whole area. The 3,000 great ways were shaking and the Nirvana killer sword, which was closing in on Lin Tian, was shattered. Genius remembers love in 1 second go? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The six-colored divine light filled the sky, shattering the fourth heaven of chaotic emperor's Nirvana killer sword that was wrapped in black light and slashing toward Lin Tian. The terrifying pressure made the whole world shake, and the firmament seemed to be collapsing at this moment. Not far away, little Taichu's snow-white hair stood on end, and his big eyes were filled with anger. This is... The two slayers from the great extinguishing god dynasty turned pale at the same time. The pressure was too terrifying. Even though they had been emperors for tens of thousands of years, they could not help but feel terrified at this moment. Their backs turned cold instantly. At the same time, Lin Tian, Ling Yun, and the others were also shocked. It was the first time that the little guy had emitted such a terrifying divine power wave since he was born. Little guy, go. Kill them. Whooshing crocodile shouted. Little Taichu opened his eyes wide in anger and stared at the fourth heaven of chaotic emperor from the great extinguishing god dynasty who was surrounded by black light. Boom! In an instant, more terrifying divine power rushed out of his young body, and the whole firmament changed color instantly. The two slayers from the great extinguishing god dynasty were shocked and trembled at the same time. Retreat! The fourth heaven of chaotic emperor said in a deep voice and retreated quickly. At the same time, the third heaven of chaotic emperor and Xianxia retreated at the same time. They were shocked by the little guy's aura, which was too terrifying. They tore open a crack in the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Little Taichu opened his eyes wide and was angry like a child. He flapped the wings on his back, and the whole world shook even more violently. Crack! 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 The void shattered, and cracks appeared. The two slayers and Xianxia from the great extinguishing god dynasty were shocked out of the crack. What? The fourth heaven of chaotic emperor's eyes were filled with shock, and his pupils could not help shaking. At this moment, the firmament shook again, and a terrifying gust of wind was set off. Roar! Beside the little guy, a true dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long appeared. It was huge and boundless, like a protective immortal spirit that overlooked the universe. Then, a huge celestial phoenix appeared together. Its entire body was fiery red, and it was filled with a horrifying heat. It was as if it could burn down the entire world. Then, in the next moment, the sound of ocean waves surged. A black tortoise emerged, and it was like an archaic divine mountain that opened up the primal chaos and roamed the 8 seas. In the end, a 5-colored vermilion bird soared into the sky. With a flap of its wings, 5-colored divine light filled the sky, interweaving with a sense of holiness. However, at the same time, it also carried with it a terrifying aura of destruction. This is? The expressions of the 2 Slayer Emperors of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty changed completely. The 4 immortal spirits appeared beside the little Taichu, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. At this moment, they couldn't help but tremble as cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. Even Lin Tian and the rest, who had seen this scene before, could not help but feel shocked. This aura was too terrifying. The legendary 4 great immortal spirits of the Great Desolate Era stay by his side. They seem to be guardian battle spirits. This little fellow is really, Xianxia's eyes were full of strange light. Boom! The firmament shook, and the 6-colored divine light filled the sky, covering all directions. The little Taichu glared at the Slayer Emperor of the 4th level of Chaotic Realm. With a flap of its wings, the true dragon beside it roared and the fiery phoenix soared into the sky. With a mighty aura of destruction, they dashed toward the Slayer Emperor. It had been nurtured in Lin Tian's body for nearly 10 years. During this period, the little fellow had been with Lin Tian all the time. Lin Tian was its most important family member. Now, seeing that Lin Tian was killed once and the Slayer Emperor attacked again, the little fellow was enraged like a child whose father had been bullied. Its majestic aura was about to overturn the world. Ow! Roar! The true dragon roared and the fiery phoenix cried as if they were real. In the blink of an eye, they approached the Slayer Emperor of the 4th level of Chaotic Realm and drowned him. Puff! Emperor water splashed all over the sky. In the blink of an eye, the powerful Slayer Emperor of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty was smashed into pieces. Damn it! The Slayer Emperor roared in shock and anger. His emperor body was shattered by the little Taichu's true dragon fairy spirit and the blood phoenix fairy spirit. With the addition of a terrifying and unknown force, it was difficult for him to reform his body in a short time. Only his divine soul escaped in a sorry state. The little Taichu widened its eyes in anger. With a flap of its wings, the black tortoise fairy spirit and the vermilion bird fairy spirit flew toward it. Roar! Ah! The black tortoise's voice shook the world and the vermilion bird's cry echoed in the sky. With one on the left and the other on the right, they sealed the sky and trapped the earth. They rushed toward the divine soul of the 4th level of Chaotic Realm. In the blink of an eye, the divine soul of the 4th level of Chaotic Realm was drowned. The supreme divine radiance concealed everything. No! A terrified voice was heard. The next moment, the black tortoise fairy spirit and the vermilion bird fairy spirit disappeared. The world fell silent. The Slayer Emperor of the 4th level of Chaotic Realm had disappeared completely. His body and divine soul were gone. Second forefather. Wanmi Shensi couldn't help but cry out as his body trembled. On the other side, the Slayer Emperor of the 3rd level of Chaotic Realm also trembled violently. His eyes were full of shock. The 4th level of Chaotic Realm Emperor of the Wanmi Divine Dynasty, a peerless Slayer Emperor, was killed just like that. Oh my god! This? Not far away, Ling Yun and the others were also stunned at this moment. They were shocked by the little guy's peerless divine power. An expert of the 4th level of Emperor Realm, who was known for killing, was killed by the little guy so easily. Xianxia's eyes were full of shock. She couldn't help but look at Lin Tian and said, "The little guy really likes you." She was not stupid. She could tell, or rather, anyone could tell at a glance that the quiet and cute little Taichu was so angry because Lin Tian was almost killed by the 4th level of Chaotic Realm Emperor of the Wanmi Divine Dynasty. After all, we have been together for such a long time. Lin Tian said with a smile. Yes, we have been together for almost 10 years. Wuxing Crocodile bared his teeth. Then, he looked at the sky and said to the little Taichu, "Little guy, there is still an old bastard. Kill him." The Slayer Emperor of the 4th level of Chaotic Realm was killed in body and soul. The anger in the little Taichu's eyes disappeared by half. At this moment, hearing Wuxing Crocodile's voice, he looked at Lin Tian and blinked. Then, he tilted his head and looked at the Slayer Emperor of the 3rd level of Chaotic Realm. "Yeah!" the little guy shouted. Then, the wings on his back shook slightly. Suddenly, the 6-colored divine light shrouded the Slayer Emperor of the 3rd level of Chaotic Realm. The Slayer Emperor was suppressed from all directions, and the whole space was sealed. The Slayer Emperor didn't dare to be careless. He quickly launched various secret skills of the Wanmi Divine Dynasty to fight against the little guy. However, at this time, because the little guy was angry, the power he drew was much stronger than before. The 6-colored divine light became so much stronger that it seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. The Slayer Emperor was injured again and again. In front of absolute power, the so-called combat experience is a joke. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile looked at the Slayer Emperor of the 3rd level of Chaotic Realm and sneered, "The gap between this old bastard and the little guy is too big. It's like the gap between heaven and earth." Lin Tian nodded. Although he didn't underestimate the little guy, he was still shocked by the little guy's strength. He smiled and looked at the Wanmi Divine Sun on the other side. With a buzz, he put away the divine sword and took out the upper-grade divine bow. He held the bow with his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right hand until it was in the shape of a full moon. Suddenly, the void rumbled. His golden divine power and the nameless Tao Law quickly entered the bow. The spiritual chi in the void also rolled in and condensed into the arrow of the Great Path in the blink of an eye. The arrow of the Great Path was about 3 feet long. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a terrifying wave that could penetrate everything. It was terrifying. He raised the divine bow, and with a thought in his sea of consciousness, the 3-foot-long arrow of the Great Path locked onto the Wanmi Divine Sun. The Wanmi Divine Sun trembled and turned to look. His expression changed drastically. "You, kill," Lin Tian said. He released the bowstring with his right hand. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the 3-foot-long arrow of the Great Path rushed out. A large tunnel was instantly pierced through the void. At the same time, around the 3-foot-long arrow of the Great Path, streaks of black lightning intertwined. At the same time, the soul of a blood-red demonic dragon appeared. It roared at the sky, shaking the mountains and rivers in all directions. What a terrifying arrow, the Wanmi Divine Sun trembled. He used the divine concealment technique and disappeared into the void, escaping with all his might. However, the 3-foot-long arrow of the Great Path followed him like a shadow. It directly entered the void and shook him out. The Wanmi Divine Sun was shocked and angry. How could, poof, the 3-foot-long arrow of the Great Path pierced through and immediately shattered his physical body. Blood dyed a large area of the void red. It was a shocking sight. "Damn it!" the Wanmi Divine Sun roared. His physical body reassembled in the blink of an eye, and there was fear in his eyes. It was also at this time that Lin Tian's second arrow of the Great Path was ready. The mighty lightning filled the sky and whistled. Rumble, the entire void shook and collapsed inch by inch. The second arrow of the Great Path was right in front of the Wanmi Divine Sun in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Lin Tian was extremely fast. He pulled the bow 7 times in a row, and another 7 arrows of the Great Path gathered. Each arrow condensed an unparalleled destructive power, mixed with his nameless Great Path precepts. It was terrifying. The Wanmi Divine Sun was completely terrified. After the battle with Lin Tian, he was already very weak. At this time, facing such destructive arrows, and 9 of them in a row, he was completely powerless to resist. He could only frantically escape into the distance. However, the arrows of the Great Path that Lin Tian summoned with the celestial slaying bow would not stop until they were stained with the target's blood. They chased after the figure of the Wanmi Divine Sun. After a dozen breaths, they suppressed the destructive arrow formation together. Arg! With a shrill scream, the Wanmi divine son's body and spiritual soul exploded together. His body and soul were destroyed on the spot and disappeared between heaven and earth. Almost at the same time, on the other side of the firmament, the six-colored divine light dyed the sky with six divine colors. A six-colored hurricane was born. It was unstoppable and indestructible. It shattered the great path divine technique that the Wanmi divine dynasty slayer of the third heaven of chaos held up. It then directly drowned him, shattering his imperial body and annihilating his spiritual soul at the same time. P.S. The third update is here. I hope everyone has a good time watching. Then, today is the last day of 2016. Tomorrow will usher in the first day of 2017. Here, I wish everyone a happy new year and a happy new year. Thank you everyone for your constant support. Thank you. After Xianxia Wanmi was killed by Lin Tian and the two slayers were killed by little Taichu, the place quieted down. Little Taichu fluttered its wings and flew back. This time, it landed on Lin Tian's shoulder and rubbed against Lin Tian's cheek intimately. Ha! Lin Tian chuckled and rubbed the little guy's head. Once again, it was all thanks to the little guy. Otherwise, he would have died here, and so would the others. So powerful. It's beyond imagination, little guy. Ling Yin stared at little Taichu and said. Little guy is so powerful. Xianxia praised little Taichu. The five elements crocodile also opened his mouth and was not stingy with his words of praise. A slayer at the fourth heaven of chaotic realm and a third heaven of chaotic realm were killed by the angry little guy like Tofu. This kind of combat strength was really amazing. Yeah. Being praised, the little guy's big eyes suddenly curved into a pair of small crescent moons. It was charmingly naive and very cute. Looking at the little guy's cute appearance, the group couldn't help but laugh again. Whooshing Crocodile then looked at Lin Tian and said, however, it's all thanks to the escape talisman this time. Otherwise, we would have been finished by that sword. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. That's true. When he was fighting with Xianxia Wanmi, the slayer at the fourth heaven of chaotic realm from Xianxia Wanmi dynasty grasped the timing perfectly. It was really a fatal blow. At that time, if it weren't for the escape talisman, he would have been dead. These sneaky guys are really unscrupulous in order to achieve their goals. Two Slayer and Xianxia Wanmi came together. They used one emperor to pin down little Taichu and then used Xianxia Wanmi to paralyze us. They made us think that only the Slayer and Xianxia Wanmi were here. The other strongest Slayer was hiding in the dark and waiting for the best opportunity to assassinate. How insidious. Ling Yun gritted his teeth and then sneered. However, this time, I'm afraid this bloodline is really going to cry. Two Slayer and a Xianxia who mastered the creation Great Tao were killed. The loss is really TSK. A Slayer at the third heaven, a Slayer at the fourth heaven of chaotic realm, and a Xianxia who mastered the creation Great Tao. They were almost half of Xianxia Wanmi dynasty's territory. However, on this day, almost half of the Wanmi dynasty was destroyed in this place. The loss was too great a loss. This is what they call the evils they bring upon themselves are the hardest to bear. Do you really think you're that great? Who can kill you? You think anyone can assassinate you? Whooshing Crocodile also sneered. Lin Tian's gaze was deep and profound. He paused for a moment and glanced at Xianxia, smiling faintly. After that, he glanced at the distant sky, his eyes gleaming with a cold light as he coldly laughed. This time, let's play big. Hearing him say this, five elements Crocodile and the rest were all stunned. What's the big game? Ling Yin was curious. You'll know in a while, Lin Tian said. He looked at Xianxia and said, later, I'll have to trouble you. I'll do my best. Xianxia smiled. She was very smart. Although she didn't understand the specific meaning of Lin Tian's words at this time, she understood that Lin Tian wanted her to calculate something, because the only thing she could help Lin Tian now was divine divination. Lin Tian smiled at Xianxia. After that, he gazed into the distance and said, let's go, we'll be guests at the four strongholds of the myriad extinguishing divine dynasty. Maybe we'll be able to obtain some valuable treasures. The Wanmi dynasty has four strongholds in the ninth heaven. They are located in four different domains. Back then, with the help of Wu Yi, he and Wu Xing Crocodile learned about these strongholds from the Sea of Consciousness of several powerful assassins of the Wanmi dynasty. After coming to the ninth heaven a few years ago, they didn't make a move because there are half-step emperors in those strongholds. At that time, they couldn't chew on these 4 tough bones. However, it doesn't matter now. He no longer put half-step emperors in his eyes. He can kill them with absolute combat power. Even if he encounters a quasi-emperor, he won't be afraid of them. At the same time, with little Taichu by his side, he didn't have to worry about anything. Based on the terrifying divine might that little Taichu emitted when he was angry, he was sure that even someone at the 7th layer of chaos would be no match for him. Now, it's time to make a move on these 4 strongholds. Then, he will send a gift of destruction to the Wanmi dynasty. Wu Xing Crocodile listened to Lin Tian's words, and its eyes lit up. This Grandpa Crocodile likes this. It sneered. Let's go. Let's kill this group of smelly rats. Ling Yun gritted his teeth. At that moment, the group rose into the sky together. Lin Tian led the way, heading towards the southwest of the east region. There is a powerful stronghold of the Wanmi dynasty in this heaven, and there are half-step emperors guarding it. The 9th heaven, an unknown place, the place where the Wanmi dynasty was established. What? 2nd ancestor, 3rd ancestor, Lushur, the one who controls fortune, all, how is this possible? In a pitch-black palace, several figures stood together, trembling non-stop. They were shocked, angry, and frightened. Not long ago, their bloodline received the news of Lin Tian's appearance and Lin Tian's whereabouts in the east region. The 2 Slayer Emperors and Wanmi Xianxia went there together, determined to kill Lin Tian to erase the shame that Lin Tian brought to their Wanmi dynasty. The big shots of the Wanmi dynasty were waiting for the triumphant return of the 2 Slayer Emperors and Wanmi Xianxia. They didn't doubt that the 2 Slayer Emperors and Wanmi Xianxia would fail. Even if Lin Tian had an emperor-level beast with him, with such a lineup, Lin Tian would definitely be wiped out, turning Lin Tian into ashes. However, just now, in the Wanmi temple, the soul lamps of the 2 emperors and Wanmi Xianxia were all extinguished, indicating that the 2 Slayer Emperors and Wanmi Xianxia who went to kill Lin Tian were all dead. With the 2 ancestors and Lushur, who controls the fortune Great Tao, as the bait, how could they fail? How could they die? The big shots of this bloodline trembled in fear. Is the little beast with him that powerful? These big shots of the Wanmi dynasty were all in the quasi-emperor realm. Each of them had cultivated for more than 10,000 years, and each of them had a firm state of mind. But now, they were frightened and panicked, because the 2 Slayer Emperors and Wanmi Xianxia of their bloodline, who controlled the fortune Great Tao, were all killed on the same day. At this time, the main reason they could think of for the death of the 2 emperors and Wanmi Xianxia was the little beast with Lin Tian. Only that little beast had the possibility of killing the Slayer Emperors of their bloodline. How could this be? How could this be? In the dark great hall, the big shots were all trembling in fear. At this moment, the big shots of this bloodline on the surface gradually revealed regret in their eyes. They regretted why their bloodline received the mission to assassinate Lin Tian. They regretted why they didn't send a half-step emperor to kill Lin Tian from the start, allowing Lin Tianyi to grow to where he was now, causing heavy losses to their Wanmi dynasty time and time again. This time, 2 Slayer Emperors and a Wanmi Xianxia who controlled the fortune Great Tao were killed. This was almost half of their bloodline. Ah! Someone roared in anger, fear, regret, unwillingness, and various other emotions. Should we inform the Grand Ancestor? But the Grand Ancestor has been in seclusion for 3,000 years. If we rashly disturb, how can we not inform the Grand Ancestor of such a huge matter? One voice after another resounded in the dark hall. Ah! Angry roars mixed with regret echoed in the great hall. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lin Tianyi and the others came to a cliff. There were shrubs and weeds everywhere. It was very ordinary. Lin Tian stood at the front and looked down the cliff indifferently. Is there a stronghold of the Wanmi dynasty here? Ling Yan looked down and asked Lin Tian. Yes. Lin Tian Dao. He didn't say much and called the group to jump down the cliff. Then, he raised his right hand in midair and smashed down with his fist. In an instant, with a loud bang, the void under his fist shattered. Talisman runes shattered and a barrier was broken, revealing a small space behind it. There were dozens of magnificent palaces sitting there. Ling Yan narrowed his eyes. There really is one. They hid under such an ordinary cliff and even set up a powerful barrier. How cautious. Xianxia said. Charge in. Whooshing Crocodile sneered. Yeah. Little Tai Chu laid on Lin Tian's shoulder and cried out in a childish voice as if it was blowing a horn. Lin Tian was at the very front, entering with a single step. Xianxia, Whooshing Crocodile, and Ling Yan followed behind and stepped in. Clang. 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 The sound of swords was ear-piercing. When they had just entered, several hundred figures appeared at the first instant. Numerous bloody swords of slaughter slashed over. At the same time, strands of slaughter patterns appeared in the space, and a killing light filled the sky. They enveloped the group of people. Among them, more than 90% of the attack force was directed at Lin Tian, and the killing might surged like an ocean. Clearly, when Lin Tian broke through the barrier of the all-extermination stronghold, the group of assassins inside had already discovered the group of people. When the group of people stepped into the stronghold space behind the barrier, all of their killing methods were pressed together. Boom! This small space trembled, and the big cracks in the void spread out like a spider web. The battle formation was a little scary. Lin Tian had a cold smile on his face. Without any unnecessary movements, he raised his right hand and punched out. Boom! The powerful punch was thrown out with his sixth sky of Nirvana realm cultivation. With the suppression of his reincarnation imperial physique, it instantly annihilated all the murderous light of the blood swords, destroyed all the murderous runes, and shattered a large part of the void. After that, the shocking power of his fist did not dissipate. It spread forward like water ripples and destroyed dozens of powerful assassins on the spot. They were instantly destroyed. There's nothing to say. Kill. He called out to Whooshing Crocodile and the others. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't show any mercy to the people of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. He stepped into the stronghold and directly killed them. After the first punch, he immediately followed up with a second punch. The terrifying power of the punch destroyed everything in its path. With a cracking sound, the space in this all-annihilation stronghold collapsed one after another as dozens of experts were annihilated in body and soul. Heh! Whooshing Crocodile sneered. Grey demonic light intertwined, enveloping all directions. 9 divine light swords rushed out from Ling Yan's back. Each of them seemed to be real, intertwining with extremely powerful sword power. Even Xianxia made her move. A large amount of immortal spirit light fluttered, and dense Dao light naturally emerged. Suddenly, the powerful Great Extinguishing assassins in the stronghold were shattered one after another. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Lin Tian. A shout sounded, and a faint emperor aura surged. A half-step emperor rushed out from one of the majestic palaces. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent, but when he saw the little Tai Chu on Lin Tian's shoulder, he was incomparably afraid. After all, 2 years ago, the news of the little Tai Chu easily killing several quasi-emperors in the Tai Chu Immortal Ridge had already spread throughout the ninth heaven. This half-step emperor of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty naturally knew about it. It was impossible for him to not be afraid of the little Tai Chu. Lin Tian was expressionless. Without saying anything, he waved his left hand, and a peak high-grade Saint Bao was directly taken out. Buzz! Golden divine power surged, and the laws of the Great Tao surged. He activated the high-grade Saint Bao with all his strength, and in the blink of an eye, a 3-foot-long Great Tao killing arrow was condensed. The half-step emperor of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty was shocked. 2 years ago, although Lin Tian had killed many half-step emperors, he relied on the killing formation he had carved in advance. His own strength wasn't enough to be the opponent of a half-step emperor. When this person saw Lin Tian, he was only afraid of the little Tai Chu on Lin Tian's shoulder. He didn't put Lin Tian in his eyes. However, at this time, seeing Lin Tian take out this killing arrow, this person immediately trembled. The 3-foot-long killing arrow clearly made him feel the threat of death at this time. He couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. His powerful spiritual sense allowed him to clearly sense what this half-step emperor was thinking. Do you think that I've wasted the past 2 years? He said indifferently. As his words fell, his right hand loosened. The 3-foot-long great Dao killing arrow instantly flew out like lightning, shattering a large area of the void. Ka ka ka. Black lightning interweaved around the killing arrow. At the same time, the blood-colored nether demon dragon's soul also appeared. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of this half-step emperor, and a tyrannical killing aura directly enveloped him. Break for me! This half-step emperor roared and resisted with all his strength. However, he still couldn't block this arrow. He was shot into pieces on the spot, and a bloody mist floated in the air. It was very dazzling, and it was very shocking. Damn it! This person was shocked and furious. His shattered flesh wriggled and quickly reassembled. However, Lin Tian didn't want to give him such a chance. With a step of the yin-yang steps, he directly arrived beside this person's shattered body. Buzz! With a thought, the reincarnation diagram rushed up. The Great Dao Law surged up, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a Great Dao reincarnation diagram. I'll send you on your way. He said indifferently. The Great Dao reincarnation diagram mercilessly suppressed down, and completely activated the fighting strength of the 6th sky of Nirvana realm. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, this half-step emperor's flesh was crushed even more, and his soul was also crushed. Both his body and soul were destroyed. My lord! This place, a group of cultivators were shocked. The strongest expert of their lineage here, a half-step emperor, was actually killed by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Powerful! Ling Yin said from the side and laughed continuously. Let's use the Great 5 Elements technique. Whooshing Crocodile chuckled. The Great 5 Elements technique was activated, and it turned into a huge storm, displaying its most powerful killing technique. Xianxia's attack was simple and elegant. Immortal spiritual light interweaved, and the Great Dao surged, sealing the surrounding space. The Dao light was shocking. Pft, pft, pft. Blood mist splashed out, and in the blink of an eye, another large group of Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's assassins were killed. Lin Tian stood in the sky and drew his bow again. Once the bow was drawn, dozens of arrows were shot out. Each arrow was interweaved with shocking killing power. Although it was far from the Great Dao killing arrow that he shot with his full strength, it was still terrifying. After all, it was shot out by a high-grade sacred weapon with his 6th sky of Nirvana realm cultivation. It was easy for him to kill ordinary Nirvana realm cultivators. Ah! Miserable screams continued to resound in this small space, and blood light exploded one after another. Lin Tianyi and the others were all extraordinary. The weakest among them was at the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. How could ordinary people be their match? When the few of them attacked together, it was simply a one-sided massacre for the people in the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's stronghold. No one could stop them, and they couldn't even run away. Pft, pft, pft. Blood light splashed out, and in the blink of an eye, the ground was dyed red. In this way, after a quarter of an hour, the place was quiet. All the assassins in this stronghold were killed. I have reached the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm for the 2nd time. Now, even if I face an ordinary 7th sky of Nirvana realm expert, I am confident that I can win. Whooshing Crocodile clicked its tongue. Its cultivation had reached the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. At this time, it had tested its current real combat strength and was very satisfied. In short, it was a satisfying kill. Ling Yin laughed. Lin Tian glanced at the crocodile and the human, smiled at Xianxia, and then walked to the dozens of palaces in this space. Take all the valuable things away. He said. Of course. Ling Yin said. The group turned over the dozens of palaces in this place one after another, and found more than 40 million kilograms of Ling Jing, dozens of high-grade sacred weapons, hundreds of low-grade and middle-grade sacred weapons, and a lot of Dao weapons and various Baodan treasures. This is really, Xianxia was a little surprised. She had practiced cultivation with Master God Diviner, and knew that he was an honest person. Although he had mastered the Tao of the workings of heaven and the workings of heaven, when people asked him for help, he would accept very little in return. Because of that, this was the first time she had ever seen a treasure trove like this. Every time this branch accepts an assassination commission, the reward is extremely high. This stronghold is located in the 9th heaven. There are countless sects and inheritances in this heaven. Naturally, there are many dark missions for this branch. In this way, even the accumulated treasures of this stronghold are enough to match any second-level force in this heaven. Wuxing Crocodile said, even among the top 9 forces, in terms of resources and various treasures, I am afraid that the all-extinguishing divine dynasty is absolutely the first. Even the most mysterious ethereal mountain can't compare with it. It should be. Lin Tian nodded. He didn't say much, put away these things, and then asked the group to leave this small space. Returning to the cliff, he pressed down with the reincarnation diagram again, completely destroying the all-extinguishing stronghold below. Next all-extinguishing stronghold, Western region. He opened his mouth and looked at the little Taichu on his shoulder. In the 9th heaven, there are 4 great domains. In each domain, there is an all-extinguishing stronghold. Now, he wants to destroy all of them. Little Taichu called out in a childish voice, waved his little paw gently, and directly opened a spacious void portal. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. Immediately, the group stepped into the portal and soon arrived at the Western region. We're in the Western region again. Speaking of which, when we first came to this heaven, we were in this great domain. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said. Let's get down to business, let's go. Lin Tiandao. He led the way at the front. After 2 days, they appeared outside a deep mountain in the mortal world of this great domain. This deep mountain was rather desolate. There were few traces of humans, and even birds were hard to find. He walked at the very front with 5 elements Crocodile and the others following behind him. They directly stepped in, breaking open an enormous ceiling formation pattern, and entered the Great Annihilation Stronghold. Lin Tian? You. In this all-extinguishing stronghold, there were many assassins. When they saw Lin Tian, they were shocked, angry, and afraid. They couldn't help but stare at the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder, with unconcealable fear in their eyes. Lin Tian did not waste any words, directly attacking, killing light slashing out in all directions. At the same time, Wuxing Crocodile and the others also did the same, all kinds of divine lights surged. Soon, half a quarter of an hour passed, and the stronghold was completely dyed red with blood. Corpses fell to the ground one by one. Lin Tian put away all the valuable treasures in this stronghold and used the sword chi to cut this stronghold into pieces. Then, he withdrew the sword will and said to the little Taichu, Southern region. Ya. The little guy waved his little claws and directly tore open the void portal. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. The group left this place through the void portal and entered the southern region in the blink of an eye. Then, Lin Tian led the way in front and found the all-extinguishing dynasty stronghold in this great domain. In half a quarter of an hour, he killed all the assassins there and took away all the valuable items. After completely destroying this stronghold, he let the little Taichu open the void portal to the northern region. He called Wuxing Crocodile, Ling Yun, and the others and directly stepped in. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the northern region. Whoosh! In the northern region, a gentle breeze blew, and the mountains and rivers were beautiful. The last one. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and said. Let's go. Wuxing Crocodile sneered. Lin Tian nodded and led the way in front. After about 3 days, they arrived at the all-extinguishing dynasty stronghold in this great domain. He directly waved the sword manual of supremacy and used the sword chi of extinction to cut open the defensive barrier outside this stronghold and stepped in. Lin Tian. In this stronghold, the group of assassins had the same expression as the assassins in the other 3 strongholds. They were shocked, angry, and fearful. Lin Tian smiled and the immortal slaying bow, an upper-grade sacred weapon, appeared. He directly pulled the string of the sacred bow and condensed dozens of killing arrows. Whoosh! 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 The dozens of killing arrows pierced through the air and were unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, dozens of powerful assassins were killed. Among them, at least half of them were in the Nirvana realm, but they were no match for these killing arrows. It was useless even if they used all their battle strength. Xianxia, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yan each attacked. Their battle strength was unparalleled, and the assassins were killed on the spot. Boom! Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the fleeing quasi-emperor of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty with an indifferent expression. Want to escape? You can't escape. He stepped forward at an extremely fast speed, and with a flicker of the yin and yang steps, he appeared in front of the quasi-emperor and threw out a punch. Boom! As he punched down, the entire space trembled. The quasi-emperor of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty gritted his teeth and also threw out a punch, bringing along a faint emperor pressure as it collided with Lin Tian's punch. The two fists collided in the blink of an eye, producing a loud bang. The body of the quasi-emperor of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty swayed, and a trace of surprise appeared on his withered face. He didn't expect Lin Tian's physique to be so strong. It was even slightly stronger than a quasi-emperor like him. He gritted his teeth, glanced at the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder, and without any hesitation, he changed direction and fled into the distance again at a very fast speed. 2 years ago, the little Taichu's divine power had spread throughout the entire ninth heaven. At this time, the quasi-emperor of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty didn't dare to fight at all, because he knew very well that he wouldn't be able to obtain any results if he forced himself to fight. With the little Taichu beside Lin Tian, he couldn't do anything to Lin Tian. If he stayed, he would only be suppressed and killed. For a time, the sound of breaking through the air was extremely loud. The quasi-emperor of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty crossed thousands of feet in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he cast the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's divine concealment technique, merged into the void, and fled into the distance at an even faster speed. Lin Tiantan glanced at the quasi-emperor indifferently, then turned his head to look at the little Taichu on his shoulder. Yeah. The little guy had stayed in Lin Tian's body for 10 years and was almost connected to Lin Tian's mind. Naturally, he knew what Lin Tian was thinking. With a flap of his wings, a circle of 6-colored divine light suddenly spread out, completely confining the space in this place. Immediately, with a bang, the quasi-emperor of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty was forcibly shaken out of the void, unable to escape. Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. As a quasi-emperor, you will be of some use in the future. Lin Tiandao. There was no expression on his face. He was calm and indifferent. He took a step forward and punched out with the primal Chaos Emperor fist. The might of his fist shook the 9 heavens. The quasi-emperor of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty gritted his teeth in shock and anger. The killing intent in his eyes surged like the boundless sea. Damn it! At this moment, little Taichu sealed every inch of the void around him with his powerful 6-colored divine light. There was no hope for him to escape. At this moment, he directly propped up a powerful killing technique and unleashed rolling waves of divine power toward Lin Tianxia. Lin Tianling humphed. His golden blood chi pierced through the clouds, and his primal Chaos Emperor fist became even more tyrannical. In the blink of an eye, the killing forces of the two collided. The entire all-extinguishment stronghold shook. Even though there was a powerful quasi-emperor level formation protecting it, it began to crumble at this moment, unable to withstand such tyrannical power. Boom, 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 the space shook violently. Destructive waves surged in all directions, shocking everyone in the all-extinguishing God Dynasty. This kid can indeed fight against a quasi-emperor now. He's not at a disadvantage at all. Ling Yan exclaimed. After all, he has consecutively crossed 3 small stages and undergone 3 nirvana metamorphoses in 2 years. Moreover, the duration of each nirvana metamorphosis is much longer than that of ordinary nirvana realm cultivators. The qualitative change in his strength is naturally beyond imagination. Wuxing Crocodile said. Xianxia watched the battle between Lin Tian and the quasi-emperor of the all-extinguishing God Dynasty. She could not help but be shocked. Her beautiful eyes glowed. So powerful. Her entire body was surrounded by immortal spiritual light. She was like a Taoist woman with an ethereal temperament. Only a quasi-emperor here is worthy of my attention. The others are not a big deal. The strongest is only at the 6th heaven of Nirvana realm. Quickly get rid of them. Wuxing Crocodile said. Ling Yan sneered. One word, kill. Both the alligator and the human had extraordinary aptitudes and were extremely powerful. They began to attack with all their might, killing the powerful assassins one by one. At the same time, Xianxia made her move. She wielded the immortal spiritual Great Path and borrowed the power of the Great Path to suppress dozens of powerful cultivators in an instant. This was a battle without any suspense. Facing the two people and the alligator, the group of assassins in this place could not resist at all. In addition, the little Taichu used the six-colored divine light to seal the surroundings. These assassins could not even escape. After more than 15 minutes, the group of ordinary assassins in this all-extinguishing God Dynasty stronghold were all killed by the two people and the alligator. It was also at this time that the space roared loudly. In the sky, Lin Tian propped up the Great Path reincarnation diagram. Like the war god of the nine heavens, he pulled the battle with the quasi-emperor of the all-extinguishing God Dynasty to the end. The power of his reincarnation royal region merged with the nameless Great Path and struck the quasi-emperor of the all-extinguishing God Dynasty down into the void. Red blood splattered all over the sky, which was a ghastly sight. Then, he quickly formed a seal and propped up the four-symbol seal with his sixth heaven of nirvana cultivation. The silver Tao diagram descended majestically and entered the body of the all-extinguishing God Dynasty quasi-emperor in the blink of an eye, completely sealing his cultivation and mobility. The all-extinguishing God Dynasty quasi-emperor was shocked and furious. You deserve, bang. Lin Tian descended from the sky and stomped on the chest of the quasi-emperor. Instantly, the sound of bones shattering could be heard, causing the quasi-emperor to scream on the spot as blood kept flowing out of his mouth. You deserve to die. We will not let you go. You will attract the patriarchs to personally take action. The patriarchs will avenge us and make you unable to reincarnate forever. This person knew that he could not live, and his expression was very ferocious. Patriarchs? Lin Tian looked down at this person. With a wave of his right hand, he pulled out a consciousness imprint. It was the image of the two slayer emperors of the all-extinguishing God Dynasty being killed by the little Taichu. You mean these two people? The all-extinguishing God Dynasty quasi-emperor stared at the consciousness imprint that Lin Tian pulled out and trembled violently. The ferocious look on his face disappeared completely and was replaced by disbelief. The emperors and patriarchs of their lineage had already been dispatched to kill Lin Tian, but two of them had been killed. Their lineage only had a total of 4 emperors. At this moment, his eyes and face were filled with horror. He looked at Lin Tian and the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder in horror. Ah. Lin Tian stomped on this person's chest with his right leg. With a forceful shake, this all-extinguishing God Dynasty quasi-emperor expert immediately screamed again. Are we not going to kill him? The whooshing crocodile and the others came over and asked curiously. Not for now. Let him live. He will be useful in the future. Lin Tian Ondao. Whooshing crocodile and the others were a little suspicious. However, they did not think too much about it. Ling Yin said, let's search for the treasures here first. Lin Tian nodded. Soon, he found all the valuable things in the all-extinguishing God Dynasty stronghold and put them away. Let's go. He grabbed the suppressed all-extinguishing God Dynasty quasi-emperor and used the reincarnation map to completely destroy this stronghold. Then, he called Whooshing Crocodile and the others and left. In the blink of an eye, they were thousands of feet away from the all-extinguishing God Dynasty stronghold. After that, the group sped up. After about a few hours, they entered a deep mountain. This time, all the all-extinguishing God Dynasty strongholds that we know of have been destroyed. This lineage should not have any other strongholds. Whooshing Crocodile said, as if he had not had enough. Ling Yan's eyes lit up. This time, we've made a big profit. After destroying the 4 strongholds of the all-extinguishing God Dynasty in the 9th heaven, they plundered a total of more than 100 million caddies of Lingjing, 3 sacred weapons, hundreds of divine weapons, more than 1,000 Dao weapons and immortal weapons, as well as countless Baodan treasures and other rare divine materials. As he said that, he suddenly looked at the quasi-emperor in the all-extinguishing God Dynasty stronghold that Lin Tian captured. He looked a little curious and asked Lin Tian Dao, by the way, why didn't you kill this guy at that time? The five-element crocodile nodded slightly when he heard that. He looked at Lin Tian and said, "That's right. Why did you capture this guy?" Even Xianxia was curious. She turned her head and looked at Lin Tian. "Through him, we can find the stronghold of the all-extinguishing god dynasty," Lin Tian said. "What?" Wuxing Crocodile and the others were all shocked. The quasi-emperor of the all-extinguishing god dynasty, who was captured by Lin Tian, had a look of fear in his eyes. He was terrified that the two emperors of his lineage were killed by the little Taichu. At this time, when he heard Lin Tian's words, he trembled in horror, then gritted his teeth and said, You want to search my soul to find the stronghold of the main clan? Don't dream. I don't know the stronghold of the main clan. You can search my sea of consciousness and soul, but you won't find anything in this regard." Lin Tian glanced at the man with a blank expression, who said, "I want to search your sea of consciousness and soul." As he spoke, he tilted his head to look at Xianxia and said, I'm counting on you now. Use your divination skills and use the unique aura of this quasi-emperor great extinguishing god dynasty's ancient scripture to deduce the location of their main clan. Hearing this, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun were shocked and their eyes widened. In the all-extinguishing god dynasty stronghold, Lin Tian suppressed the quasi-emperor of the all-extinguishing god dynasty. At that time, he did not kill the quasi-emperor because he wanted to use the unique aura of the ancient scriptures of the all-extinguishing god dynasty and Xianxia's divination skills to deduce the stronghold of the main clan. This truly shocked them. Never had they imagined that Lin Tian would actually have such an idea. Xianxia was also a little surprised, but she immediately understood and regained her composure. This was because in the East region, Lin Tian had said that he wanted to ask her for help. At that time, she had already guessed that Lin Tian wanted to use her divination skills. Therefore, at this time, when Lin Tian said this, although she was surprised, it was not to the extent that she was shocked. The quasi-emperor expert of the all-extinguishing god dynasty looked at Xianxia. She's the successor of the all-extinguishing god dynasty? This person obviously knew the uniqueness of the all-extinguishing god dynasty. At this time, he looked at Xianxia with a little surprise. However, in the blink of an eye, this person gritted his teeth and said coldly, "However, so what if she's the successor of the all-extinguishing god dynasty? It's useless. Although I don't know where the main clan of my dynasty is, I know that the main clan is surrounded by endless mysterious Tao patterns that are enough to conceal everything." Once, a master of the all-extinguishing god dynasty was entrusted by someone to deduce the location of the main clan of my dynasty, but in the end, he did not find anything. The quasi-emperor of the great extinguishing god dynasty had been terrified ever since he saw the little Taichu erase the divine consciousness imprints of the two emperors of his lineage. However, he could not help but mock Lin Tian for asking Xianxia to divine the location of their main clan. After all, as far as he knew, one of the masters of the divination lineage had tried his best to divine the location of their main clan, but to no avail. He felt that Lin Tian's idea was ridiculous. How could a young successor of the divination lineage do something that even the master of the divination lineage could not do? Lin Tian looked at the quasi-emperor and the mocking look on his face. He stomped his foot and broke a few of his ribs. "Don't be so narrow-minded. You think you know everything, but in fact, you're just a laughingstock." His voice was indifferent. The quasi-emperor of the great extinguishing god dynasty stared at Lin Tian in shock, fear, and anger. Lin Tian glanced at the quasi-emperor, then looked at Xianxia and said, "Sorry to trouble you, Yar. You should be able to do it, right?" The oracle was the master of the divination lineage of this generation. 2 years ago, he said that Xianxia's divination skills were not inferior to his. Moreover, Xianxia had an immortal spirit body and was known as the darling of the great Tao. She had also obtained the divination divine mirror refined by the ancestor of the divination lineage. With all these factors combined and the unique aura of the quasi-emperor of the great extinguishing god dynasty as a foundation, he believed that Xianxia would definitely be able to divine the location of the main clan of the great extinguishing god dynasty. Upon hearing his question, the Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun could not help but turn to look at Xianxia. "I'll do my best. It shouldn't be a problem," Xianxia said. Her voice was calm and there was a hint of a smile in it. Both the Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun were shocked. "Really? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. He knew that Xianxia had the celestial spirit king body and was in control of the ancestor's divine mirror. Only the ancestor of the ancestor's divine art could surpass the ancestor's divine art. However, when he heard Xianxia say that it shouldn't be a problem, he couldn't help but be shocked. After all, they were going to calculate the location of the great extermination god dynasty's main clan. Xianxia nodded. I think so. Impossible. The quasi-emperor of the great extinguishing god dynasty, who had been suppressed in this place, stared at Xianxia and bellowed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could a junior like you, who is still wet behind the ears, do something that even the master of heavenly secret divination of your lineage could not do? What a joke. He's too arrogant and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ah. Lin Tian swept his gaze over this person and ruthlessly kicked him in the chest, causing this person to let out another miserable cry. He looked at Xianxia and smiled. I believe you can do it. Then, thank you for your trust. Xianxia covered her mouth and giggled. She then said, protect me. Okay. Lin Tian nodded and immediately retreated to one side. At the same time, he called out to Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun. Each of them took a position and formed a triangle around Xianxia to protect her. Xianxia glanced at Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun. Then, her gaze fell on Lin Tian again. She nodded gently. I'm starting. She said to Lin Tian Dao. As soon as she finished speaking, the immortal spiritual light around her body immediately surged. It was ethereal and divine. She formed a seal with both hands at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, strands of strange runes were intertwined. Each and every one of them looked very mysterious and had a special immortal spiritual charm. They were exactly the same as the runes that were carved 2 years ago when the Heavenly Secret Dojo was opened in the Immortal Spiritual Valley. This is not an ordinary Heavenly Secret rune. It's a kind of immortal spiritual Tao pattern. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. Ling Yan was also shocked. Compared to an ordinary Heavenly Secret rune, this kind of Tao pattern is at least 10 times more powerful. Even Lin Tian could not help but feel a little surprised. More than 2 years ago, when Xianxia was carving this kind of immortal spiritual Tao pattern in the Immortal Spiritual Valley, it was extremely difficult. The carving speed was very slow, and it was not as fast as it was now. It was almost like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, at that time, the immortal spiritual Tao pattern was just a Tao pattern that was used to open the Heavenly Secret Dojo. Unexpectedly, when Xianxia was performing her divination, the runes that evolved from the seals were actually this kind of immortal spiritual Tao pattern. This is a Tao pattern that can only be controlled by immortal spiritual bodies. Is this the true supreme immortal scripture of the Heavenly Secret lineage? He looked at Xianxia with a glimmer of light in his eyes. It seems that in these 2 years, not only has her cultivation reached the third sky of Nirvana realm, but her Heavenly Secret divine art has also made a leap. Even if purely based on the Heavenly Secret divination technique, she should have left all the previous masters of the Heavenly Secret lineage far behind her. She should only be weaker than the ancestor of this lineage. Buzz. Xianxia's speed of forming the seals was extremely fast. The immortal spiritual Tao pattern circled around her, jumping around like little fairies. After an hour, a huge immortal spiritual Tao pattern appeared. It was completely constructed from the immortal spiritual Tao pattern. With it as the center, it landed on the ground, emitting rays of light and at the same time, emitting wisps of immortal charm. Suddenly, with Xianxia as the center point, the great Tao within a radius of 1,000 feet seemed to come alive, and Tao radiance shot up into the sky. The Tao radiance that was mixed with the power of the great Tao was extremely strong and rich. It was like a vast ocean that was gathered by the great Tao. Even someone as powerful as Lin Tian felt a burst of shock. He knew that with his current cultivation, he would never be able to drive such a strong Tao radiance. Moreover, from what he could see, Xianxia did not seem to have used much strength. At the same time, the quasi-emperor of the great extinguishing god dynasty was shocked. He stared at Xianxia, his face full of shock. Immortal spiritual body? At this time, the powerful quasi-emperor instantly guessed Xianxia's body constitution through the unique immortal spiritual aura that she was emitting and the vast Tao radiance that she was driving. The same body constitution as the founder of the Divine Mystery sect? This. Sensing Xianxia Er's body constitution and feeling the shocking Tao power here, the quasi-emperor suddenly trembled, and his eyes were filled with shock. He thought of something. With the same body constitution as the founder of the Divine Fortune sect, perhaps she could really calculate the location of the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. Buzz. Outside Xianxia Er's body, the immortal spiritual aura became stronger, and the great Tao in this area became more turbulent, causing the void to buzz. Under her feet, the immortal spiritual Tao pattern intertwined with a faint light, making her look extremely ethereal. Together with the Tao radiance that was surging from all directions, she really looked like the daughter of the great Tao. Then, in the next moment, she glanced at the quasi-emperor that was suppressed by Lin Tian. Meeting her gaze, the quasi-emperor of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty suddenly trembled. You. What are you doing? Nothing much. I'm just borrowing the ancient scripture aura from your body. Xianxia said. She waved her hand, and the immortal spiritual Tao pattern under her feet trembled. Dense immortal spiritual aura intertwined and rushed into the quasi-emperor's body like chains, forcibly pulling out a ball of blood-colored faint light, which was intertwined with strands of shocking murderous intent. Then, she formed another seal, and the immortal spiritual Tao pattern under her feet emitted an even more dazzling light that shot into the sky. The real beginning. She whispered. In an instant, the aura exuding from her body became even stronger, and the immortal spiritual aura became even stronger. Using the ancient scripture aura of the quasi-emperor of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty as a foundation, she began to calculate the location of the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. Lin Tian quietly stood by one side, his eyes flickering with golden divine light. His divine consciousness spread all around, protecting Xianxia with all his might. In the blink of an eye, because of Xianxia, the sky of this place was dyed with a layer of special light. Then, this light spread out in all directions like water ripples in a trajectory that ordinary people could not see. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Buzz. At this moment, the immortal spiritual aura outside Xianxia's body became even stronger, and wisps of it began to tremble. In the ninth heaven, in an unknown place, where the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty was located. At this moment, the air around the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty suddenly trembled in a way that ordinary people could not see. Wisps of invisible great Tao energy drifted over from afar. Suddenly, the divine runes around the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty lit up on their own, intertwining with strange fluctuations. As if they had their own consciousness, they completely suppressed the aura around the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. At the same time, a pair of extremely deep eyes lit up like two black holes in the deepest part of this clan. In an instant, more divine runes lit up outside the main clan of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. Waves of terrifying Emperor Qi interweaved and guarded all directions. As if it had a mind of its own, it blocked out all the invisible Tao forces that were fluctuating from afar. Deep in the mountains where Lin Tian and the others were, Xianxia's immortal spiritual aura intertwined around her body. At this moment, her delicate body trembled slightly. Lin Tian frowned immediately. He could tell that Xianxia seemed to have encountered some trouble and obstacles. "What's wrong, Xianxia?" he asked softly. Xianxia's body was intertwined with immortal spiritual aura as she gently shook her head. She raised her hands and formed a seal again. This time it was slower, and it took her more than 10 breaths to complete the seal. Then, suddenly, a bright light shone from between her eyebrows, and a silver divine mirror floated out and floated in front of her chest. The mirror was covered with mysterious Tao runes. The mysterious heavenly divine mirror. As soon as this divine mirror appeared, the great Tao energy in this world became even more turbulent and powerful. At the same time, the invisible great Tao energy that had been pushed out of the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty suddenly became hundreds of times more turbulent. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it at all. In the blink of an eye, it seeped into the dense divine runes outside the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. "Who is it?" A deep voice came from the depths of the main clan. It was as vast and mighty as thunder, mixed with endless coldness. Deep in the mountains where Lin Tian and the others were, the immortal spiritual aura intertwined and the great Tao energy surged, and gradually calmed down. Found it. Xianxia whispered. Faint immortal spiritual aura intertwined in her eyes, and images appeared on the surface of the divine mirror of destiny in front of her chest. It was a boundless ocean with a thick layer of ice on its surface. As the images changed, it gradually sank into the bottom of the ocean below the ice. There were many pitch-black palaces there, surrounded by endless chains of light and Dao runes. 2 bright lights flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He had found the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. The heavenly mystery divine mirror displayed many clear images. It was a vast ocean with groups of glaciers. At the bottom of the ocean, there were pitch-black palaces that looked extremely eerie. It was like a dead palace in hell, with dense Dao patterns intertwined with each other. That's the ice sea at the end of the west of the north region. The spiritual energy there is almost zero, and no one goes there all year round. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes shone with a bright demonic light. Then, he stared at Xianxia in shock. Is this real? She really found the location of the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty? Although it did not doubt Xianxia's ability to deduce the location of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty's main clan, it could not help but tremble in shock when it saw the image of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty's main clan in the heavenly mystery divine mirror. After all, that was where the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty was. Amazing. Ling Yan was also shocked. Xianxia smiled and put away the divine mirror. The immortal spiritual Dao diagram under her feet disappeared, and the Dao light around her also disappeared. Xianxia, are you okay now? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Tian asked. He knew that when the divine divination was used to deduce certain things, the diviner would have to pay a certain price. The more important the matter was, the greater the price. At this moment, Xianxia had finished her divination. Although he knew that Xianxia had the immortal spiritual body and was protected by the divine mirror, he was still very concerned about this. It's okay. With the divine mirror left behind by the ancestor, there seems to be no price to pay. It just consumes a little bit of divine power. Xianxia knew that Lin Tian was worried about her. Lin Tian was relieved. That's good. As he said this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Impossible. This is impossible. Your divination is fake. The boundary emperor of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty who was captured by Lin Tian growled. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. That is definitely not where the main clan of our dynasty is located. She is just a junior. Even if she has the immortal spiritual body, it is impossible for her to deduce the location of our main clan. This is impossible. No matter what, this quasi-emperor refused to believe that Xianxia had really calculated the location of their main branch. One had to know that since their bloodline was founded, it had been passed down for an unknown period of time. Many peerless powerhouses had tried to track down the location of their main bloodline, but to no avail. Now, how could he accept that a young woman had so easily deduced the location of the mysterious main clan of the all-extinguishing God dynasty? Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at this person. Without saying anything else, he raised his right hand and pressed the reincarnation scroll down. The quasi-emperor from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty was terrified. Stop. Don't kill him. Pooh. Lin Tian had already suppressed this person with the 4-symbol seal, sealing all of this person's cultivation and mobility. At this time, under the suppression of the king's territory, how could this person resist? He was immediately crushed in both body and soul by the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory. After that, he raised his head and looked at the westernmost part of the northern region, and a cold smile appeared on his face. After 2 years, let's make the 9th heaven boil again. He said. Immediately after, he called Xianxia, Whooshing Crocodile, and Ling Yan to leave. Soon after, he walked out of the mountains and asked the little Taichu to open the void portal one after another. He then used the same divine sense imprint in the northern, southern, western, and eastern regions to erase the 2 emperors of the all-extinguishing God dynasty, the divine son of the all-extinguishing God dynasty, and the 4 strongholds of the all-extinguishing God dynasty were destroyed by him. At the same time, the most important thing was that the location of the main clan of the all-extinguishing God dynasty was also included. The main clan of the all-extinguishing god dynasty is located at the bottom of the ice sea in the westernmost part of the northern region. Fellow cultivators of the world, if you are interested, you can take a look there. For a time, the entire ninth heaven was shocked. Lin Tian. It's that Lin Tian again. After disappearing for more than 2 years, he appeared again. This time, he actually. The 2 emperors of the all-extinguishing god dynasty were killed? And the divine son was also killed? This. Is that little beast by his side really that terrifying? How could it kill 2 Slayer emperors so easily? He found the location of the all-extinguishing god dynasty's main clan? How is this possible? Is this true? How did he do it? In history, many ninth heavenly layer emperors couldn't do it. After 2 years, the ninth heaven was once again in an uproar. Every cultivator and every major sect was shocked. The powerful and mysterious all-extinguishing god dynasty had 4 strongholds destroyed by Lin Tian. The all-extinguishing divine son was killed by Lin Tian. At the same time, 2 emperors of the all-extinguishing god dynasty were killed by the little Taichu beside Lin Tian. This really shocked everyone in this heaven. 2 emperors were killed just like that. At the same time, the cultivators were even more surprised that Lin Tian had found the location of the all-extinguishing god dynasty's main clan. This was simply too shocking, and it shocked the entire world. One must know that the all-extinguishing god dynasty had existed for such a long time. In addition to the strength of this branch, the mystery of the place where the clan was established was also a key factor. However, in this generation, a junior cultivator had ascended step by step from the lower heavens to the ninth heaven. He had destroyed more than 10 hidden strongholds of the all-extinguishing god dynasty, killed the divine son of this branch, and the little beast beside him had killed 2 emperors of the all-extinguishing god dynasty. He had even found the most mysterious place of the all-extinguishing god dynasty. This was really a miracle in the cultivation world. This Lin Tian is simply. Some cultivators swallowed their saliva. 2 Slayer emperors were killed, and the place where the main clan was established was discovered. If all this is true, then the all-extinguishing god dynasty will be in trouble. Without a doubt, this is absolutely true. That Lin Tian has no need to make such a lie to fool the cultivators of the world. That's right. How did he find the main clan of the all-extinguishing god dynasty? No matter how he found the main clan of the all-extinguishing god dynasty, the only thing we can be sure of is that this heaven, or more specifically, the northern domain, is going to be very lively there. Many cultivators were discussing. Over the years, the all-extinguishing god dynasty had carried out countless assassinations in the dark. They had even assassinated the heroes of several top forces, and even killed emperors. As a result, the all-extinguishing god dynasty had offended countless people and forces. Many rogue cultivators and large sects in the 10th heaven wanted to get rid of the all-extinguishing god dynasty as soon as possible, but unfortunately, they couldn't find the location of the main clan of the all-extinguishing god dynasty. Now, the location of the main clan of the all-extinguishing god dynasty had been found out by someone, and everyone in the 9th heaven knew about it. It was conceivable that this was definitely a big trouble for the all-extinguishing god dynasty. For a time, all the cultivators in the 9th heaven were shocked. Everyone in the eastern, western, southern, and northern domains were shocked. At the same time, on the other side, the big shots of the ancient shrine, the immortal sword island, the Xianxia sect, and other top forces were all shocked. When they learned that Lin Tian had reappeared, they were all preparing to suppress Lin Tian and seize what they wanted. However, at this time, after seeing Lin Tian's divine sense imprints and the scene of the little Taichu easily killing the 2 Slayer emperors of the all-extinguishing god dynasty, they fell silent for a while. They found that their estimation of the little Taichu around Lin Tian was still too low. It was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Make your move when you're fully prepared. On this day, after hearing the news of the outside world and seeing the divine sense imprints released by Lin Tian, the ancient shrine, the Xianxia sect, and the other top forces who wanted to seize Lin Tian's ancient Empyrean scripture and the pure Yang flame made the same decision. This was because the little Taichu around Lin Tian was too terrifying. At the same time, the fact that Lin Tian was able to find the main clan of the all-extinguishing god dynasty also made these top forces feel that Lin Tian was very strange. They guessed that there might be other mysterious forces around Lin Tian, so these top forces had to be cautious and didn't dare to act rashly. Almost at the same time, the main clan of the all-extinguishing god dynasty naturally caught sight of the divine consciousness imprint that Lin Tian had sent out. Everyone in the all-extinguishing god dynasty turned pale with fright. Each and every one of them was shocked and horrified. How is this possible? How did that bastard find the place where the main clan of our dynasty was established? It's impossible. There are endless divine runes and Tao patterns engraved by the ancestors of our dynasty. Moreover, every generation of emperors and old ancestors would reinforce and add new emperor runes to seal the area. Even a 9th heavenly layer emperor wouldn't be able to find the main clan of our dynasty. How did he know? This is impossible. How could this be? On the surface, several big figures of this branch were almost going crazy. Not long ago, they learned that the Son of God and 2 Emperor Slayers had failed to assassinate Lin Tian and died. Now, Lin Tian had found the main clan of their dynasty and spread this news throughout the entire 9th heaven. This was simply a disaster. Over the years, how many cultivators had the all-extinguishing god dynasty assassinated? How many people and great forces had they offended? Now that the location of the main clan had been leaked, it was enough to imagine that there would be countless cultivators searching for the location of their main clan. Their clan would face wave after wave of cultivators attacking them. Damn it! Damn it! Several big figures of this branch were shocked and angry to the extreme. At this moment, 2 low and cold snorts sounded from the depths of the main clan, mixed with endless cold killing intent. Our all-extinguishing god dynasty has existed for so many years. Now that the main clan has been exposed, so what? Who can attack us? It's just a little more trouble. Now, let all the disciples return to the main clan, and kill anyone who dares to attack us. Rolling emperors' pressure intertwined, shaking the heavens and earth. In the northern region, Lin Tianyi and the others stood on the top of a green mountain. They knew everything about this heaven. This time, the all-extinguishing god dynasty will be very busy. We have offended so many people and great sects over the years. Now that the main clan's location has been exposed, I don't know how many cultivators will attack us. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue and looked at Lin Tian. Boy, what you said before about playing a big game, you mean to let your calculate the location of the main clan and then leak it to the whole world? I have to say, this is indeed a big game. It's an absolutely ruthless attack. As an assassin organization, the all-extinguishing god dynasty had assassinated too many people. After such a long time, there were countless cultivators and great sects who hated this branch. Now that Lin Tian had leaked the location of the main clan, the whole world would know about it. There would definitely be waves of powerful cultivators and great sects who hated this branch to attack the main clan's location. The impact on the all-extinguishing god dynasty would definitely be huge. Moreover, this would affect the future development and inheritance of the all-extinguishing god dynasty. For a dark organization, once the location of the main clan was exposed to the world, many things would be very troublesome in the future. It could be said that the exposure of the main clan's location was equivalent to cutting off an arm and a leg of the all-extinguishing god dynasty. Listening to Lin Tian's words, Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yan's expressions changed, and even Xianxia showed a hint of surprise. Releasing the location of the main clan of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty and letting everyone know about it, whether it was the current or the future of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty, it was an unprecedented big trouble. It could even be said to be a disaster. It had already shocked the entire 9th heaven, and all the sects were in an uproar. However, Lin Tian said that this was just an appetizer. This is just an appetizer? Then, what is the main dish? What do you mean by a bigger game? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. Next to him, Xianxia and Ling Yan also looked at Lin Tian curiously. Lin Tian looked at the 2 people and the crocodile, and said, "Do you think that releasing this news can destroy the all-extinguishing divine dynasty?" Whooshing Crocodile was taken aback, and then said, "This is definitely impossible. Although there are many rogue cultivators and sects in the 10th heaven who hate the all-extinguishing divine dynasty, the strength of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty is also there. There are countless powerful assassins in the all-extinguishing divine dynasty. It's obviously impossible to destroy the all-extinguishing divine dynasty just by relying on the rogue cultivators and sects who hate the all-extinguishing divine dynasty. At most, it will bring some trouble to the all-extinguishing divine dynasty. As it said that, it stared at Lin Tian strangely. What do you mean by asking this? Nothing much. I was just thinking of giving them a devastating gift later. Lin Tian. He asked Xianxia to calculate the location of the main clan of the all-extinguishing divine dynasty. Of course, it wasn't just to leak the location of the main clan after Xianxia calculated it. He had leaked this information and let everyone in the world know about it. As a result, he had brought trouble to the main clan of the 10,000 extinguishing divine dynasty. This was only the prelude. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Wuxing Crocodile, Xianxia and Ling Yan were shocked. Destructive gift? What do you mean? Ling Yan asked. You'll know in a while. Lin Tianyi smiled, and said, before that, I have to go into seclusion for about a month. Seclusion? Why does it involve seclusion? Wuxing Crocodile asked. When I come out, I'll tell you. Lin Tian. On this day, Lin Tian found a cave in the center of the mountain and asked little Taichu to protect him. Then, he sat down cross-legged in the cave, a faint divine energy fluctuation. At this moment, as he was in seclusion, he activated the dragon burial scripture. In the blink of an eye, dragon marks intertwined and emerged from his body. The cave's spirits were SSS. This seclusion is. Is? The 5 elements crocodile was suspicious. Ling Yan also had a strange expression on his face. The key is, why is he cultivating the dragon burial scripture at this time? What did it have to do with the devastating gift that he was going to give to the all-extinguishing god dynasty? This? I can't figure it out. As he said that, he couldn't help but look at Xianxia. Miss Xianxia, why don't you calculate what this kid wants to do? Listening to Lin Tian's words, he really wanted to know what Lin Tian wants to do. Xianxia was taken aback for a moment. Then she shook her head and said with a smile, it's not good to calculate a friend's. Moreover, it's meaningless to calculate this kind of thing. It's better to wait for him to tell us in person. At that time, we can still feel a sense of surprise. Well, that's true. Ling Yun nodded. Immediately, the group of people quieted down and waited beside Lin Tian. Northern region, the westernmost position, near the IC. Lin Tian asked Xianxia to calculate the location of the main clan of the great extinguishing god dynasty, and then inform everyone in the 9th heaven of this location. At this time, one figure after another arrived at the westernmost part of the northern region. Among these figures, there were powerful rogue cultivators, as well as famous sections. 30 years ago, my only close friend was assassinated by this damned bloodline. Today, I must seek justice. Our sect's holy son died in the hands of a shady assassin organization. Even if we can't destroy them, we won't let them get away with it. Vermin of the cultivation world. Trash. Rats. We must get rid of them. Each and every one of these figures was filled with monstrous rage and killing intent. In the next moment, these cultivators stared at the bottom of the ice sea, and began to attack one after another. With a rumble, the entire ice sea began to boil. The ice on the surface shattered and the sea began to churn. Rays of divine light rushed into the bottom of the ice sea and stirred up waves that were hundreds of meters tall. The momentum was shocking to the extreme. Kill. It was also at this moment, a cold word sounded from the bottom of the ice sea, like the voice of the god of death. In an instant, dense blood swords rushed out from the bottom of the ice sea, cutting through the vast sky and slashing towards the people in this place. Puff. 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 Blood exploded one after another, and the cultivators died one after another. Sure enough. That Lin Tian didn't lie. This damn sect, the location of the main clan is really here. Someone shouted. Clang. The blood swords broke through the surface of the sea and blasted this person into pieces. Moreover, the cultivators next to him also exploded. This father is very clear that your organization is stinkier than dog shit. We can't destroy it. We can't shake it. However, even if I die here, this father will stir up some waves in the place where your clan was founded. Trash. A hot-tempered person roared. He was the master of a sect in the third layer of this heaven. 50 years ago, his son, who was known as the most outstanding genius of his sect in thousands of years, was cruelly killed by the people of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. Clang. The blood swords clanged, and a blood-red sword energy rushed out from the bottom of the sea and sliced this person into pieces on the spot. His body and soul were destroyed. At the same time, the cultivators above the ice sea were slashed into pieces one after another. Blood dyed the surface of the sea red. Even so, none of the people from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty walked out from under the ice sea. They were terrifyingly powerful. Stinky rats, all you know is to hide in the dark. You only dare to live in the dark for the rest of your life. You don't even dare to come out and shout when people are at your door. You're worse than bugs. A bunch of scum. The Great Extinguishing God dynasty was very powerful. The cultivators who rushed to this place were blasted into pieces by the blood swords that rushed out from the bottom of the sea. However, none of the cultivators were afraid. Many of them were cursing loudly with intense hatred in their eyes. These people were the people closest to them who had been killed by the all-extinguishing God dynasty. They were either close friends, lovers, relatives, children, masters, or disciples. These relatives and disciples had no enmity with the all-extinguishing God dynasty, but they had been killed by the all-extinguishing God dynasty on the orders of others. How could there be any lack of hatred for them? To a certain extent, these people hated the Great Extinguishing God dynasty more than the people who had entrusted the Great Extinguishing God dynasty to kill their relatives and friends. Even in their dreams, they wished they could cut the people from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty into 1,000 pieces. If the heavens have eyes, let these vermin from the cultivation world disappear from this world. Let them disappear. Destroy them. Someone shouted hatefully. The light of divine abilities and secret techniques surged. The cultivators who had arrived were attacking the ice sea in a frenzy. Streaks of divine ability light surged toward the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty below, stirring up even more terrifying waves. The entire ice sea was boiling. A bunch of ants. A cold voice came from the bottom of the ice sea. The clanging of swords reverberated. More blood swords rushed out and pierced through the cultivators, killing them both in body and soul. However, no one was afraid. Many people's eyes turned red as they attacked the ice sea in a frenzy. At the same time, more and more cultivators arrived and joined in the frenzy to attack the Great Extinguishing God dynasty below the ice sea. Moreover, there were extremely powerful people who avoided the blood swords and rushed into the ice sea to attack the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty below. Die. A cold voice rang out. Destructive waves rolled and crushed the cultivators who had rushed into the ice sea. In the blink of an eye, the ice sea was almost dyed red. At the bottom of the sea, the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty was surrounded by pitch-black palaces. Countless disciples were in the main clan, waving their swords at the ice sea. Each of them had a vicious expression as they cut the cultivators who approached the ice sea into pieces. However, they had killed many of the cultivators who had chased them to the ice sea, but no one was afraid. They continued to charge forward fearlessly. Damn it! That damned Lin Tian. A big shot from this branch gritted his teeth in anger. They did not take the cultivators who had rushed to the ice sea seriously. However, how could it be a good thing for their main clan to be attacked like this? One had to know that over the endless years, because of their repeated assassinations, they had accumulated too many enemies. It was difficult to count the number of people who hated them. If all these people came to kill them, how could they continue to develop their lineage? How could they continue to accept assassination commissions? How could they continue to pass down the legacy? It could be said that their plan was completely disrupted when the location of the main clan was exposed. Damn it! Damn it! The current assassin of this branch roared. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed. On this day, the draconic inscriptions on Lin Tian's body became extremely bright within a cave on a mountain in the northern region. They intertwined with extremely dense light. At this moment, he opened his eyes, and the resplendent light of the draconic inscriptions flickered in his eyes. "He's awake," Whooshing Crocodile said. "He's out of seclusion, right?" Xianxia said. Lin Tianyi smiled. "Of course." As he said that, he stood up. He had been comprehending the dragon burial scripture for 1.5 months. The current level of the dragon burial scripture was more than 2 or 3 times stronger than it was a month ago. Ling Yan gazed at Lin Tian and said, "Now that I speak of it, the Northern Territory was really bustling during this period of over a month while you were in closed-door cultivation. Groups of cultivators charged into the Sea of Ice in the Northern Territory and bombarded the main clan of this clan. It was extremely grand. Although they lived on this green mountain, they were still aware of such things that happened in the outside world. It's expected," Lin Tiandao said. "For so many years, because of the repeated assassinations of this branch, there are too many people and sects who hate them. However, because they don't know where the main clan of this branch is, they can only bury the fire of hatred in their hearts. Now that the people and sects who hate this branch know where the main clan of this branch is, they naturally won't be able to live in peace. At least, it won't be for the time being." "That's indeed the case." Ling Yan nodded and sighed slightly. "It's a pity that almost all the people who rushed over are dead. It's difficult to shake the great extinguishing holy dynasty." As he said that, he shook his head and looked straight at Lin Tian. His eyes were full of curiosity. "By the way, since you're out of seclusion, what do you want to do next?" Ling Yan was very curious about Lin Tian's so-called destructive gift to the great extinguishing god dynasty. Seeing Lin Tian come out of seclusion, he naturally couldn't help but ask. At the same time, Whooshing Crocodile and Xianxia also looked at Lin Tian. "We'll know soon." Lin Tianyi smiled, then looked at little Taichu. "Little Taichu, go to the 4th heaven." As he spoke, he used his divine sense to transmit the general situation of each layer of the 10 directions heaven domain to the little fellow. "Yeah. The little guy is an emperor-level existence. It's naturally very easy for him to open the heavenly barrier and move around." He immediately cried out in a childish voice, waved his paw, and a void crack with intertwined silver light appeared, leading straight to the 4th heaven. Looking around, the void crack is hazy, intertwined with a very amazing and vast space aura. "Go to the 4th heaven? What for?" Whooshing Crocodile said strangely. "Go, you'll know soon." Lin Tiandao. After saying that, he immediately stepped into the void crack. Whooshing Crocodile and the others were a little suspicious, but they didn't hesitate and also stepped in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Darkness shrouded their field of vision in the blink of an eye, and then, in the next moment, a faint light intertwined in front of the group of people. In the space, a strong vibration shook the group of people out of the void and landed on the ground again. Hoof! For a time, the wind whistled. Looking around, there was a vast and boundless ocean in front of them. As the wind blew, ripples appeared on the surface of the sea, swaying towards the distance. "This is?" "Near the Sea King Island of the 4th heaven, located at the edge of the sea territory of this heaven," Whooshing Crocodile said, looking at Lin Tian. "Boy, what are you doing here? Do you want to find trouble with the sea race? Speaking of which, we've looted all the resources of this branch in the past." Back in the 4th heaven, Lin Tian had a grudge with the sea race. Later, the purple elf appeared. Lin Tian took the purple elf and forcibly took away the heritage of the sea race. At the same time, several other great clans also suffered. Now, Lin Tian came to this place again, which made it a little curious. Of course not. Lin Tiandao. In the past, he took the purple elf and gave the sea race a heavy blow. Naturally, he won't find trouble with them again after so many years. As a matter of fact, at his current height, the sea race was far from being on the same level as him. The gap between the two was too great, so it was even more impossible for him to deal with them. "Then, why are you here?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. "Follow me, you'll know soon." Lin Tiandao. His speed wasn't fast. He walked on the surface of the sea, heading towards a fixed location. There are many islands above the sea. The sea breeze is a little humid, but it's very comfortable to blow on one's face. Lin Tian led Xianxia and the others forward. Soon after, a group of sea race cultivators appeared in front of them. They were patrolling the sea area. Suddenly, they saw a human figure approaching. They immediately rushed over with spears in their hands. "Human! You're quite bold, actually daring to approach my clan's territory. Do you want to?" One of the Ocean Clan's cultivators spoke in a sinister voice, but in the next moment, he stopped speaking. When he saw Lin Tian in the crowd, the sinister expression on his face immediately turned into fear. He could not help but tremble. How did you? At the same time, in this place, several other sea race cultivators also recognized Lin Tian, and they all trembled. Lin, these sea race cultivators were trembling, but they couldn't speak a complete sentence. At that time, Lin Tian had brought the Super Emperor Violet Fairy to visit the major races of this heaven one by one, including the sea race. His actions had shaken the entire fourth heaven, causing countless experts to tremble in fear. Especially the major races that were visited, they were even more terrified. As one of the great races that were visited by Lin Tian and the Purple Elf, how could the sea race forget such a thing? How could they forget the horror of Lin Tian? At this time, when these sea race cultivators saw Lin Tian, they were all trembling in fear. "Brat, what kind of grand event did you do in this heaven realm back then? Why are they so afraid of you?" Ling Yan was surprised. Even Xianxia was a little curious. She looked at Lin Tian curiously. "It's nothing," Lin Tian said with a smile. Beside him, the Five Elements crocodile said, back then, he had some enmity with a few big clans in this heaven region. Then, this brat was really despicable. Back then, he brought the demon race's emperor to visit those big clans one by one. He robbed those big clans of all their accumulations over countless years and scared them half to death. With that said, Whooshing Crocodile glanced at the sea race cultivators. The sea race they belonged to is on the list of the great races that were visited at the beginning. How could they not be afraid? Xianxia and Ling Yan couldn't help but be shocked when they heard this. Lin Tian actually took the monster race emperor to visit the great races of this heaven? Moreover, he looted all the heritage of those great races over the countless years. This, so ruthless? Ling Yan's eyes widened. Taking the monster race emperor to visit the great races of the fourth heaven, this is simply scary. Xianxia was also surprised, but at the same time, she was a little curious. She asked Lin Tiandao. Since he said that he is the monster race emperor, then he can only be the master of the Monster King Palace in the ninth heaven. Moreover, the Monster King Palace is different from the other great forces. Most of the masters of the other great forces are in the Quasi-Emperor's realm, but the master of the Monster King Palace is usually the strongest in the Monster King Palace. She looked at Lin Tian with some surprise. Do you know the sovereign of the monster race? Lin Tianyi smiled and nodded. Yes. That's his little sister, Ling Yin said. When he first came to the ninth heaven, he already learned some things about Lin Tian and the purple fairy from Whooshing Crocodile. Little sister? Xianxia's mouth fell open as she stared at Lin Tian. You. The master of the Fiend Emperor Palace, the Fiend Emperor of a generation, one of the most powerful figures in the 10 Directions heavenly region, was actually Lin Tian's little sister? She looked at Lin Tian, and it was rare for her to be so calm. You are a human, and you are so young, how can you be the elder brother of the sovereign of the monster race? Hearing that Lin Tian was the elder brother of the master of the Monster King Palace, even the ethereal Xianxia was a little stunned. There are some special reasons for this, Lin Tian said with a smile. He did not elaborate on this point. Xianxia was still flabbergasted. She was just like Ling Yun when he first learned about this. She was truly shocked. Let's get down to business, Lin Tian smiled and said. He didn't care about the several marine race cultivators in this place and walked towards an island near Sea King Island. Whooshing Crocodile and the others followed. Although Xianxia was surprised, she also followed without hesitation. Soon, the group disappeared into the distance. The several marine race cultivators were trembling with fear. They didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the group was far away. Their faces and backs were full of cold sweat. Why did he appear again? He hasn't appeared for so many years, why, quick. Inform the clan master and the supreme elders. The several marine race cultivators were terrified. They immediately rushed towards the clan master, wanting to report this matter as soon as possible. Lin Tianyi and the others left, and Lin Tian walked in the front. Soon, he led the group to a huge island. Looking at it, the vegetation on this island was very dense, and the spiritual qi was abundant. They could hear the shocking roars of demonic beasts echoing on this island, shaking the sky. After landing on this island, he didn't stop. He walked all the way in front of the group. Soon, they came to a huge canyon, in which there was a faint mist intertwined. The Gorge of No Return? Wuxing Crocodile was suspicious. In the past, when the Bai siblings were trapped here, it and Lin Tian came here. This is one of the most dangerous places in the fourth heaven. It is known as the Gorge of No Return, and many powerful cultivators have died in it. It's a little unusual, but it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Ling Yin said. The Gorge of No Return is very scary for ordinary cultivators, but he has reached the Nirvana realm, so he naturally doesn't care about it. Let's go. Lin Tian Dao. He led the group into the Gorge of No Return and walked straight forward. Soon, they arrived in front of 9 continuous mountains. As far as the eye could see, the 9 great mountains were like 9 world-shocking dragons coiling around the earth, forming a perfect circle. There was vegetation on it, but it was basically all dried up, without much essence energy. These 9 mountains are not ordinary. Xianxia was still surprised by the relationship between Lin Tian and the Demon Emperor, but at this time, seeing the 9 mountains here, she couldn't help but be moved. The 9 mountains encircle and form a good fortune land. It's very unusual. Lin Tianyi smiled. As he spoke, he continued to lead the way. Soon, they entered one of the mountains. Not long after, they entered a mine in this mountain. The aura inside the mine was demonic and evil. It was like the gate to the underworld. It was a little horrifying. This mine. Kid, are you here for that thing? Wuxing Crocodile suddenly opened his eyes wide. Apparently, he thought of something, and a shocking light appeared in his eyes. Lin Tian nodded. Yes. He led the way. Soon, they went deep into the mine and came to a huge karst cave. It was shining brightly with amazing psionic energy. Its vastness was countless times more amazing than the psionic energy of the divine veins. Looking around, above the center of this karst cave, a light sphere with a diameter of more than 1 meter was suspended quietly. It was like a star, dazzling everyone. This is? Ling Yin was shocked. Staring at this light sphere, his body couldn't help but tremble. He felt a kind of vastness and horror. Xianxia was also shocked. She revealed a shocked expression. Sure enough, you are here for this. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes were even brighter. He couldn't help but clench his claws, and asked Lin Tian excitedly. Kid, can you touch this Dragon Ball now? Didn't you say that anyone who hasn't reached the Emperor realm will die? When they were in the fourth heaven, it followed Lin Tian into this place to find the whereabouts of the Bai siblings. Later, Lin Tian found this Dragon Ball. It was born in the good fortune land formed by the 9 mountains of this place. It gave birth to infinite possibilities and could be called a shocking sacred object. Lin Tian looked at the Dragon Ball in the karst cave. His eyes glowed faintly. Now, I should be able to take it away. Although he had not reached the Emperor realm, his mastery of the Dragon Burial Scripture had reached the pinnacle. With his 6th sky of Nirvana realm cultivation and the Dragon Burial Scripture, he should be able to take the Dragon Ball away. Really? Wuxing Crocodile's eyes shone even brighter. He was clearly excited. If Lin Tian could really take away this Dragon Pearl, then they would all be able to obtain great benefits. If we use it to cultivate, our cultivation will definitely improve greatly. We will all complete a few nirvanas. Ling Yan's eyes shone brightly. Although the Dragon Ball was only 1 meter in diameter, it contained a shocking amount of energy. At this moment, he stood below the Dragon Ball. Just by looking at it, he felt his heart palpitate. If they used it as a source of cultivation, he was sure that their cultivations would be able to increase significantly. No, we don't need it to cultivate. Lin Tian shook his head and narrowed his eyes. I'm going to give it to the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. What? Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan's eyes widened when they heard his words. He was going to give the Dragon Ball to the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty? Xianxia looked at Lin Tian curiously. You said you were going to give the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty a destructive gift? Is it related to this Dragon Ball? She asked. Wuxing Crocodile regained his senses when he heard Xianxia's words. He looked at Lin Tian and bared his teeth. Kid, it's time to make it clear. What are you planning to do by giving the Dragon Ball to the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty? Don't keep us in suspense. That's right. Hurry up and say it. Ling Yan said. Xianxia was very smart, but Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan were not stupid either. Naturally, they did not think that Lin Tian would be so kind as to give this heaven-defying Dragon Pearl to the all-extinguishing God Dynasty. He definitely wanted to use this Dragon Pearl as the core to deal with the all-extinguishing God Dynasty. Facing the curious gazes of the two people and the crocodile, Lin Tian no longer hid anything. I've cultivated the Dragon Burial Scripture. After that, I'll cut this Dragon Pearl off from the great force of creation of this place. Then, I'll brand countless dragon patterns on it and engrave the great dragon pattern art. Finally, I'll take it away and throw it to the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. Then, I'll detonate it near their main clan. What? Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan couldn't help but tremble. Even Xianxia was shocked. Their cultivation wasn't ordinary. They could clearly sense how dense the spiritual energy contained in this Dragon Pearl was. It was countless times stronger than a divine vein. If such a heaven-defying Dragon Pearl was engraved with the great dragon pattern art and detonated, the destructive power would be no less than the self-destruction of an expert at the fifth sky of Emperor Realm. How terrifying would that be? This is too much, Wuxing Crocodile trembled. If this Dragon Pearl was really engraved with the great dragon pattern art and thrown to the main clan of the all-extinguishing God Dynasty, once it was detonated, it would definitely destroy the main clan of the all-extinguishing God Dynasty in an instant. Even if this clan had a peerless expert at the ninth sky of Emperor Realm, it would be useless. It would be impossible to suppress such terrifying destructive power. At most, it would be able to protect itself. When you asked Miss Xianxia to calculate the location of the main clan of the all-extinguishing God Dynasty, you were planning something like this? Ling Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Xianxia's eyes flickered. She looked at Lin Tiandao and said, previously, you deliberately spread the location of the main clan of the all-extinguishing God Dynasty so that everyone in the world would know. At that time, the all-extinguishing God Dynasty would definitely summon all the assassins in the outside world in a short period of time to ensure the safety of the main clan. Then, you threw this Dragon Pearl and killed them all in one fell swoop? Looking at Lin Tian, Xianxia's beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. Lin Tian nodded and said, something like that. His real purpose of asking Xianxia to calculate the location of the main clan of the all-extinguishing God Dynasty was to destroy this clan. At the same time as what Xianxia said, he deliberately spread the location of the main clan of the all-extinguishing God Dynasty so that everyone in the world would know. In fact, the most important thing was for the all-extinguishing God Dynasty to hear. He believed that after this clan knew that the location of the main clan was exposed, they would definitely summon all the assassins to protect the main clan in a short period of time. Moreover, they would stay in the main clan for a period of time. During this period of time, he would use this opportunity to engrave the great dragon pattern art on the Dragon Pearl and throw it over to eliminate this clan in one fell swoop. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan were shocked again. They swallowed a mouthful of saliva at the same time. What a fraud! Wuxing Crocodile said. What a fraud! Ling Yan's eyes widened. From destroying the 4 strongholds of the all-extinguishing God Dynasty in the 9th heaven to suppress the quasi-emperor, to asking Xianxia to calculate the location of the main clan of the all-extinguishing God Dynasty, and then to revealing the location of the main clan of the all-extinguishing God Dynasty so that everyone in the world would know about it. Throughout the process, there was not a single step that was superfluous. One step after another, all in order to give the all-extinguishing God Dynasty a real blow. However, this really makes Lord Crocodile feel a little excited. This clan is really going to be miserable. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up again. Hurry up, do it. Ling Yan clenched his fists and said. If the heaven-defying dragon pearl was used to engrave the great dragon pattern art and detonate it, it could really destroy the all-extinguishing god dynasty. Just thinking about it made them excited and excited. Lin Tian nodded at Crocodile and Wuxing Crocodile, then nodded at Xianxia and said, "You guys step back first." Boom. At this moment, a shocking corpse aura swept out like rolling waves, directly interrupting Lin Tian's next words. At the opening of the karst cave, an old corpse rushed out. Its whole body was covered in black scales, and it had a human head, phoenix feathers, and a dragon tail. It looked very strange, as if some parts of the body of several different creatures were forcefully mixed together, giving off a very frightening feeling. This is? Wuxing Crocodile stared and said, "Why does it look so familiar?" Of course it looks familiar. We met when we first came here. Lin Tian looked at the old corpse and said, 10 years ago, when we came here, we met 5 old corpses and 3 tyrannical dragon pearl guardian spirits. 2 of the dragon pearl guardian spirits had phoenix feathers and a dragon tail. At that time, when we left, the 3 dragon pearl guardian spirits were fighting with the 5 old corpses. Now, it seems that in the end, one of the 5 old corpses was not destroyed. It merged with the bodies of the other 2 dragon pearl guardian spirits and then turned into this appearance. Now that you mention it, Lord Crocodile really remembers. No wonder I feel so familiar looking at this dead thing. Wuxing Crocodile bared its teeth. The old corpse rushed to the karst cave, its eyes blood red. Its corpse aura was rolling, and even demon aura was intertwined, looking very ferocious. It stared at the group of people with fangs in its mouth and yellow smelly saliva as if it was looking at delicious prey. Immediately, in the next moment, it growled, and the vast corpse aura rushed straight toward the group of people. For a moment, the corpse aura rolled, causing the entire karst cave to shake. It's comparable to an emperor to be. Ling Yan was shocked. Wuxing Crocodile was surprised. In the past 10 years or so, one of the 5 old corpses has become so strong? At this time, the mighty death aura of the old corpse was a little terrifying, which really surprised Ling Yan. It merged with the bodies of the 2 dragon pearl guardian spirits. At the same time, it may have also eaten the corpses of the other 4 old corpses. Then, the guardian spirit's special demon aura and corpse aura coexisted and merged, making it so powerful in a short time. Lin Tian analyzed. While saying this, he did not stand still. Instead, he took a step forward and faced the emperor-to-be old corpse. His movements were simple and unflashy. He directly blasted a punch forward. For a moment, there was a loud bang, and the entire karst cave space roared. Bang! The powerful punch directly sent the old corpse flying, causing the sky to be filled with foul-smelling black blood. This physical body, it's really perverted every time I see it. Ling Yan rolled his eyes. Ugh! The old corpse that was sent flying let out an ear-piercing roar. Black blood flowed all over his body, making him look even more like a ferocious ghost from hell. He pounced towards Lin Tian without fear of death, and his blood-red ghostly eyes were full of ferocious luster. Lin Tian humped softly, not wanting to get entangled with this old corpse too much. He directly propped up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory, and then summoned the great Dao nomological laws. The 2 fused and condensed into the strongest great Dao reincarnation diagram, which faced the other party in a mighty manner. Rumble! He bombarded the old corpse with the great Dao reincarnation diagram, causing it to be defeated and black blood to flow continuously. Immediately afterwards, after a quarter of an hour, he activated the great Dao reincarnation diagram to its maximum limit, and the holy light completely enveloped the old corpse's dragon pearl. At the same time, he also summoned the pure yang flames and used the golden divine fire to drown the other party. All of a sudden, the old corpse was completely shattered, and the golden pure yang flames burned its corpse over and over again. Done. Wuxing Crocodile said. You actually got rid of a quasi-emperor old corpse in a quarter of an hour. You're really sick. Ling Yan said. Although this old corpse is comparable to a quasi-emperor, it's still a little weaker than a real quasi-emperor cultivator. Besides, I've basically been attacking with all my might. Lin Tianandao said. Buzz. At this moment, a faint blood light intertwined at the place where the old corpse was shattered and burned, causing the space to ring. Lin Tian was immediately moved and looked at that place. He then waved his right hand and grabbed the object that was intertwined with the blood light. He realized that it was a bone that was the size of a thumb. It was blood red in color and had some strange patterns on it. This is? He was a little surprised. There was no doubt that this blood bone belonged to the old corpse, and because of this, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. This was because he had used the diagram of the reincarnation of the Great Path and the pure yang flames to attack. The other parts of the old corpse's body had been destroyed, turning into black ashes. However, this piece of bloody bone had been preserved, without the slightest damage. Lin Tian looked at the bloody bone in his hand and examined it seriously for a long time. However, he still couldn't figure out what it was. Forget it, let's not bother about it for now. He shook his head and kept the bloody bone instead of throwing it away. After all, even though he didn't know what the bloody bone was, the fact that his great Tao reincarnation diagram and pure yang flame didn't destroy it was enough to show that the bloody bone was extraordinary. It might be of great use in the future. Let's start moving the dragon pearl. Whooshing Crocodile said. Yes, yes, yes. Ling Yan also said. Compared to their curiosity about the bloody bone, they were undoubtedly more interested in the dragon pearl in front of them because Lin Tian was going to move the dragon pearl and give it to the all-extinguishing god dynasty as a destructive gift. Just thinking about it made them excited. Lin Tian nodded and said to the other two people and the crocodile, "Little guy, stay here and guard me. You guys leave the karst cave first." Okay. Ling Yun and the others nodded and immediately left the cave. When Lin Tian saw the two of them and the crocodile retreating from the cave, he took a deep breath and began to act. He immediately activated the dragon burial scripture. Streaks of dragon tattoos surged out from the soles of his feet and spread out in all directions as though they were alive. At this time, he operated the dragon burial scripture and summoned the dragon patterns. He started to prepare to isolate the creation immortal force from this place. Buzz. The dragon patterns flickered and surged around. In this place, the 9 mountains formed the creation treasure land and formed the 9 dragons playing with the pearl. The dragon pearl moved to a single mountain and formed another kind of eternal killing trap. The core of the eternal killing trap was the dragon pearl here. Touching it casually would trigger the eternal killing trap, which was enough to kill anyone below the Emperor realm. At this moment, he circulated the dragon burial scripture to the limit with his 6th sky of Nirvana realm cultivation base. He carefully poured the dragon marks into the ground and spread them into the ancient killing trap. He slowly seeped in and cut off the ancient killing trap from the main meridians in this karst cave. When the time came, he would no longer be troubled by the killing trap when he touched the dragon pearl. As a matter of fact, little Taichu could easily move the dragon pearl without fearing the eternal killing trap. However, he wasn't going to simply move the dragon pearl. Later on, he was going to engrave the dragon mark technique on the dragon pearl. At the same time, he was also going to add a portion of the eternal killing trap's power of murderous veins to the dragon pearl. When the time came, the dragon pearl would become a true source of destruction. At this time, he asked the little fellow to stay behind to protect him. He was worried that if he failed to cut off the killing trap in this place, at least the little fellow could completely protect him. He did not need to worry about being injured by the ancient killing trap in this place. Buzz. He wholeheartedly circulated the dragon burial scripture. More and more dragon marks gushed out from under his feet and extended in all directions. During this process, he stood still and controlled the dragon marks. They gushed out from this mountain and spread to the other 8 mountains. At the core of each mountain, he condensed a dragon mark point. At the same time, he also engraved a dragon mark point in the karst cave he was in. Then, he connected the 9 dragon mark points with the dragon marks. And this was only the first step. After doing all this, he formed a seal on his chest. The dragon mark points in the 9 mountains began to emit light. The light condensed into lines and surged towards the center of the 9 mountains. Bystanders couldn't see all of this. Only he, the caster, was fully aware. He stood in the karst cave where the dragon pearl was and wholeheartedly circulated the dragon burial scripture. With his 6th sky of Nirvana realm cultivation base, he maintained this ancient scripture at its peak. Just like that, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. 7 days later. On this day, Lin Tian's face became slightly pale. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Clearly, the eternal killing trap in this place was very unusual. Even with his current 6th heavenly layer Nirvana realm cultivation and the dragon burial scripture, it was still very difficult for him to solve it. His essence, energy, and spirit were exhausted very quickly. He exhaled slightly. With a slight thought, he directly took out a large piece of lingjing from the stone ring. He piled these pieces of lingjing by his feet. The Sun Heart Sutra circulated on its own and quickly absorbed the lingjing spirit energy to replenish his essence, chi, and spirit. It's really more difficult than I imagined. With this kid's current strength, he can even kill a quasi-emperor. Just to break this killing trap, he actually doesn't have enough essence, chi, and spirit. He needs to use lingjing to replenish it. He's even sweating. Outside the karst cave, Wuxing Crocodile was slightly moved. Indeed. Ling Yun nodded. Xianxia looked at Lin Tian in the center of the karst cave. She was also slightly surprised. In the karst cave, Lin Tian's entire body emitted a faint light of dragon patterns. Under his feet, the dragon patterns spread out and disappeared into the ground. They spread out in all directions and maintained the strong light of the peak level. Then, at the same time, the dragon patterns under his feet began to vibrate. As they spread out in all directions, they also rose into the air above the karst cave. They slowly formed a circle of dragon patterns. Like a ball of thread, they circled around the karst cave and formed a dragon pattern. This process was very slow. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. On this day, the dragon patterns under Lin Tian's feet gradually dimmed. The speed at which they surged out also slowed down a lot. Then, they gradually stopped. Then, he heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and wiped the dense sweat on his forehead. "Ya?" Little Taichu stood on his shoulder and tilted its head to look at him. Obviously, it was asking him if he had broken through the killing trap. "It's almost done." Lin Tian smiled. In the 14 days, he took out 50,000 kilograms of lingjing to replenish his essence, energy, and spirit. He had been maintaining the dragon burial scripture at its strongest state with his 6th sky of Nirvana realm cultivation. At this time, he had finally broken through the ancient killing trap. 14 days. This place is really more terrifying than I expected. Wuxing Crocodile said. At this time, it finally understood why Lin Tian said that they couldn't touch this dragon ball when they first saw it. Thinking about it, with Lin Tian's current cultivation, the dragon burial scripture, and the lingjing to replenish his essence, energy, and spirit, it took him a total of 14 days to barely break through the killing trap. If they had touched the dragon ball back then, they would have died without a doubt. What do we do now? Start carving the great dragon pattern technique and then move the dragon ball? Ling Yun asked. Lin Tian nodded. Now, they could indeed proceed to this step. At this time, he still didn't let Ling Yun and the others enter the karst cave. After all, even though he had cut off the ancient killing trap, he didn't completely cut it off. There was still a certain amount of risk left. He took a deep breath and took out 200,000 kilograms of lingjing in advance this time. Then, he activated the dragon burial scripture again, and strands of dragon patterns spread out. This time, these dragon patterns didn't sink into the ground. Instead, they approached the dragon ball in the sky above the karst cave. Then, they slowly and carefully integrated into it. Suddenly, the dragon ball trembled slightly, and an incomparably dense spiritual energy spread out, causing the void to crack. Just a strand of spiritual energy can actually crack space. This is really terrifying. Outside the karst cave, Ling Yan's eyes widened. Next to him, Xianxia and Wuxing Crocodile's eyes were intertwined as they looked into the cave quietly. In the karst cave, the light of the dragon patterns became denser. Lin Tian focused carefully. Dragon patterns surged out from the soles of his feet and slowly entered the dragon ball. Then, he raised his hands again. Using the divine 5-dragon flash technique, he carved the dragon burial formation on the dragon ball across the void. At the same time, he imprinted other great dragon pattern techniques, causing the dragon ball to tremble continuously. Hum. The light of the dragon patterns was dense. In an instant, the entire karst cave was filled with this kind of light. During this process, his essence, qi, and spirit were consumed very quickly. However, with the spirit crystals that he had prepared in advance as a support, it was not a problem to replenish his essence, qi, and spirit. With the support of 200,000 kilograms of spirit crystals, he maintained the dragon burial scripture to the highest level. The dragon pattern grade array and various dragon pattern grade arts continued to enter the dragon pearl, filling it up. Then, his right leg stepped on the ground of the karst cave and shook slightly. More dragon patterns spread out from the soles of his feet. At this time, it began to draw up a part of the murderous veins of this place, slowly merging them into the dragon ball. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound. An extremely terrifying aura surged out from this place, causing the entire mountain to shake. Even people as strong as Whooshing Crocodile and the others couldn't help but tremble. They all felt a terrifying wave. Hum. In the karst cave, the light was even more shocking, illuminating all directions. Lin Tian used the dragon burial scripture to carve the great dragon burial formation and other great dragon pattern techniques on the dragon ball. He also used the dragon patterns to integrate a part of the murderous veins of this place into the dragon ball, causing the dragon ball to emit a more and more terrifying aura. Moreover, it began to slowly expand, like a balloon that was injected with air. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to more than 10 meters in diameter. However, this was not the end. As Lin Tian continued to carve the great dragon burial formation and great dragon pattern techniques on it, and as he integrated more of the murderous veins of this place into the dragon ball gradually expanded even more. He seriously operated the dragon burial scripture to carry out all of this. Even with the support of Ling Jing to replenish his essence, energy, and spirit, his forehead was still covered in sweat. Clearly, when doing all of this, his mind was always in a state of high concentration. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. A month later, on this day, the dragon ball in the center of the karst cave expanded from its initial diameter of more than 1 meter to a diameter of 19 meters. There were strands of dragon patterns entwined around it, as well as strands of murderous veins. Its aura was terrifying. It's done. Lin Tian opened his mouth. 2 bright lights flashed in his eyes, and then he exhaled heavily. The dragon ball, which was originally only 1 meter in diameter, had now grown to a diameter of 19 meters. It was intertwined with dragon patterns and innate killing veins. It was like a source of destruction. Its terrifying aura made the heavens and earth tremble. This is really, Ling Yan swallowed his saliva. Beside him, Whooshing Crocodile also widened his eyes. Even Xianxia, who had an ethereal immortal spiritual body, was shocked. At this time, the dragon pearl had expanded to a diameter of 19 feet. Just by looking at it, it gave people a huge feeling of shock. And the destructive fluctuations that interweaved on it made people feel even more terrified, as if it was the source of destruction. This, kid. How are you going to move it? Whooshing Crocodile asked. At this moment, the dragon ball here was a little scary. It couldn't be put in the stone ring or the sea of consciousness. It would be a little troublesome to move it. He couldn't just carry it away, right? That would be too conspicuous. Hearing what it said, Xianxia and Ling Yan also looked at Lin Tian. This was indeed a troublesome problem. Meeting the eyes of the 2 people and the crocodile, Lin Tian smiled faintly. Don't worry, he said, looking at the little Taichu on his shoulder. Little guy, you should have your own small world, right? Hold it up and put the dragon ball into your small world. Little Taichu was undoubtedly at the level of the Emperor realm. Existences at this level all had their own small worlds. Hearing what he said, Xianxia, Whooshing Crocodile, and Ling Yan couldn't help but look at little Taichu. Their eyes lit up. I really forgot that this little guy should have his own small world. It should be able to contain it. Whooshing Crocodile said. Little Taichu responded in a childish voice. Then, it directly opened a large space crack. Behind it was an extremely empty space. It was like a chaotic zone that had never been opened. There were only faint 6-colored divine lights intertwining like mist. Lin Tian stared at this space. He was slightly moved. Without a doubt, this was the little guy's own small world. Although it looked very empty, he felt a huge sense of vastness, as if it was a starry sky. There is nothing in this small world, but why do I have a feeling of trepidation? Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. This? I have one too. Ling Yun said. Even Xianxia nodded and said seriously, me too. Lin Tian looked at the two people and the crocodile, then looked at the little Taichu and smiled faintly. The origin of this little guy was too mysterious. Buzz. The little Taichu propped up the small world, and the gap became much larger. It enveloped the dragon pearl in the karst cave, causing the space in this place to hum slightly. After 5 breaths of time, it was completely sucked in. Then, with a whoosh, the little guy closed the small world that was propped up. Yeah. The little guy looked at Lin Tian and called out in his childish voice, as if he was asking for credit. Lin Tianyi smiled and rubbed the little guy's head. Now, are we going back to the 9th heaven? Then, we will throw the dragon pearl to the main clan of the great extinguishing divine dynasty? Ling Yan's eyes lit up. Lin Tian nodded, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Everything is ready, and it's time to go to the main clan of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. Little guy, go to the 9th heaven, the northern region. He said to the little Taichu. Little Taichu nodded again, and with a light swipe of its little paw, it tore open a huge crack in the void. Through the void crack, one can clearly see the scenery of the 9th heaven behind it. Towering mountains and endless rivers can be seen. This is the northern region of the 9th heaven. Let's go. Lin Tian said to Xianxia, Whooshing Crocodile, and Ling Yun. He immediately stepped into the void crack in front of him. Xianxia, Whooshing Crocodile, and Ling Yun naturally didn't hesitate. They also stepped into the void crack and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a moment of darkness, the group of people could see bits of light in front of their eyes as they stepped on solid ground again. Whoosh! A light breeze swept through, and the air was slightly humid and cold. However, the spiritual fluctuations were very strong. Walking out of the void, Lin Tian looked at the westernmost position of the northern region. His eyes were intertwined with cold light. Let's go. He said and led the way to the westernmost position of the northern region. Hey! Ling Yun smiled evilly. He was very excited and followed him. Whooshing Crocodile and Xianxia naturally didn't hesitate and followed him. The group's cultivation was now very high, and their speed was very fast. Moreover, because the void crack that little Taichu had opened was not too far from the westernmost part of the northern region, it only took them about a day to arrive at the westernmost part of the northern region, the Ice Sea. Smelly rats. Come out. A bunch of trash. Scum. You only know how to hide in the dark. You can't see the light of day. As far as the eye could see, the sound of killing shook the heavens and earth. The original layer of ice on the ice sea had been completely shattered, and the water was completely dyed red with blood. Many cultivators were at this place, and their faces were full of hatred and anger. They were all bombarding the great extinguishing god dynasty. All kinds of supernatural powers and secret skills were thrown down like crazy, causing the ice sea to boil. However, it was useless. There were many cultivators of the great extinguishing god dynasty who came here to attack the great extinguishing god dynasty. However, there were no real supreme masters. The most powerful one was only in the Nirvana realm. To the great extinguishing god dynasty, they were no threat or pressure at all. They couldn't even split open the water area that covered the great extinguishing god dynasty. On the contrary, under the ice sea, streaks of blood-red sword radiance were constantly rushing out. They slashed the sky and caused the cultivators who stepped into this place to explode one after another. Corpses fell on the surface of the ice sea, and the smell of blood was strong and pungent. Ants. A cold voice came from the bottom of the ice sea, bringing with it a bone-piercing chill. For a moment, clanging sounds were endless. More and more blood-red swords rushed out from the bottom of the ice sea, killing more cultivators. However, no one was afraid. Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred, and their eyes were bloodshot. Bastards! A bunch of cowards! Come out if you have the guts! Someone shouted. They are bugs that live in the dark. How can they come out? They will die if they see the light. That's right. A bunch of beasts. Many people sneered and mocked. These people knew that they couldn't do anything to the great extinguishing god dynasty. However, because their loved ones were killed, the anger in their hearts had been accumulated for too long. At least they felt comfortable cursing the great extinguishing god dynasty's main clan. Kill. The cold voice came from the bottom of the ice sea. Clang, 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 the surface of the ice sea was cut open, and dense sword lights rushed up. The swords carried a bone-piercing killing intent as they pierced through the cultivators one by one. At the bottom of the ice sea, outside the main clan of the great extinguishing god dynasty, divine light and Tao runes surrounded the main clan, protecting the entire clan. Several quasi-emperors of this clan were sitting in a great hall in the main clan, watching the cultivators above the ice sea bombarding them and listening to the curses of the cultivators. Their faces were ashen. Their eyes were incomparably sinister as they clenched their fists. As one of the 9 top forces of the 9th heaven, the great extinguishing god dynasty had existed for countless years and was very powerful. They didn't care about these cultivators at all and could easily crush them. However, being bombarded and cursed by these people in waves, they naturally couldn't feel comfortable. That damn Lin Tian. Damn it. The leader of this clan gritted his teeth. His eyes were full of killing intent, and he couldn't wait to drag Lin Tian out and tear him into pieces. If it weren't for Lin Tian, how could the great extinguishing god dynasty end up in such a state? Wave after wave of cultivators had actually forced them to come to the main gate of the clan, bombarding and insulting them. Moreover, the location of the main clan was exposed. What should they do in the future? Every time they completed a mission, the relatives and friends of the people they killed would force them to the main clan? How terrible would that be? Or, would they change the position of the main clan in the future? However, how could the main clan's position be changed so easily? For a moment, the leader of this clan was extremely irritated, and he hated Lin Tian even more. He even had the thought of eating Lin Tian alive. Kill. Kill them all for me. The leader stared at the ice sea and roared. Suddenly, the clanging sound of swords rang incessantly as they crazily rushed towards the ice sea. Then, the cultivators on the ice sea who were bombarding and cursing the great extinguishing god dynasty died in the blink of an eye. The great extinguishing god dynasty is too strong. How can these people be a match for them? Yeah, they're just sending themselves to their deaths. A dense crowd of cultivators stood at the edge of the ice sea far away. They were all looking at the center of the ice sea, and many of them were whispering to each other. These people had heard about the location of the great extinguishing god dynasty's main clan a few months ago. They knew that many people and sects who hated the great extinguishing god dynasty would kill their way here, so they all came to this place to watch the show. At this time, these cultivators saw the cultivators crazily attacking the ice sea at the center of the ice sea and saw the cultivators being crushed to death by the blood swords rushing out of the ice sea. They couldn't help but sigh and shake their heads in pity. It was also at this time that some of the cultivators who were shaking their heads were suddenly stunned. They caught sight of a few figures slowly walking towards the center of the ice sea. That is? Lin. Someone's face turned pale as he pointed to the front, his lips trembling. Lin Tian? Someone beside him shouted. In an instant, there was a huge uproar. Many people followed the gaze of the cultivator who shouted and looked in the same direction. Then, they were all shocked. There, on the south side of the ice sea, Lin Tian stepped on the void and walked towards the center of the ice sea step by step. Little Taichu was lying on his shoulder, and beside him was Xianxia, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yun. It's really that Lin Tian. He found out the location of the main clan of the great extinguishing god dynasty and let everyone know about it. Now, he's here too? This ruthless person. Speaking of which, how did he find out the location of the main clan of the great extinguishing god dynasty? Also, how did he find the killing points of the great extinguishing god dynasty in the past? How did he do all these? He's here now. What is he doing here? Wait, this is the main clan of the great extinguishing god dynasty. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky, and there was the old Shadi who was in the 9th layer of the Emperor realm. He had killed so many experts of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty and destroyed so many strongholds of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. Then, he found out the location of the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty and leaked it to the world. Now, the Great Extinguishing God dynasty wanted to swallow him alive. Why is he so bold? Even if that little beast is strong enough to kill a fourth layer of the Emperor realm, there is still a huge gap between it and a peerless expert at the ninth layer of the Emperor realm. What is he? Many cultivators were shocked. Now, Lin Tian had become a real influential figure in the ninth heaven. His combat strength was terrifying, his means were outstanding, and he had the mysterious little beast at his side. Many cultivators were in awe of him. At this time, when these people saw Lin Tian, the person who found out the location of the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty and leaked it to the world, they were all shocked and stared straight at Lin Tian. At the same time, most of the cultivators were staring at the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder. Many of them couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Lin Tian stepped on the void. Because his current cultivation was very strong, his spiritual sense was very sharp. Naturally, he could clearly hear the discussions and gazes of these cultivators, but the expression on his face didn't change. He looked at the center of the ice sea, at the bottom of the sea. His eyes were intertwined with faint light as he walked forward slowly. Those who are not from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty, please leave as soon as possible. Lin Tian's voice was not loud, but it spread across the entire ice sea in an instant. In the sky above the ice sea, the cultivators who were attacking the main clan of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty turned their heads to look. Then, they were all shocked. Lin Tian, someone said. When they saw Lin Tian, the cultivators who were attacking the ice sea where the main clan of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty was stopped and looked at Lin Tian. For those who hated the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty to the core, they were grateful that Lin Tian had found the location of the main clan of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty and told the world about it. This allowed them to vent the anger that had been building up for a long time. Even though none of them could do anything to the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty and rushing here was equivalent to courting death, they were still grateful to Lin Tian. Why? Why did you ask us to leave? We. Some of them gritted their teeth and stared at the bottom of the ice sea with hatred in their eyes. Even if we die, we must slash a few times at the main clan of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. My only son, the most outstanding genius of my clan, died at the hands of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty 35 years ago. How can I take this lying down? Even if we have to curse the main clan of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty, that's good enough. Even if we die, we must let our blood dye the icy red. Many of the cultivators' eyes were bloodshot. Lin Tian looked at these people and could understand how they felt. However, he did not show any emotion on his face. This Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty is really hateful. Ling Yin said from the side. Nonsense, this is a real dark organization that kills for profit. Those who were killed had no grudges with the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. There was no conflict between them and the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. Therefore, how can the hatred between them not be great? How can they not be hated? Whooshing Crocodile sneered. At this moment, the boiling ice sea calmed down for a moment and the killing sword stopped. Then, a roar that was filled with killing intent and anger came from the bottom of the ice sea. Lin Tian. A roar containing a dense emperor's might caused the ice sea to surge again. Clearly, the big shots of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty had also discovered Lin Tian. Clang! 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 An ear-piercing sword chime shook the sky. The dense blood swords once again rushed up, breaking through the icy surface and slashing towards Lin Tian. This time, the blood swords were many times more terrifying compared to the blood swords sent by the ordinary cultivators. The moment they charged out, they distorted space as they slashed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked down. There was no emotion on his face. He was very calm. Buzz. He stretched out his right hand, and the silver Tao diagram of the 4 divisions appeared in the blink of an eye. It expanded to an incomparably large size and met the dense swords head-on. Instantly, the dense blood swords that had rushed out from the bottom of the ice sea were all annihilated and disappeared without a trace. For a time, the expressions of many people who had come to watch the show at the edge of the outer ice sea changed. So many terrifying killing swords, he suppressed them all so easily? So powerful. Too powerful. The cultivators were shocked. At the same time, the other cultivators above the ice sea were also shocked. Previously, the blood swords had been rushing out from the bottom of the ice sea, and none of them could stop them. But now, in the face of even more terrifying killing swords, Lin Tian had suppressed all of them with one hand and destroyed all of them. This kind of strength made their hearts tremble. Lin Tian looked down at the ice sea and said again, "Everyone who does not belong to the great extinguishing god dynasty, please leave immediately." When they heard him say these words for the second time, the expressions of the cultivators near the ice sea changed again. What does he mean? He wants everyone who does not belong to the great extinguishing god dynasty to leave? Why is that? Far away from the edge of the ice sea, many cultivators who had come to watch the show were puzzled. At the same time, above the center of the ice sea, the cultivators who hated the great extinguishing god dynasty shook their heads. "We won't leave. We may die, we may be useless, but we won't leave. Even if we die here, we will curse and insult the people of this lineage as much as we want, even if it's a stupid idea." These people gritted their teeth. They hated the great extinguishing god dynasty too much because their loved ones had been killed. Lin Tian glanced at these people and did not say anything else. The heart sutra of sun vibrated, and golden blood chi surged and broke through the clouds, turning into a gentle force that spread to the side. Bang! 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 Air-piercing sounds rang out one after another. At the center of this ice sea, all the people who hated the great extinguishing god dynasty and were unwilling to leave were all sent flying out of the sky above this ice sea with a gentle force. They landed on the bottom extremely far away. After that, he would throw out the destructive dragon bead that was engraved with the dragon burial array and the great dragon pattern art. If these cultivators stayed in the air above the ice sea, they might be swept into it. Once they were swept into it, there was only one way out. At this time, since these people were unwilling to leave, he could only use force to send them flying. What is he doing? Why? Far away from the edge of the ice sea, the spectating cultivators were puzzled. Lin Tian stood above the center of the ice sea and could naturally hear the voices of these cultivators clearly. He could also feel their puzzled gazes, but he did not care at all. "You guys should also leave this place and retreat further away," he said to Xianxia, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yun. Xianxia and the others knew what Lin Tian was going to do next, so they did not hesitate and immediately retreated far away. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Tian and little Taichu were left in the sky above the ice sea. "Quickly report to the two patriarchs. At the same time, kill them. Kill. Kill. Kill." The ice sea was boiling, and at the bottom, angry roars could be heard. Immediately, the clanging of swords sounded again, and blood swords that were even more terrifying than before rushed up. Among them, there were even energy blood swords that carried a faint emperor's might. Clearly, there were half-step emperors and boundary emperors slashing at the bottom of the sea. Lin Tian snorted. The reincarnation diagram of the monarch's domain appeared, and the Great Tao laws merged with it to form the strongest Great Tao reincarnation diagram. At the same time, he activated the four-symbol seal and suppressed all the killing light, just like before. At the same time, he looked at the ice sea below and said to little Taichu, "Little guy, open the sea." "Yeah." Little Taichu responded, and the wings on its back flapped. Instantly, six-colored divine light appeared silently, and like a violent tornado, it swept up the entire ice sea, causing the ice sea to rumble. Huge waves rolled out, and the vast ice sea split into two sides in the blink of an eye, revealing a large pitch-black palace below. At a glance, one could see that outside the large pitch-black palace, there were divine patterns and Tao patterns intertwined, protecting the large pitch-black palace within. Strands of shocking chilliness intertwined, as if it was a hell palace. At the same time, there were many figures in the large palace. Some were wearing black robes, some were wearing gray robes, and some were wearing black armor. All of them were holding a blood sword, and their bodies were intertwined with shocking killing intent. "Aren't you afraid of light? I'll let you see the light." Lin Tian stood above the IC, looking down at the group of assassins in the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's main race with a cold expression. It broke the IC in an instant. That little beast, it's too terrifying. Far away from the edge of the IC, a group of spectators looked at the little Taichu on Lin Tian's shoulder, and their hearts trembled. Although they knew that the little Taichu was very terrifying and could kill experts in the fourth sky of the Emperor realm, they were still shocked when they saw the little Taichu lift the vast IC with a flap of its wings. At the same time, these cultivators stared at the large black palace below the IC, and they were shocked, and many of them were trembling. This is the main race of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. So this is what it looks like. What a strong killing intent. Many people's hearts palpitated. At this moment, as the main race of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty was completely exposed, and they were no longer covered by the IC, the cultivators in this place saw the true appearance of the main race, and many of them could not help but take a few steps back. Lin Tian. Below the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty, there was an angry roar. In this race, several boundary emperors stood on top of a huge palace, and they stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at these people, and his face was full of mockery and a cold smile. I see hatred in your eyes. I killed your trashy disciples one by one, destroyed your inferior strongholds, killed your trashy divine sons, and your incompetent patriarchs were crushed to death by this little fellow. Do you hate me? Speaking of which, do you have the right to hate me? His voice traveled very far, and the cultivators who were far away from the edge of the IC could not help but tremble. Trashy disciples? Inferior strongholds? Trashy divine sons? Even their emperor-level patriarchs were incompetent? These words were too sharp. In the main race of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty, the assassins of this race were extremely angry, and they all stared at Lin Tian viciously. This race's assassin master and several other boundary emperors were also doing the same. At this moment, if they did not know that the little Taichu beside Lin Tian was very terrifying, and could kill a fourth heaven emperor expert, they would have already charged out. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort was heard, and two figures appeared silently in the depths of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty's main race. As these two figures appeared, a rolling emperor's aura instantly surged, and this place, even the sky trembled. Patriarchs. The assassin master of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty, several boundary emperors, and the other disciples were all delighted, and they bowed towards the two figures. At the same time, the expression of the other cultivators who were far away from the edge of the IC changed, and they could not help but tremble. Two ninth heaven emperors. Two figures walked out from the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. They were both old men. One was wearing a black robe while the other was wearing a blood-red robe. Both of them had terrifying emperor chi intertwined around their bodies. Both of them were at the ninth heaven of the emperor realm. This caused the expressions of the cultivators near the IC to change drastically. Many of them could not help but break out in cold sweat as they took a few steps back. The cultivators were shocked. How terrifying were the people at the ninth heaven of the emperor realm. There were very few of them. However, there were two of them in the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. Wuxing Crocodile squinted his eyes from afar and said, "They are indeed not simple." Ling Yun nodded as well. He was shocked by the tyrannical strength of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. However, he smiled sinisterly and said, "However, this way, the following scene will be even more interesting to watch. I am looking forward to the changes in the expressions of the two old men and the other assassins in this branch." Lin Tian stood in the sky above the IC and looked down at the two ninth heaven emperors who walked out from the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. He immediately felt a strong pressure. However, there was no fear on his face. "Yeah." The little Taichu stood on his shoulder and looked down at the two ninth heaven emperors from the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. The two ninth heaven emperors looked at the little Taichu in the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty's main clan. Their eyes turned cold as they felt that this little guy was not ordinary. However, in the next moment, their eyes turned cold as they looked at Lin Tian. One of them said, "You can live a little longer if you hide. Unfortunately, you are too arrogant." The two ninth heaven emperors stood side by side. They were not in a hurry to attack Lin Tian. Their eyes were deep and cold. Arrogant? Who dares to compare themselves with the great extinguishing god dynasty? You are known to be willing to kill anyone as long as you can afford it. Lin Tian mocked them. The assassins in the great extinguishing god dynasty stared coldly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was mocking them again. At the same time, the other cultivators near the ice sea couldn't help but shrink their necks. Lin Tian didn't show any fear when facing the two ninth heaven emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. He even mocked the great extinguishing divine dynasty in front of the two ninth heaven emperors. This made these cultivators shudder. Even if he has that mysterious little beast by his side, he shouldn't be able to stop two ninth heaven emperors, right? How dare he do this? Some people swallowed their saliva in confusion. Within the great extinguishing god dynasty's main race, the two ninth heaven emperors had deep gazes and cold expressions. They didn't care about Lin Tian's sarcasm and didn't show any emotion on their faces. It was also at this moment that the space above the ice sea slightly distorted and trembled. Wisps of hazy blood-red light surrounded it. At the same time, it also contained a faint emperor's aura. This is? Sealing the entire space above the ice sea? Lin Tian, completely sealed. Many experts were startled. At this moment, they all felt that the space above the ice sea was sealed by an extremely powerful force. They were very clear that the two ninth heaven emperors of the great extinguishing god dynasty were taking action and suppressing this entire heaven and earth. Let's see how you're going to escape today. An important figure in the great extinguishing divine dynasty said viciously. At this moment, many of the assassins in the great extinguishing divine dynasty knew that the two old ancestors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty had made a move to seal the space. With their lineage's two old ancestors being at the ninth heaven of Emperor realm, once they sealed the space, it would be an absolute seal. Even an eighth heaven of Emperor realm expert wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Tian stood above the ice sea and naturally noticed this. However, his expression didn't change. His gaze didn't move and he didn't care about the space being sealed. He just looked at the two ninth heaven emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty indifferently. The two ninth heaven emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty looked at Lin Tian with deep and cold eyes. This old man wants to know how you found out the location of the main clan of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. A few months ago, there was an invisible Tao force that entered our dynasty. Was that your doing? The black-robed Shah Di looked at Lin Tian and asked. He then shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. You don't have that level of Tao force. Even ordinary emperors don't have that level of Tao force." He looked at Lin Tian and returned to the original question, "Then, how did you find out the location of the main clan of the great extinguishing divine dynasty?" A few months ago, there was an invisible Tao force outside the great extinguishing divine dynasty that broke the divine rune seal outside the main clan. The black-robed Shah Di felt it at that time and thought that it was related to Lin Tian. However, looking at Lin Tian now, he denied this thought. That level of Tao force wasn't something that the current Lin Tian could possess. Say it. The blood-robed Shah Di looked at Lin Tian and said indifferently, like a king giving an order to his subjects. At the same time, the group of assassins in the main clan of the great extinguishing divine dynasty stared at Lin Tian. There were dense divine runes outside the main clan of the great extinguishing divine runes, which were almost isolated from heaven and earth. Every new Shah Di would perfect the divine runes and make them stronger. Even a ninth heaven emperor wouldn't be able to find this place. They didn't understand how Lin Tian found out the location of the main clan of the great extinguishing divine dynasty. Lin Tian looked at the two emperors of the great extinguishing divine dynasty and glanced at the group of assassins and said, "You don't need to know." He stood in the sky above the ice sea and said calmly, like a supreme being overlooking the world. His attitude undoubtedly made the group of assassins in the main clan of the great extinguishing divine dynasty turn cold and murderous. The black-robed Shah Di and the blood-robed Shah Di didn't change their expressions and their eyes were still deep. "It's okay. We didn't expect you to tell us the reason. We'll see for ourselves after we suppress you," the two of them said. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them soared into the sky. Apparently, they were going to attack Lin Tian. For a moment, the space in this place shook. The divine power of a ninth heaven emperor was terrifying. Lin Tian watched the two of them soar into the sky. He was still fearless. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. "Will it be so easy?" he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he shifted his gaze slightly and looked at the little Taichu on his shoulder. The little Taichu was almost telepathic with him, so it naturally understood what he meant. It immediately propped up its small world and opened a huge crack in the void. As the faint six-colored divine light spread out, the dragon ball that was kept in it was released. The dragon ball had a diameter of 90 feet. It was covered with intertwining dragon patterns and earth vein-killing patterns. It floated above Lin Tian's head like a small star, intertwining with vast spiritual energy waves like the starry sky. At the same time, it was also mixed with a terrifying destructive aura. Immediately, the expressions of everyone present changed. That is? All the cultivators felt their hearts palpitate. At this moment, they could feel how terrifying the dragon pearl above Lin Tian's head was, and they all trembled. The two ninth heaven emperors of the great extinguishing god dynasty stopped in their tracks. At this moment, their expressions changed drastically. Looking at the huge dragon ball, even the two ninth heaven emperors felt threatened at this moment. At the same time, all of the important figures and disciples in the main bloodline shuddered violently. Lin Tian stood above the IC and propped up the huge dragon ball with the dragon burial scripture. He looked down at the two ninth heaven emperors of the great extinguishing god dynasty and the group of assassins in the great extinguishing god dynasty. "Do you think that I will barge into your main clan without any preparation? That I'm just here to have fun?" he said. In the main clan of the great extinguishing god dynasty, the group of assassins trembled again. Previously, when the two ninth heaven emperors of the great extinguishing god dynasty walked out, they stared coldly at Lin Tian. At this moment, all of them were terrified. "What do you want to do?" the black-robed slaughter emperor said in a deep voice. Next to him, the blood-robed slaughter emperor also said in a deep voice. He stared at Lin Tiandao and said, "Don't do anything rash." Lin Tianqi stood in the sky above the center of the IC, looking down at the two slaughter emperors. He didn't seem to have heard their words. He glanced at the two slaughter emperors and the other assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty. He squinted his eyes and said, "This is a peerless gift that I've spent several months preparing for the great extinguishing god dynasty. Don't be shy. Just accept it." As he spoke, his mind moved. The dragon ball above his head trembled and slowly pressed down on the main clan of the great extinguishing god dynasty. In an instant, the space shook violently. As the dragon ball pressed down, it shattered with a crack. He came here and prepared such a thing? Where did he find it? Retreat. Retreat quickly. You can't stay here. Outside the IC, a group of cultivators were shocked and fled into the distance. Each and every one of them had a panicked expression. The aura emitted by the dragon pearl was simply too terrifying. It was simply like a true source of destruction. The great gift of destruction has finally been delivered. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun sneered in the distance. Xianxia Er's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Tian pressing down on the main clan of the great extinguishing god dynasty with the dragon ball. The two of them and the crocodile knew very well what Lin Tian was doing here. Therefore, they had left the area outside the IC a long time ago. At this moment, they were in a very safe position and did not move at all. Rumble. The void buzzed and then twisted. Then, it collapsed. The terrifying force seemed to be suppressing the whole world. The two Slayer Emperors of the great extermination god dynasty gritted their teeth and roared in unison. The divine energy of the ninth heaven of the Emperor realm was completely unleashed. At this moment, they faced the dragon ball that was pressing down, preventing this dragon ball from falling towards their main clan. However, the two of them were quickly shaken. With their current cultivation, they were actually unable to stop the descending momentum of the dragon pearl. They worked together to support the Emperor divine power to stop it, but they were slowly being pressed down by the dragon pearl. How could this be? The two ancestors can't stop it? No, this is impossible. In the main clan of the great extinguishing god dynasty, the group of assassins was terrified. Once this dragon pearl fell, they would all be finished. Rumble. The void buzzed as the dragon ball pressed down slowly. Damn it. Stop it. The two slaughter emperors gritted their teeth and roared at this moment. They circulated their ninth heavenly layer monarch realm cultivation base to the maximum. Monstrous monarch aura surged and blocked the descending momentum of the dragon pearl 30 feet above the myriad extinguishing god dynasty's main clan. We stopped it. In the main clan of the great extinguishing god dynasty, all the assassins heaved a sigh of relief. Cold laughter came from Lin Tian's mouth, floating above the IC. At the same time, little Taichu took Lin Tian away immediately and soared into the sky. In the next moment, the dragon patterns and murderous veins on the surface of the 19-foot-wide dragon ball lit up. The destructive aura that was intertwined with it started to expand instantly. The two grand slayers of the great extinguishing god dynasty were shocked again. In the main clan of the great extinguishing god dynasty, the grand slayer of this clan was even more terrified. Set up all the defensive arrays, quick. As soon as he finished speaking, this person and the other important figures of this lineage formed hand seals together. The great extinguishing god dynasty's divine rune defensive array lit up one by one. The defensive light chains linked together and protected the entire great extinguishing god dynasty's main clan. At this moment, the dragon ball that was pressed down shook slightly. Boom, a loud sound shook the great world. At this moment, the 19-foot-wide dragon ball exploded, and the light shone in all directions. This dragon ball was engraved with 72 dragon burial arrays and 180 types of dragon pattern arts. It contained the natural murderous veins of the ancient killing array. As it exploded, the destructive power seemed to have rushed out from hell and swept across all directions. Poof, 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 in the dense light, one could see the blood mist exploding, but no screams could be heard. Boom. At this moment, the void started to shatter. The entire IC was boiling as if it was being burned by the hottest sun. The water source started to evaporate. In just a few breaths, half of the water source in the vast IC had evaporated. At this moment, a violent hurricane swept across and spread in all directions. Large areas of the void collapsed again. Bang! 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 Outside the IC, many cultivators who had come to watch had already retreated very far away. However, they were still affected by the hurricane. Many cultivators were instantly overturned and rolled even further away. A group of cultivators stared at the IC from afar, all trembling. Over there, as far as their eyes could see, everything was collapsing and shattering. All they could feel was destruction. Boom, an intense rumble resounded in all directions. The IC boiled, and the light of destruction surged. The entire ground was shattering continuously. The dragon pearl that was nurtured in the ancient trap exploded after Lin Tian engraved 72 dragon burial arrays, 180 dragon mark arts, and most of the killing patterns of the ancient trap. It was equivalent to a peak 6th sky monarch realm expert self-destructing. The power was too horrifying. It looked like the end of the world. Crack! 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 The space crumbled inch by inch, sinking inch by inch. The water source of the IC continued to evaporate. In this manner, everything finally calmed down after dozens of breaths had passed. Dust and light covered the surroundings. Lightning arcs that carried a destructive aura crackled. Soon after, the dust and light slowly scattered. As far as the eye could see, more than half of the water source of the IC had evaporated. The bottom of the sea had sunk a lot, and there was already boiling lava. The main clan of the great extinguishing god dynasty was nowhere to be seen. Far away, Xianxia, Wuxing Crocodile, and Lingyan stood together. Their eyes were flickering. It's beyond our imagination, Wuxing Crocodile said with his eyes wide open. It's the real gift of destruction. Lingyan clenched his fists. Even though they had already predicted the horror of the dragon pearl, they were still shocked when they saw it for themselves. At the same time, the other cultivators near the IC were trembling. The main clan of the great extinguishing god dynasty is gone? It's destroyed? More than half of the IC had evaporated. The bottom of the sea had collapsed, and there was even lava flowing out. In their field of vision, the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty was nowhere to be seen. Not even a corpse could be seen. This shocked the cultivators. The cultivators who had rushed here to attack the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty and were thrown out of the ice sea by Lin Tian trembled. They were all shocked, and then they were all excited and overjoyed. It's destroyed. This damn clan. It's destroyed. That's great. That's great. It's finally destroyed. These cultivators were all close relatives who had been killed by the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. Their hatred for the Great Extinguishing God dynasty was extremely strong. Now that the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty was nowhere to be seen, it was obvious that it had been destroyed. The group of assassins had also disappeared in the destructive force. How could these people not be excited? Among them, some of the cultivators looked up at the sky and saw Lin Tian's figure descending from the sky. Lin Tian! Lin Tian! Someone shouted. Of course, it was a shout of excitement and gratitude. Lin Tian had found out about the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty and leaked it to the world. Now, he had come here with the Destruction Dragon Ball and destroyed the main clan of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. For these people who hated the Great Extinguishing God dynasty to the core, this was a great favor. Lin Tian slowly descended from the sky. Looking down at the broken ice sea, he narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. Cough. Dry coughs were heard. At the bottom of the ice sea, 2 layers of soil on the ground broke open. 2 withered figures covered in blood stood up. They were the 2 ninth heaven chaotic emperors of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. This is the 2 emperors. They're still alive? Many cultivators' expressions changed again. In the distance, whooshing crocodile sneered. As expected of the 9th heaven of the emperor realm. They won't die so easily. At the bottom of the ice sea, the black-robed and blood-robed emperors of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty looked around and trembled at the same time. They looked around and saw that their main clan was completely gone. All their disciples were dead, and all their resources were gone. All kinds of divine rune arrays were destroyed. Now, only the 2 of them were left in the entire Great Extinguishing God dynasty. Bastard! The 2 of them looked up at Lin Tian in the sky. Their old faces were twisted, and they were no longer as cold as they were when they first appeared. Their Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty had existed for a long time. There were many experts in the Divine Dynasty, and countless treasures and resources. It was one of the top forces in the 10 Directions heavenly domain. But now, it was destroyed in the hands of a junior cultivator. Everything was gone, and only the 2 of them survived. Damn it! Damn it! They stared at Lin Tian, going crazy. They all rushed up, pouncing murderously towards Lin Tian, Emperor's might sweeping outwards. Crack! 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 The surrounding space shattered, and the killing power was horrifying. Facing the 2 of them, Lin Tian knew that he couldn't withstand their terrifying emperor aura. But he wasn't afraid at all. He didn't even try to dodge. I know that the destructive power is terrifying, but it can't kill the 9th heaven of the emperor realm. But I didn't expect that you 2 still have such powerful combat strength. You're not weaker than the 4th heaven of the emperor realm. He looked at the 2 of them and sneered. But, so what? What can you do now? Can you defeat me? After he said that, the little Taichu on his shoulder squeaked. It flapped its wings and created 2 hurricanes. Puff. Puff. Blood splashed. The black-robed and the blood-robed slaughter emperors were sent flying at the same time. Half of their bodies were destroyed. The 2 slaughter emperors were at the 9th heaven of the emperor realm. If they were in their prime, the little Taichu might not be able to withstand their attacks. But now, after the destructive power of the Dragon Ball, the 2 of them were much weaker. They were at most at the 4th heaven of the emperor realm. Therefore, they couldn't withstand the little Taichu's attack. Outside the ice sea, the crowd of cultivators trembled when they saw this. The 2 slaughter emperors at the 9th heaven of the chaotic realm of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty were now in such a pathetic state. Ah! Angry roars came from the bottom of the ice sea. The black-robed slaughter emperors and the blood-robed slaughter emperors recovered their emperor aura. Staring at the little Taichu, the two of them were furious. Staring at Lin Tian, their eyes were full of murderous intent. Hate me? Lin Tian looked at the two of them and smiled sarcastically. Do you have the right to hate me? Who provoked me again and again? This is called the evils you brought on yourself are the hardest to bear. He looked at the two of them with a mocking smile on his face. Destroying you is a way for me to vent my anger. For the 10 directions celestial domain, I'm doing justice for the heavens, getting rid of evil for the people. Countless people will clap and cheer for your destruction. They will even wake up laughing in their dreams. Well done. This bunch of trash should have been destroyed long ago. A bunch of scums. You'll die if you see the light. Great extinguishing divine dynasty? You're a bunch of bastards who are worse than pigs and dogs. Stinky rats in the gutter. Why don't you die? You'll only pollute the air if you live in this world. In the distance, the cultivators of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty shouted and cursed the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty in response to Lin Tian's words. The 2 slaughter emperors of the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty were furious. Their old faces were distorted with murderous intent. What do you think? Did you hear me? The Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty is just a bunch of trash, scums, bastards who are worse than pigs and dogs, stinky rats in the gutter. You'll only pollute the air if you live in this world. Lin Tian looked at the 2 slaughter emperors and said with a sarcastic smile. The 2 slaughter emperors of the chaotic 9th level stared at Lin Tian and clenched their fists. The murderous intent in their eyes was extremely strong and vicious. However, they did not charge at him this time. At this moment, the two of them were well aware of their current situation. They had been severely injured by the Dragon Ball and their strength had decreased greatly. They could not block little Taichu, who was on Lin Tian's shoulder. I'll definitely kill you. The black-robed slaughter emperor gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice. He tore open the void and escaped with the blood-robed slaughter emperor. Lin Tian did not care about that at all. He did not stop them and still had a sarcastic smile on his face. The next moment, the space collapsed and the black-robed slaughter emperor and the blood-robed slaughter emperor fell out of the void at the same time. Their expressions changed and they looked at Lin Tian. What have you done? The 2 slaughter emperors of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty stared at Lin Tian with a grim expression. They had just activated the divine concealment skill to leave with their emperor-level cultivation. They had planned to kill Lin Tian and little Taichu after recovering from their injuries. However, they had miscalculated. They had just entered the void with the divine concealment skill when they were shaken out by a terrifying force. Lin Tian looked at the two of them and smiled indifferently. Isn't it the same as you? I just sealed the space here. He knew very well that although the Dragon Ball he had brought was terrifying, it would not be able to kill the existences of the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm. At most, it would cause them to be severely injured. Therefore, in order to prevent the 2 slaughter emperors of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty from escaping, he had secretly transmitted a message to little Taichu when the Dragon Ball had slightly calmed down after the explosion. He had asked the little guy to seal the space here completely with his powerful force. Ordinary means would not be able to break through the space here. The 2 slaughter emperors of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty looked even worse. They gritted their teeth and looked at little Taichu, who was on Lin Tian's shoulder. Obviously, the two of them knew very well that the space here could only be sealed by little Taichu's power. It was impossible for Lin Tian to seal the space here. With Lin Tian's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to seal the existences of the Emperor realm. Stop yelling at me. You guys should think about how you're going to survive. Lin Tian looked down at the two of them from the sky and sneered. However, do you think you can survive now? The meaning of his words was very obvious. The 2 slaughter emperors of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty naturally understood. Their faces were full of coldness. Break the seal here. Rush out. The slaughter emperor in the black robe gritted his teeth. The slaughter emperor in the red robe nodded and immediately attacked together with the slaughter emperor in the black robe. They shook the sky and cut the space seal here. They wanted to break the seal and rush out. It was not because they were timid. They knew very well that they were no match for little Taichu when they were severely injured. They would only die if they fought head-on. The only way was to break the seal here and escape with extreme speed. Humph. Lin Tianlong smiled and looked at little Taichu on his shoulder. The little guy knew what he meant. The wings on his back flapped. 6 divine light swept across all directions and pressed the Slaughter Emperor in the black robe and the Slaughter Emperor in the red emperor in the black emperor in the red robe. This 6-colored divine light was somewhat terrifying. It carried a divine power as if it could wipe out everything in the world, causing the black-robed Sha Di and the red-robed Sha Di to change their expressions. They immediately stopped attacking the spatial seal of this place and had to free up their hands to deal with it. Boom, boom, 2 waves of powerful blood-red radiance surged out, colliding with the 6-colored divine light that was flooding in from all directions, interweaving with astonishing Emperor Qi. This kind of power collided with the little guy's 6-colored divine light. Instantly, the sky was filled with the light of destruction. Soon, the 6-colored godly light was neutralized. The black-robed Slaughter Emperor and the blood-robed Slaughter Emperor trembled slightly and took a few steps back. "Ya!" the little Taichu uttered as the wings on its back vibrated. Dense 6-colored divine light gushed out and pressed toward the 2 slayers. At the same time, the little guy jumped up from Lin Tian's shoulder, and an even more astonishing 6-colored divine light was released. Boom, the 6-colored divine light intertwined to form a 6-colored sea. Like a river of stars, it enveloped the 2 of them in this sealed space. The black-robed Slaughter Monarch and the blood-robed Slaughter Monarch were startled at the same time. They unleashed all kinds of killing techniques in their current states. However, at this moment, the little guy was obviously more serious. The change of the 6 divine lights was a little terrifying. For the black-robed Slaughter Emperor and the blood-robed Slaughter Emperor who were only at the 4th sky of Emperor realm after being severely injured, the 6 divine lights were obviously beyond their ability to resist. In the blink of an eye, the 6 divine lights crushed all kinds of killing techniques they used and landed on them. Pooh! Pooh! The 2 slayers' bodies exploded, and their blood splattered all over the void. Instantly, all the cultivators near the ice sea were shocked. The 2 slayers of the great extinguishing god dynasty couldn't resist the little beast at all. Now, they are not in their peak states. Just now, they were hit by the Dragon Ball. Although they were severely injured and their strength decreased greatly, they are still very terrifying. However, they are completely at a disadvantage in the battle against the little beast. That little beast is really so strong. These cultivators had seen the little Taichu's spiritual brand that killed the Emperor Realm Masters by Lin Tian. They already knew that the little Taichu was very powerful. However, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. After all, there was a huge difference between seeing it with their own eyes and seeing it through someone else's spiritual brand. Kill! Kill them! Some of the cultivators who hated the great extinguishing god dynasty shouted. They clenched their fists and stared at the ruined ice sea. There, the bodies of the black-robed slayers and the blood-robed slayers had been shattered. At this moment, they were squirming crazily and started to reassemble. With a rumbling sound, their Emperor Qi vibrated. Then, in the blink of an eye, they reformed into new Emperor Realm bodies. Damn it! The 2 of them stared at the little Taichu and stared at Lin Tian. Their expressions were ugly and their gazes were vicious. Lin Tian didn't care about their vicious gazes at all. Or rather, he was already used to it. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. He stood high in the sky and looked down at the 2 emperors like a supreme being. His eyes were indifferent and cruel. As soon as he finished speaking, the little Taichu moved again. This time, it flapped its wings and 4 immortal spirits appeared beside it. They were a real dragon, a celestial phoenix, a black tortoise, and a vermilion bird. All of them were exuding terrifying fluctuations as if they were real. Boom! Following the appearance of these 4 immortal spirits, the entire space began to tremble. Even the surrounding space began to tremble. In the next moment, the 4 immortal spirits covered the black-robed Slayer Emperor in the blink of an eye. The black-robed Slayer Emperor felt the threat of death immediately. He propped up all his divine power to resist, and killing light filled the sky. However, the killing light was instantly destroyed by the shadows of the 4 immortal spirits. Then, the black-robed Slayer Emperor was shrouded in the shadows of the 4 immortal spirits. With a poof, he exploded. His emperor body and divine soul were both annihilated. He's dead. A ninth heaven emperor realm slayer emperor was, some cultivators trembled. Further away, Xianxia, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yan were standing together. Wuxing Crocodile sneered, "This is what we expected." He was severely injured by the Dragon Ball. He only has the strength of 4th Heaven Emperor realm. How can he stop the little guy? Above the ice sea, Lin Tian glanced at the place where the black-robed Slayer Emperor was crushed. Then, he looked at the last Slayer Emperor, the blood-robed Slayer Emperor. "It's time for you to die," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, the little Taichu called out in its baby voice and propped up the shadows of the 4 immortal spirits again. The void rumbled. The shadows of the 4 immortal spirits pressed toward the blood-robed Slayer Emperor as if they were real. After destroying the 10,000 annihilation techniques that the blood-robed Slayer Emperor had propped up, they covered him entirely. No! With a scream, the blood-robed Slayer Emperor's body exploded. His god soul was also annihilated. The ice sea was completely destroyed. Specks of blood floated in the air, causing the entire area to become deathly silent. All of the cultivators were stunned. Only after a dozen breaths had passed did a sound come from this place again. Destroyed. Completely destroyed. Finally destroyed. Some people who hated the all-extinguishing god dynasty laughed wildly. As they laughed, tears rolled down their cheeks, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Lin Tian detonated the Dragon Ball, destroying the main clan of the all-extinguishing god dynasty and all the people except for the black-robed Killer Emperor and the blood-robed Killer Emperor. Then, little Taichu killed the black-robed Killer Emperor and the blood-robed Killer Emperor. Now, the all-extinguishing god dynasty was truly destroyed. From now on, there would be no all-extinguishing god dynasty in the 10 Directions Heaven territory. How could these people, who had always hated this bloodline, not be excited? How could they not be excited? At the same time, the other cultivators were also trembling slightly. 2 killer emperors in the 9th heaven of chaos, just like that, the all-extinguishing god dynasty is really gone. It's completely destroyed. Many cultivators stared at the broken sky above the ice sea. They stared at Lin Tian and the little Taichu, with chills running down their spines. On the other side, Xianxia, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yan stood together. Wuxing Crocodile said, "No one has a good ending for provoking this guy." As it spoke, it sighed with emotion. However, such a huge all-extinguishing god dynasty was actually destroyed just like that. It's really... Although it knew Lin Tian's entire plan and knew that the all-extinguishing god dynasty would definitely be destroyed this time, it still couldn't help but be shocked when the all-extinguishing god dynasty was really destroyed. "This is a self-inflicted disaster," Ling Yan said. Xianxia looked at the icy sky. Naturally, she was also shocked, with a trace of strange light in her eyes. Due to the explosion of the Dragon Ball, more than half of the ice sea's water source had been evaporated. The bottom of the sea was broken, and scorching hot magma was gushing out, causing the broken soil on the bottom of the sea to sizzle. Many places were scorched. In the sky, Lin Tian stood quietly. Little Taichu flapped its wings in the distance and quickly flew back. "Yeah." The little guy called out in a childish voice and landed on Lin Tian's shoulder. "This little guy is really amazing," Lin Tian praised with a smile. As he spoke, he glanced down at the dilapidated ice sea, then turned around and walked towards Xianxia and the others. As he moved, the surrounding cultivators all held their breaths as their gazes followed his movements. Soon, he arrived beside Xianxia and the others. "Let's go." He smiled at Xianxia and the others. At this time, the great extermination god dynasty had been completely destroyed. There was no need for them to stay here any longer. "Let's go." Wuxing Crocodile nodded. In the next moment, the group rose into the air and flew towards the distance. Near the ice sea, a group of cultivators looked at the back of Lin Tian until Lin Tianyi and the others completely disappeared into the horizon. This is really, someone trembled, his entire body trembling. Soon, everything in this place spread throughout the entire northern region in the blink of an eye, and then the entire 9th heaven. What? The great extermination god dynasty was destroyed? it was destroyed by that Lin Tian? Everyone was wiped out? The ninth heaven was shaken again. This time, it was undoubtedly more intense than any of the previous times. This was because this time, it was not as simple as destroying a few strongholds and killing a few saints and quasi-emperors. This time, it was the destruction of a top inheritance. The mighty great extinguishing godly dynasty, one of the 9 most powerful forces in the 10 directions celestial domain, with countless experts, was destroyed by Lin Tian, a cultivator from a later era? Many cultivators were horrified. A top force that had existed for countless years was naturally extremely shocking, but now, such a behemoth was destroyed by Lin Tian just like that. This matter was too shocking. However, no matter how shocking this matter was, it was still a fact. Spiritual brand after spiritual brand was struck out, and there were even groups of cultivators that personally ascended to the northern region's ice sea to witness a scene of devastation and desolation. How did he get that dragon orb? That kind of destructive power is simply, even a person at the 7th heaven of the Emperor realm would be obliterated by that dragon pearl, right? Someone saw the scene of Lin Tian detonating the dragon ball and sucked in a breath of cold air. That dragon ball was simply too terrifying. The little beast beside him is also too powerful. Conservatively speaking, it should have the strength of a 7th heavenly layer emperor, right? Killing a half-step emperor, destroying the great extermination stronghold, killing saints and quasi-emperors, destroying the great extermination god dynasty, this person, terrifying. Many cultivators trembled. At the same time, in the 9th heaven, while the cultivators were shocked by Lin Tian's destruction of the great extermination god dynasty, many people also applauded. Well done. That kind of organization is simply a disaster. Destroying it can be said to have eliminated a great evil for the world. That's right. Many cultivators discussed. At the same time, in this heaven, the Yin-Yang sect and several other top forces that had grudges against Lin Tian and were plotting against Lin Tian became even more silent after learning of this matter. The terrifying and mysterious Great Extermination God dynasty was destroyed by Lin Tian after finding out the location of the main force, which made these major forces feel a chill. They thought about it for a moment. If Lin Tian had used that dragon pearl to bombard their main clan, what would the outcome have been? Without a doubt, with that kind of destructive dragon ball and the tyrannical little Taichu, any one of them would be destroyed. These top forces felt waves of fear, and then, their killing intent towards Lin Tian became even stronger. Kill. We must destroy him as soon as possible. In these top forces, the important figures of this branch let out almost exactly the same sound. At this time, they were no longer just angry because Lin Tian possessed the heavenly venerate ancient scripture and the pure young flames, nor were they angry because Lin Tian had killed their chosen and several quasi-emperors. Now, they felt threatened. Yes, it was a threat. At this time, Lin Tian was able to destroy the great extermination god dynasty with that dragon ball. Perhaps, he would be able to create a second dragon ball soon. At that time, they would be in danger and very likely follow in the footsteps of the great extermination god dynasty. Under such circumstances, only by erasing Lin Tian as soon as possible can they truly feel at ease. On this day, the 9th heaven was in an unprecedented uproar. In every corner, people were discussing Lin Tian. Lin Tian, this young man is simply a miracle. Some experts of the older generation sighed. Time flew by, and 7 days passed. At this time, Lin Tian and the others were walking on a forest path. In the small forest, the sounds of birds chirping and beasts roaring could be heard from time to time. TSK, boy Lin, you have become a miracle. The whooshing crocodile looked at Lin Tian and said with a hint of ridicule. After leaving the frozen sea, they had been walking in some deep mountains and forests, but they were very clear about the outside world and how people were talking about Lin Tian. Lin Tian gave it a sideways glance, then looked at Xianxia beside him and said with a smile, this time, it was mainly thanks to Xianxia's help that we were able to completely destroy the great extermination god dynasty. He was telling the truth. This time, if Xianxia didn't calculate the location of the great extermination god dynasty's main clan, he wouldn't have been able to do anything even if he had extraordinary means. Don't mention it, I just did something insignificant. The most important thing was you and little Taichu. Xianxia smiled and shook her head. She paused and looked at Lin Tiandao. That, by the way, I want to leave first. Leave? What's the matter? Lin Tian asked. Beside him, the Wuxing crocodile and Ling Yun also looked at Xianxia. Xianxia shook her head and said with a smile, nothing special. It has been a few years, and I want to go and see my master. In addition, I obtained a few celestial herbs in the sleepless place, and I want to bring them to my master. Over the years, the marvelous mathematician had calculated all kinds of things for many cultivators, and his qi and blood had been severely depleted. Back in the sleepless place, she and Lin Tian had obtained a few celestial herbs, which could prolong one's life, nourish one's soul, and strengthen one's qi and blood. She wanted to bring them to her master, the marvelous mathematician, so that he could adjust his qi and blood to be stronger. Lin Tian understood and said, "Do you need us to go with you?" "No, I'm not going to a dangerous place. The most important thing is that I will be accompanying my master at the Tianji dojo for a while. After all, my master is alone there. If you go with me, it will take up a lot of your time," Xianxia said with a smile. Lin Tian thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay, then be careful." As he spoke, he asked the little Taichu to open the void portal directly to the southern region for Xianxia. He watched Xianxia step into the void portal and enter the southern region. When the void portal disappeared, he withdrew his gaze. "What are we doing now?" Ling Yan asked. "Of course, we are going to cultivate and improve our cultivation," Lin Tian said. Now, although he was able to kill an emperor-to-be on his own, he was still too weak to face an emperor-to-be. In a head-on battle, he had no ability to resist at all. He needed to work harder to improve his cultivation and become stronger. Wuxing Crocodile said, "Let's go into seclusion. Grandpa Crocodile knows a suitable place for seclusion in this region." Lin Tian nodded. "Okay." Wuxing Crocodile then led the way. The group rose into the air and headed toward the southwest of the northern region. As Wuxing Crocodile said, there was a place with good spiritual energy in that place, but it was very hidden. It was discovered by chance. The group was very fast. They stepped on the void, and in the blink of an eye, they were hundreds of thousands of feet away from the southwest of the northern region. Right at this moment, the northern territory suddenly shook violently. A divine ray of light shot up into the sky from the southeast of this large territory, and it was faintly mixed with the terrifying roar of a dragon. It instantly caused the group of people to be visibly moved. The divine rainbow was bright, and the dragon's roar was loud. It was as if a proud true dragon was born at this moment. Lin Tian and the others were all shocked. They couldn't help but look in the direction of the divine rainbow. This was especially the case for Lin Tian. He stared in the direction of the divine rainbow as strands of light involuntarily interweaved in his eyes. He frowned slightly. He clearly sensed a very shocking fragrance rushing out with the divine rainbow. That fragrance was a medicinal fragrance. It was very pure, and exceeded the range of life-extending divine medicine. Could it be the true dragon's sacred medicine? His eyes flashed with a strange light. The true dragon's sacred medicine was born and nurtured by heaven and earth. It contained endless essence of the great Tao and had various shocking effects. The most shocking one was, it could extend one's life by 100,000 years. This sacred medicine was rare in the world. Because he cultivated the medicine encyclopedia, there were records of this sacred medicine. Some of the characteristics of the sacred medicine recorded in the encyclopedia were very similar to what he saw now. "Let's change direction. We'll go to the southeast of this large region," he said to Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun. The true dragon saint medicine had the ability to extend one's life for 100,000 years. Even for emperor rank experts, it was a divine treasure that they yearned for even in their dreams. Since he had detected it, he naturally wouldn't miss it. After all, this was equivalent to 100,000 years of life. It was more than 10 times more valuable than a flawless heavenly treasure. Moreover, with the apothecary's medicine canon's divine arts, as long as he could obtain the true dragon saint medicine, he could combine it with other medicinal ingredients to refine medicine, maximizing its divine effects. He could refine 5 true dragon saint pills, each of which could extend one's life by 100,000 years, which was equivalent to increasing the life extension divine effect of the true dragon's saint medicine by 5 times. At the same time, the true dragon's sacred medicine had other aspects of divine power. Using it to refine pills, he could refine some killing Baodan that could threaten emperor rank experts. You sensed something? Wuxing Crocodile asked him. Beside him, Ling Yan also looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't hide anything and simply told him everything he knew about the true dragon's sacred medicine. Instantly, both the man and the crocodile were shocked and their eyes widened. Go. We'll be there immediately. Wuxing Crocodile shouted. Move out immediately. Ling Yan agreed. What was the most important thing for a cultivator? What was the most precious? Without a doubt, it was his lifespan. Today, a saint medicine that could prolong one's life for 100,000 years was right in front of him. Through Lin Tian's hands, the effects could be multiplied by 5 times and 5 real dragon Saint Dan pills that could prolong one's life for 100,000 years. How could the alligator hesitate? Their eyes lit up. Lin Tian nodded. Let's go. Immediately, the group changed their direction and rushed towards the southeast of the north region at a very fast speed. Presently, because their cultivations were extremely formidable, and the weakest amongst them was at the 3rd level of rebirth. So, when they intentionally sped up, it was naturally extremely swift. Coupled with the fact that they weren't too far away from where the ray of divine light shot up from, it only took a few hours for them to arrive at the area where the ray of divine light shot up from. As far as the eye could see, there was an ancient mountain range in front of them. The mountains were connected to each other. Some places were covered with lush vegetation, and the spiritual qi was astonishing. Some places were bare, and there was not the slightest bit of vitality. It seemed a little contradictory. Slightly closer, the mountain range was intertwined with a very thick white fog, like the fog of the celestial realm. Kid, look around and see where that thing is. At this time, the group was more than 100 feet away from the edge of the mountain range. Wuxing Crocodile asked Lin Tiandao. There was a faint golden light lingering in Lin Tian's eyes, and a tyrannical divine thought spread out. After a moment, he frowned slightly. I can't find it. I can't detect that medicinal fragrance for the time being. He said. Without a doubt, this was where the streak of light had originated from. At that time, he had sensed an extremely pure and astonishing medicinal fragrance from the streak of light. However, when he arrived here, he could no longer sense the medicinal fragrance. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan were puzzled. Ling Yan said, You can detect it from afar, why can't you detect it when we're close? There are many reasons. Perhaps at that time, that thing was coincidentally emitting a very strong aura, so I was able to detect it. However, right now, under normal circumstances, it is just like how it usually is, and it is not emitting as strong a medicinal fragrance as before. Thus, even though I am close to it, I am unable to sense the medicinal fragrance of that thing. Lin Tiandao. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan heard this and couldn't help but nod. This was indeed very likely. Then, what should we do now? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Let's go into the mountains first. I still remember the approximate area where the divine rainbow shot up. Let's search in that area. Lin Tian's eyes flashed faintly as he looked at the mountains in front of him. Okay. We'll listen to you. Ling Yun nodded. Then, 2 people and 1 crocodile walked towards the mountains in front of him. In reality, many cultivators in the surroundings had already hurried over due to the streak of light from before. Moreover, many of them had already entered the mountain range. Clearly, like Lin Tian, they had sensed the astonishing medicinal fragrance within the streak of light and knew that there was an extraordinary treasure here. Is it real? Is it really that kind of sacred dragon medicine? Could there be a mistake? It can't be wrong. The amazing medicinal fragrance, accompanied by loud dragon roars, is very similar to some of the characteristics of that sacred medicine recorded in ancient books. It's definitely that kind of sacred medicine without a doubt. Stop talking nonsense, let's go into the mountains and search. Many people have already gone in. Outside the mountains, 7 cultivators were walking in groups. They were obviously good friends. At this time, they were whispering to each other and disappeared into the mountains in the blink of an eye. At the same time, more cultivators nearby were rushing towards the mountains in front of him. Their eyes were shining brightly. That is, at this time, at the edge of the mountains, someone saw Lin Tian and the others who were walking into the mountains. His expression changed immediately. Beside him, this person had a few other companions. Seeing this person's expression, one of them, a man in yellow, looked in the direction of this person's gaze in confusion. Then, he trembled and could not help but change his expression. Lin Tian? Due to his shock, the yellow-clothed man's voice was not soft, so all the cultivators nearby heard him. They all involuntarily tilted their heads and followed the yellow-clothed man's gaze. Then, all of them trembled. It's really that man. He's also here? Many of the cultivators were shocked. Just a few days ago, Lin Tian had brought along a destructive dragon pearl and destroyed the great extinguishing god dynasty, putting an end to this top-notch great power that had been passed down for countless years. His reputation had reached an extremely high point, and the world was shocked. At this time, how could these cultivators not be shocked when they saw Lin Tian appear in this place? They could not help but shrink their necks. He's coming. Is he going into the mountains? Is he also here for the divine rainbow that suddenly rushed out? Make way. Quick, dodge. Seeing Lin Tian walk over, some of the cultivators who were standing in front of Lin Tian and the others trembled violently and quickly took the initiative to make way for him. Lin Tian had destroyed the terrifying great extinguishing godly court. These ordinary cultivators were very afraid of him. Lin Tian walked towards the mountains in front of him. Naturally, he could feel the fear of the cultivators nearby, but his expression did not change. He had long been used to it. Soon, he, Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yin walked into the mountains and headed towards the center of the mountains. He remembered that the place where the divine rainbow rushed out was roughly the center of this mountain range. After entering this continuous mountain range, the ancient trees inside were all extraordinary. The intertwining spiritual qi was also very rich. At the same time, shocking beastly roars could be heard from time to time, and it was deafening. The group of people stepped into this mountain range. Although the terrain between the mountains was more complicated, because of their high cultivation, they were naturally not affected by it. Soon, more than a quarter of an hour had passed, and the group had walked very far away. They had crossed several connected mountain ranges, and the air was gradually filled with a hazy white fog. The surrounding vegetation had decreased by a lot, and the temperature had also dropped by a few degrees. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Tian spoke and stopped. When Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin heard this, they both stopped and turned to look at Lin Tian curiously. What's wrong, kid? We stepped into a dangerous place. Lin Tian Dao. As he said this, he lifted his leg and kicked a stone in front of him. Immediately, when the stone flew about 10 feet away, a dense killing light suddenly intertwined in the air and directly smashed the stone into pieces. This is? Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin were shocked at the same time. The killing light just now was a little shocking, and it was enough to destroy a Nirvana realm cultivator. Most importantly, the killing light appeared too suddenly. There was no sign at all, as if it was born out of thin air. If Lin Tian did not warn them, they would definitely have been hit by the killing light when they walked in front. The terrain here is a little unusual. It's called the Fallen Flame Nirvana Land. It's a natural killing formation of the earth veins, and it's enough to threaten ordinary Nirvana realm cultivators. Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, the dragon pattern on the soles of his feet surged out and disappeared into the ground. Then, it spread out in all directions and broke the killing formation here. In the blink of an eye, 3 breaths passed. Okay, let's go. He said. The Fallen Flame Nirvana Land was a little unusual, but it was nothing to him now. With his current cultivation and the standard of the Dragon Burial Scripture, it was very easy to break a killing formation of this level. He did not even need to use much divine power. It's really convenient to control the Dragon Burial Scripture. When we encounter a troublesome killing formation of the earth veins, we can always detect it immediately. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said. The Dragon Burial Scripture is indeed extraordinary. It has an extremely magical ability, and it can be said to be supreme in the field of mountains and rivers. Lin Tian asked Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin to follow behind him. He walked in the front, heading towards the center of the mountain range. This mountain range was very vast, and the mountains were connected to each other. As the group moved forward, the white fog in the air became thicker, and the temperature also dropped. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from the front, followed by a deathly silence. Two bloody lights flashed and disappeared. Those two bloody lights, why do they look like a pair of pupils? Ling Yin was shocked. It's not just like them, they are. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He walked in the front, and soon, he smelled the smell of blood. On the ground, several corpses were scattered. They were all female cultivators. Their cultivation wasn't weak, but their death was a bit miserable. Almost half of their flesh and blood were gnawed, and even their internal organs were pulled out. Blood flowed non-stop. It was a shocking sight. Lin Tian moved his gaze and found a few strands of red hair beside the corpses of these female cultivators. A faint light flashed in his eyes. Spirit demon. He whispered. Spirit demons were born along with the dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Their nature was very evil, and they fed on spiritual qi. They also liked to devour the flesh and blood of living people, especially women's flesh and blood. Therefore, they were crowned with the word demon and called spirit demons. He stared at the red hair beside the corpses of the female cultivators. That thing was undoubtedly from the body of a spirit demon. It was intertwined with the unique aura of a spirit demon. Spirit demon? There's such a thing here? What kind of thing killed these female cultivators? Wuxing Crocodile naturally knows what a spirit demon is. When he was in the fifth heaven, he encountered one with Lin Tian. At that time, if it weren't for the little Taichu in the egg that woke up and exuded an amazing aura, they would have died. This thing is accompanied by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It's equivalent to a king body. Ling Yin also knew about the spirit demon. Using his powerful divine sense, he scanned the air in this place for a special aura. Not long after, he captured a faint but very powerful evil fluctuation. He said, there is a quasi-emperor level aura remaining here. It seems to belong to the so-called spirit demon that Lin Yun mentioned. It's at the quasi-emperor level. A spirit demon is comparable to a king body. A spirit demon at the quasi-emperor level is equivalent to a great perfection king body. Ignore it, let's go to the center of this mountain range. Lin Tian said. Immediately, he continued to move forward. A quasi-emperor level spirit demon is very terrifying, but for the current him, it's nothing. His combat strength is enough to kill a quasi-emperor. Not to mention, he has the dragon burial scripture, which naturally restrains spirit demons. Beside him, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun didn't worry much. After all, they know that Lin Tian is very powerful. Even a quasi-emperor level spirit demon might not be able to stop the current Lin Tian. Most importantly, the little Taichu is here, like a guardian god. Even if a peak 7th heavenly layer emperor comes, they have nothing to worry about. The group moved forward. Gradually, the white fog in the air became thicker, and many cultivators appeared in front of them. This fog is too strange. Even my divine sense is blocked. Someone said. These cultivators were the first to enter this mountain range. Because they were near this mountain range from the beginning, they sensed the shocking medicinal fragrance in the divine rainbow. They discovered that the legendary true dragon sacred medicine might be born in this mountain range, so they entered to find it. However, at this time, after finding this place, the white fog in the air suddenly became too thick. The vision of the group was greatly affected, and even the tyrannical divine sense lost its effect in this place. Many people couldn't help but stop in place. When Lin Tian and the others arrived here, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin couldn't help but frown. Divine sense is really useless here. This white fog is a little unusual. Wuxing Crocodile frowned. It is very strange. Ling Yin also said. He and Wuxing Crocodile are at the third heavenly layer nirvana realm, so their divine sense was very strong. However, at this time, in this place, their powerful divine sense couldn't see through the white fog. It's okay, follow me. Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, the light of the dragon patterns gathered in his eyes. He directly opened the divine eye of delusion breaker, and 2 dragon pattern rings floated above his pupils. The white fog in this place was a kind of thing formed by the pattern of the earth veins. It could block vision and suppress divine sense. However, this kind of thing was just a decoration to him, who had cultivated the divine eye of delusion breaker. After opening the divine eye of delusion breaker, this white fog that could block vision and suppress divine sense couldn't affect him at all. He walked at the front, and the divine eye of delusion breaker saw through everything. He walked forward at a steady pace without any confusion. What a useful pair of eyes. Ling Yan clicked his tongue. The white fog was very thick in this place. As Lin Tian walked forward, the white fog became thicker and thicker, even rolling like waves. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream in front of him. It was the voice of a female cultivator, and the smell of blood floated in the air in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, this place, the cultivators who temporarily stopped because of the white fog were shocked. What's wrong? What happened? Someone exclaimed. At this time, the white fog covered all directions. Many people could sense where the scream came from, but when they looked in that direction, they couldn't see anything. The white fog had completely blocked vision and divine sense. No. Soon, there was another scream. Monster! There's a monster! Ah! A terrified voice was emitted. However, it only spat out a few words before disappearing. At the same time, there was a crunching sound in this space, as if someone was chewing on something. Suddenly, a horrifying atmosphere intertwined in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a blood-red light flashed in this space. It was very fast, and every movement was accompanied by a scream. After 10 breaths, this blood-red light directly rushed towards Lin Tian, who was quietly walking towards the center of the mountain range. Its speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was near Lin Tian's head. You're very unwise. Lin Tian's voice was indifferent. Because of the white fog, others could not see their surroundings clearly and could not sense the essence of this blood-red light. However, he was different. After opening his divine eyes of delusion breaker, he could see everything very clearly. This blood-red light had the shape of a human body, but its face was that of an ape. It was covered in red hair and exuded a very shocking evil aura. It was indeed a spirit demon, a quasi-emperor level spirit demon. He could see the other party's appearance and every movement. He clearly saw the other party jump up and down and kill several cultivators, but he didn't care. He quietly hurried on his way, preparing to get to the center of this mountain range as soon as possible and leave after finding the true dragon's sacred medicine. At this moment, this spirit demon took the initiative to attack him. Its pair of blood-red eyes were extremely demonic. Obviously, it saw him as its prey. Therefore, he naturally would not do nothing like before. He directly slapped out with his palm. His slap, which was accompanied by wisps of dragon patterns, instantly landed on the spirit demon's body. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the quasi-emperor spirit demon was directly sent flying. It rolled several hundred feet away and crashed into a large rock in the distance. At the same time, because of the dragon patterns on Lin Tian's slap, the white fog was instantly dispersed. Many cultivators' vision suddenly became clearer, and they saw the spirit demon that had crashed into the large rock. That's the spirit demon recorded in the ancient books? Just now, this monster was this. Many cultivators' faces turned pale when they saw the spirit demon. After all, spirit demons were extremely terrifying creatures. At the same time as the white fog was dispersed by the dragon patterns, many cultivators discovered Lin Tian. Lin Tian? Someone cried out. Then, the crowd of cultivators looked over and were all shocked. Many of them couldn't help but tremble slightly. It really is Lin Tian. When did he come here? Speaking of which, I think I heard a voice just now. It seemed to be something like "You're very unwise." It seemed to be his voice. Then, I heard a loud bang and saw the spirit demon that had crashed into the large rock. Could this be, he was the one who sent the spirit demon flying? Many cultivators were suddenly enlightened. Then, the crowd of cultivators tacitly retreated in unison. They distanced themselves from the spirit demon and even further away from Lin Tian. To these cultivators, the spirit demon was very scary, but Lin Tian was even scarier. He was hundreds or thousands of times more terrifying than the spirit demon. In the distance, the spirit demon that had crashed into the large rock struggled. After a while, it stood up and stared at Lin Tian with its blood-red eyes, full of viciousness. Roar! It let out a loud roar, and the wind and clouds changed. It forcefully dispersed the white fog in the area and pounced on Lin Tian again. For a moment, as it moved, the surrounding space was shattered, and void turbulence surged out. Such an imposing manner could be said to have shocked everyone present. Even Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin could not help but be shocked. This aura is simply, even more terrifying than the quasi-emperor level humanoid weapon cultivated by the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. Ling Yin said. With a whoosh, the spirit demon rushed in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. The blood-red light around its body surged and pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, it also covered Ling Yin and Wuxing Crocodile. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the spirit demon. You're courting death. As he spoke, dense dragon patterns suddenly appeared under his feet. These dragon patterns quickly surged up and directly gathered into a large dragon pattern sword. He grabbed it with his right hand and slashed it at the quasi-emperor level spirit demon that was charging in front of him expressionlessly. Suddenly, with a splash, blood splattered everywhere. This quasi-emperor level spirit demon was directly smashed into pieces. Roar! A bloody mist floated in the air. This spirit demon roared loudly, and a demonic soul struggled in the bloody mist, trying to reassemble its body. Lin Tian's expression did not change. With a shake of his right hand, more dragon patterns surged up and turned into a dragon pattern. They sealed the spirit demon's demonic soul and mightily pressed down on it. This quasi-emperor level spirit demon was extremely powerful. It was equivalent to a great mastery monarch physique and was almost invincible under the emperor realm. Its strength could be said to be 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary quasi-emperor. However, to Lin Tian, this terrifying quasi-emperor level spirit demon was not a big deal. This was because the dragon burial scripture that he controlled was a natural counter to spirit demons. With his current 6th heaven of Nirvana realm cultivation and the dragon burial scripture, this quasi-emperor level spirit demon was equivalent to an 8th heaven of Nirvana realm cultivator. He used his mind to control the dragon pattern and suppress the surroundings, crushing the spirit demon's demonic soul with absolute force. Who is hurting my battle servant? At this moment, a sinister voice intertwined with an extremely terrifying emperor's aura and extremely cold air. A black-robed figure appeared in the blink of an eye. The black-robed figure arrived in the blink of an eye. His entire body was surrounded by a dark aura of death, and one could not sense any signs of life from him. His old face was rotten beyond recognition, and one could even see his bones in many places. It was a horrifying sight. Even so, this person exuded a terrifying emperor chi that seemed to be able to erode everything in the world. This is an emperor. His face, who did he say injured his battle servant? That quasi-emperor spirit demon is his servant? The expressions of all the cultivators changed when they saw the black-robed figure. After all, this person was an emperor. To these ordinary cultivators, an emperor was undoubtedly an existence that was revered and feared at all times. Lin Tian was using the dragon tattoo diagram to suppress the spirit demon's demonic soul. When the black-robed figure appeared, he could not help but be shocked. The dragon tattoo diagram that he had condensed was disturbed and shattered with a crack. Lin Tian was forced to take a few steps back. He looked at the black-robed figure. The other party's rotten old face made him feel a little disgusted. However, he was suddenly moved when he caught a whiff of a shocking medicinal fragrance. He looked at the black-robed figure's left hand and saw a strange plant in his hand. Instantly, his expression changed. That is? The strange plant in the black-robed figure's left hand was only 3 inches tall, but its entire body was shrouded in a faint brilliance. There were dozens of green leaves growing on it, and each leaf was like a small green dragon, giving off a fantastical feeling. Real dragon sacred herb. He blurted out. Beside him, the 5-element alligator and Ling Yin could not help but be startled when they heard his voice. Their gazes followed Lin Tian's gaze and landed on the 3-inch strange plant in the black-robed figure's left hand. Immediately, their expressions changed as they were shocked by this 3-inch strange plant. At the same time, the other cultivators' expressions changed. That is, it's really, the real dragon sacred herb. It's already been taken by someone? Many cultivators were shocked. They were all here for the real dragon sacred herb, but they did not expect it to fall into the hands of someone else. Moreover, it had fallen into the hands of an emperor. Roar! A ferocious roar rang out, shaking the entire space. The spirit demon that was crushed by Lin Tian once again repaired its spirit demon body. Its eyes were filled with a ferocious light as it once again pounced towards Lin Tian. Although Lin Tian was staring at the true dragon sacred medicine in the black-robed figure's hand, he was still very clear about his surroundings. He kicked the spirit demon that was pouncing towards him. Bang! Along with a crisp sound, Spirit Devil was once again sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into a black mountain in the distance. For a moment, the black mountain trembled violently and was immediately filled with cracks. Younger generation, you're quite daring. You actually dared to touch this emperor's battle servant before this emperor. The black-robed figure was like a ferocious ghost. His voice was hoarse and eerie. His eyes were sunken and filled with a faint green light. He stared at Lin Tian viciously. However, in the next moment, this person trembled violently. His sunken eyes that were staring at Lin Tian involuntarily constricted. You're looking at Lin Tian. This person's expression changed again and again. The green light in his sunken eyes became even more intense. His body could not help but tremble. He's here. He's finally here. He's standing right in front of me, the Undying Ghost Emperor. That's great. That's great. Looking at Lin Tian, this person laughed loudly. Suddenly, he became a little crazy, and his eyes revealed an extremely greedy ghostly light. The Undying Ghost Emperor? Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. Rumor has it that when an emperor's lifespan was about to dry up, he mistakenly refined an unknown death grass as the sacred herb to prolong his life. Then, the emperor's body decayed on its own and could not be repaired. His soul was locked in the decaying body. When his lifespan should have dried up, he did not disappear and has always existed in this world. Then, he called himself the Undying Ghost Emperor. It has been 400,000 years since then. This is, the Undying Ghost Emperor? What? There's such a thing? Ling Yan stared at the black-robed figure, and his expression changed greatly. When his lifespan dried up, he did not disappear and has existed for another 400,000 years. Doesn't that mean that he has lived for 500,000 years? In this place, the other cultivators all heard Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yan's voices. For a moment, they could not help but tremble. 500,000 years? An emperor's lifespan is at most 100,000 years. Even if he lives for another 100,000 years with the sacred herb to prolong his life, he can only live for 200,000 years at most. He has lived for 500,000 years. This, even if he has a special method to suppress the loss of his lifespan, it can't be suppressed for so long, right? Staring at the black-robed figure, all the cultivators here were shocked. This was a person from 500,000 years ago? At this moment, in this place, only Lin Tian's expression changed the most violently. Opening his divine eyes of illusion breaker, he completely saw that the Undying Ghost Emperor opposite him could no longer be considered a living person. His physical body had completely decayed, without any vitality. Only the soul inside still existed. Strictly speaking, this Undying Ghost Emperor was more like a dead person. At this moment, the Undying Ghost Emperor's reaction to staring at him was too similar to that of the Bai family's ancestor, except that there was an additional sense of greed. Looking at the Undying Ghost Emperor's glowing green ghost eyes that were full of death chi, he instantly had a very bad guess. The Undying Ghost Emperor had seen through his constitution. Boom! Rolling death chi soared into the sky. The Undying Ghost Emperor stared straight at Lin Tian. In an instant, he moved. With a vast and mighty aura of auxiliary cultivation, he directly pounced on Lin Tian. If I take your body, I will definitely be able to return to the normal emperor's body. No. If I get your body, I will definitely surpass it. Surpass it? Surpass it again. I can even live forever. I can break the shackles of this world. The undying ghost emperor laughed wildly, his eyes full of greed. A few pieces of rotten flesh fell from his face, which was extremely disgusting. With a crackling sound, the death chi outside his body surged, annihilating a large area of space. Many nearby cultivators were instantly killed. Under this aura, they were directly shattered into pieces and died tragically on the spot. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan were both shocked and trembled together. The aura emitted by the undying ghost emperor was truly terrifying. This old thing wants to take Lin Tian's physical body? Wuxing Crocodile stared. Two cold rays of light shot out from Lin Tian's eyes. He was even more certain that the undying ghost emperor had seen through his constitution. Little guy, destroy him, he said to the little Taichu on his shoulder. Little Taichu squeaked, and the wings on its back flapped. In an instant, a large expanse of six-colored divine light spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a six-colored sky, pressing down on the undead ghost emperor who was rushing over, as if it could wipe out everything. Dense black ancient runes, or rather, talismans, floated in the air. Each talisman was made of a special stone. As soon as they appeared, they sealed the surroundings and intertwined with strands of darking chi, causing the space to suddenly become oppressive. There was an extremely strange aura surging in all directions, as if it could suppress everything. In an instant, the six-colored divine light vibrated by the little Taichu directly encountered a huge obstacle. In an instant, it weakened countless times and even became a little unstable. It was as if ice had encountered a raging fire, shattering completely with a sizzling sound. At the same time, Lin Tian's body shook. He only felt that his divine power had been completely frozen, and it was difficult for him to circulate it. These black talismans? His expression changed. These mysterious black talismans seemed to have the power to suppress a cultivator's divine power and cultivation. I can't use my power. This, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan also changed their expressions. The demonic power and divine power in their bodies were completely frozen, and it became very difficult for them to move. The undying ghost emperor laughed wildly, using the dense black talismans to suppress the surroundings. His entire body flowed with a darking light, mixed with the aura of decay and death. It transformed into a huge hand and grabbed at Lin Tian across the air. "Ya!" Little Taichu shouted. The wings on his back shook, and he rushed out, releasing an even more powerful six-colored divine light. In an instant, the space began to tremble. The six-colored divine light seemed to be able to wipe out everything, and it faced the undying ghost emperor's huge hand. The undying ghost emperor laughed sinisterly, and the huge hand pressed down on the six-colored divine light that little Taichu had shaken out. At the same time, the dense black talismans that sealed the surroundings emitted strands of black light, causing little Taichu's six-colored divine light to immediately distort and weaken again. At the same time, even little Taichu couldn't help but tremble, and his aura suddenly weakened by a lot. These black talismans were obtained by me in the Extremine Temple in the past. They combined into a netherworld great formation. Even a person at the ninth heaven of Emperor Realm can be directly suppressed. In the seal of these black talismans, I am the master. The undying ghost emperor said. Extremine Temple? Lin Tian's expression immediately changed. Beside him, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan were also shocked. At the same time, the expressions of the other cultivators in the area changed. From that Extremine Temple? She once entered the Extremine Temple and walked out alive? And he even obtained such a terrifying divine object? This, they had all heard of the Extremine Temple, which was the most ancient forbidden zone of death. It existed in the chaotic void and did not have a fixed location. It would appear once in a while, and every time it appeared, it would suck in countless living creatures. Almost none of the living creatures who were sucked in had ever walked out alive. Even many Emperor Realm experts had died inside. The undying ghost emperor in front of them had actually been sucked into the Extremine Temple and walked out unscathed. Furthermore, he had even obtained an impressive divine object from the Extremine Temple. Buzz. In this space, the densely packed black talismans emitted a strange black light, sealing the void in all directions and suppressing everything. The undying ghost emperor laughed maniacally as he charged toward Lin Tian. His rotten ghost hands intertwined with dark light, looking very vicious. You belong to me. I must have you. This person's eyes were filled with greed. The little Taichu seemed a little angry. The wings on its back shook, and more six-colored divine light surged out. At the same time, four immortal spirits appeared beside it and roared into the sky. The sky shook, and the mountains and rivers lost their color. The undying ghost emperor was forced to retreat. The densely packed black talismans around it trembled as if they were about to fall. This caused the undying ghost emperor to be shocked. His eyes flickered, and he stared at the little Taichu in disbelief. Back then, I used this set of talismans to construct a formation that could seal the heaven and earth. Even an 8th heaven emperor expert was easily suppressed by these black talismans. They could not resist these black talismans, and their cultivation and battle strength were suppressed. You can actually shake them? The little Taichu stared at the undying ghost emperor. The four immortal spirits beside it roared and moved together to suppress the undying ghost emperor. For a moment, the void trembled, and everything was distorted. Puff! The quasi-emperor level spirit demon was among them. When it was affected by the tyrannical aura emitted by the little Taichu, it directly exploded, and its body and soul were instantly destroyed. And this was just a small interlude. The four immortal spirits summoned by the little guy approached the undying ghost emperor in the blink of an eye. The dark light in the undying ghost emperor's eyes was very strong, and it was suffused with green light. He felt the terror of this power, and felt the tyrannical power of the little Taichu. However, at this moment, he regained his senses and glanced at Lin Tian. The light of greed was still there. Boom! An extremely shocking aura surged from his body, and then, it met the four immortal spirits of the little Taichu. At the same time, the densely packed black talismans in this place vibrated again, and an even more terrifying black light was intertwined. Suddenly, the little Taichu trembled, and the four immortal spirits that it had summoned weakened a lot. At the same time, the aura that it emitted decreased again, and was weakened by several times. Hey! The undying ghost emperor laughed sinisterly, staring at Lin Tian. An extremely cold aura surged from his body, and once again, he pounced on Lin Tian. The little Taichu glared, and the six-colored divine light surged to meet the attack. Naturally, it would not let the undying ghost emperor get close to Lin Tian. Boom! 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 For a moment, the man and the beast fought together, causing divine light to intertwine in this place, and black death chi to surge. The aura emitted by the little Taichu grew weaker and weaker. It stared at the undying ghost emperor, and its small body was constantly shaken back. Suppress you! Get him again! The undying ghost emperor laughed sinisterly. Suddenly, the black talismans that sealed this place became even more terrifying, and the aura of the little Taichu was suppressed even more. That little beast, it's no match. Speaking of which, why did the undying ghost emperor suddenly attack Lin Tian? It doesn't seem like it's because his battle servant was injured by Lin Tian. It seems like he wants to get Lin Tianyi. What exactly is this? There were many cultivators in this place, and these people had already retreated far away, watching the battle between the little Taichu and the undying ghost emperor from afar. Some were surprised, and some were puzzled. Lin Tian was sealed in the area suppressed by these black talismans. At this time, he stared at the battle between the little Taichu and the undying ghost emperor, and couldn't help but clench his fists. Wuxing Crocodile's expression was ugly, and he gritted his teeth. The little guy is being suppressed. In terms of actual combat strength, the little guy is obviously much stronger than this old ghost, but, these black talismans, Ling Yun looked at the black talismans around him, and his expression was ugly. At this time, they were sealed in the black talismans, and their divine and demonic powers were both frozen, so they couldn't do anything. However, they could still speak and make simple movements. Lin Tian looked around, and looked at the densely packed black talismans that sealed this place. He stared seriously with his divine eyes of delusion breaker, searching for the essence of these black talismans. This was because at this time, the little Taichu's strength was suppressed by these black talismans. Otherwise, the undying ghost emperor wouldn't be a match for the little guy. Therefore, he knew very well that at this time, if he wanted to turn the situation around, he had to decode these black talismans. Buzz. Suddenly, strands of blood-red light intertwined from his stone ring, staining his palm with a trace of blood. Moreover, because of this blood-red light, the originally frozen divine power in his body began to circulate freely, and was no longer suppressed like before. This, he was slightly surprised, and quickly swept with his divine sense. He found that, in the space of the stone ring, a thumb-sized blood-red bone was shaking. It was covered with all kinds of strange patterns, and strands of blood-red light were emitted from this finger bone. This is? His expression changed, and he took out the finger bone from the stone ring. This finger bone was obtained when he killed a quasi-emperor-level old corpse in the Good Fortune treasure land in the fourth heaven. At that time, he couldn't destroy it with the reincarnation map and the pure yang flame, so he felt that this thing was somewhat extraordinary. Therefore, at that time, although he didn't know what it was, he still put it away. Unexpectedly, at this time, this finger bone unexpectedly emitted light on its own, and counteracted the suppression of the black talismans around him. Boy, what's going on? Wuxing Crocodile naturally noticed the finger bone that Lin Tian took out and knew where it came from. He was a little surprised. Next to him, Ling Yan also looked over. At this time, because Lin Tian took out this blood bone, the man and the crocodile felt that their suppressed bodies were much lighter, and the power in their bodies could be directly operated freely. Boom! In front, divine power vibrated, and death chi rolled. The little Taichu resisted the attacks of the undead ghost emperor, but was forced back again and again. Looking at this scene, Lin Tian stared at the strange thumb-sized blood bone in his hand, and then looked at the black talismans floating in the air around him. His eyes shone brightly. This blood bone, combined with death chi, demon chi, and the aura of the Dragon Ball at that time, should have produced some kind of mutation. Although I still don't know what it is, but it should be able to restrain these black talismans. As he spoke, his right hand shook violently, and golden divine light suddenly sank into the blood bone, and then bloomed from the blood bone, turning into blood-red divine power, surging in the palm of his right hand. Go! He used the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye to capture the position of all the black talismans floating in the air. Then, he shook his right hand, and the divine power transformed by the blood bone was released, turning into dense blood-red light rays, attacking all the black talismans. In the blink of an eye, the dense blood-red light rays fell on the black talismans, causing them to tremble all at once. Then, cracking sounds were heard, and the black talismans floating in the air began to shatter and explode one after another. It really can restrain them. Lin Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan's eyes widened. It actually shattered these black talismans directly. Cracking sounds could be heard continuously as the black talismans collapsed one by one. They were shattered by the bloody light that was intertwined with the power of the blood bone. In the blink of an eye, they were completely destroyed. This is? Those black talismans are all shattered. In this place, many cultivators were shocked. The treasure that was taken from the Extreme Temple was actually shattered. Wuxing Crocodile stared at the blood bone in Lin Tian's hand with a shocked expression. This bone is actually so powerful? Something that I accidentally obtained from killing an old ghost actually has such a miraculous ability. Ling Yan was also surprised. Those black talismans were not ordinary. Wuxing Crocodile did not expect that Lin Tianji would be able to shatter these black talismans so easily by injecting his divine power into the blood bone and bringing out a trace of the blood bone's inherent blood-colored light. Lin Tian looked at the blood bone that was the size of a thumb in his hand. His eyes flashed. Fortunately, I left this behind back then. Impossible. The black talisman was destroyed by Lin Tianyi in one blow. The undead ghost emperor was shocked and angry. This was his strongest trump card, but now it was shattered by Lin Tian just like that. Immediately, a pitch-black death aura gushed out from his body. It was even more terrifying, and it carried a terrifying corrosive force. Chi-chi sounds rang out in the air like ice, as if it was going to be completely melted in the next moment. Lin Tian stared at the undead ghost emperor in front of him and put away the blood bone in his hand. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Little guy, destroy him. He said to little Taichu. At this moment, without the suppression of the black talisman, he believed that the undead ghost emperor was definitely no match for the little guy. When little Taichu heard Lin Tian's voice, it immediately squeaked. Its wings shook, and the six-colored divine light rolled out, directly suppressing the undead ghost emperor. At the same time, the immortal spirits roared. The true dragon, immortal phoenix, black tortoise, and vermilion bird appeared again as if they were real. They roared together and suppressed the undead ghost emperor together. This time, without the suppression of the black talisman, the decaying death aura gushing out of the undead ghost emperor's body was directly shattered by the six-colored divine light. At the same time, the four immortal spirits approached and landed directly on the undead ghost emperor. With a poof, they shattered the undead ghost emperor's physical body and turned him into a cloud of black blood mist. Damn it! The undead ghost emperor let out a furious roar. The black blood mist wriggled, and in the blink of an eye, a physical body was reconstructed. However, the body he reconstructed was still rotten and incomplete. Moreover, it seemed to be because it had been shattered once, making it even more rotten than before. It was like a pile of smelly mud. "Yeah!" the little Taichu shouted. Obviously, it was very dissatisfied with the undead ghost emperor. Once again, it bombarded the undead ghost emperor with a large amount of six-colored divine light. With a rumbling sound, the space trembled. The six-colored divine light was like a divine sea. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the undead ghost emperor. With a puff, the undead ghost emperor was smashed into pieces again. Black blood splattered all over the sky. Undead devour. Black blood surged all over the sky. The undead ghost emperor let out a furious roar. Suddenly, the black death aura intertwined into ghostly shadows. It devoured the spiritual energy in all directions and flooded towards the little Taichu. At the same time, the undead ghost emperor's broken flesh and blood once again condensed into a rotten emperor's body. It rushed towards Lin Tian. "You're mine." With a ferocious expression and greedy eyes, the undead ghost emperor appeared about 10 feet in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. "What do you mean Lin Tian is yours? You pervert, how dare you have designs on a man?" Ling Yun cursed. At the same time, he shrank his neck because the undead ghost emperor's aura was really terrifying. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet intertwined. Under the undead ghost emperor's tyrannical emperor's aura, he used the yin and yang steps to retreat with whooshing crocodile and Ling Yun. They barely moved dozens of feet away. "Don't even think about escaping." The undead ghost emperor raised his hand and grabbed at Lin Tian. It was also at this moment that there was a rumble. The six-colored divine light shook the heavens and the earth. The little Taichu shattered all the dense ghostly shadows that drowned over. In an instant, it appeared in front of Lin Tian. The wings on its back shook, and a large expanse of six-colored divine light spread out. The undead ghost emperor was shocked and angry. It used the dense ghostly shadows to suppress the little Taichu. It wanted to temporarily restrain the little Taichu, then suppress Lin Tian and leave. Unexpectedly, the little Taichu instantly destroyed all the ghostly shadows and flashed over. At this moment, facing the six-colored divine light of the little Taichu, it had no choice but to dodge. At the same time, it used a powerful supernatural power to resist. However, the six-colored divine light was too powerful. It really seemed to be able to annihilate everything. In an instant, it suppressed everything. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere. Once again, the undead ghost emperor was smashed to pieces. This, without the black talisman, the undead ghost emperor can't do it anymore. That little beast is really, really, really powerful. It's simply crushing. This place made the hearts of all the cultivators palpitate. Lin Tian stared ahead. The undead ghost emperor's black blood mist floated in the air. Beside it, there was a faint light flickering, mixed with an amazing medicinal fragrance. It was the real dragon's sacred medicine. The undead ghost emperor had not put it away before and had been holding it in his hand. At this time, after its body was shattered again, the real dragon's sacred medicine fell into the air. Immediately, a bright light flashed in his eyes. He directly transformed a hand of divine light and grabbed the real dragon's sacred medicine. "How dare you?" After the undead ghost emperor's body was shattered, the black blood mist surged and turned into a wave of emperor's power. It pressed down on Lin Tian's big hand that was grabbing the sacred medicine. "Yeah!" the little Taichu shouted. The six-colored divine light pressed down and shattered the undead ghost emperor's power that was attacking Lin Tian. At the same time, Lin Tianyi grabbed the real dragon's sacred medicine and directly pulled it to his side. "I got it!" A bright light flashed in his eyes. At this time, when he grabbed the real dragon's sacred medicine, he immediately felt an extremely rich aura of life. It was as if he had grabbed a source of life, causing his essence, qi, and spirit to become much stronger in an instant. His cultivation seemed to have improved as well. As expected of a sacred medicine, he thought to himself. Next to him, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan's eyes lit up. They had come for the real dragon's sacred medicine. At this time, Lin Tian had succeeded in grabbing the sacred medicine. Moreover, it was from the hands of an emperor. Naturally, they were excited. At the same time, the other cultivators in this place were also moved. At this time, they stared at Lin Tian with a look of surprise. The real dragon's sacred medicine was. A Nirvana realm cultivator snatched something from an emperor. It's mainly because the little beast beside him is too powerful. 100,000 years of life. These cultivators stared at Lin Tian with shock and envy. Boom. Black yin qi rolled, and the undead ghost emperor reassembled his body. His eyes shone with green light, and he was even more furious. With a whoosh, the undead ghost emperor pounced on Lin Tian again. "And you're mine too." Lin Tian stared at the undead ghost emperor, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He casually waved his right hand and put away the real dragon's sacred medicine. "Little guy, use your full strength," he said to the little Taichu. "Yeah." The little Taichu responded. The wings on his back flapped 3 times in a row. The 6-colored divine light surged out and turned into a 6-colored storm. In an instant, it swept the undead ghost emperor and crushed him into pieces. "Ah!" The undead ghost emperor roared and reassembled his body again. However, at this moment, the little Taichu directly pressed over. The 6-colored divine light suppressed him from all directions. "Decay of the world!" the undead ghost emperor roared. With a rumbling sound, a shocking fluctuation of Tao laws surged out from his body, causing the entire world to tremble. The void collapsed, the earth was destroyed, and even the air was corroded. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. This Tao law was a little terrifying. It was as if it could really corrode everything in the world, and it annihilated some of the 6-colored divine light. However, the 6-colored divine light was still very powerful, and the decaying Tao law that the undead ghost emperor had unleashed was eventually crushed into pieces. Then, the 6-colored divine light once again enveloped the undead ghost emperor and crushed him into pieces. The undead ghost emperor roared and reassembled his body. The death aura was very strong, and he shook out one divine technique after another. However, the little Taichu was too strong. The 6-colored divine light swept through everything, and there was nothing it could not destroy. Poof! In the blink of an eye, the undead ghost emperor was crushed again. He was completely defeated. Without those black talismans, the undead ghost emperor can't stop this little beast. So strong. In this place, a group of cultivators stared at the little Taichu with astonishment in their eyes. They were shocked by the little Taichu's strength. This little fellow's true strength is truly unfathomable. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Looking at the situation, it's at least at the 8th heaven of the Emperor realm. It might even be at the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm. Ling Yan also said. Lin Tian stared ahead, and his eyes were shining. The little Taichu's strength was really too strong. Boom! In front, the 6-colored divine light vibrated, and the death aura rolled, shaking the 9 heavens. Then, in the next moment, the undead ghost emperor was crushed again with a poof. Damn it! The undead ghost emperor was shocked and angry. Its green eyes stared at Lin Tian, and its greed was still there. Then, it turned around and fled into the distance. At this time, it had lost the black talisman. It was very clear that it was no match for the little Taichu. If it continued to stay, it would be completely wiped out in the end. Little guy, don't let it go. Lin Tian stared at the escaping undead ghost emperor and said to the little Taichu. Of course, the little guy knew what to do. The six-colored divine light vibrated and sealed the surroundings, blocking the undead ghost emperor. At the same time, the little guy flapped its wings, and a large area of six-colored divine light covered the undead ghost emperor, crushing it again. Ah! The undead ghost emperor roared, reassembled its physical body, and fled again. However, the little Taichu's strength was too strong. The six-colored divine light was vast and mighty, and the undead ghost emperor could not escape at all. After its body was crushed again, the undead ghost emperor knew that it was difficult to escape from the little Taichu. It turned its head to look at Lin Tian, and its sunken eyes glowed with eerie green light. Ask it to let me go. If it attacks again, I will use a secret technique to spread the secrets of your physique to the entire 10 directions celestial domain. At that time, countless old antiques and monsters will find you. Upon hearing the undying ghost emperor's words, Lin Tian's expression suddenly froze, and the cold light in his eyes instantly became more intense. At the same time, the other cultivators in this place revealed curious expressions. They looked at the undying ghost emperor and then at Lin Tian, their faces full of suspicion. Secret of the physique? What do you mean? A cultivator asked. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin couldn't help but look at Lin Tian. Kid, what's the secret of the physique? What is this old guy talking about? The man and Crocodile looked at Lin Tian, also very puzzled. In front of them, the undying ghost emperor's rotting body was gasping for breath. He was already on the verge of death, and his aura was extremely weak. He stared at Lin Tian, and the green light in his bird's nest became even more intense. His voice was ferocious and sinister as he spoke again. Tell him to stop immediately. Let me leave. Do you want to become the prey of a group of old antiques and old monsters? Lin Tian's eyes became even colder as he stared at the undying ghost emperor. Are you threatening me? At this point, he was completely sure that the undying ghost emperor had definitely seen through his reincarnation imperial physique. Once the undying ghost emperor really exposed this, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Many of the old monsters in the 10 directions heavenly domain would probably find him immediately. After all, his reincarnation origin was undoubtedly countless times more tempting than the Saint Elixir. Not really, I'm just telling the truth. The undying ghost emperor said coldly. Lin Tian stared at the undying ghost emperor coldly. If I let you go now, you'll secretly plan a better, stronger, and more perfect method, and then find me and seize my physical origin? So what? You don't have a better choice. The undying ghost emperor sneered. Compared to being targeted by all the old monsters in the 10 directions heavenly domain, there's no doubt that being targeted by me alone will give you less pressure, right? Isn't it safer? Lin Tian's face suddenly became even colder, and his eyes were as sharp as a divine sword. Your analysis is very reasonable. The undying ghost emperor laughed sinisterly. It's good that you understand this point. Now, let's. But. Lin Tian interrupted him. His eyes were sharp and cold. I hate it when people threaten me. He stared at the undead ghost emperor. Do you think you can show off now that you've caught my weakness? Can you step on my head? You think you can force me to submit? I just won't satisfy you. Kill them all. He was indeed very fearful of the undying ghost emperor's threat, but he was not willing to give in because of this. If he did, it would be too cowardly. The sinister smile on the undead ghost emperor's face froze. You, destroy him. Lin Tian said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the little Taichu moved again. This time, with a rumbling sound, the six-colored divine light burst out again. Like a six-colored sea, it rushed into the sky, covering all directions, and mercilessly crushing the undead ghost emperor. All of a sudden, cracking sounds could be heard as the surrounding space cracked open. A terrifying power that carried a divine aura surged out in all directions. With a puff, the undead ghost emperor was directly shattered into pieces. Yeah. The little Taichu made a sound, and an even more turbulent six-colored divine light surged. At the same time, the 4 great immortal spirits appeared together. The true dragon coiled in the east, the immortal phoenix flapped its wings in the west, the black tortoise opened up the sea in the south, and the vermilion bird soared up to the north. They all rushed toward the undead ghost emperor. In an instant, the space shook. The undead ghost emperor's already shattered flesh became even more shattered, and his aura suddenly decreased greatly. Ah! Damn Junior! The undead ghost emperor screamed and roared, "You will pay for your arrogance." Boom! As soon as this person finished speaking, a pitch-black light rushed up, and cold air rushed in all directions. Lin Tian's eyes shot out 2 rays of cold light. He said to the little Taichu, "Little guy, stop them and seal the space here." Looking at the pitch-black light, his intuition told him that the undead ghost emperor wanted to tell the outside world about him. The little Taichu responded, and the 6-colored divine light spread out in an arc. In the blink of an eye, it blocked in front of the pitch-black light, forming an indestructible 6-colored barrier, completely sealing this place and suppressing everything. It's useless. This is a secret technique that I cast with my life essence. Unless the ancient heavenly venerables take action, no one can stop it. The undead ghost emperor roared, "If you want to kill me, don't think that you will have an easy time. All the old monsters in the 10 heavens will find you, suppress you, and divide you up. Then, you will die even more miserably than me." As soon as its words fell, the pitch-black light directly penetrated the 6-colored barrier erected by the little Taichu, spreading to every corner of the 9th heaven, and spreading to the lower 8 heavens. Each of these black lights was a divine sense imprint, mixed with the Empyrean level essence of the undying ghost emperor. Each of them showed the appearance of Lin Tian, and each of them contained the special life form essence that the undying ghost emperor saw through Lin Tian's body. Mixed with the divine sense of the undying ghost emperor, the voice of the undying ghost emperor spread across the 1st heaven to the 9th heaven in an instant. The strongest monarch body, reincarnation, has appeared. You want to challenge samsara? You want the essence of samsara? Find him. This kind of divine sense imprint, this kind of divine sense, interweaving in every corner of the 10 heavens. From the 1st to the 9th heavens, almost every creature could see and hear it, causing the entire 10 heavens to shake. The 1st heaven, the Valley of the Harp, Lin Tian, he's a reincarnated body? Jiyu, Sushu, and Shuiyi, the 3 women were cultivating in the Valley of the Harp. Bai Qiu also came here after watching her mother's coffin. At this time, all of them had a change of expression. Is he really a reincarnated body? Bai Qiu trembled slightly. In the past, she once used a trace of her life essence to explore Lin Tian's life essence, but she didn't succeed at that time. She was blocked by Lin Tian's life essence. At that time, she joked that Lin Tian might be the strongest reincarnated body in the legends, but she didn't expect that such a divine sense imprint would appear in the 1st heaven, showing the appearance of Lin Tian, showing the special life essence, interweaving with the aura of an emperor-level powerhouse, calling Lin Tian the reincarnated body. He's in danger. What should we do? Shuiyi was anxious. At the same time, Sushu and Bai Qiu were also anxious. Even Jiyu, who had always been calm and composed, was a little flustered at this time. They were practitioners and naturally knew about the 12 king bodies. Among them, the reincarnated body that had never appeared before was called the strongest king body. Compared to it, the other 11 king bodies were nothing. This king body that had never appeared before was full of mysteries. Even the ancient celestial venerable once said, once reincarnation appears, there will be no king body in the world. It was enough to show how amazing the reincarnated body was. Once such a king body appeared and was known to the world, it would definitely be a great disaster. Many reclusive grand completion king bodies and old monsters whose lifespans were about to run out would come out one by one and find out. Now, someone had exposed the secret of Lin Tian's physique, and it seemed to be an emperor-level powerhouse who exposed it. This kind of thing couldn't be faked, and no one would doubt it. Based on this, as a reincarnated body, Lin Tian was in danger. Every old monster and antique in the 10th heaven would hear the news and come to find him. What should we do? The 4 women were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. At the same time, in the Valley of the Harp, the current lord of the Valley of the Harp, Yu Wushuang, also saw this divine sense imprint. Her eyes were full of shock, and her body couldn't help but tremble a few times. Reincarnated body, Lin Tian, he's a reincarnated body? The legendary strongest king body that had never appeared before? This. Yu Wushuang had always known that Lin Tian was very powerful and monstrous. Over the years, she had been surprised by Lin Tian many times. She was almost used to Lin Tian's monstrous strength, or it could be said that she had been numb to Lin Tian's monstrous strength. But now, she was shocked again, an unprecedented shock. Lin Tian turned out to be the legendary reincarnated body, First Heaven, Burning Sun sect. The disciples of the Burning Sun sect naturally knew about the Divine Sense Imprint and Divine Sense Imprint transmitted by the Immortal Ghost Emperor. At this moment, everyone was trembling in shock. Senior Brother Lin is a reincarnated body? The strongest king body that has never appeared before, the strongest king body that can suppress all physiques and bloodlines, our Burning Sun sect has the strongest reincarnated body? In the Burning Sun sect, the disciples were shocked. At the same time, the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect, the Sect Master of the Burning Sun sect, and several elders of the Burning Sun sect all had a change of expression. Lin Tian, that kid, the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect trembled slightly, obviously shocked by this matter. Next to him, the Sect Master of the Burning Sun sect was also stunned, in a daze. Even the hot-tempered Tu Ming was stunned. That kid, he's actually, in the back mountain of the Burning Sun sect, a beautiful woman in green stood in a forest. Naturally, she also knew about this matter. Looking at the Divine Sense Imprint sent by the Immortal Ghost Emperor in the sky, she was slightly absent-minded. Chong Feng, you've accepted an amazing disciple. Boom. The surging Emperor's pressure rushed out from the depths of the back mountain of the Burning Sun sect, instantly enveloping the entire First Heaven. This Emperor's might was too vast as the starry sky. Mixed with killing intent, it instantly shattered the Immortal Ghost Emperor's Divine Sense Imprint of Lin Tian's Samsara avatar that he had sent into the First Heaven. The woman in green looked at the back mountain, her eyes filled with unconcealable gentleness. You're angry, I haven't seen you this angry for many years. Then, the woman looked at the sky. Lin Tian, you must be safe. Second Heaven, my family's son-in-law is actually a reincarnated body? This. All the disciples of the Bai family naturally saw the Divine Sense Imprint sent by the Immortal Ghost Emperor, and they were all stunned. At the same time, all the great figures of the Bai family were also shocked and aghast. At this moment, all of them were trembling. Lin Tian, the old ancestor of the Bai family, was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene before him. At the same time, the other great forces and rogue cultivators of the Second Heaven, as well as the great forces and cultivators of the Third Heaven to the Ninth Heaven, also saw the Divine Sense Imprint sent by the Immortal Ghost Emperor about Lin Tian's reincarnated body. All of them were shocked, and some were speechless. In an instant, the whole world was shocked. Moreover, this Divine Sense Imprint had spread even further, to an even more mysterious area. As the undying ghostly Emperor's spiritual imprint spread out, the entire 10 Directions Heaven domain was in an uproar. Every major faction was shocked, and every cultivator was shocked. The legendary reincarnation avatar had appeared in the entire 10 Directions Heaven domain, whether they knew Lin Tian or not, whether they were Lin Tian's friends or Lin Tian's enemies, they were all stunned. Many couldn't help but tremble. That Lin Tian, he's actually a reincarnation avatar? The strongest monarch body? He destroyed several hidden strongholds of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty, killed many half-step emperors of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty, killed the young master of the Great Extinguishing God sect, slaughtered the Great Extinguishing God dynasty's main tribe. No wonder he's so strong. He's actually. On this day, the undying ghostly emperor used his emperor rank origin source to cast a strange secret technique. The spiritual imprint spread far and wide. Almost every living being in the 10 Directions Heaven domain could see it, and the entire 10 Directions Heaven domain was in an uproar. In a dark space, surrounded by crimson stones and red sand, an 11 or 12-year-old fairy-like girl opened her eyes in the darkness. The sun, moon, and stars floated in her eyes, and an unparalleled emperor's aura spread out in all directions. In the next moment, in the Demon Lord's palace in the 9th Heaven domain, the ancient Demon Lord's pagoda shone with immortal divine light that covered the entire Demon Lord's palace. An 11 or 12-year-old girl's phantom appeared at the top of the pagoda, looking down at the world. The demonic aura rolled out, shaking the heavens and earth. Demon. Demon Lord? Within the Demon Emperor Palace, all the important figures of this faction were shocked by the matter of Lin Tian's reincarnation body. At this moment, the Demon Emperor Pagoda blossomed with radiance and revealed this illusory figure, causing all these experts to be shocked once again. Every single one of them revealed a shocked expression as they immediately rushed to the vicinity of the Demon Emperor Pagoda and bowed towards the illusory figure of the Demon Emperor Pagoda. Even a few eternal Demon Emperors of this faction came out to pay their respects. They looked a little old, and were extremely respectful to the Demon Lord's pagoda. Greetings, Demon Lord. The group of important figures bowed deeply. They were both shocked and excited. The invincible Demon Emperor of their lineage had left the Demon Emperor Palace in ancient times, and no one had been able to find a trace of him. It had been more than 10,000 years since then, and they had been looking forward to the return of the Demon Emperor all the time. But now, at this time, their emperor, who had been missing for more than 10,000 years, had actually appeared in the form of an emperor. How could they not be excited? At the top of the Demon King Pagoda, the 11 or 12-year-old girl looked like a fairy. She was barefooted, but at this moment, she exuded an oppressive imperial aura. It was as if she wanted to suppress this heaven and earth, causing the sky to tremble. Protect the reincarnated body at all costs. Protect my brother. The oppressive voice reverberated throughout the entire Demon King Palace. The ninth heaven, the eastern region. In the eastern region, the spirit chi was abundant, and the mountains and rivers were astonishing. It was as if there were 10,000 dragons sleeping in this region. Within this region, in the depths of the sea of clouds, mountain ranges rose up one after another. The tallest one almost reached into the starry sky. Master, it's Big Brother. Big Brother is actually a reincarnated body, so powerful. On the top of this mountain, a beautiful girl in red pulled the skirt of a woman in a white dress. She looked very surprised, but then she seemed to think of something, and a worried look appeared on her face. She shook the arm of the woman in white dress. Master, Big Brother is in danger. The woman in white dress stood on the top of the mountain, as if she had walked out of a painting. She was quiet and cold, and her beautiful face made the world slightly lose its color. Let's go out for a walk, she said. She didn't move her lips, but her voice vibrated with divine sense. It was soft and gentle, causing the 3,000 great Tao to jump. The ninth heaven, the northern region, in the continuous mountain range, Lin Tian's face was cold, and he clenched his fists. The undead ghost emperor really passed on the secret of his physique. This big secret that he had been hiding all this time was made known to everyone just like that. This, he is, reincarnated body, he is actually a reincarnated body? In this place, a group of cultivators stared at Lin Tian. They were all shocked, horrified, and couldn't help but tremble. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun were the most shocked. At this moment, their eyes fell on Lin Tian like the other cultivators. Kid, you are actually a reincarnated body? This, one man and one crocodile opened their eyes wide, full of horror. At this moment, they were really shocked. The person beside them, their incomparably familiar friend and comrade, was actually a reincarnated body, that was, the strongest physique in the truest sense. Only the Taichu seemed very normal at this time, because the little guy had just been born, and his temperament was still like a child's. He didn't understand these things very well, and didn't understand the meaning of reincarnated body. Ha 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 ha. Maniacal laughter rang out at this moment. The undying ghost emperor was not dead yet, and he barely managed to reform his physical body. He stared at Lin Tian ferociously and said, Junior, just you wait. Soon, there will be one old monster after another coming for you. They will suppress you, and then dig out your reincarnation origin. You will die miserably. Very miserably. Lin Tian's face was extremely cold. He stared at the undead ghost emperor, his eyes full of murderous intent. Destroy him, he said to the little Taichu. Little Taichu felt the murderous intent on Lin Tian's body, and the wings on his back shook violently. Suddenly, a large amount of six-colored divine light gushed out, stronger than any of the previous times. It turned into a six-colored divine sea, directly covering the undead ghost emperor. Ah! A scream was heard, followed by a moment of silence. The undead ghost emperor's body and soul were directly annihilated by the six-colored divine light. His body and soul were destroyed. However, at this time, the crowd of cultivators was not moved by the undying ghost emperor's death. Their eyes were still fixed on Lin Tian, and their eyes were full of shock. They were all shocked by the fact that Lin Tian was a reincarnated body. Kid, you, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun were like the cultivators here. They completely ignored the undead ghost emperor, who had been killed by the little Taichu. At this moment, their eyes were glued to Lin Tian, as if they were looking at an immortal god. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, "Don't you. Hurry up and leave. Leave this place." At this time, the secret of his physique was exposed. He had to leave this place immediately and find a hidden place to hide. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. He called the little Taichu back to his side, and then called out to the Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun. He directly stepped forward and shot into the distance. However, in the next moment, a shocking emperor's aura descended. It was cold and frosty, directly freezing the surrounding space. Reincarnation body. Found it. The emperor's aura intertwined and shrouded the surrounding space, making it seem cold and icy. The void cracked open, and a figure stepped out. It was a withered old man with a pair of demonic blue eyes. As soon as he appeared, his gaze fell on Lin Tian. Buzz. The entire space shook, and the withered old man directly moved. He reached out a large hand and grabbed Lin Tian. For a moment, the Emperor's law covered all directions and directly covered Lin Tian, freezing all the surrounding space. This is? All of the cultivators in this place were visibly moved. It's for the reincarnation body, someone said. At this time, these cultivators knew too well that the withered old man must have seen the imprint of the immortal ghost emperor's divine sense and rushed here at this time. Needless to say, he was here for the reincarnation origin. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. He's really fast. In the sky, the withered old man's eyes were cold, and the emperor's power in his large hand became denser. I want the reincarnation origin. With a buzz, the space trembled and distorted under the emperor's large hand, as if it was about to collapse in the next moment. Little guy. Lin Tian said in a cold voice. The little Taichi responded, and the wings on its back shook. Suddenly, a large expanse of six-colored divine light rushed forward. In an instant, the withered old man's large hand collided with the six-colored divine light, and then it was directly crushed. Moreover, the six-colored divine light did not stop there. Its momentum did not decrease, and it pressed down on the withered old man's body. The withered old man obviously did not expect the little beast next to Lin Tian to be so powerful. His expression changed immediately. This is, puff, the six-colored divine light drowned him, and directly caused his emperor's body to explode, and blood stained the surroundings. At this moment, Lin Tian didn't care about the withered old man at all. He said to little Taichu, little guy, tear open the void and leave this place as fast as you can. The secret of his physique had been exposed by the undying ghost emperor. He knew without thinking that there would soon be other antiques besides the withered old man chasing after him. Therefore, he had to leave immediately and find a place to hide temporarily. At this moment, he had no time to deal with the withered old man. The little Taichi responded, and with a swipe of its little claws, it tore open a large crack. Reincarnation body, kid. You're actually a reincarnation body. This is really, Ling Yan's eyes widened in shock. Until now, he had yet to regain his senses. Reincarnation body. Like Ling Yan, Five Elements Crocodile's eyes were wide open. His eyes and face were filled with shock. He stared at Lin Tian and murmured, Grandpa Crocodile finally understands why your physical body is always so abnormal. It is even stronger than the barbarian king physique of the same level. I finally understand why you attracted the heavenly tribulation when you reached the flight realm. I finally understand why after the immortal ascension realm, you will continue to attract the heavenly tribulation every time you cross a realm. It turns out that it is all related to your physique. It is actually the kind of physique that has never appeared in legends. The man and crocodile stared at Lin Tian. They were really shocked to the point of no return. They were completely stunned. Swallow your surprise first. Leave this place immediately. Lin Tian said, using the yin-yang lotus sea to vibrate his voice. The yin-yang lotus sea intertwined the two primitive forces of yin and yang. When combined, it had the effect of calming the mind. Suddenly, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan's bodies shook, and they became much more awake in an instant. Yes, yes, yes. Wuxing Crocodile said, now is not the time to be surprised. Let's leave this place and hide first. Go. Go quickly. Ling Yan said. At this time, the man and crocodile naturally knew what kind of situation Lin Tian was in. It was too dangerous. It could be said that it was more dangerous than being absorbed into the extreme Yin temple. They had to hide immediately. At that moment, Lin Tian took the lead and the group stepped forward. They stepped into the large crack in the void that little Taichu had torn open. Boom! The sky shook violently as Emperor Qi rolled. A few bolts of lightning struck and directly shattered the crack in the void that little Taichu had torn open. In the distant sky, an old man in a blue robe stepped out, surrounded by Emperor Qi. Buzz! This person's Emperor Qi was extremely shocking. He was much stronger than the withered old man who had arrived at the beginning. After appearing in this place, he directly wrapped his right hand with the Emperor's law and grabbed at Lin Tian. Without a doubt, he was here for Lin Tian's reincarnation entity origin. This person is? He seems to be the immortal Lan Lei from 10,000 years ago. Yes, that's right, the immortal Lan Lei used the Imperial Thunder technique to shock the world. Didn't they say that he had died from his lifespan? He's still alive? At this place, there were cultivators who recognized the old man in blue robes. They were all shocked. Wisps of lightning intertwined in the immortal Lan Lei's eyes. The large hand that was reaching for Lin Tian was also surrounded by lightning. Even if I use the secret technique to suppress my body, my lifespan can only last for a few hundred more years. This person spoke. His eyes that were intertwined with lightning looked extremely deep. He looked at Lin Tiandao and said, with your strongest reincarnation entity origin, this old man can live another life. The future will be filled with endless possibilities. As he spoke, the large hand that was pressing down on Lin Tian became stronger. His aura was majestic, Lin Tian's expression became extremely serious. This immortal Lan Lei was very scary. Yeah. On his shoulder, the little Taichu stretched out its claws and slashed fiercely. The six-colored divine light instantly scattered and directly enveloped the immortal Lan Lei's arm. Just like the withered old man before, it was crushed with a poof and blood dyed the sky. The immortal Lan Lei is said to have reached the peak of the sixth heaven of the Emperor realm. That little beast can actually, how strong is it? All the cultivators were shocked. The immortal Lan Lei stared at the little Taichu. His eyes narrowed, but then they fell on Lin Tian again. His eyes were intertwined with astonishing divine light. With a low shout, he directly summoned a large net condensed from divine light and covered the front. As the divine light net appeared, many great Daos in the surrounding space were annihilated. The aura was very terrifying. The divine net hummed and intertwined with astonishing imperial light. It directly covered the little Taichu. Immediately after, the immortal Lan Lei stepped forward. While using the divine net to restrain the little Taichu, he once again grabbed at Lin Tian. At the same time, in another direction, the withered old man who was crushed by the little Taichu didn't die. At this moment, he reformed his body. Although he had a strong fear of the little Taichu, when he saw Lin Tian, his eyes lit up again. He directly activated a great divine ability and intertwined the Emperor Law. Once again, he grabbed at Lin Tian. This was because the temptation of Lin Tian, who was a reincarnated body, was too great. It was countless times stronger than the sacred medicine. How could he give it up so easily? In an instant, as the two great emperors attacked together, the surrounding space was completely sealed. This caused Lin Tian to feel an enormous pressure. Before the power of the two great emperors truly pressed down, his body was already in intense pain. All the bones in his body couldn't help but creak as if they were going to explode at the next moment. Squeak, the little Taichu seemed a little angry. The wings on his back shook violently 3 times, directly drawing out 3 6-colored hurricanes. With a rumble, the divine net that the immortal Lan Lei activated was directly torn apart by one of the 6-colored hurricanes. At the same time, the other 2 6-colored hurricanes swept by, instantly engulfing the immortal Lan Lei and the withered old man who arrived first. The two of them were shocked. They activated their powerful divine powers, wanting to shatter the 6-colored hurricane. However, they soon discovered that the 6-colored hurricane was unimaginably tough. It was difficult to shatter it. Moreover, a destructive force began to erupt from within. How can it be so strong? It should. Both of them turned pale. However, in the next moment, their words were forcefully interrupted. The 2 6-colored hurricanes directly exploded. Puff, puff, blood mist sputtered. The immortal Lan Lei and the withered old man were directly blown to pieces by the 6-colored hurricanes. Their auras suddenly dropped greatly. At the same time, the true dragon divine shadow and the phoenix celestial shadow appeared beside the little Taichu and pressed down on the two's shattered bodies. Have mercy. I will retreat immediately. I will never. Ah! The withered old man's divine soul shouted. However, in the next moment, he let out a scream as he was completely enveloped by the phoenix celestial shadow. Then, with a soft sound, this person's body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Boom! On the other side, the immortal Lan Lei was covered by the true dragon divine shadow. He activated a sky full of divine thunder and several emperor laws. He resisted with difficulty, but he seemed to be in a very sorry state. His aura was much weaker than before, almost falling to the bottom. At this moment, he stared at the little Taichu again. This once famous emperor felt a chill down his spine. How could it be? He stared at the little Taichu and couldn't help but take a step back. He was completely intimidated by the little Taichu. Just now, in order to suppress Lin Tian and take him away as quickly as possible, he had already used all of his strength. He activated the most powerful divine net to restrain the little Taichu and used the most powerful emperor law to suppress Lin Tian. However, even so, the little Taichu easily obliterated everything. He shattered his divine net, interrupted his emperor law to suppress Lin Tian, and caused him to suffer unimaginable injuries. Ya! The little Taichu looked at the immortal Lan Lei. The 6-colored divine light around his body interweaved and surged, shaking the sky. These 6-colored divine lights surged and surged, mixed with a type of divine fluctuation. They were all aimed at the immortal Lan Lei. The immortal Lan Lei couldn't help but tremble. He immediately felt the threat of death. Lin Tian stopped the little Taichu and said, "Don't worry about him. Let's leave first." Boom! The tyrannical emperor's might surged like a violent storm in the distant sky, directly interrupting his next words. In the northwest, a figure shrouded in black light appeared. With a single step, he crossed tens of thousands of feet. After that, almost in the next moment, astonishing emperors might appeared in the other 7 directions. All of them were mixed with coldness and depth, causing the sky to change color and the ground to tremble. After Reverend Lan Lei, 8 Emperor Realm experts appeared at the same time. All of them were exuding a powerful and cold Emperor Realm aura. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the mountain range. The surging Emperor Realm aura was like a rolling ocean, shaking the entire heaven and earth. 8 Emperor Realm experts? Many cultivators had already retreated far away from this place. When they saw so many Emperor Realm experts, all of them trembled. At the same time, some of these cultivators recognized the identities of the 8 Emperor Realm experts one after another. That, the one surrounded by black light, isn't that Demon Master Luo Yu from more than 70,000 years ago? That's the 9 Mystic Fire Emperor from 40,000 years ago. That person. Honorable Jingwu. Daoist Knightless from more than 80,000 years ago. He is the Yansong ancestor from more than 90,000 years ago. The Emperor Realm experts were all famous in the world and had left behind glorious records in ancient books. Therefore, any cultivator who had read the history books of cultivation would more or less know about a few Emperor Realm experts. After seeing them, they would be able to recognize them. These people, aren't they rumored to have died of old age? How could? At this place, all the cultivators were shocked. Including that Reverend Lan Lei, there are a total of 9 Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, none of them are weak. These old farts. Wuxing Crocodile's expression was not good. This, Ling Yan's expression was also solemn. Lin Tian stared at the Emperor Realm experts and felt a chill down his spine. Because at this moment, these Emperor Realm experts were all charging towards him. Their gazes and divine senses all landed on him. This gave him too much pressure, almost suffocating him. Reincarnation body, reincarnation origin. Demon Master Luo Yu, who was surrounded by black light, stared at Lin Tian. The black light in his eyes intertwined like 2 black holes. At the same time, in other directions, the other Emperor Realm experts' gazes also landed on Lin Tian. These emperors glanced at each other warily. In the next instant, all of them moved. At this moment, Reverend Lan Lei was standing far away. He didn't charge at Lin Tian with the other emperors because he was very afraid of little Taichu. He didn't dare to charge at Lin Tian directly because he knew that little Taichu would definitely obstruct him. However, even so, he didn't leave. Instead, he silently watched as the other 8 emperors charged towards Lin Tian. His gaze shifted between the little Taichu and Lin Tian. He was waiting for a suitable opportunity to make his move. Boom, in that instant, Emperor Might surged, all of it surging towards Lin Tian. The entire heavens began to tremble, the earth rupturing. This scene was somewhat terrifying, causing the hearts of all the cultivators in the area to tremble. Lin Tian himself felt his insides turn cold. Wang, little Taichu stood in front of Lin Tian. Its small body seemed to have turned into a 6-colored sun. At this moment, it directly rushed out. The 6-colored divine light spread out in a circular arc, blocking Demon Master Fallen Serenity and the other 8 emperors. Evil creature, back off. Venerable startled Marshal said coldly. Die. Taoist Knightless said with a merciless voice. Turn into ashes. 9 Mystic Fire Emperor said. At the same time, the other 5 emperors attacked together. Each of them had powerful Emperor Qi. Their killing light suppressed little Taichu at the same time. They were all Emperor Realm experts in the past. They had lived for countless years and didn't have much lifespan left. All this time, they had been using secret techniques to suppress their own bodies, greatly slowing down the loss of their lifespan. Even so, their lifespan was about to dry up. At this moment, Lin Tian's physique was exposed. A never-before-seen and mysterious reincarnation manifested in the legendary world. To these people, this was undoubtedly a peerless immortal opportunity. As long as they obtained the strongest and most mysterious reincarnation origin, they believed that they could definitely live a new life and break through to new heights. Boom! Emperor Qi surged like a stormy sea. With a swoosh, this void was directly destroyed. The scene was terrifying. These old farts, the weakest is at the 7th level of the Emperor Realm. Wuxing Crocodile gritted his teeth. Lin Tian's expression was naturally ugly. He stared at little Taichu in front of him. At this moment, only little Taichu could fight back. Little Taichu stared at these old emperors. The 6-colored divine light became denser as it faced the attack. At the same time, the little guy flapped his wings. The true dragon, immortal phoenix, black tortoise, and vermilion bird, the 4 legendary immortal essences appeared again, shaking the sky. Boom! 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 Terrifying energy intertwined and spread in all directions. The surrounding space couldn't help but tremble and shatter. Little Taichu's 6-colored divine light intertwined around his body. He fought against 8 of them alone and firmly blocked all 8 of them. This completely blocked the 8 of them. So strong. Far away, a group of cultivators stared at little Taichu in shock. Lin Tian's expression was very solemn. At this moment, he could see that although little Taichu had completely blocked Demon Master Luo Yu and the other old emperors, he didn't have the upper hand. This little guy is very strong, but these 8 people aren't weak either. Fighting against 8 of them alone is probably the little guy's limit. Wuxing Crocodile clenched his claws. Please don't let any more old monsters jump out. Ling Yan clenched his fists. Boom! At this moment, Emperor Qi vibrated. A figure appeared in the distant sky. He was wearing a black battle suit and stepped over in the blink of an eye. Another emperor. At this place, a group of cultivators turned pale. The figure wearing the black battle suit arrived in the blink of an eye. He activated the Great Thousand Emperor technique and shrouded Lin Tian with his emperor chi. Without a doubt, he was here for Lin Tian's reincarnated body. Buzz. In front of him, little Taichu flapped his wings. The six-colored divine light swept out in an arc. While blocking Demon Master Luo Yu and the other old emperors, it also swept the figure wearing the black battle suit away, preventing him from getting close to Lin Tian. The figure wearing the black battle suit narrowed his eyes. His emperor chi exploded in all directions as he attacked little Taichu. Get lost. At the same time, Demon Master Luo Yu and the other 8 emperors attacked little Taichu with all their might. They attacked with powerful emperor-level killing techniques. At this moment, if they wanted to capture Lin Tian and obtain the reincarnation origin, they would have to defeat little Taichu first. At this moment, little Taichu had become everyone's common enemy. All their killing techniques were directed at little Taichu. Die. Cold voices intertwined with terrifying Emperor Qi. Little Taichu had already reached his limit by blocking Demon Master Luo Yu and the other old emperors. At this moment, he forcefully swept the newly arrived old emperor wearing the black battle suit away. From 1 against 8, it became 1 against 9. Little Taichu was at a disadvantage. Little Taichu's little body was swaying left and right under the combined attacks of the 9 emperors. The situation was not optimistic. Little guy. Lin Tian clenched his fists tightly. Seeing little Taichu trembling under the combined attacks of the 9 emperors, his heart ached. He couldn't help but take a step forward. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Not far away, Reverend Lan Lei, who had been watching the battle, charged over with lightning. Reincarnation origin, this great one wants it. This person said coldly. While little Taichu was fighting the other 9 emperors, and while Lin Tian was distracted from worrying about little Taichu, he took this opportunity to flash in front of Lin Tian. His emperor rank hand covered the sky and grabbed at Lin Tian. He immediately covered Lin Tian. Damn it. Old thing, you, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan's expressions changed greatly. Wang. The heaven-covering emperor hand covered Lin Tian and suppressed everything. You dare to touch the demon emperor's brother? You are courting death. The shocking power of sound shook the 9 heavens, shattering immortal Lan Lei's big hand that was about to grab Lin Tian. The Emperor Qi was terrifying. Looking over, in the east of this place a grey demonic aura covered the sky. 3 emperor phantoms came together, each emitting a powerful Emperor Qi. In an instant, everyone in this place was greatly alarmed. Demon King Palace? It's the 3 emperor-level grand elders of this lineage. They're all here. They are helping the reincarnated body? Many cultivators were shocked. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan were shocked, then they looked happy. Boy, the reinforcements are here. They both knew the relationship between Lin Tian and the Demon King. Now that the emperor-level experts of the Demon King Palace had come to help, they could naturally guess the reason. They must have been ordered by the Demon King. Lin Tian was also a little moved. He obviously did not expect this scene. However, like Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan, he could naturally guess that the Demon King Palace came to help because of the Purple Fairy. Immortal Lan Lei's arm was shattered, and blood splashed all over the void. He tilted his head and looked at the Demon Clan experts coming from afar, looking shocked and angry. Demon King Palace, you, kill. A cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens, interrupting immortal Lan Lei's words. Far away, the first Grand Elder of the Demon King Palace made his move. His demonic aura was mighty, and he stepped in front of immortal Lan Lei. This was a burly old man with golden hair. His eyes contained endless demonic light, and his aura was very frightening. Boom! A huge demonic shadow appeared behind this person. It was a golden lion, and its head reached the heavens and the earth. As soon as it appeared, it roared toward the heavens, as if it was real. It directly pounced toward Reverend Lan Lei, shaking the 8 desolates. This attack was a little terrifying, and it made immortal Lan Lei's face turn pale. He was severely injured by the little Taichu and almost died. He did not have much divine power left. At this time, facing such a violent and destructive attack, his back instantly turned cold. He could not help but shout, "Stop! What are you doing? Die!" The first Supreme Elder of the Demon Emperor Palace coldly shouted, interrupting Reverend Lan Lei's words once again. With a pu sound, the golden lion crushed Reverend Lan Lei into pieces. At the same time, the space between the golden lion's eyebrows split open and a third eye appeared. A beam of light shot out and shattered Reverend Lan Lei's sovereign soul. Destruction of body and soul. This killed out Reverend Lan Lei. Demon Imperial Palace, in the distance, the cultivators were shocked. The 3 Grand Elders of the Demon Imperial Palace appeared, led by the first Grand Elder. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Lin Tian. Lord Lin. The 3 of them bowed in respect. Even though their cultivations were far higher than Lin Tian's, and they hadn't lived as long as Lin Tian, they were still extremely respectful towards Lin Tian. Lord Demon Emperor is unable to leave for the time being, so he ordered us to come and protect you. In the distance, the cultivators were shocked again. The 3 Emperor-level figures of the Demon Imperial Palace were actually bowing to Lin Tian. Lin Tian knew that the 3 Grand Elders of the Demon Imperial Palace were treating him like this because of the Violet Fairy, but he didn't act arrogantly. "Seniors, please don't be like this. This junior can't afford it. Lord Lin is the brother of our Demon Emperor. We should pay our respects." The first Grand Elder of the Demon Imperial Palace said seriously. "Lord Lin deserves it." The other 2 Grand Supreme Elders also spoke. Of the 3 of them, the first Grand Elder had blonde hair, the second Grand Elder wore purple armor, and the third Grand Elder wore a brocade robe. All of them had a strong demonic aura. When they received the Demon Emperor's order in the Demon Imperial Palace, they were extremely shocked. The invincible emperor of their lineage had disappeared for more than 10,000 years, and now he had an elder brother. Moreover, he was a human. However, although they were very surprised and confused, they didn't think too much about it. This was because this elder brother was recognized by the Demon Emperor. He was someone that the Demon Emperor respected and cared for. As such, how could they, as subordinates, be disrespectful to Lin Tian? Being disrespectful to Lin Tian was disrespectful to the Demon Emperor. Boom! In front of them, divine energy vibrated, and the space in all directions trembled. The little Taichu's body was surrounded by 6 divine lights. He was fighting against 9 alone, but at this moment, he was forced to retreat continuously, and his body was trembling. Lin Tian looked in front of him, clenched his fist, and looked at the 3 Grand Elders of the Demon Clan. "Seniors, please help." At this moment, the little guy was being attacked by the 9 old emperors. He was already at a disadvantage, and he was really worried. "Of course, Lord Lin, don't worry," the first Grand Elder of the Demon Imperial Palace said. As soon as he finished speaking, this person stepped forward and instantly entered the battlefield. The Demon Clan's great technique was immediately used. At the same time, the other 2 Grand Elders of this lineage also attacked together. The mighty Demon Emperor stepped forward. These 3 people were very powerful. As soon as they moved, their demon aura instantly surged and attacked the 9 emperors that little Taichu was blocking at the same time. "Demon Imperial Palace, what are you trying to do? Why are you helping him? Are you trying to make all of us your enemy?" The 9 emperors' eyes were cold. "You are targeting our elder brother, the Demon Emperor, and trying to seize the reincarnation origin. What do you think we are trying to do?" The first Grand Elder of the Demon Clan said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rumble, and a golden lion appeared behind this person again. Shocking demon aura surged. At the same time, the other 2 Grand Elders of the Demon Imperial Palace also used their great technique, enveloping the 9 emperors together. Boom! Immediately, the greater void trembled and cracks appeared one after another. He, the first Grand Elder of the Demon Clan, what did he say? Reincarnation body, that Lin Tian, is the elder brother of the Demon Emperor? How is this possible? The Demon Emperor is the great emperor of the Demon Clan and has been famous since ancient times. As for the reincarnation body, he is from this generation. Moreover, he is from the human race. How could he be the elder brother of the demon emperor? Far away, the group of cultivators were shocked. Demon Master Luo Yu was surrounded by dark light. He stared coldly at the three grand elders of the demon clan and said, "Nonsense. The reincarnation body is from the human race and has nothing to do with the great emperors of the demon clan. What is the demon imperial palace planning?" The first grand elder of the demon imperial palace snorted and ignored Demon Master Luo Yu's words. At the same time, the demon aura on his body grew stronger. He raised his hand and punched towards Demon Master Luo Yu. As the eternal demon emperor punched, the golden lion mystique behind him followed suit. Boom! This person was no doubt the strongest person in the demon imperial palace. As he attacked, his demonic aura seemed to be able to swallow everything. This old man is very strong. He is at the seventh heaven of the emperor realm. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yan stared ahead. Lin Tian looked ahead and heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, with the help of the three grand elders of the demon imperial palace, the little Taichu was no longer fighting 1 against 9. He was much more relieved. At the front, the little Taichu was much more relaxed now that the three grand elders of the demon imperial palace had joined the battle. He turned around and called out to Lin Tian in a childish voice. He looked at the three grand elders of the demon imperial palace and then looked at Demon Master Luo Yu and the other 9 old emperors. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Knight Jingwu among them. Boom! The little guy flapped his wings and 6 different colored divine light shone. It almost dyed the entire sky with 6 different colors and covered the entire space. Immediately after, it gathered its strength and blasted towards the old emperor, Knight Jingwu. Previously, the other party called him an evil beast. He didn't forget and was clearly very angry. With a rumble, the 6-colored divine light turned into a 6-colored light pillar. It was extremely powerful and caused the entire sky to tremble. Knight Jingwu's expression changed drastically as he clearly felt the terror of this attack. He immediately propped up a sky full of emperor light to welcome it. Chi! The 6-colored light pillar rushed over and annihilated the sky full of emperors. Immediately after, it didn't slow down and engulfed Knight Jingwu. PFFF. Blood splattered and Knight Jingwu's physical body was shattered on the spot. Damn it! Knight Jingwu roared furiously. The blood mist that exploded gathered towards the center. He used his divine soul to recover and quickly recombine. However, at this moment, the little Taichu's body released an even more terrifying aura. Real Dragon, Immortal Phoenix, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird. The 4 legendary immortal essences appeared again and roared towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, they engulfed Knight Jingwu. No! Knight Jingwu let out a desperate scream. Then, his voice disappeared without a trace. His body and soul were destroyed. Far away, a group of cultivators were terrified. On this day, the little Taichu had killed 3 emperor-level experts in a row. The 3 supreme elders of the Demon King Palace couldn't help but look at the little Taichu. Although they had heard of the little Taichu's strength, they were still shocked when they saw the little guy kill Knight Jingwu like this. It's time for us to do something. We'll let these rascals know what the consequences are for having designs on our clan's Demon Emperor elder brother. The first supreme elder of the Demon King Palace said. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's aura suddenly rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it rose to an extremely high point. Then, in the next moment, a pagoda rushed out of his body. As soon as it appeared, it exuded an extremely vast demonic aura. A primitive aura shook out and covered the entire place in an instant. This is the Demon Clan's most precious weapon. Demon King Pagoda. A flawless heavenly treasure. Far away, a group of cultivators were all shocked. At that moment, with the appearance of the Demon Lord Pagoda, the boundless demon might seem to want to suppress the entire world, causing all of them to tremble. Their bodies trembled incessantly, and they couldn't help but want to worship the pagoda. The Demon King Pagoda was forged by the first Demon King of the Demon Clan using dragon blood black gold. It's a peak-level heavenly treasure. Wuxing Crocodile trembled. It's terrifying. Ling Yan stared at the Demon King Pagoda in front of him and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Even Lin Tian couldn't help but be shocked. He stared at the Demon King Pagoda in front of him and was shocked by its aura. Boom! The Demon King Pagoda was divided into 9 levels. It was flowing with colorful lights and hazy demonic aura, causing the great Tao in all directions to tremble. In an instant, Demon Master Luo Yu and the other old emperor's expressions changed. You. At this moment, the first supreme elder of the Demon King Palace took out the peak-level heavenly treasure Demon King Pagoda, causing them to feel the threat of death. The Demon King's Pagoda was split into 9 levels. It was made from the rare dragon blood black gold, and it was engraved with strange demon patterns. It was like a pagoda that fell from the 9 heavens, as if it could suppress the entire world. In an instant, the mountain range shook uncontrollably. Because of the aura of the Demon King's Pagoda, cracks appeared on the ground. Moreover, the heavens were shaking as well. The great Tao in all directions was boiling, and dense Tao lights appeared involuntarily. Lin Tian looked at this scene and couldn't help but be moved. This was a peak-level flawless heavenly treasure? It was really powerful. It was just the aura that naturally lingered outside, yet it already had such power. It was as if it could obliterate all living things. It is said that the Demon King's Pagoda has been suppressing the foundation of the Demon King's Palace since ancient times. Normally, it can't be taken out of the Demon King's Palace. I didn't expect the Grand Elders of this lineage to take it out. Ling Yun was a little shocked. There's nothing to be surprised about. The Demon King must have instructed them to do so. Wuxing Crocodile said, for Lin Tian, the Demon King has nothing to worry about. Taking the Demon King's Pagoda out of the Demon King's Palace is nothing. Boom! The demonic aura shook and swept through the mountains and rivers. In this place, the entire sky was covered by the grey demonic aura. Demon Master Luo Yu and the other old emperors were moved. The aura of the Demon King's Pagoda was too strong. It was also at this moment that the first Grand Elder of the Demon Clan moved. He called for the other 2 Grand Elders to activate the Demon King's Pagoda, causing it to emit an even stronger demonic aura. A will that could tear the heavens and earth apart spread out. The Demon King has ordered that anyone who threatens the safety of his elder brother shall be killed with all the power of the Demon King's Palace. The first Grand Elder of the Demon King's Palace said coldly. As his words fell, the Demon King's Pagoda let out an earth-shattering boom. Resplendent demon lights descended and covered Demon Master Luo Yu and the other 8 old emperors, carrying out an indiscriminate attack in a large area. These demonic lights were somewhat frightening. Not only were they concentrated, but each one of them was like a powerful demonic art, causing the space in this place to collapse in an instant. Spatial turbulence surged out like seawater. The scene was terrifying. This is a flawless pinnacle heavenly treasure? How many people in the primal Chaos Emperor realm can withstand it? In the distance, a group of cultivators revealed expressions of fear. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the Demon Emperor Pagoda stretched across the sky. With a slight tremble, the demonic light it emitted became even more terrifying. Demon Master Luo Yu and the others reacted as if they were facing a great enemy. They roared and activated their powerful monarch secret techniques to fight against these demonic lights. For a moment, rumbling sounds could be heard as the entire sky cracked open. Immediately after, pu, pu, pu sounds rang out. The 8 old emperors were sent flying at the same time, each of them coughing out blood, all of them injured. Kill! A cold word rang out. The Demon King's Pagoda was activated by the 3 supreme elders of the Demon King's Palace. At this moment, a huge grey waterfall was formed. It poured down from the heavens and enveloped Demon Lord Luo Yu. This grey waterfall was a little frightening. It was activated by 3 monarchs and a pinnacle heavenly treasure. It was almost unstoppable and nothing could not be destroyed. As it pressed down, even the air was annihilated instantly. Demon Master Luo Yu trembled violently. He immediately activated several great Tao laws to go against the murderous demonic waterfall. Pissed, with a soft sound, the grey waterfall pressed down and instantly crushed the great Tao laws that Demon Master Luo Yu had activated. After that, the speed of the grey waterfall increased by several times, engulfing Demon Master Luo Yu within. Open for me! Demon Master Luo Yu roared. He activated various monarch secret techniques in an attempt to shatter the grey waterfall and rush out. However, it was useless. The gray waterfall was extremely frightening. In an instant, it shattered all of his techniques. Immediately after, with a puff, Demon Master Luo Yu exploded on the spot. Only his soul was barely preserved. Damn it! Dark demonic radiance surged. Demon Master Luo Yu controlled his soul to retreat. The first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace snorted. The Demon King's pagoda shook again. With the combined power of 3 monarchs, another murderous demonic waterfall fell and engulfed Demon Master Luo Yu's soul. Demon Master Luo Yu's soul trembled violently. He did not have time to reconstruct his physical body. He used his soul to activate more than 10 monarch secret techniques. Die. The first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace said coldly. He shook the Demon King's pagoda, causing the gray waterfall to become even more frightening. Pest, pest, pest. The monarch secret techniques that Demon Master Luo Yu had activated were destroyed. His soul was completely engulfed. Ah! There was a blood-curdling scream. In the next moment, Demon Master Luo Yu's soul was crushed. He was completely dead. In an instant, far away, the group of cultivators trembled. Another monarch had been killed in this place. This Demon King's pagoda is really frightening. Ling Yun was shocked. That Demon Master Luo Yu was not weak. Now, he was killed by the Demon King's pagoda so easily. That's a pinnacle flawless heavenly treasure. Furthermore, it was activated by 3 monarch grand elders of the Demon King Palace. It's impossible not to be frightening. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian looked ahead and stared at the Demon King's pagoda. His eyes were glowing. This Emperor's pagoda was really too frightening. Boom, the Demon King's pagoda shook. An even more frightening demonic aura swept out and spread in all directions. The 3 grand elders of the Demon King Palace worked together to activate the Demon King's pagoda, causing the Demon King's pagoda to release an even more frightening demonic aura. A murderous demonic mist swept across the sky and shook the heavens. It pressed down on Jiao Fire Emperor and the other 7 monarchs. In an instant, the air crackled. Jiao Fire Emperor and the other 7 monarchs were sent flying again. They all coughed out blood. Offending the reincarnation body is the same as offending our Demon King Palace. Today, all of you will die here. The first Grand Elder of the Demon King Palace said coldly. As his words fell, the Demon King's pagoda shook. Another grey demonic waterfall rushed out and covered one of the monarchs. No! The monarch screamed. His monarch body was shattered. Immediately after, his godly soul body was also destroyed. After that, the 3 grand elders of the Demon King Palace did not show any mercy. The 3 of them worked together and used the Demon King's pagoda's power to cast a core technique of the demon race. It covered another monarch and crushed his monarch body. Damn it! The monarch gritted his teeth. He used his godly soul body to wrap around his broken monarch body and retreated. He started to recover from afar. The first Grand Elder of the Demon King Palace snorted. Obviously, he did not want to give this person a chance to recover his monarch body. His demonic power surged and flowed into the Demon King's pagoda. He slashed out an exterminating killing light that instantly landed on this person's godly soul body. Ah! Emperor blood floated in the air. In a short period of time, the 3 Supreme Elders of the Demon King Palace attacked and killed 3 Primal Chaos Emperors with the power of the Demon King Pagoda. The crowd of cultivators felt their scalps go numb. Many of them could not help but tremble. Those are Primal Chaos Emperors, the top of the pyramid. They killed 3 of them so easily, someone's lips trembled. Even Lin Tian revealed a look of shock. The Demon King Pagoda was too terrifying. Boom! Rolling demonic light surged and suppressed the 9 heavens. This huge mountain range could not stop shaking and collapsed one after another. The Demon King Pagoda was controlled by the 3 Supreme Elders of the Demon King Palace. Another huge grey waterfall appeared, as if it was crashing down from the starry sky, enveloping the 9 profound Fire Emperor and the other 5 old emperors who were still alive. Break! The 5 of them roared and used their abilities to resist. However, the Demon King Pagoda controlled by the 3 Supreme Elders of the Demon King Palace was too powerful. Even though the 9 Profound Fire Emperor and the other 4 used their abilities to resist, they were still at a disadvantage. Pung, pung, pung. They were all sent flying and coughed out blood. It was also at this moment that the Demon King Pagoda emitted a huge demonic light that slashed down and locked onto one of the old emperors. Pooh! This old emperor had just been sent flying when he received this terrifying attack. He could not resist at all and was shattered on the spot. Destroy. The first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace said coldly. With a buzz, the Demon King Pagoda shook and another huge demonic light surged out and enveloped this old emperor's shattered body. No! A shrill scream was heard. This old emperor did not even have time to reassemble his body before his soul was shattered. He was completely dead. There are 4 more. The first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace said coldly. As his words fell, the Demon King Pagoda emitted an immortal demonic light that pressed down on the 9 Profound Fire Emperor and the other 3. The moment this demonic light appeared, it sealed the surroundings and brought with it a terrifying destructive aura that pressed down from all directions. Pooh! 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 Blood splashed everywhere, and the 9 Profound Fire Emperor and the other 3 were all injured. They were all blasted flying, and their bodies were full of bloody cracks. Damn it! The 9 Mystic Fire Emperor gritted his teeth. He was both shocked and furious. There's no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. Daoist Nightless gaze was very gloomy. In the other 2 seats, Ancestor Xianxia and the Emperor in black battle armor also had ugly expressions. The 4 of them were very powerful. Even in the Emperor domain, there were few people who could match them. However, at this time, facing the Demon Emperor Pagoda that was activated by the 3 Supreme Elders of the Demon Emperor Palace, they couldn't resist at all. The peak heavenly treasure was too terrifying. It could almost destroy everything. Without the protection of the heavenly treasure, it was really difficult for them to resist. Rumble. The sky rumbled as a gray demonic light shot up and covered the entire sky. Boundless killing intent swept across the world. The 3 Supreme Elders of the Demon Imperial Palace attacked again, blasting out destructive attacks. With the first Supreme Elder taking the lead, the sky was filled with murderous gray light. The murderous light fell like a meteor shower, piercing through the void and breaking the spatial turbulence, pressing towards the 9 Profound Fire Emperor and the other 3. The 9 Profound Fire Emperor and the other 3 were shocked. They didn't dare to be careless, and they all supported several Great Tao laws to meet the attack. The Great Tao laws intertwined with Emperor Qi, and they were very powerful. However, when they collided with the murderous light from the Demon Emperor Pagoda, they were more or less weak. In the blink of an eye, they were crushed into pieces. Then, the murderous light from the Demon Emperor Pagoda didn't slow down. It continued to bombard and penetrated the 9 Profound Fire Emperor and the other 3. In an instant, glaring blood spilled on the space, and it was very eye-piercing. Damn it! The 4 emperors gritted their teeth. The first Supreme Elder of the Demon Emperor Palace snorted coldly. His eyes were emotionless, and his emperor-level demonic energy surged as he attacked with the Demon Emperor Pagoda again. Crack, crack, crack. The space suddenly shook, and the dense murderous light pressed towards the 4 emperors again. The 9 Profound Fire Emperor and the other 3 supported their Great Tao laws and Emperor superpowers again, and faced the dense murderous light. In an instant, there was a rumbling sound as the demonic light and divine energy collided, and there were arcs of electricity intertwined, crossing the void. It was also at this moment that there was a boom, and the sky shook. There was a shocking 6-colored divine light, and it pressed down mightily. On the side of the battlefield, after the little Taichu killed Honorable Jing Wu, he saw the 3 Supreme Elders of the Demon Emperor Palace taking out the Demon Emperor Pagoda. He looked curiously at the side, and at this moment, he attacked again. The 6-colored divine light struck the 9 Profound Fire Emperor and the other 3. The 9 Profound Fire Emperor and the other 3 were already having a hard time resisting the murderous light from the Demon Emperor Pagoda. They couldn't withstand it, and at this moment, they faced the 6-colored divine light from the little Taichu. They immediately fell into a destructive predicament, and at the same time, their emperor bodies exploded. Buzz. Little Alpha Primordium stared at the 4 of them. With a flap of his wings, the legendary divine dragon, immortal phoenix, black tortoise, and vermilion bird appeared once again. Their auras were vigorous and earth-shattering. They roared and rushed out together, enveloping the 9 profound fire emperor. The 9 profound fire emperor let out a miserable cry and struggled with all his strength. He used all sorts of great techniques, but he still couldn't win against the power of the 4 immortal spirits. Ah! A miserable cry was heard, and it was filled with unwillingness and despair. Immediately after, it became silent. The 9 profound fire emperor's body and soul were extinguished. Another emperor has been, extremely far away. A group of cultivators were terrified. Including the undying ghost emperor, a total of 9 primal chaos realm emperors had died in this mountain range today. Lin Tian looked ahead and said, "There are 3 left." On the battlefield, only Daoist Nightless, Ancestor Blue Flame, and the Black Armored Emperor were left. At this moment, their expressions were very unpleasant. Damn it! The 3 gritted their teeth and cursed coldly. Their lifespans were about to wither, and they came here for the reincarnation origin. They wanted to seize the reincarnation origin and live a new life. However, they didn't expect the reincarnation body Lin Tian to have such a terrifying little Taichu by his side. It actually had a close relationship with the Demon Imperial Palace. The 3 great elders of the Demon Imperial Palace actually brought out the Demon Imperial Pagoda that was used to suppress fate. Humph. The first great elder of the Demon Imperial Palace snorted. He poured his emperor-rank demonic power into the Demon Imperial Pagoda, causing it to shine brightly. Instantly, a tyrannical killing light rushed out from the Demon Imperial Pagoda. It was intertwined with surging Dao power and pressed down on Ancestor Blue Flame and the other 2. Yeah. The little Taichu flapped its wings and shot out 6 colored divine lights. It suppressed the surroundings and attacked Ancestor Blue Flame and the other 2. Ancestor Blue Flame and the other 2 fell into a dead end. They were both shocked and furious. They roared and unleashed divine techniques one after another. However, in the face of the Demon King's Pagoda and little Taichu's 6-colored divine light, although the 3 of them were powerful, they were still not strong enough. They were constantly injured, and their sovereign blood was constantly spilling out. It was extremely dazzling. Boom! At this moment, the horizon trembled. New Emperor auras appeared, and there was more than one of them. They were rushing towards them quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 figures arrived together. Their bodies were surrounded by Emperor Qi. This is? Far away, the group of cultivators trembled. Another 5 emperors had actually come. Lin Tian's expression changed. At this moment, the 5 new emperors had rushed here. Obviously, they weren't here to watch the show. They were here for his reincarnation origin. The 5 emperors appeared here. Each of them had a tyrannical aura. Looking at the battle between the 3 Demon Imperial Palace's supreme elders, the little Taichu, and Ancestor Blue Flame, their eyes narrowed. However, this only lasted for an instant. In the next instant, the gazes of the 5 landed on Lin Tian. There was a frightening glint in their eyes at the first instance. "Suppress and take him away," one of them said. He immediately attacked. A large hand wrapped in Emperor Law reached out and grabbed at Lin Tian. At the same time, the other 4 attacked together. They stood in 4 different directions and suppressed Lin Tian. Obviously, the 5 of them were together. Wang, the 5 large hands covered the sky and the void buzzed. Lin Tian's body suddenly trembled. As the 5 large hands pressed down, he felt like his body was about to explode. "You're courting death," the first Supreme Elder of the Demon Imperial Palace said coldly. With a rumble, the Demon Imperial Pagoda's light rushed into the sky. As it attacked Ancestor Blue Flame and the other 2 emperors, a dense gray killing light surged out and slashed at the 5 emperors. Yeah, the little Taichu flapped its wings. The 6-colored divine light was like a rolling wave. It was tens of thousands of feet high and pressed down on the 5 emperors. Then, with a loud bang, 5 streaks of blood-red light shot out. The 5 people's hands that were grabbing at Lin Tian shattered at the same time, and they were all sent flying. Dense cracks appeared on their imperial bodies at the first moment. The 5 emperors stared at the 3 Demon Imperial Palace's supreme elders and the little Taichu. Their eyes were filled with shock and coldness. At this moment, with a rumble, a new Emperor Aura appeared at the end of the sky and quickly crossed over to this place. In an instant, the shadows of emperors appeared and crossed over. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people had arrived. Reincarnation physique. These emperors were surrounded by hazy divine light. As soon as they appeared, their eyes fell on Lin Tian. This, far away, a group of cultivators felt their hearts palpitate. They were shocked by the dozens of emperors' auras and retreated further away. Lin Tian's body trembled. Even though he knew that after his constitution was exposed, he would attract many old monsters, he didn't expect it to attract so many. Until now, there were already more than 30 emperors killing their way here. There are so many hidden emperors in the 10 Heavens domain? Ling Yun was shocked. Whooshing Crocodile gritted his teeth. It's difficult to enter the chaotic realm. There are very few emperors in the chaos realm. However, there are still more than 100 of them in the 10 Heavens domain. Dozens of emperors stepped into this place. Their eyes fell on Lin Tian. Their eyes were intertwined with eerie light. Boom, 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 waves of emperors' power surged. These people all attacked. There was no superfluous words. The emperor's laws were like the Milky Way in the starry sky. They shattered the sky and froze the void in all directions. They all grabbed at Lin Tian. Emperor Aura rumbled. At this moment, dozens of emperors attacked together, all raising their hands to grab Lin Tian. The overbearing Emperor Aura was like a vast river of stars, instantly freezing the surrounding space. That's the Kongtong Emperor Elder, a peerless expert over 10,000 years ago. North Xian Emperor. That person. 8 Desolation Emperor. Immeasurable Fairy, wasn't she rumored to have died in a forbidden area 20,000 years ago? Cruel Love Evil Lord, someone from 30,000 years ago, is actually still alive. Slaughter Saber Emperor, a terrifying existence from 40,000 years ago. These people, far away, many of the cultivators recognized the dozens of emperors, each of them trembling in fear. The dozens of emperors were surrounded by majestic Emperor Aura. As they attacked Lin Tian, they were also wary of the others. Furthermore, some of them had already attacked the other emperors, using their overbearing emperor divine senses to attack and prevent others from getting close to Lin Tian. Because they were all here for Lin Tian, the reincarnated body, and there was only one reincarnated body. Therefore, in the process of fighting for the reincarnated body, they were all enemies. Boom. The entire sky trembled, the space shattered, then reformed, then shattered again. It was a terrifying scene. Lin Tianji felt as if the universe was about to fall. Just a strand of aura was enough to make him feel as if his body was about to shatter, and his god spirit was about to split apart. You're all courting death. The first Grand Elder of the Demon King Palace yelled, using the Demon King Pagoda to push Ancestor Tsung Yen and the others away. Then, he summoned even more demonic lights to attack the dozens of emperors attacking Lin Tian. At the same time, the little Taichu flapped the wings on his back, and 6-colored divine light swept out like a hurricane, sweeping towards the dozens of emperors. Boom! All of a sudden, a violent surge of divine power surged like a boiling ocean. This divine energy was terrifying, attacking the dozens of emperors indiscriminately, causing them to be shocked. The hands that were attacking Lin Tian were pushed away, and some of them even suffered light injuries. Whoever dares to touch the reincarnated body will be our Demon King Palace's enemy. The first Grand Elder of the Demon King Palace yelled coldly, controlling the Demon King Pagoda in front of Lin Tian, stopping the dozens of emperors. Yeah. The little Taichu's 6-colored divine light surged around him, bringing a sacred wave of energy, together with the 3 Grand Elders of the Demon King Palace, blocking in front of Lin Tian, and glared at the dozens of ancient emperors. Dozens of emperors stared at the 3 Supreme Elders of the Demon Lord Palace and the Demon Lord Pagoda. Their eyes flickered. Obviously, they were a little fearful of the Demon Lord Palace and the Demon Lord Pagoda. At the same time, the intertwining aura around Little Grand Chu's body made these emperors frown. They all felt that Little Grand Chu wasn't ordinary and wasn't easy to deal with. However, it was only for a moment. In the next moment, when their gazes fell on Lin Tian, the fear in their eyes disappeared. They attacked again, and powerful Emperor Qi suppressed Lin Tian. Most of these people were near the end of their lifespans, and they wanted to seize the reincarnation origin to live a new life. The other group firmly believed that after obtaining and refining the reincarnation origin, they would be able to go even further in the future. After all, the reincarnation body was the most mysterious and powerful king body in the legends. It was filled with too many legends. At this moment, to them, Lin Tian's reincarnated body wasn't just a top-grade sacred medicine to prolong their lives, it was also a rare opportunity on the path of cultivation. As long as they could refine it, whether it was living a new life or breaking through to unprecedented heights, it was definitely possible. In front of such a huge temptation, their fear of the Demon King Palace, the Demon King Pagoda, and the little Taichu were naturally suppressed. Boom! Dozens of emperors attacked together, and the heaven and earth trembled. Various colors of Emperor Qi interweaved, and the scene was terrifying. The three great elders of the Demon King Palace were furious. Their eyes were cold as they directly pushed the Demon King Pagoda to the limit. With a buzzing sound, the densely packed Demon Clan runes on the Demon King Pagoda seemed to come alive at this moment, causing the aura of the Demon King Pagoda to increase by several times. The unparalleled grey demonic light turned into a terrifying wave that attacked forward. At the same time, the little Taichu flapped the wings on its back, and dozens of six-colored hurricanes swept out, enveloping the dozens of emperors. Suddenly, the heaven and earth shook even more violently. The sky cracked inch by inch, and the earth sank inch by inch. The three great elders of the Demon King Palace activated the Demon King Pagoda to fight, and the little Taichu shook the six-colored divine light to defend against the enemies. They were very powerful, but there were too many emperors attacking at this moment. There were dozens of them, and they could barely hold them off with their combined strength. No. There are too many old guys coming. Even if the little guy is very powerful, even if the three great elders of the Demon King Palace brought out the pinnacle heavenly treasure Demon King Pagoda, it's still not enough. If this continues, we won't be able to hold them off sooner or later. The whooshing crocodile gritted its teeth. Lin Tian naturally saw this. His expression was very ugly, and he clenched his fists tightly. At the same time, he shook his divine consciousness and tried his best to communicate with the rainbow divine sword at the bottom of his consciousness, hoping to summon it and borrow its power. He believed that as long as he could summon this divine sword, he would be able to resolve this crisis. However, he was ultimately disappointed. The rainbow divine sword at the bottom of his consciousness didn't move at all. No matter how he tried to communicate with it, it was like a boulder, not giving any response. Damn it! He cursed in his heart. Boom! At this moment, in the southeast, a new emperor's aura appeared, and another emperor appeared. The emperor's body was shrouded in dim light, and each step he took covered 10,000 feet. While he was still far away, he attacked and grabbed at Lin Tian. This large hand was wrapped in Emperor Qi, and it covered the sky. It was very shocking. Another old emperor is coming? Ling Yun gritted his teeth. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine. As this large hand reached out, he directly felt that the void beside him was completely frozen, and he couldn't even move his fingers. Clang! Suddenly, a three-colored sword radiance descended from the sky, and with a poof, the large hand that was pressing towards him was smashed into pieces. Blood splattered in all directions. Who is it? In the distance, the emperor shrouded in dim light shouted coldly. At this crucial moment, he was incomparably furious that someone had stopped him. In the sky, a middle-aged man in a black robe appeared. His gaze was deep, and there was no expression on his face. However, the Emperor Qi outside his body was very vigorous and very shocking. Ling Yun was shocked. Master? Master? Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile were shocked when they heard this. This middle-aged man in a black robe was Ling Yun's master? You have a good background, little pervert. You're actually the disciple of a Chaos Emperor. Whooshing Crocodile stared with wide eyes. The middle-aged man in a black robe smashed the large hand that was grabbing towards Lin Tian. His body was surrounded by shocking Emperor Qi, which showed that he was in the Chaos Emperor realm. Furthermore, he was at least at the sixth heaven of the Emperor realm. Lin Tian was also shocked. He knew that Ling Yun had a master. Back then, Lu Wuwei of the Ascension Dao sect had said that Ling Yun's master was unfathomable and hard to see through. He had always remembered this. However, he didn't expect Ling Yun's master to be so powerful. He was actually at least at the sixth heaven of the Chaos Emperor realm. I never knew the exact cultivation of the old man. Ling Yun was also shocked, and his expression was a little dazed. However, he immediately shook his head. Let's not talk about this first. It's not the time to be shocked. As he spoke, he looked at the middle-aged man in a black robe. Master, quickly help. We'll catch up later. The middle-aged man in a black robe glanced at Ling Yun, and his gaze fell on Lin Tian. Then, he shifted his gaze and looked forward. More than 2 years ago, he knew that his disciple Ling Yun and Lin Tian were close friends and traveled the world together. This was because at that time, the scene of Lin Tian killing the Yin Yang Saint Sun and the others at the Taichu Celestial Ridge was shown by someone using spiritual imprint. Ling Yun's figure was in that scene. Now, the Undying Ghost Emperor exposed the secret of Lin Tian's physique through spiritual imprint. Naturally, he saw it too. At this time, he came to help because he knew that Ling Yun was with Lin Tian. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing and clanging. Thousands of sword auras rushed out from behind him, carrying several different colors. Each of them was like a powerful killing move. Some of them slashed towards the Emperor Realm expert shrouded in dim light, while the others slashed towards the dozens of people who were fighting with the little Taichu and the 3 supreme elders of the Demon King Palace. Instantly, the entire sky trembled. The terrifying sword aura seemed like it was going to shatter heaven and earth. PFFF, in the distance, the Emperor shrouded in dim light trembled. His defensive light screen collapsed and he was sent flying while spitting out blood. At the same time, most of the dozens of emperors who were fighting with the little Taichu and the 3 supreme elders of the Demon King Palace and wanted to break through and suppress Lin Tian also suffered. They were injured by the powerful sword auras and a large number of emperors fell from the void. Instantly, the crowd of cultivators couldn't help but tremble. They were shocked by the terrifying sword aura. Even Lin Tian couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. This sword aura was too powerful and wasn't any weaker than the High Heaven Sword scripture. Lu Yunzi. There was a furious roar. Among the dozens of emperors who were fighting with the little Taichu and the 3 supreme elders of the Demon King Palace and wanted to break through and suppress Lin Tian, Ancestor Xianxia was injured by the black-robed middle-aged man's sword aura. At this moment, he stared at the black-robed middle-aged man. His eyes were intertwined with almost materialized flames. Obviously, he recognized the black-robed middle-aged man and seemed to have a huge conflict with him in the past. As Ancestor Xianxia's voice spread, the crowd of cultivators in this place were shocked and all of them were moved. Lu Yunzi? That 1000/sword emperor, Lu Yunzi? The famous figure from 50,000 years ago, the Sword Dao Great Emperor who killed an 8th Heaven Emperor. This person, is that 1000/sword emperor? Looking at the black-robed middle-aged man, the crowd of cultivators was stunned. Their expressions changed as they were shocked by his identity. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the black-robed middle-aged man, then at Ling Yun, and said, "Little pervert, your master is quite famous." Even Lin Tian was a little surprised. Ling Yun's master was really unfathomable. Lu Yunzi. With a furious roar, Ancestor Xianxia stared at the black-robed middle-aged man, Lu Yunzi. His entire body was covered in flames as he charged towards him. More than 40,000 years ago, he and Lu Yunzi had met by chance in a forbidden area. They had fought over a life-prolonging elixir and lost. Lu Yunzi had accidentally sent him into a natural restriction, and it had taken him more than 3,000 years to get out. During the past 3,000+ years, he had suffered several terrifying injuries within the primitive restriction, and had lost an entire 800 years of his lifespan. "I'll kill you." Being trapped for more than 3,000 years and losing 800 years of his lifespan was an unbearable burden even for an emperor-level figure. Ancestor Xianxia naturally bore a grudge against Lu Yunzi. Now that he saw him again, he immediately charged over. His entire emperor body instantly turned into a sea of flames that covered the entire sky. It was like a sea of fire that covered Lu Yunzi, burning the sky red. Lu Yunzi raised his hand. Dense sword energy rushed out from behind him, clanging loudly as it struck towards ancestor Xianxia. These sword energy were not ordinary sword chi. Every one of them was intertwined with faint emperor laws. They were extremely sharp. In an instant, the sword energy was vast and mighty, shattering the heavens and earth. Pfft! The flames in the sky were extinguished. Ancestor Xianxia was sent flying. Half of his body was instantly shattered, and blood stained the sky. So powerful. This sword energy. Far away, the crowd was shocked. It was also at this moment, on the other side, dozens of emperor auras surged. The other emperors who had come for Lin Tian's reincarnation body made their moves. They used all their strength to grab Lin Tian. They wanted to suppress Lin Tian and seize the reincarnation origin. "You're courting death," the first great elder of the demon imperial palace said coldly. He and the other two great elders of the same clan activated the demon imperial pagoda with all their might, causing the runes on the demon imperial pagoda to emit even more dazzling light. As if it was alive, it produced rays of powerful gray-killing light that enveloped all the emperor rank experts that were charging at Lin Tian, attacking them indiscriminately. At the same time, the little Taichu flapped its wings, and six-colored divine light filled the sky. It also attacked everyone who was attacking Lin Tian. Instantly, rumbling sounds could be heard as the sky began to tremble. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Clang! On the other side, thousands of sword auras shot out from behind Lu Yunzi. They simultaneously attacked the dozens of emperors who were eyeing Lin Tian's reincarnation origin. This sort of energy sword was extremely sharp and fierce, and it seemed as if it could slash apart and pierce through everything. It was as if nothing could stop it. Heaven-burning flames. A loud roar was heard. In the distance, the Emperor Qi and ancestor Xianxia's body surged as numerous great Dao laws intertwined. At this moment, he unleashed an extremely terrifying divine ability. Boundless power of flames and great Dao laws gathered together and enveloped Lu Yunzi. Lu Yunzi raised his hand, and the dense energy sword auras behind him merged into one, forming a giant sword that was more than 100 feet long. Clang! The giant sword hovered in the sky, and the sword roared as it slashed down. With a splatter, ancestor Xianxia's heaven-burning flames was directly shattered. Then, the giant sword continued its momentum and landed on ancestor Xianxia's body. With a poof, his emperor body was shattered into pieces, and emperor blood splattered in all directions. Ancestor Xianxia roared. His divine soul rushed out and retreated with his shattered bones and blood. He began to reform his physical body in the distance. However, at this moment, Lu Yunzi's killing technique landed again. A small world appeared behind him, and it was filled with sword light. It was like a sword domain that directly swept ancestor Xianxia's divine soul and shattered body into it. Consciousness anomaly. Endless sword domain. An elder expert exclaimed. Clang! 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 In the endless sword domain, the sword hummed incessantly, and the dense sword light slashed toward ancestor Xianxia's divine soul. This attack was not ordinary. After all, it was a consciousness anomaly. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to the monarch body's monarch territory. It was far stronger than ordinary divine powers and secret skills. It directly caused ancestor Xianxia's divine soul to tremble, and he revealed a look of horror. Damn it, break! Ancestor Xianxia roared. His divine soul shone brightly, and he used the emperor-killing technique and the Great Path Order. However, the endless sword domain was terrifying. In an instant, it crushed the emperor-killing technique and the Great Path Order that ancestor Xianxia had used. Then, it penetrated his divine soul and shattered it. His divine soul was destroyed. This is really powerful. Whooshing Crocodile said with his eyes wide open. Very powerful. Lin Tian nodded seriously. Ancestor Xianxia had lived for a very long time, and he was very powerful. It was evident from the fact that he could survive under the Demon King Tower. However, at this moment, such an expert was killed by Lu Yunzi in such a clean and efficient manner. This truly made him feel somewhat shocked. Ling Yun's eyes widened, and he looked a little confused. He obviously did not know that his master had such powerful combat strength. In front, the emperor force filled the sky, and divine light filled the sky. Ancestor Xianxia was killed, but it did not affect the other emperors. They were still attacking, and no one had the intention to retreat. They all wanted to suppress Lin Tian and seize the reincarnation origin. The temptation of the reincarnation origin was too great. As long as they got it, it meant that they could live a new life, and it meant that they could break through to a higher level. It could be said that it was an unparalleled immortal opportunity, and no one was willing to give it up. Boom! Clang! Divine force vibrated, and the sound of swords was ear-piercing. The sky kept collapsing, and the earth kept sinking. At this moment, the powerful Lu Yunzi appeared. Together with the demon sovereign pagoda summoned by the three grand elders of the demon sovereign palace and little absolute beginning's astonishing strength, the dozens of emperors who came to seize the reincarnation source were immediately suppressed and were at a disadvantage. Ah! After dozens of breaths, a shrill scream was heard. Another ancient emperor died in Lu Yunzi's endless sword realm. This is the thousand-sword emperor. So terrifying. Many cultivators were shocked. Up until now, this place has already lost more than 10 emperor-level existences. Is this mountain range going to turn into a burial ground for emperors? Many cultivators were shocked. In the same day, in the same place, so many emperors died. This had never happened before. In front, the emperor force vibrated, and the sound of swords was ear-piercing. Lu Yunzi, the three Demon King Palace Supreme Elders, and little Taichu worked together to block all the emperors who wanted to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation origin. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a new emperor force appeared in the horizon. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 figures rushed over. They were all emperors. More old things are coming? Are all the old emperors of the 10 Directions Sky Domain going to jump out? Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun gritted their teeth. The situation here had just stabilized, but more than 10 emperors came over. Lin Tian's expression was naturally worse. He clenched his fists tightly. More than 10 emperors rushed over. All of them were very powerful and had sharp auras. They stared at Lin Tian as soon as they appeared and suppressed Lin Tian. Boom! Clang! The three Demon King Palace Supreme Elders activated the Demon King Tower. Little Taichu emitted 6 colored divine lights. Lu Yunzi summoned a dense number of killing swords to block everyone. In an instant, even more terrifying emperor force interweaved in this mountain range. The sky even collapsed. Terrifying emperor force surged in all directions, causing countless living beings to tremble in fear. At this moment, another wave of monarch aura appeared in the distance. Another 9 old monarchs had arrived, and they all pounced towards Lin Tian. Boom! The three Demon King Palace Supreme Elders, Little Taichu, and Lu Yunzi worked together to block these 9 emperors. Suddenly, they were against 50 emperors. They were at a disadvantage and were constantly forced to retreat. There were simply too many emperors attacking. Rascals, retreat. Otherwise, when our Demon King Majesty returns, all of you will die. The first Demon King Palace Supreme Elder said coldly. Once these words were spoken, the 50 emperors who were attacking were all shaken. Fearful expressions appeared in their eyes. They were in the Emperor realm and naturally knew about the world's matters. They had heard of how terrifying this generation's Demon King was. He was known as the most stunning Demon King in the history of the demon race. Once the great void god-slaying Tao was used, nothing could stop it. The Demon King is invincible in the world? A cold voice sounded. In the west of this place a figure in a golden robe surrounded by divine suns appeared. The Emperor force interweaved. This person walked over from afar. His eyes were deep and had a majestic aura. Wherever he passed, the void would distort and then melt. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be boiling because of him. This aura, it's the Sun King physique? This person is, could he be the Sun Emperor from 170,000 years ago? He's actually still here? He lived a second life? Many cultivators were shocked. Even the 3 Demon King Palace Supreme Elders, Lu Yunzi, and the other 50 emperors were shocked. The Sun Emperor monarch was a peerless expert from hundreds of thousands of years ago. He had the Sun King physique and reached the ninth heaven of the Emperor realm. His battle prowess was frighteningly powerful. In the past, he had intimidated everyone. He was a true old monster. A ninth heaven of the Emperor physique? Whooshing crocodile and Ling Yan's eyelids twitched. Lin Tian's face instantly turned even uglier. Even his powerful physique couldn't help but tremble. This Sun Emperor was a little too terrifying. The Sun Emperor's body was surrounded by sunlight. He was like a divine sun walking in the mortal world as he walked over from afar. My lifespan is almost up. To be able to kill a reincarnation body now, the heavens are treating me well. The Sun Emperor spoke. His eyes became even more intense. After killing you and obtaining the reincarnation origin, I might be able to live a third life and break through my original realm. I might even be able to reach the level of the 9 heavenly venerables. I might even be able to reach a higher level and break through the eternal barrier of the 10th heaven. The Sun Emperor was dressed in a golden robe, and his body was surrounded by Emperor light. Wherever he passed, the space would distort inch by inch. Lin Tian's soul couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, the Sun Emperor's gaze landed on him. Instantly, he felt like he was going to faint from suffocation. It was as if his throat was being choked by an invisible hand. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and stared at the Sun Emperor. The Sun Emperor's eyes flashed with a strange light. Not bad. You're only at the 6th firmament of the Nirvana realm, but you can actually block my spiritual pressure. As expected of the reincarnation body. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian and approached Lin Tian step by step. Sun Emperor, the reincarnation body is the brother of the Demon King. If the reincarnation body is harmed, the wrath of the Demon King will spread throughout the 9 heavens. Even if you have the Sun Emperor body, you might not be able to withstand it. Please respect yourself. The first Grand Elder of the Demon King Palace said in a low voice. Do you really think that the Demon King of your generation is invincible? If there's a chance, I'll be happy to suppress her. The Sun Emperor's voice was cold. Get out of my way. As he spoke, he did not stop at all as he strode towards Lin Tian. A majestic aura swept out, causing the first great elder of the Demon Emperor Palace to tremble violently, almost flipping him over. A powerful demonic light rushed out of the first Grand Elder of the Demon King Palace. He barely managed to stabilize himself, and his face turned pale. Stop him. The first Grand Elder of the Demon King Palace said to the other 2 Grand Elders of the Demon King Palace. The 3 of them worked together and mobilized all of their cultivation at the same time, causing the Demon King Pagoda to emit a boundless divine light that blasted towards the Sun Emperor. At this moment, the 3 of them knew very well that talking to the Sun Emperor wouldn't yield any results. They could only use force to stop him. The Sun Emperor snorted coldly. His Emperor's aura shook, and a divine sun appeared. It was like a real sun as it charged forward. Boom, the divine sun collided with the Demon Emperor Pagoda, which the 3 Grand Supreme Elders of the Demon Clan had activated with all their might. The entire world shook. In the next moment, pong, 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 pong. The 3 Grand Elders from the Demon Imperial Palace were sent flying, each of them coughing out blood. The Demon Imperial Pagoda was also sent flying, crashing into a mountain in the distance, shattering the mountain in an instant. Seniors. Lin Tian's expression changed. At the same time, the other cultivators trembled. The 3 Emperor rank experts of Demon Imperial Palace worked together to activate the peak heavenly treasure Demon Imperial Pagoda, but they were instantly knocked flying. Even the other 50 emperors who were eyeing Lin Tian's origin were shocked by the Sun Monarch's power. The Sun Emperor's footsteps did not change. He glanced at the 3 Grand Supreme Elders of the demon race who had been sent flying. Even emperors are divided into 3, 6, and 9. So what if you have peak heavenly treasures? So what if you work together to activate them? It's still not enough. His voice was cold. As he spoke, he continued to walk towards Lin Tian. The Emperor Qi around his body was terrifyingly thick. Clang, the sound of swords was ear-piercing. Lu Yunzi took a step forward, and 9 divine swords appeared behind him. Each of them was powerful and intimidating. At the same time, little Taichu glared at the Sun Monarch. A six-colored hurricane appeared beside him, intertwining with a divine aura. With a rumbling sound, the 9 divine swords and the six-colored hurricane surged and pressed down on the Sun Emperor with great momentum. You guys are not bad, but still not enough. The Sun Monarch's voice was cold. Blazing sun god power surged from behind him like a divine river. With a sizzle, the 9 divine swords and six-colored hurricane were annihilated at the same time. Then, 2 bangs were heard. Lu Yunzi and little Taichu were sent flying more than 1,000 feet away. Little brat. Senior. Master. Lin Tian and Ling Yan's expressions changed at the same time. Boom, the six-colored divine light was vast and mighty. Little Taichu stabilized himself in the distance and glared at the Sun Monarch with his big eyes. The true dragon, phoenix, black tortoise, and vermilion bird appeared again. Each of them roared at the sky with divine might. In the next moment, the 4 great immortal spirits rushed out together as if they were real immortal spirits. They attacked the Sun Monarch. The Sun Monarch's expression changed slightly. His eyes narrowed. He clearly felt that little Taichu was not ordinary. Interesting. As he spoke, an even more blazing sun god power surged from behind him. It turned into raging waves and charged towards the 4 great immortal spirits. Boom. When the two collided, the world shook uncontrollably. Electric arcs crackled. Then, little Taichu's body trembled and was sent flying again. Even the divine light outside his body became chaotic. Little brat. Lin Tian quickly took a step forward and caught little Taichu, who was sent flying. Little brat was first trapped by the Undying Ghost Emperor's black rune chains and killed the Undying Ghost Emperor. Then, he fought against the other emperors and killed a few others. At this time, the energy in his body is almost depleted. Whooshing Crocodile said. Little Taichu was caught by Lin Tian. He looked up at Lin Tian and called out to him. Then, he turned and glared at the Sun Monarch. The 3 Grand Elders of the Demon Imperial Palace brought the Demon Imperial Pagoda back with blood on their lips. They blocked in front of Lin Tian again. At the same time, Lu Yunzi also stepped back. His face was slightly pale. He stood side by side with the 3 Grand Elders of the Demon Imperial Palace and blocked in front of Lin Tian. Humph. The Sun Monarch's expression was cold. He didn't change his pace and pressed forward. The other 50 emperors who were eyeing Lin Tian's reincarnation origin had faint glimmers in their eyes. At this time, they didn't make a move immediately. Clearly, they were waiting for the Sun Monarch to defeat Lu Yunzi and the others before making a move. Boom. At this moment, a new emperor aura appeared in the southeast region. Someone stepped forward and arrived in the blink of an eye. With this person's appearance, boundless array forces intertwined and surged like a vast sea. This is? 9th Heaven Emperor, a pinnacle array manipulator. The forefather of the desolate shrine. At this place, all the cultivators were shocked. In the next moment, powerful emperor's aura surged from several other directions. Many emperor silhouettes approached from the distance. In the blink of an eye, there were 13 of them, all of them exuding terrifying emperor's aura. That is, the forefather of the sacred Yin-Yang sect. The forefather of the immortal Sword Island. The forefather of the Sky Devil Divine sect is also here. South Sea Immortal Emperor, this person, that is the Measurement Ruler Great Emperor? Nascent Soul Transformation Taoist. At this place, many cultivators were shocked. Voices rang out one after another. Dozens of shadows of emperors were recognized one after another. These people, are all at the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm. They are all real old monsters. Many cultivators were shocked. Lin Tian's face turned extremely ugly. Although he knew that once his reincarnation body constitution was exposed, it would definitely attract many experts. However, he didn't expect so many to be attracted. At this moment, close to 100 old emperors were attracted. Moreover, among them, the Sun Monarch and the dozens of people who appeared at this moment were all extremely terrifying. They were all old monsters at the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm. How was he going to defend against such a terrifying lineup? At the same time, the 3 Grand Elders of the Demon Imperial Palace and Lu Yunzi's faces changed. They already couldn't defend against the Sun Monarch alone. At this moment, there were dozens of experts who were at the same level as the Sun Monarch. Each and every one of these people had tyrannical strength. They were all true old monsters. There are quite a number of old farts who came. The Sun Monarch stopped his steps towards Lin Tian. He looked at the dozens of people who appeared at this moment and spoke with a cold voice. Immediately after, he snorted and his aura suddenly rose. Instantly, the 3 grand elders of the Demon Imperial Palace and Lu Yunzi were sent flying. Then, he took a step towards Lin Tian and reached out his emperor palm to grab at Lin Tian. It immediately covered the vast sky. Don't even think about succeeding. The reincarnation body is mine. A cold voice rang out. The South Sea Immortal Emperor's speed was extremely fast. He fully utilized his 9th heaven of the Emperor realm and also took a step forward. He lifted his hand and grabbed at Lin Tian. At the same time, the old ancestors of the Desolate Shrine, Immortal Sword Island, Sky Devil Divine Sect, Yin Sect, and a few other old monsters at the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm moved. They all moved towards Lin Tian. Their majestic Emperor aura spread out in all directions. In an instant, a total of 15 old monsters at the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm grabbed at Lin Tian. The sky was instantly shattered. The reincarnation body is mine. Move away. Let's rely on our own abilities. The 15 old monsters' eyes were cold, and their voices were icy cold. With rumbling sounds, the divine light and emperor palms that were grabbing at Lin Tian were all shattered. They actually started fighting with each other. In an instant, horrifying emperor aura interweaved in all directions, creating waves of destructive storms. A group of cultivators trembled. 15 old monsters at the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm were fighting. That scene was extremely horrifying. Swish, right at this moment, there was a sky-piercing sound. A brown-haired old man suddenly stepped out from the void. His entire body was intertwined with dim light. The Emperor aura was at the 5th heaven of the Emperor realm. Every step he took, there would be a pattern. He rushed towards Lin Tian like a ghost with extreme speed. Those patterns are the legendary 9 Nether Ancient Shifting Technique? He has been hiding in the dark and is making a move at this moment? Many cultivators' expressions changed. The Sun Emperor and the other old monsters were even more furious. They all released shocking killing intent and tried to stop this person. However, this person's speed was too fast, and he seemed to have been preparing in the dark. At this moment, they couldn't stop him. Kid, retreat. The Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun yelled. Lin Tian's expression also changed. He used the yin-yang steps to move to the side. However, with his cultivation, how could he be faster than an emperor? The other party instantly closed in on him. The reincarnation body is mine. This person's eyes shone with a sinister light. He directly raised his hand and pressed down on Lin Tian. The hazy hand sealed all directions. However, in the next moment, this person's expression suddenly changed. The hand that was pressing down on Lin Tian couldn't help but stop. An inexplicable fear suddenly appeared in his eyes. At the same time, a middle-aged man silently appeared in front of Lin Tian. He was wearing a white robe and looked handsome. The brown-haired old man stared at this person. His expression changed again. Suddenly, he felt his entire body turn cold as if he had seen an ancient god. You, get lost. The middle-aged man in the white robe spoke. His eyes were cold, causing the sky to tremble. Specks of blood floated in the air. The appearance of the white-robed middle-aged man was too sudden. There were no signs at all. No one had noticed him before. At this moment, as the blood floated in the air, everyone couldn't help but tremble. Just by spitting out a single word, he actually destroyed a 5th-level Heaven Chaotic Emperor. How terrifying was this? This person, the group of cultivators were horrified. Their scalps couldn't help but feel numb. Even the Sun Emperor and the other 15 old monsters narrowed their eyes. Their gazes all landed on the white-robed middle-aged man. The Wuxing Crocodile looked at the white-robed middle-aged man with widened eyes. Lin Tian was the most shocked. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. Then, it turned into shock. He stared at the white-robed middle-aged man in disbelief. Old man, you. This white-robed middle-aged man had a handsome appearance. He was his teacher, an old drunkard. At this moment, he stared at an old drunkard. Even though he knew that an old drunkard was stunning and powerful, his face was still filled with shock and astonishment. A 5th-level emperor expert was actually killed by an old drunkard with just a word. An old drunkard turned around and gave him a slap. So many people are watching. Can't you give me some face? Calling me teacher won't make you lose an arm or a leg. Ling Yan's eyes widened. He was shocked because an old drunkard destroyed an emperor expert with just a word. He was even more shocked because of an old drunkard's words. Teacher? Brat Lin's teacher? It's his teacher. A super monster. The whooshing crocodile trembled. It knew some things about an old drunkard. Lin Tian mentioned it before. It had personally seen an old drunkard before. Naturally, it wasn't unfamiliar with an old drunkard. Yeah. Little Taichu was being carried by Lin Tian. At this time, he looked up at an old drunkard. His beautiful big eyes were wide open, and he looked like a curious baby. An old drunkard lowered his head and looked at little Taichu. A strange light flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he had seen something. Who is it? The Emperor of the Sun spoke coldly. His gaze landed on the old drunkard, and he seemed somewhat cold. An old drunkard shifted his gaze from little Taichu to Lin Tian. He patted Lin Tian's head and turned around. He looked at the Sun Monarch, the Desolate Shrine Patriarch, and the other old monsters. He glanced at the 50 old emperors on the other side and his expression became indifferent. For this disciple of mine, close to 100 of you emperors have jumped here one after another. This is quite a grand formation. He said. The dozens of emperors narrowed their eyes. An old drunkard was the reincarnation physiques master? So, you're also here to stop us from taking the reincarnation origin? The Sun Emperor's eyes were cold. I can see that you're not simple. However, do you think you can stop me? Do you think you can stop everyone here? An old drunkard's expression was indifferent. He looked at the Sun Emperor and took a step forward with his right leg. With a boom, the majestic emperor's aura surged like a raging sea, shaking the sky. Bang! The Sun Emperor flew away as if he was struck by lightning. After stabilizing himself in the distance, the Sun Emperor's expression became extremely cold. He had the Sun King physique, and it was the Sun King physique of the 9 heavens of emperors. In the past, he was famous everywhere. Now, he was sent flying by someone's aura. Don't you think you're very strong? An old drunkard's voice was indifferent. As soon as he finished speaking, an old drunkard took another step forward and instantly appeared in front of the Sun Emperor. A sword light appeared out of nowhere. With a clang, the sword hum was ear-piercing. Intertwined with flames, it slashed down from the sky, almost cutting the sky in half. The Sun Emperor's eyes were like knives. His king physique shook, and the divine light of the sun surged like a waterfall, pressing down on the fiery sword. In an instant, the two collided. With a tearing sound, like a cloth being torn, the fiery sword cut through the waterfall of the sun and slashed down without slowing down. Pfft! Blood splattered everywhere. The Sun Emperor was directly cut in half, and blood stained the void. In an instant, everyone in this place turned pale. That Sun Emperor, the Sun King physique of the 9 heavens of emperors, was actually cut into pieces by a sword? Who is this middle-aged man? This, I don't remember. I've read many books of cultivation history. It seems, there's no description of this person. His chi and blood fluctuations, why doesn't it feel like some old antique? Staring at an old drunkard, all the cultivators were stunned. Ling Yan's eyes widened, and he was completely stunned. At this time, his face was full of shock. This, a few years ago, when I saw him in the 6th heaven, he was at the 3rd heaven of emperors. Now, what level is he at? To think that the Sun Emperor was so easily. Whooshing crocodile trembled. The Sun Emperor was at the 9th heaven of emperors, and he had the Sun King physique, but now, he was cut in half by an old drunkard. This really shocked it. This was definitely not something a 3rd heaven of emperors could do. Even Lin Tian, who was most familiar with an old drunkard, couldn't help but be moved. An old drunkard's strength shocked him again and again. This person, terrifying. He's definitely not weaker than our Demon King Highness. Lu Yunzi and the 3 Grand Elders of the Demon King Palace had been sent flying by the Sun Emperor. At this time, they already knew the relationship between an old drunkard and Lin Tian. At this time, when they looked at an old drunkard, they were all shocked and moved. Previously, they had joined forces and even had the help of the Peak Heavenly Treasure, the Demon Emperor Pagoda, but they still couldn't stop the Sun Emperor. But now, the old drunkard had cut the Sun Emperor into 2 without much effort, which shocked all of them. Most importantly, at this time, these experts all saw that an old drunkard was only a little over 100 years old. He had only cultivated for a little over 100 years, but he had reached the Emperor realm and could suppress the Sun Emperor, who was at the 9th heaven of emperors. Even in the resplendent ancient era, there were only 1 or 2 people like this. This, the first Grand Elder of the Demon King Palace, stared at an old drunkard, his eyes flashing violently. Boom! At this moment, a powerful divine power rushed up, and an emperor's aura spread, instantly shattering a large area of the void. Not far away, the Sun Emperor reformed his body. His eyes were dark and cold, and there seemed to be billions of creatures roaring, "Junior." He stared at an old drunkard, and the sunlight beside him rose and fell. Naturally, he saw that an old drunkard's true age was much, much younger than him. An old drunkard had sent him flying with his aura, and then cut his Sun King body in half. This made him feel an indescribable humiliation, and the murderous intent in his eyes was extremely intense. At the same time, the Primordial Shrine Patriarch and dozens of other emperors were also staring at an old drunkard. They also saw an old drunkard's true age with their powerful emperor divine senses. They were all moved, and their deep eyes focused. An old drunkard's gaze landed on the Sun Emperor, and he said indifferently, "You want to take the reincarnation origin? Can you do it?" The Sun Emperor's murderous intent intensified. He was very uncomfortable to be spoken to in such a tone by a junior. With a boom, even more intense sunlight rushed out of his body, turning into a divine river that covered the entire sky. "I'll kill you." His voice was cold as he stared at an old drunkard. With the pressure of the Sun God River, it seemed like it would melt everything. Old drunkard didn't show much emotion on his face. His emperor's divine power trembled, and the entire space started to tremble. In an instant, it turned into a huge wave of divine power that rushed toward the Sun Emperor's Sun God River. At the same time, dense sword lights appeared silently beside him. Tens of thousands of them clanged and slashed towards South Sea Immortal Emperor, Nascent Soul Formation Taoist, Measure Ruler Great Emperor, Patriarch of Sacred Yin Yang Sect, and the other 10 Ninth Heaven Emperors. They also slashed towards the other 50 Emperors. It was an indiscriminate attack that covered everyone. The South Sea Immortal Emperor and the others' faces darkened, and their eyes turned cold. What an insolent junior! A junior cultivator who had only cultivated for a little more than 100 years actually dared to attack dozens of emperors at the same time. "Kill him," the South Sea Immortal Emperor said coldly. He attacked directly, and his emperor chi surged. Dao laws were vast, and it seemed like they were going to suppress the sky and earth. At the same time, the other dozens of emperors also had cold gazes. At this moment, they all used their mystiques to suppress an old drunkard. In an instant, there were cracking sounds. The sky and earth cracked continuously, and the ground sank by dozens of feet in an instant. An old drunkard was wearing a white robe. He was high up in the sky, and he didn't show any emotion. With a boom, an extremely terrifying emperor aura rushed out from his body. It was as vast as the Milky Way in the 9 heavens. Denser sword lights appeared, and each sword light seemed to be able to destroy the sky and earth. Each sword light seemed to be able to kill everything. Chi. 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 The mystiques and secret techniques of the dozens of emperors were all shattered. Immediately after, the sword lights were merciless and swept across the entire area. Pft. 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 Blood splattered everywhere, and the dozens of emperors were sent flying. Among them, 2 of their emperor bodies directly exploded, and even their god souls were destroyed. Almost 100 of you old things jumped out to snatch the reincarnation origin. Do you really think that my disciple is easy to bully? An old drunkard's voice was cold, and there was a hint of killing intent. It was completely different from his usual laziness. He was obviously angry. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a boom. An even more terrifying emperor aura intertwined, and the entire sky changed color. Kung! 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 The sword clanged, and it swept in all directions. This sword light was sharp and terrifying, and it shattered everything. The emperors were sent flying one by one, and streams of blood were slashed out. Ah! There was a shrill scream, and there was shock and fear. Another 3 emperors were killed. This. Everyone was shocked. Their internal organs were frozen, and they couldn't stop trembling. One person attacked dozens of emperors, and in the blink of an eye, 5 of them were killed. Lin Tian couldn't help but tremble. He looked at an old drunkard in the sky with shock and fear, and his eyes couldn't stop flickering. Too powerful. Majestic emperor's aura surged, causing the space to tremble. Even the sky changed color, shocking everyone present. An old drunkard's aura was unparalleled. His emperor's sword swept out in all directions, enveloping dozens of old monsters and 50 emperors at the same time. His face was expressionless, as though an ancient god had come back to life. His stature was imposing and intimidating. This human. The demon race's #1 Grand Elder's gaze landed on an old drunkard. He couldn't help but tremble, chills running down his spine. On the side, the other 2 Supreme Elders and Lu Yunzi were astonished as well. A single person was attacking a dozen old monsters and dozens of emperors at the same time. Furthermore, he killed 5 of them in the blink of an eye. What kind of boldness was this? How terrifying was that? Kung! The sword light was ear-piercing and clanging. An old drunkard was dressed in white robes. His emperor-level sword light enveloped dozens of old monsters and dozens of emperors. His emperor chi vibrated outside his body, and in an instant, 5 emperors were sent flying. No one could stop him. Insolent Junior. South Sea Immortal Emperor's voice was cold. The divine power in his body surged like a destructive ocean, attacking an old drunkard. In an instant, the boundless void was annihilated. The killing intent was shocking. An old drunkard's expression was cold. He raised his right hand and slapped over. Pissed. A powerful strike, intertwined with Emperor Qi, instantly smashed the destructive ocean of the South Sea Immortal Emperor into pieces. It turned into a sea of godly waves that drifted in the air. A powerful force rolled out and landed on the South Sea Immortal Emperor. South Sea Immortal Emperor's body shook violently. He was sent flying like the Sun Emperor. He was at a disadvantage from the start. You. Looking at an old drunkard again, he felt a chill run down his spine. He was a strong expert at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm, and had used his divine power to attack. However, he was sent flying by an old drunkard in one move. Such battle strength made his heart tremble. Just one person and he dares to attack all of us. Does he really think he's invincible? Attack together and kill him. A person at the 6th heaven of the Emperor realm shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, with a rumble, this person directly summoned a super great mystical power, and the whole sky was filled with surging waves of killing light. At the same time, many others also made their moves. Saber gleams, sword gleams, divine arts, and monarch chi soared into the 9 layers of clouds. An old drunkard's expression was cold and indifferent. His clothes fluttered in the wind, as if he was an immortal king who had descended to the mortal world. With a single step, he could destroy 100 forces and prevent 10,000 spells from touching him. Pooh! The Emperor rank expert who had shouted and attacked an old drunkard spat out blood as he was sent flying. The Emperor rank expert's body was instantly filled with cracks. At the same time, an old drunkard raised his hand, and a shocking sword ray appeared and slashed down. Stop, Pooh! Blood mist exploded as the roaring 6th sky of Emperor realm expert was directly smashed into pieces. His body and soul were extinguished on the spot. You want to steal his origin to prolong his life, so I'll cut off the last of your lifespan. If you want to seize his source energy and go further, I will cut off your cultivation path. An old drunkard's voice was cold and indifferent. With a clang, a divine light sword condensed in his hand, and he slashed at a fifth Sky of Emperor Realm expert. With a puff, the fifth Sky of Emperor Realm expert in the distance was directly chopped into pieces. Only his god soul escaped in a sorry state. He had a frightened expression as he fled into the distance. However, at this moment, a blinding lightning bolt descended from the sky and enveloped this person's soul like a heaven's calamity. No! There was a tragic cry, and in the next moment, this person's soul was directly smashed into pieces. Such a method shocked everyone in the area. All of the cultivators sucked in cold breaths of air, their hearts filled with fear. This was simply killing an emperor rank expert like cutting grass. Whooshing crocodile scales stood up. He was shocked and horrified as he trembled and said to Lin Tiandao, Kid, your master is angry. He's even fiercer than you. This is really a perverted ancestor. Ling Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He faced dozens of emperors alone and killed 7 of them in the blink of an eye. What kind of thought was this? Lin Tiandao's eyes flickered. He was shocked and excited. This was his master. He had only cultivated for 100 years, but he was already able to look down on all the emperors and suppress the heaven and earth. He felt very proud. Boom! The sky shook, and all kinds of divine light danced. The void shattered inch by inch. An old drunkard's combat strength was shocking. He alone could shake dozens of emperors, and his divine light sword could cut through anything. Dong! An old monster's body was unparalleled. He could almost shatter a pinnacle heavenly treasure. He punched at an old drunkard's head. Along with this punch, the entire world trembled as if a thunderclap had exploded. The terrifying physical strength was horrifying, and even some of the other old monsters couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb as they were shocked by the might of this punch. An old drunkard's expression remained the same. He raised his left hand and punched. In the blink of an eye, the 2 fists collided. Bam! The void rumbled. The old monster who was brandishing his iron fist trembled greatly. The fist that was smashing towards the old drunkard directly shattered. Moreover, there was an intimidating wave of power that traveled up that arm. With a pu sound, half of his emperor body was shattered, blood splashing in all directions. At the same time, an old drunkard raised his right hand. A sword light flashed past and shattered the other half of his emperor's body. This. Everyone was shocked. They stared at an old drunkard and couldn't help but tremble. An old monster at the 9th tier of the Emperor realm was so weak in front of an old drunkard. Damn it! An angry roar rang out. Emperor's energy surged. The old monster's soul was shaken, and his body was reconstructed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he stared at an old drunkard again. Just like the South Sea Immortal Emperor, this old monster felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet. His physical body was his forte. His pure physical strength could crush everything. In terms of physical strength, he had never lost to anyone. He was much stronger than emperors at the same level. But now, his physical body had been shattered by the old drunkard's punch. Moreover, the old drunkard looked like he had just casually thrown that punch. He hadn't used his full strength at all. Kung! The sword chimed. An old drunkard shook the divine light sword in his hand. Another sharp sword light slashed towards the old monster. This sword light was extremely sharp. The old monster immediately felt a chill down his spine. He used his mysterious movement technique to dodge quickly. With a swoosh, he was an old monster at the 9th tier of the Emperor realm. He dodged the sword by a hair's breadth. However, while this person dodged, the other 4th Heaven Emperor realm expert behind him suffered. His head was directly chopped off by the sword, and his divine soul was also shattered. The dozens of Emperor realm experts were terrified. An old drunkard's combat strength was too terrifying. Many people felt a sense of fear. Even the old monsters at the 9th tier of the Emperor realm weren't an exception. He's just one person. There's no way he can stop so many of us. Use your mystiques together and kill him. Only by killing him can we have a chance to get the reincarnation origin. The Sun Emperor shouted. 15 old monsters and dozens of Emperor realm experts. Each of them was a lord of a region. They were all at the top of the pyramid. With so many super experts working together, it was enough to turn the world upside down. He believed that there was nothing they couldn't do. Kill. The other old monsters at the 9th tier of the Emperor realm responded. They spat out a word and stepped forward. Their mystique shook. That's right. He's just one person after all. Another person said. Kill him. Kill. Kill him. The Emperor realm experts spoke one after another. They all released powerful Emperor realm laws that drowned out an old drunkard. They were all monarchs, and normally, it was impossible for several dozen of them to work together to kill the same person. But now, they were doing so, cooperating to kill the old drunkard. They all believed that they could definitely suppress and kill the old drunkard. However, they were soon disappointed. An old drunkard's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. The killing light released by dozens of Emperor realm experts was enough to destroy everything in the world. However, they couldn't injure an old drunkard. They couldn't hit him at all. In the dense killing light, an old drunkard had a cold expression. It was as if he was taking a stroll in the park. All the killing lights couldn't get close to him. He dodged all the Emperor realm experts' mystiques and secret techniques. After 3 breaths of time, he appeared in front of the Sun Emperor. The Sun Emperor was shocked. His Emperor realm body instinctively trembled. Clang, the divine energy light sword in an old drunkard's hand shook and broke through everything. It instantly shattered the Sun Emperor's divine energy light screen and penetrated his chest. Emperor realm blood gushed out like spring water. The Sun Emperor coughed out blood. His Emperor realm energy shook as he broke free from an old drunkard's divine sword that penetrated his chest. He retreated like a ghost at an astonishing speed. It was obvious that he had used some kind of powerful movement technique and instantly retreated thousands of feet away. An old drunkard's expression was cold. His aura was ethereal. He appeared in front of the Sun Emperor again in just one step. The Sun Emperor suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He pushed his mysterious movement technique to the limit and retreated again. He didn't want an old drunkard to get close to him. However, he was disappointed. He was very fast, but an old drunkard was even faster. No matter how he moved, he couldn't shake off an old drunkard. An old drunkard followed him like a shadow. Damn it! The Sun Emperor roared furiously. With a loud rumble, he directly propped up a boundless divine sea. Above the sea, a blazing sun appeared. It was like a real sun. In the blink of an eye, its terrifying power spread to every corner in the surroundings. This is the Sun Body Monarch region. Sun Ocean. In this place, the cultivators were shocked by the power of the Sun Ocean Monarch region that the Sun Emperor had summoned. Lin Tian looked ahead and was naturally shocked. This was because he had faced the Sun Ocean Monarch region more than once. He knew very well how terrifying such a monarch region was. It could almost destroy everything. At this moment, the Sun Emperor used his 9th Heaven Emperor realm cultivation to support the King's region and unleashed the power of the King's region to a terrifying level. At this moment, he looked at the old drunkard. Although he already knew that the old drunkard was terrifyingly powerful, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, this was the King's territory produced by the Emperor's 9th Heaven Sun body. Its destructive power was terrifying. Die. End of chapter 1177. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.